Good morning, everybody. You're streaming live now from Fox on this Monday, January 24th. Live, raw, unfiltered, nonstop news. Starting you off with a look at our XRAD radar this morning, showing you some really chilly temperatures across the U.S. And I know that a lot of you guys join us from the Midwest, from up north and the Northeast. But we are here with you from Orlando, Florida this morning, where I can tell you when I walked out of my door this morning at about 3 a.m. It was 37 degrees here in Central Florida, which I know compared to the Midwest, again, that's not that cold, but it is cold for us Floridians here. So we do know that there is a lot of frost on people's windshields and windows this morning here in Florida. But out of the state of Florida, we do know, according to Fox Weather, that a combination of a few chances of snow and an invasion of frigid air are going to remind residents in the plains and the Midwest that winter is very far from over. We do know that several inches of snow are expected throughout the day today, which will be followed by wind chill values that could reach 40 degrees below zero during the work week. So we are in the peak of the winter here, and we wanted to just give you that weather update here on Live Now from Fox. Start you off with a little weather news on this Monday morning. Meanwhile, my name is Regina Gonzalez, again with you here from Orlando, Florida. Warm in the studio after going out to those really cold temperatures. But I'll be with you for the next several hours before my co-host Mike Page picks up our coverage from Phoenix, Arizona. To the left-hand side of your screen is a look at some of the live reports we've got coming up for you within the next 2 hours. At 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time, we are going to give you an update on a very tragic story that we have followed the entire weekend here on Live Now from Fox. New York City preparing to hold a funeral service for one of the NYPD officers that was shot in the line of duty in Harlem on Friday night. The other one is in the hospital fighting for his life. So we're going to get an update from our Fox 5 New York team as they have been following this story from the very beginning. Meanwhile, at 7:15 a.m. Eastern Time, we're going to head out to Minneapolis, Minnesota, because today the federal trial for the 3 other police officers that were alongside Derek Chauvin when he murdered George Floyd last year, they are beginning their federal trial today. It is expected to last about a month, so we're going to get a preview on what we can expect inside the courtroom there. We will not be able to take you inside the courtroom this time. Federal trials are not televised, so we'll be bringing you the latest updates on everything we know each and every day with our Fox 9 Minneapolis team and our Fox News correspondents out there. Then at 7:45 a.m. Eastern Time, unfortunately overnight it was a little breaking news that we learned. A D.C. officer shot, expected to be okay, but we do know that the suspect is still at large. So the fact that we are dealing with so many shootings and senseless acts of crime going to be a huge portion of our coverage here on Live Now from Fox this morning. However, I do want to start off with a news alert that we are following here this Monday morning as well. Now, I do want to read you the latest as we have learned that rising tensions in Eastern Europe could lead to troop involvement from the United States. President Biden is considering deploying a few thousand troops to the Baltic states and other Eastern European countries to help bolster NATO allies bordering Russia and Ukraine. After meeting with advisors over the weekend at Camp David, the president could send up to 5,000 troops as part of a greater NATO effort. Naval vessels may also be deployed to ports in the region. Countries that could receive these reinforcements include Romania, as well as former USSR members Latvia, Estonia, and Lithuania. Now, we also did learn that the U.S. is also working to evacuate U.S. embassy employees in the Ukraine and their families. So when it comes to learning more about that meeting at Camp David this weekend, as well as President Biden's plans to get help out there as the tensions between Russia and the Ukraine rise, I do want to play you the latest report from Fox News correspondent Lucas Tomlinson.
U.S. officials say the State Department is expected to announce as soon as Monday that family members of U.S. Embassy personnel in Ukraine will be evacuating the country. In Geneva, Secretary of State Tony Blinken met with his Russian counterpart and outlined next steps.
Foreign Minister Lavrov and I agreed that it's important for the diplomatic process to continue. I told him that following the consultations that we'll have in the coming days with allies and partners, we anticipate that we will be able to share with Russia our concerns and ideas in more detail and in writing next week.
Just a few days ago, Blinken had said there would be no written response to the Russian demands. The State Department says no official order has been given yet for families to depart. In addition to the weapon shipments that recently arrived, U.S. officials say Javelin anti-tank missiles from the Baltic states and U.S. military stockpiles will begin arriving early next week as well. The defense minister of Latvia says he's sending portable Stinger anti-aircraft missiles too. U.S.-supplied Javelins had been shipped to Ukraine in the past during the Trump administration. Back in early December, President Biden ruled out deploying any U.S. troops to Ukraine. With Russian forces in Belarus to Ukraine's north, officials here are concerned Ukraine's capital city is now, quote, in the crosshairs. Here at the White House, President Biden refused to answer any questions about Russia before leaving for Camp David this weekend, where he will huddle with his national security team to discuss the situation in Ukraine.
The reason we're not going to have any time for questions now is these guys got to get quickly on the plane, and you guys will ask me all about Russia and not about anything having to do with chips.
This week marked the end of President Biden's first year in office. Year two could be marked with more American evacuations from overseas, as tensions in Europe reach their highest point since the Cold War. At the White House, Lucas Tomlinson, Fox News.
And here is another Live Now look at the White House in our nation's capital. If we do get any remarks from President Biden about this decision to send, troops to the Russia-Ukraine borders there, or may not, he may decide not to, we will be sure to air that for you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. As of right now, we do not have any word on any planned remarks from the president coming up today regarding this situation. Meanwhile, I do want to stay in D.C. and get on top of some crime news on this Monday morning, starting with a breaking news situation that we learned overnight. Another police officer has been shot in a major American city, this time in the nation's capital. Metro police are still looking for a suspect in the shooting of an officer in Northwest Washington, D.C. last night. Officers approached a man on the street, and at some point in their interaction, the man opened fire. One officer was hit and transported to a local hospital. That officer has since been released with non-life-threatening injuries, but this is the fourth officer-involved shooting in the U.S. over the weekend. 2 NYPD officers were shot in Harlem on Friday, as I mentioned, with one tragically dying. And in Houston early Sunday, an officer was killed during a traffic stop. So to talk about more of these situations that we are seeing unfold in major cities across the nation, I do want to give you the latest when it comes to the crackdown on violent crime from Fox News correspondent Alexis McAdams.
Another city mourning the death of a law enforcement officer this weekend. Harris County, Texas Corporal Charles Galloway killed while making a traffic stop early Sunday morning in southwest Houston. He was shot multiple times after the driver he pulled over got out and started shooting. The gunman still at large.
Corporal Galloway did not have an opportunity to respond or even defend himself with this brutal attack. We cannot have people like this on our streets. I don't want to raise my family, my grandchildren in a county where this type of crime is running rampant.
We better get intentional, damn intentional, about locking up violent individuals and leaving them. It's a place for them.
That tragic loss coming just over 24 hours after another in New York. 22-year-old NYPD officer Jason Rivera was killed Friday night while responding to a domestic incident in Harlem. His partner, 27-year-old Wilbert Mora, remains in critical condition. The suspect, who has a lengthy criminal history, used a stolen gun. New York's new mayor says it's an issue that the federal government isn't taking seriously enough.
We made it too easy for us to have a gun environment in this country and in this city. We're in a battle with a small number of people that believe they will hold our city hostage with violence. No. That will not happen.
Funeral services for Officer Rivera have been set for Friday of this week. In New York, Alexis McAdams, Fox News.
Again, this is something that we are going to continue following here on Live Now from Fox at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. We will be heading out to New York Live, which is where we are right now, to speak with Fox 5 New York's Reagan Medji about those funeral arrangements that have been made for Officer Rivera, as well as get an update on his partner who is fighting for his life in a New York City hospital. Meanwhile, the two officers were shot just hours after President Biden met with city leaders, urging them to increase their police funding. Alexandria Hoff has that story here this morning.
President Biden sent out a tweet expressing sadness and offering prayer for the two New York officers, adding, quote, "Officers put on the badge and head into harm's way every day. We're grateful to them and their families for their extraordinary sacrifice." The president's personal messaging towards law enforcement has remained consistent as of late, closing out the U.S. Conference of Mayors this weekend with this.
We shouldn't be cutting funding for police departments. I propose increasing funding. Look, we ask cops to do everything.
Increasing police funding flies in the face of progressives within his own party, and according to several Senate Republicans, runs counter to new action by the president's administration. Just yesterday, the group led by Republican Senator Chuck Grassley released a letter condemning a proposed executive order that they say would limit non-lethal police resources like armored vehicles and flashbang devices, writing this, quote, "Police officers will face a grim reality if this executive order is enacted and their life-saving equipment is restricted from them. Violent crime will continue to skyrocket." The White House responded to the letter, beginning with this. The president, along with the overwhelming majority of Americans, knows that we can and must have a criminal justice system that both protects public safety and upholds our founding ideals of equal treatment under the law. As for executive action on police reform, White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki said the administration had previously held back on it in the hopes of reaching a bipartisan agreement, which we now know those negotiations ended without a deal. In Washington, Alexandria Hoff, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Alexandria Hoff for that report. Meanwhile, another tragic story to bring you out of New York City this morning. Just 1 week after a woman was pushed to her death in front of an oncoming subway train, another person was pushed off a subway platform in Lower Manhattan. Now, this person is expected to survive, but just another incident so close to the first one that is shedding a light on how safe the transit systems are in major cities. So I do want to bring you the latest on that story from our Fox 5 New York team this morning.
A 61-year-old man is lucky to be alive after police say he was pushed off the subway platform onto the tracks. The incident happened at the Fulton Street subway station. Investigators say he was standing on the southbound platform when he was pushed onto the tracks as a C train was approaching. The train was able to stop just in time. The victim was taken to the hospital for minor injuries.
I'm really shocked and disappointed that it's still happening, to be honest.
Well, God willing, they'll find whoever did it.
According to the NYPD, 461 felony assaults and 8 homicides were reported in the subway system last year, a rate that hasn't been seen since 1997, according to the New York Post. This latest incident also comes on the heels of the tragic death of Michelle Go. Last week, Go was pushed off the platform onto an oncoming train at the Times Square subway station.
I heard about the one that happened last Saturday, which was very unfortunate, in Times Square.
Police arrested and charged 61-year-old Simon Marshall, a homeless man, with second-degree murder. The NYPD says he tried pushing another woman before approaching Go. Earlier this month, Governor Hochul and Mayor Adams announced a plan to address subway crime and homelessness. It includes deploying more officers and adding mental health teams. But subway riders say these two latest incidents has them on edge.
Being vigilant, like more aware of my surroundings.
I stay from the center of the platform, making sure that I'm keeping my eye out around. And the worst part is I work at the nighttime.
All right, everybody. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, we're going to have some more crime-related stories to start off your morning here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to bring you the latest about a party in Los Angeles erupting into a mass shooting last night, killing 4 people. We also have the latest information on an 8-year-old child who was shot dead in Chicago, and a situation out of Georgia where police say a pastor was holding 8 people hostage against their will inside of a home. So stick with us. All of that coming up after this quick 2-minute commercial break. You are streaming live now from Fox, everybody. Thank you for joining us on this Monday, January 24th. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you from Orlando, Florida. We're continuing to run you through all of the top stories that we are following this morning, and I do want to head out to the West Coast to bring you some information on a really tragic story that unfolded yesterday. A party in a Los Angeles suburb erupting into a mass shooting where 4 people ended up losing their lives. The shooting taking place in Inglewood at a short-term rental home being used for a birthday party. Police called it a targeted ambush and say it was among people who were expected to be at the party. 2 of those killed are sisters, and the party was for one of them. 1 other person was hurt in the attack, and sources say those involved in the shooting are gang-related, but a motive for the shooting isn't yet known. Police are still looking for suspects as we speak. So if we do get an update on this situation, we'll be sure to bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, heading from the West Coast out to the Midwest, where I do want to bring you the latest on this story here, learning that Chicago residents are demanding answers after the murder of a child over the weekend on Saturday. 8-year-old Melissa Ortega was killed in the Little Village neighborhood after someone began shooting at a 26-year-old man exiting a store. That man was shot and critically injured, while Ortega was hit and died hours later in the hospital. Friends say Ortega and her mother immigrated to the U.S. from Mexico, and the community is asking for neighbors to check any cameras or doorbell cams to spot anyone who may be connected to the crime. So again, this comes just a little more than a week after a baby, an 11-month-old baby, was shot in the Bronx from a stray bullet. So To see children become the victims of senseless gun violence is definitely something that we are continuing to follow here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, going from Chicago, Illinois out to Georgia, police in Georgia say a pastor at a church was keeping people in his basement against their will. I did want to bring you this story here this morning from Fox's Doug Evans.
From outward appearances, everything seems perfectly normal at this Griffin home on Valley Road. Neighbors tell Fox 5 the house had unusually large amounts of trash to pick up, but everything else appeared okay.
Things seemed generally fine. Have not noticed anything, like I said, other than the trash.
Griffin police say they've arrested Curtis Bankston, the homeowner, who they say is a local pastor at a church called One Step Faith Second Chance. He's accused of false imprisonment. First responders were called to the home last Thursday because of a person having a seizure. EMS says they discovered 8 individuals locked in the basement against their will in what state investigators now say was an unlicensed care home. Police say Bankston and his wife had control of the individual's finances and medications. State investigators have been called in because of what police deemed neglect and abuse that they say was both frightening and disgusting. Apparently, the residents weren't always locked in. Kim Brooks says she recently assisted one of them.
The individual that was lost was an elderly man, and he was on a walker, pushing a walker. And so he's trying to manage, and it's at night, so he's trying to manage being able to see where he's going, and the streets can get kind of dark. And so I just used my flashlight, and we just walked together down to the house, and I showed him where it was.
No charges have been filed against the pastor's wife. Police say the investigation is continuing. In Griffin, Doug Evans, Fox 5 News.
Meanwhile, I do want to go from Georgia out to Minneapolis, Minnesota, because today is a big day out there. Today, opening statements are set to begin for 3 former Minneapolis police officers. Thomas Lane, J. Alexander Kwang, and Tao Thao are charged with violating George Floyd's civil rights. The jury of 8 men and 10 women was seated within 1 day last week. The federal trial is taking place before the state trial, which is expected to start in June, and the trial could last about a month. Remember, this is something that we are going to touch base with our Fox 9 Minneapolis team at around 7:15 a.m. this morning, so be sure to stick around for that live report. Some of you are going to see a quick commercial break. When we return, we are going to stay in the U.S. and talk about some other big stories that we are following on this Monday morning, talking about the NCAA transgender athlete policies changing, the abortion and March for Life rally that was held over the weekend in our nation's capital, as well as the TSA now accepting arrest warrants as IDs for illegal immigrants. So stay with us. All that's coming up after this quick break. You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you from Orlando, Florida. The NCAA's new policy concerning the participation of transgender athletes is sparking the national governing body for each sport to determine eligibility requirements. Now, it also mandates hormone testing for champions, and the policy is getting some backlash. So I do want to bring you the latest from Fox News correspondent Alexandria Hoff this morning.
The NCAA will now allow trans athlete policies to shift on a sport-by-sport basis. Previously, trans women were overall eligible to compete if they could prove that they had received testosterone-suppressing medication for at least a year prior. That's the case for Leah Thomas, who has been breaking records this season on Penn's women's swim team. The new policy also requires hormone testing for championships. Caitlyn Jenner sounded off on Fox News this week. Listen in.
Disappointed. Basically, the NCAA just kicked the can down the road, and it's unfortunate. I am out there to protect women's sports.
Jenner added that even void of testosterone, she still outperforms women. South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem said on Fox News Sunday that she's pushing a bill to protect sports for biological women and girls.
This is about fairness. This is about making sure that our girls have a chance to be successful and to compete, to win scholarships, potentially go on and play professional sports beyond that.
USA Swimming provided a lengthy statement on Twitter. It reads in part, quote, "We also strongly believe in competitive equity and, like many, are doing our best to learn and educate ourselves on the appropriate balance in this space." Trans athletes like Chris Mosier have also taken issue with the policy change. He wrote in a statement that he feels it was rushed and provides no safeguards for trans student athletes. In Washington, Alexandria Hoff, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Alexandria Hoff for that report. Meanwhile, heading out to Washington, D.C., America's largest pro-life rally was held in the nation's capital on Friday. We did bring you some feeds from it here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, the annual event marks the 49th anniversary of Roe v. Wade, but many feel this year's march could be the last before the Supreme Court potentially overturns the landmark 1973 decision. I do want to bring you the latest from Fox's Madeline Rivera, who has more this morning from Washington.
Frigid temperatures didn't stop thousands of pro-life activists from gathering in Washington Friday. They've been holding the March for Life rally every year since the Supreme Court decided Roe v. Wade in 1973.
Life is sacred. It's a gift from God.
But now they're even more energized, warned by the hope that the court could finally answer their call to upend or roll back the landmark ruling.
We're so hopeful and positive that Roe will be overturned.
The march comes as the High Court considers the constitutionality of a Mississippi law that bans abortions after 15 weeks. Roe guaranteed a person's right to an abortion up to viability considered at 24 weeks. After hearing arguments in December, the court, with a 6-3 conservative majority, signaled an openness to weaken the nearly 50-year-old precedent.
I think that we're at a tipping point.
On Thursday, the Supreme Court dealt an additional blow to abortion providers, rejecting another attempt to block Texas' 6-week abortion ban. Some of those providers warning of more dangers if Roe is overturned.
Our fear is that people will do things that are more harmful to themselves, and that we will go back to seeing more women end up dying because they don't want to be pregnant.
The Supreme Court is expected to make a decision in the Mississippi case this summer. But March for Life organizers say if Roe v. Wade is overturned, the movement's work isn't done, as the decision would return the issue to the states. At the Supreme Court, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
Meanwhile, going from Washington, D.C. out to a live vantage point we have from Philadelphia International Airport on this Monday morning. Interesting story to bring you here this morning. The Transportation Safety Administration, so otherwise known as TSA, is now making it easier for illegal immigrants to board commercial airliners. This comes as more than 100 Republican lawmakers want a thorough review of the Biden administration's actions during the border crisis. Fox News correspondent Bill Malugin has the latest on the border battles this morning from La Jolla, Texas.
a law enforcement source shows a single massive group of about 400 migrants who crossed illegally into Eagle Pass, Texas on Wednesday night. Border Patrol photos show the size of that group, with the sector chief himself saying this was no coincidence. It was orchestrated by criminal elements for money. The night before, the exact same thing happened. Photos from Border Patrol show another group of 400 after they crossed illegally into Eagle Pass Tuesday night. Here in the Rio Grande Valley, we embedded with Texas DPS as they track down runners in the brush looking to evade near La Joya, Texas. 2 men in this group were from China. Meanwhile, TSA confirms to Fox News that the agency is allowing illegal immigrants to use arrest warrants as ID at security checkpoints in airports, telling us in part, quote, for non-citizens and non-U.S. nationals who do not otherwise have acceptable forms of ID for presentation at security checkpoints, TSA may also accept certain DHS-issued forms, including ICE Form I-200, warrant for arrest of an alien.
TSA confirmed that all they need is an arrest warrant to get past security. It tells me that all I need to do is wear a mask and commit a crime, and I can board a plane in the United States of America.
Now, more than 100 GOP lawmakers, including 21 senators, have now sent a letter to the DHS Inspector General requesting, quote, a comprehensive review of the decisions by the Biden administration that have led to the worst border crisis in United States history.
We want to know who came through at the checkpoints that was denied, who actually made through, who was caught in between the checkpoints, and what are the gotaways? These are questions that the American people are asking.
And just in the first 3 months of fiscal year 2022, there have already been more than 500,000 migrant encounters here at the southern border. That is more than double the first 3 months of fiscal year 2021. Reporting in Panitas, Texas, Bill Malugin, Fox News.
Meanwhile, heading back out to the White House in our nation's capital to continue on with some of what we are seeing in the United States. Under the Biden administration, a new threat could cause higher prices for consumers. Now, Fox News correspondent Ashley Strohmeyer has more on that, plus details on why the prices of some goods may not surge in the near future.
It's just the two of us, and I spend $500 a week on food, and I don't even know what I bought.
I feel sorry for people with big families. Prices are terrible. There's no reason for it.
Supply chain experts say we should expect to see increased prices at checkouts continue for a number of reasons. Businesses are paying higher money for gas, there's a shortage of workers, and the spread of the Omicron variant is creating issues for employers.
It's increased the variability in availability of labor, and it's also affected demand in sporadic ways.
Consumers are rushing out and stocking up on items, which puts pressure on companies to either announce products are sold out or it forces them to focus on the high-volume products. Fears overseas are also causing concerns for Americans, as Omicron variant cases have been showing up in China. There's a worry that could cause a manufacturing slowdown in items like semiconductors, which could impact the cost of cars and other electronics.
The question is how long these lockdowns would last and how many regions of the country would be affected.
Meanwhile, some experts predict prices for competitive goods may not surge as high as other items. They believe companies would rather take a financial hit than lose out on customers. Prices may eventually trend down, but some in the business industry say that largely depends on what happens with the future spread of the coronavirus and how it impacts the workforce. Ashley Strohmeyer, Fox News.
And be sure to stick with us because at 8:45 a.m. Eastern Time, we will be speaking live with political analyst Mike Herodopoulos, and we will definitely touch on the supply chain challenges that we are seeing in our nation. So be sure to stick around for that live report. Meanwhile, as we get into some COVID-19 related topics this morning, I do want to bring you the latest as we learn how the continuous fight against the Omicron variant is impacting schools across our nation. We've got the latest from Fox News correspondent Charles Watson this morning.
Sometimes the surge from Omicron could be starting to fall. The number of new infections decreasing 7% across the entire country last week, led by a dramatic drop in the Northeast, once the epicenter of the latest wave. This data has doctors preparing for a next phase where COVID becomes an endemic disease that can be managed.
Control means you're not eliminating it, you're not eradicating it, but it gets down to such a low level that it's essentially integrated into the general respiratory infections that we have learned to live with.
While the variant's downward trend is welcome news, a heightened level of concern remains at the nation's schools, where more staff than ever are calling out sick as students navigate an often confusing set of new guidelines on testing and masks. Virginia's governor recently issuing an executive order to lift his state's mask mandate in schools, but since individual districts will still be allowed to set their own rules, that's put school boards in a tough spot of being the ones to make the final call.
A lot of schools have built their preparations around the use of masks, and whatever we want to say about the benefit that masks are providing, it's providing some benefit. And I think parents are willing to tolerate masks in schools, recognizing it's very disruptive to children if there is an end date to it.
About half of all teens in the U.S. are fully vaccinated. That number is significantly lower on average for the 5 to 11 age group. In Atlanta, Charles Watson, Fox News.
Meanwhile, starting this week, Americans will have another weapon to help them from the fight in the coronavirus. N95 masks will be available for free. Now, Fox's Chris DeMeo has more on how you can get the masks and the latest prediction from medical experts on the recent surge in cases. Let's take a listen.
The rise in coronavirus infections caused by the highly contagious Omicron variant appears to be trending downward. Dr. Anthony Fauci predicts most states will hit their peak of infections by mid-February.
Things are looking good. We don't want to get overconfident, but they look like they're going in the right direction right now.
Fauci says the hope is in the next few weeks, the level of infections will be below what he calls an area of control.
Control means you're not eliminating it, you're not eradicating it, but it gets down to such a low level that it's essentially integrated into the general respiratory infections that we have learned to live with.
This comes as the White House is working to get 400 million N95 masks to Americans for free. People can pick them up at pharmacies starting this week. The masks will be available at CVS, Rite Aid, Walmart, and Walgreens, among other pharmacy locations. But the limit is 3 masks per person.
High filtration masks, including N95 respirators, KN95, and KF94, provide better protection than cloth masks or even surgical masks.
Meanwhile, vaccine makers are updating their formulas to provide increased protection against the variant. However, CDC Director Rochelle Walensky tells Politico she doesn't know how durable our vaccines will be in the continued fight against the coronavirus. She added the current vaccines largely prevent death and severe illness. Chris DeMeo, Fox News.
Meanwhile, tax season is kicking off and major backlogs aren't the only concern for taxpayers this year. Fox Business Network's Jerry Willis reports on the IRS's new plan on facial recognition requirements in order to access your data.
A new program being launched by the IRS will require you to scan your face and provide other personal data in order to be able to access your online tax data. The IRS hiring a third-party company, ID.me, as gatekeeper to verify filers' identity, claiming facial recognition is the most secure way to file. Charles Rettig, IRS commissioner, saying this: identity verification is critical to protect taxpayers and their information. The IRS has been working hard to make improvements in this area, and this new verification process is designed to make IRS online applications as secure as possible. But taxpayer trust in the IRS is extremely low, due in part to scandals like the targeting of Tea Party groups by the IRS in 2013. Leading some to question whether the information gathered by ID.me will be shared with the nation's largest tax collector or other federal agencies. ID.me says the IRS doesn't see biometrics. It's simply confirmation that the person is legitimate. Listen.
We match a selfie to the photo on your government ID. It's called one-to-one matching. It's what you do every time you unlock your smartphone, we want to be crystal clear that we do one-to-one matching. We're not doing any type of surveillance programs or anything of that nature.
He added that the only case in which information from the company's scans might be shared with federal agencies is in the cases of fraud, when a scammer is posing as a taxpayer. Now, with Monday being the first day that 2021 tax returns will be accepted, the IRS is facing a critical tax season. Just before Christmas, the agency still had 6 million unprocessed returns from last year. And President Biden has made moves to increase their workload by looking at digital payment apps. By June, facial recognition will be the only way to log into IRS.gov. That's where people check in on child tax credit updates and online payment updates. It's a long way to go for an agency whose some of their processing equipment is 40 years old. Jerry Willis, Fox Business.
All right, everybody. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. Here's a live now look we have over a vantage point in New York City. When we come back, we are going to get an update on the condition of one of the officers that was shot in Harlem over the weekend, specifically Friday night. One is fighting for their life while the other one tragically lost his life, and New York City is planning to honor him this week. Stick with us for that live report. All right, everybody, we are live in the White House right now, outside of the White House in our nation's capital. As we work to get you a live report with Fox 5 New York, I do want to stay in Washington, D.C., as our Fox 13 Tampa team is providing us an update on the Build Back Better agenda.
President Biden is trying to save some parts of his Build Back Better plan, and it now looks like his best chance is to pass his plan to deal with climate change. Our political editor, Craig Patrick, is here to show us what's in the works and what we can expect. Hi, Craig.
Well, to see what's in the works, Linda, you look at the circumstances. Keep in mind that all the indicators strongly suggest that Democrats will lose control of the U.S. House later this year in the midterms, and possibly, or if not likely, the Senate as well. So Democrats know this. They know that in losing the majority as expected, they may not have another chance to pass a plan on climate change for years, perhaps many years yet to come. And with that, there's a growing sense of urgency to do something. And that is, in fact, driving a revised agenda now in Congress.
My Build Back Better framework will make historic investments in clean energy.
The president's original proposal has already been scaled back. For example, Senator Joe Manchin nixed the provision that would have punished power companies that don't phase out fossil fuel. What's left are rewards in the form of tax incentives for companies and consumers who invest in renewable energy and electric cars. The idea is that electric cars can use a higher percentage of renewable energy as power companies move in that direction. And with that, Congress may now be on the brink of passing $550 billion in tax credits through the next 10 years. They'd support solar, wind, and nuclear power, as well as increase production of electric cars. Manchin said this is the provision the Senate can come to an agreement on easier than anything else, which is striking, as he appears to be the swing vote in getting it passed. For consumers, this would likely include additional rebates and credits for installing solar panels and buying energy-efficient appliances. There would be a $7,500 tax credit or rebate for buying a new electric vehicle. And there would also be an additional $4,500 credit if those vehicles are made by union labor in the United States.
So that they get rebates when they want to buy those vehicles. We already know that fossil fuels are just about on parity with electric vehicles in terms of price, but it's going to take a little bit more time. And those consumer rebates will help advance electricity sales so that we can be assured that the higher performing, cleaner vehicles are the clear winners in the marketplace.
So the idea here is to clearly throttle the electric vehicle market, as well as encourage people to install more solar panels and encourage power companies to introduce more sources of renewable energy into their grid as well, through rewards rather than penalties or punishment. There also are provisions that are drawing serious consideration here that would fund additional technology research, specifically research and development to find better ways to capture carbon once it's released.
So what's the most likely time frame for bringing this to a vote, Craig?
Well, it'll be at least a couple of weeks, because while Senator Manchin says this is the easiest area for compromise and movement, it doesn't mean that he agrees with everything right down the line, and he was the holdout on this particular provision. So it will take at least a couple of weeks of additional negotiation, but this does appear, relative to other components of Build Back Better, to be on the fast track at this point. So you could see passage sooner rather than later. It would be at least a couple of weeks, but remember, they've already been through this for several months.
All right, Craig Patrick, thank you. President Biden is...
All right, everybody, we are switching gears back to a story that we have been following since the news first broke Friday night. 2 officers shot in Harlem over the well, I want to say over the weekend, but this did happen Friday night. Now, unfortunately, one tragically did lose his life. The other one is fighting for his life. And I do want to head out live right now to NYU Langone in Kips Bay, where Fox 5 New York's Reagan Medji is joining us with the very latest on this situation. Reagan, we have seen that procession take place just yesterday as that one officer's body was moved. It's just been such a somber weekend, really, in the city. What can you tell us this morning?
Well, you know, it's not only been somber, but it's just a heartbreaking and violent beginning to 2022. And what we do know right now is that the funeral arrangements have been announced for that slain officer, Jason Rivera. Both the wake and the funeral will be held at St. Patrick's Cathedral starting on Thursday, the funeral on Friday at 9 a.m. Open to the public. But as for Jason Rivera's partner, 27-year-old Wilbert Mora, he is here at NYU Langone Medical Center in the Kips Bay section of Manhattan in critical condition.
The difficult process of saying goodbye has started. Fallen officer Jason Rivera's brothers and sisters in blue lining Broadway in Upper Manhattan on Sunday as his body arrived to the Riverdale Funeral Home from the medical examiner's office. The 22-year-old's body draped with the green, white, and blue NYPD flag as it was carefully carried inside. Emotional, gut-wrenching cries from family members as they were escorted into the funeral home in Inwood only underscores the heartbreak being felt after a young officer's life was cut so short. On Friday night, Rivera and his partner, 27-year-old Wilbert Mora, were shot during a domestic dispute between a mother and son inside a Harlem apartment. Rivera was killed and Mora remains in critical condition. Officer Rivera joined the force in 2020. This letter from the New York Post, written by Rivera to the commanding officer of the police academy, explains he wanted to join the NYPD to, quote, better the relationship between the community and the police. And it appears he had already been doing that in his Inwood neighborhood. Luisa Jimenez could not hold back her tears as she explained the loss to the community. Her neighbor, Luis Favio, translates.
She said he was really nice and he was always like helping her out and stuff.
Rivera's widow posting to Instagram a picture of her husband's locker where she explained he'd FaceTime her, adding, the day of the shooting was going to be his last workday before 3 days off, quote, to spend them together. But now your soul will spend the rest of my days with me, through me, right beside me. I love you to the end of time.
And it's been a violent beginning to 2022. So far, with only 3 weeks into the new year, 5 NYPD officers have been shot. We're live in Kips Bay. In Manhattan, Reagan Medji, back to you.
Yeah, Reagan, such a tragic story. So thank you for bringing us this update. I'm so glad that they're opening this to the public and allowing everybody to pay their respects. I know we'll be checking in with you a little bit later throughout the morning. So until then, stay warm. And thank you so much for joining us, Reagan.
You're welcome.
All right, everybody. When we come back from this quick 2-minute commercial break, this sparked a lot of conversation in New York City about gun violence, about change. So I do want to bring you the latest press conference held by New York City Mayor Eric Adams, as well as other officials, talking about how they want to change gun violence in the city, in major cities, and how they are pushing for President Biden and the White House to spark this reform as well. So we'll have that update for you here after this quick break.
And in the city of New York. And so as we talk about priorities, as we talk about reimagining what public safety is, we know we have to include the men and women of the NYPD, but we also have to include the crisis management system and clergy and faith leaders and so many other stakeholders and partners who have truly been doing this work on the ground. And so as the borough president, I look forward to working with Mayor Adams and his team as we create these partnerships and investments that will make a difference. We cannot, and we will not live in a borough of the Bronx in a city of New York in which violence determines our quality of life. We will not lose our young people to mass incarceration and the proliferation of guns. It is not acceptable. When children are shot in car seats, we have a problem. When children are shot dead in the street by other young people, we have a problem. And so we are going to be about getting this work done. We are going to be about partnership, collaboration, and investment, because at the end of the day, every New Yorker has a fundamental right to be safe in our city, and we will not stop until we achieve that goal.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm State Senator Gustavo Rivera from the 33rd District. Mayor, I want to thank you on a lighter note. Whenever I can walk from my home to wherever I need to go to, it's always good, regardless of how cold it is. But in all seriousness, I thank you for your presence here, sir, and I thank you for the words and the discussions that happened in that room. As the borough president said, we had some of the folks who do the work on the ground, the violence interrupters who know so well how all the work that it takes to actually make sure that violence like this does not occur. When it does, they respond to it. And the conversations that we had in the room are about how do we actually bring more resources to these organizations so they can do good work and keep violence from continuing to occur. And we had some deep discussions about how we actually do with this in the long term. And I'm very thankful that the mayor, just 3 weeks into his term, is already having these types of conversations. So I thank him for his presence, and I thank him for his commitments in that room and the continuing work that we all do to make sure that our communities are safe. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. I'm Councilmember Oswald Feliz, and I want to thank our mayor for, from day one, making it very clear that public safety is his #1 priority. To the people of the city of New York, we hear your cry for safe streets. You've been loud and clear that public safety is a problem that you want government to resolve. 3 days ago, an 11-month-old shot in the face. 2 days ago, me driving through Fordham Road, and I see a cab driver stabbed on Jerome Avenue. 1 day ago, 2 police officers shot, 1 killed. We hear your cry for public safety, and we, government officials, will not rest until we build a system that does not allow anyone to threaten your public safety. No one should have to worry about whether their child will make it back home when they're going to the grocery store, or when they're going to school, or when they're parking their car. As council member, that is going to be my #1 priority, and we will not rest until we build that system that doesn't allow anyone to threaten the public safety of any New Yorker. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I want to open the questions, but I want to say the best anti-violence initiative is having principals like this. This is Principal Day. This is her school. You could just feel the cleanliness, the energy, and you a graduate from this school.
Yep, 20 years ago. Yep.
So it's about creating a holistic approach to dealing with violence. Mm-hmm.
First is, can you give us a bit of an update on Officer Morales' injuries and condition and how he's doing, as well as the dispute that led up to this?
The officer's still fighting for his life. His family is there. I met with them this afternoon at Harlem Hospital. And so at this moment, it's about prayers. We need New Yorkers to pray for the well-being of this officer that we should all be proud of. And also the officers that responded, and I remember standing as the officer came out, and 2 of his partners were hugging each other and saying, we tried. So this is traumatic. And so, the medical diagnosis, I think we should leave it up to the doctors, but, he's fighting for his life right now.
I just wanted a second question. You've had quite a few of these, I think 3 of these roundtables now, and the common thing that's emerged is that those who are in it feel that there's more than the city and the NYPD could be doing by their own to fight gun violence. I'm wondering One, like, what's your plan for that? If you have any action items from these meetings, and whether you talked to any of the lawmakers standing in the way of the Build Back Better Act and that money for violence and things.
Well, that's my Build Back Better guy. But that is an amazing question, and why it's so important to sit down in these conversations. Think about this for a moment that I learned today. Every time I have these meetings, I learn something new. When we think of gun violence, we don't think of DSNY. One of the participants today explained to us that people who are selling drugs and hiding guns, they hide it behind garbage bags. And when you allow the garbage to stay on the street, they have a lot of stash places. And if my Department of Sanitation is not listening to the crisis management team on the ground and say, hey, I need you to pick up this garbage, then they are actually in the way of what they're doing on the ground. What I'm sharing to my crisis management teams, their power lies in city agencies. And so we are going to have meetings with my crisis management teams throughout the city, and they're going to do something revolutionary. They're going to meet the commissioners. And the commissioners are going to get the marching orders from me. Every agency in this city will have a liaison for the crisis management team. So the crisis management team and the credible messengers will no longer have to navigate the bureaucracy. Let that person in the agency navigate the bureaucracy. My crisis management team should be dealing with the crises, not dealing with the crises of navigating government. So we're going to change the dynamics to these are our Marines. And the Marines should not be waiting for the supplies to come in. They shouldn't have to worry about getting the resources they need. We're going to change the dynamic with all of our agencies, HBD, DOE, NYPD, FDNY. They're going to have a different relationship with my crisis management team.
Mayor, 2 quick questions. Mr. Mayor, I'm wondering if you can clarify exactly what precipitated the phone call about suspect's mother. What kind of argument was that? What's the call?
The detectives that's conducting the investigation, they will come out with a thorough report on exactly what happened based on the 911 tape. The mother was not really specific. She just stated that she was ill. Her son was coming up to take care of her, and he became problematic. She didn't drill into the specificity of being problematic on the 9/11 tapes, but I'm sure the detectives are doing a thorough investigation and interview to determine what led exactly to it.
Also, I'm wondering, Mr. Mayor, if you can tell us whether or not you've been able to trace the gun, find out how exactly he got it.
That's a great question. We know that it was reported stolen. There are cases, and I don't know if in this case we're dealing with it, but there are those in cases where they report their guns stolen and they sell them. We have some horrific laws in parts of the country where you don't even have to report your gun stolen. That's a real federal change that we can make. In addition to that, imagine that you have to register your car every year, yet you don't have to register that you still have your gun every year. So we need to look at how do we go about identifying those guns and the guns problems of being out on our street. The Build Back Better, you wanted to talk, there was a question about Build Back Better.
As you know, the Build Back Better is a $1.7 trillion initiative that has, for example, $35 billion for NYCHA. Now, NYCHA is in high need of capital investment. You may say, well, what does that have to do with public safety? I think a lot, because if you don't have working elevators, you're going to have issues. If it's cold and the boiler is not working, you're going to have issues. And if the quality of life is really poor, then that's going to contribute to a bunch of other things. But in addition to that, it has $5 billion for violence intervention. Now, we met with a group of violence intervention specialists from this neighborhood that can prove to us how their work in a particular zip code has contributed to the reduction, the dramatic reduction of violent crimes. So they are part of the formula. It's not just cops on the street, and I'm a supporter of that. It's also how do we work with the community and this school and the violence intervention specialists to make it happen. But they need the dollars. And right now, Build Back Better is being hijacked by politics, by partisan politics. And so we need to go back and fight to have that money released and adopted into law and come into these neighborhoods as quickly as possible.
Mayor, you said you're looking for a partnership with the legislature. You said it's not necessarily bail reform, but what sort of solutions are you looking from the legislature? And Senator Rivera as well. There's a bill that was passed last year, the gun manufacturing bill, that would keep gun manufacturers responsible. Is this something that can be applied in this case?
And I like that question as well. So what we have identified and what we have been doing for the last 3 weeks is, as I said, there is a sea of violence, and seas, they are filled by rivers that flow into them. We have to put dams on all of these rivers. And those rivers we're going to lay out comprehensively in a speech that we're going to do. I met with my team this morning that we're putting the final touches so people could explain and understand in a real way what's feeding this violence on the federal level, on the state level, what we need to tweak, and what I believe had good intentions, some of the legislation that we have witnessed, but we need to re-examine and tweak it, not change it, but there's just certain places we need to tweak to get it the results that we're all looking for. And then we need to look at our DAs and share with our DAs, here's what we're doing that's increasing this violence. And something that's often overlooked, our court system. What is the role of the court system and what is it playing in allowing shooters to stay on the street too long? And then what we are going to do as police officers in the police department. So we are going to lay out what is the blueprint for safety and show how we got here. Because that's the question we have to answer. How did we get here? And we're going to lay that blueprint out, and this will give everyone the marching orders that we're moving in the same direction to end this violence that we're seeing. Because if the police just take thousands of guns off the street and we are putting dangerous criminals on the streets, or we're not addressing the flow of guns, then we're wasting our time. So we need a concerted, organized effort, and you're going to see how we're going to accomplish that when we give my overall blueprint for safety. And I like that name. Hold on, we got you. I'm gonna get you. Mm-hmm. Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, sorry.
So I believe that you're referring to Senator Myri's bill, which would hold gun manufacturers accountable, much like we hold basically anybody else who makes any type. If you buy something at your house and you get electrocuted from it, then you can actually hold the manufacturer accountable. That's a bill that I support. But everything that we do in the conference, in the Democratic conference in the Senate, is something that we discuss as a conference. I can assure you that we care deeply about all of these issues, about how we resolve gun safety, how we hold manufacturers accountable in this particular sense, is something that we would be discussing as a conference to see if we would move it. But certainly, I'll make sure that if my name is not on the bill already, I believe it is, but I'll be talking to Senator Myrie about moving that bill pretty soon. Thank you.
Mayor, these officers were ambushed basically by someone holding an illegal firearm. New York has some of the most restrictive laws in the entire country. Our data analysis shows that many of these guns are coming from the south along the I-95 corridor. They're not purchased here in New York. What do we do about that?
And that is what our conversation has been with the president. Just as there are a small number of shooters, there's a small number of shooters in the city. There are a small number of gun dealers that are providing these guns in different ways. We need to close those loopholes, and we have not. And that's the help we need from the federal government. We're going to do our job. It is shown. The numbers are clear. Officers are taking thousands of guns off the streets, but they need help. And the help is to stop the flow. And that is what the federal government must do, and Congressman and the New York delegation, the Chicago delegation, Detroit delegation, all of these communities where there's witnessing the overproliferation of guns are mobilizing now to get the state, the federal, and city agencies together, ATF, FBI. We're meeting here in the city every morning at 10 a.m. with a collaboration of law enforcement agencies. I talked about it on the campaign trail. The former administration introduced my idea in August. That is in place. It's extremely impressive what's happening. This is going to be the model across the country on how we deal with this gun violence that we're seeing.
You are streaming live now from Fox, everybody, on this Monday, January 24th. We are taking a listen in to the latest press conference held by New York City Mayor Eric Adams, as well as other officials, including specific officials from the Bronx, because while we've seen a huge uptick in crime in New York City as a whole, a majority of it has been in the Bronx in recent months. So they are talking about changing gun violence legislation. New York City Mayor Eric Adams vowing to tackle the city's gun violence epidemic, especially after NYPD officer Jason Rivera was shot and killed in Harlem on Friday. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to entirely switch gears here and head out to the state of Minnesota as the federal trial begins for the 3 other officers involved in George Floyd's death. Stay with us. You are streaming live now from Fox, everybody, on this Monday, January 24th. We are taking a live now look over traffic moving this Monday morning in St. Paul, Minnesota. Now, a lot of eyes and ears going to be on St. Paul, which is the capital of the state today, because today marks the first day in the federal trial of 3 former Minneapolis Police Department officers facing charges for violating George Floyd's civil rights during that deadly arrest on May 25th of 2020. So I do want to welcome into the conversation Fox 9 Minneapolis's Bill Keller. Bill, good morning to you. Now, to start off this segment, I do want to point out that these are for the 3 officers that were alongside Derek Chauvin on that day almost 2 years ago at this point. But how come we're not going to see Derek Chauvin in court?
Good morning, Regina. Yeah, well, Derek Chauvin was the one that everybody saw on that videotape. He was the former Minneapolis police officer who actually held his knee on George Floyd's back and neck for more than 9 minutes until he took his last breath. And he is the one who has already been convicted for the murder of George Floyd. He's spending 22 and a half years in prison. He was initially a co-defendant. The 4 of them were co-defendants in this federal civil rights trial. But last month, he just pleaded guilty in this case, essentially in the hopes of doing his time concurrently. He's already spending 22 and a half years behind bars. He would rather do that in a federal prison than in a state prison. So he decided to plead guilty in this trial. Now you've got the 3 other co-defendants who wanted to have separate trials. There's still going to be 3 co-defendants, but without Derek Chauvin.
Now, you know, Bill, when it comes to the state and federal charges, can you explain the difference a little bit? I know the federal trial is taking place before the state trial, which is expected to happen in June, I believe.
Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of odd. That'll be very interesting that this has been moved ahead of that criminal trial. Now, they are charged with aiding and abetting the murder of George Floyd, much less serious charges. They were the officers who were basically doing crowd control and assisting in the initial takedown and handcuffing, but it was Derek Chauvin who actually had his knee and contact with Floyd during that whole videotaped incident. They were the ones, in fact, Tutal was the one who had his back to Floyd. They each played a slightly different role. So what's really interesting here is they'll do opening statements today. They'll start with the prosecutors. They'll lay out their case. We're pretty familiar with it at this point. But then each one of the co-defendants will have their own unique defense attorney making their own opening statements. Each could have a slightly different defense because they played a slightly different role. They also have very different experience levels. Some were just rookies with only a few days or months on the job. So it'll be interesting to see again. It's about depriving George Floyd of his civil rights, not necessarily for his murder. But he deserved to be obviously free from certain civil rights.
Yeah, and Bill, you know, I want to point out to our viewers that the jury, I believe, was just seated in one day. So what do we know about the jury?
What's really different about this trial versus the criminal trial of Derek Chauvin was they seated this jury in a single day. We went through 2 weeks of jury selection where they did extensive voyeur. You know, they were asking a lot of questions of the jury. In this case, the judge basically says, you know, he asked a couple of questions. They were able to seat 12 jurors and I believe 6 alternates in a single day. That just happened last week. So this is moving much faster. Also important to note, this will not be videotaped. It will not be broadcast live. There'll be pool reporters similar to what we saw with Chauvin's trial, but it will not have the same sort of edge of your seat viewing.
Yeah, definitely. And I know with the help of your team, we were streaming the Derek Chauvin trial each and every day. So to our viewers, like Bill just said, we will not be able to do that, but we will get updates from Bill and his team throughout the course of it. So Bill, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. And we'll be touching base with you guys again soon. Stay warm out there.
All right. Thanks, Regina. Good morning.
All right, everybody. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back with some more top stories that we're following on this Monday morning. You are streaming live now from Fox, everybody, on this Monday, January 24th, and it is sunrise time here on the East Coast, taking a beautiful look over the sun rising over Tampa, Florida. Now, important to mention, now, like I say, I apologize because I know a lot of you guys are joining us from places with way more frigid temperatures, but we here in Florida, not really accustomed to that. And this morning, I know myself, Regina Gonzalez, I join you guys from Orlando, Florida every morning. It was 36 degrees when I stepped outside of my door in Tampa, Florida. I know that it's 40 degrees as we speak right now. This is when you walk around Florida, you see people in North Faces, you see people in Uggs, getting their really hot coffee at Starbucks or Dunkin' Donuts. So definitely keeping track of some chilly temperatures out here in the state of Florida on this Monday morning. Meanwhile, I do want to stay in Tampa. As you know, we are powered by owned and operated stations across the nation. Well, our Fox 13 Tampa team is taking a closer look at Havana syndrome. This is the CIA report on a mysterious illness striking our diplomats, and it's drawing a lot of controversy. So let's take a listen here on Live Now from Fox.
Diplomats is drawing some controversy now tonight. It also raises more questions than it answered. Our political editor, Craig Patrick, joins us now to put some findings into the reaction as well into context. Craig, we're talking about, what, several years worth? What are we, 4 or 5 years already?
Yes, and we're talking about something called Havana syndrome because that's when it originated in that time frame and then spread to other parts of the world. And growing evidence had suggested these individuals were subjected to a directed energy attack of some kind by a foreign adversary. However, the CIA found in this interim report that that is not what's happened in most of the cases.
I woke up in the middle of the night. I had a terrible case of vertigo.
Mark Polymeropoulos is a former CIA agent and one of around 200 U.S. diplomats, military, and national security staff suffering from a bizarre illness that the CIA just largely dismissed.
So I've had a headache for 4 years. The lead seems to indicate that this all is nothing.
It's called Havana syndrome because that's where diplomats first reported it, but cases have since popped up around the world. The 200 affected reported dizziness, headaches, and in some cases, serious brain injuries. And last December, a National Academy of Sciences report determined it's most likely a directed energy attack, with Russia emerging as a prime suspect.
The technology that can make something like this possible isn't all that exotic or even all that novel.
During the Cold War, the Soviet Union experimented with microwave beams, attempting to weaponize them and use them as a form of surveillance or as a tool to steal data from people they target.
We had been working overtime to try to understand what happened, who might be responsible.
Along the way, some have suggested Havana syndrome is psychosomatic and largely driven by mass hysteria. Senator Marco Rubio and other intelligence leaders in Congress suggested those claims may be advanced by influence agents. But the interim CIA report found most of the 200 cases are not attacks from a foreign government, but rather unrelated illnesses and environmental factors. That leaves only around 24 other cases they're still looking into. And for further context, our government did ask all diplomats if they had particular symptoms that were unexplained, particularly as it relates to vertigo, vestibular issues, headaches, to please come forward and report them. And the gist of this CIA report is that most of those cases, when people came forward, as they were asked to do, were not tied to the original cases that they're focused on, which brings us back to them culling the list in this report and now focusing on around 24 cases, not the 200, but 24 cases, and among those still in investigation. At that point, they are not ruling out this could be the work of a foreign adversary and a directed energy attack, but far more focused than what was originally believed.
Yeah, just a fraction of what everybody first thought. What about this $30 million that our government committed to treating the victims of Havana syndrome? Where does it leave that? Where are we with that?
Well, that is written into law already. That was part of the Defense Authorization Act. So that money has already been committed. The concern that some are expressing at this point, who say they are victims of this, is that this could give the government some rationale to deny claims if you don't fall among the 24 believed to be impacted by something specifically known as Havana syndrome, as opposed to some other environmental exposure or unrelated health issue. But that remains to be seen.
Sure. All right. Hopefully they get some relief. Craig Patrick with us. Craig, thanks. The CIA report on the
All All right, everybody. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to head back to some COVID-19 related discussions this morning. Our very own Christy Larson is speaking with a professor at Yale University about a wearable clip that could detect COVID-19. This could change the game for a lot of us. So we'll listen into that interview here after this quick 2-minute commercial break.
Coronavirus has been detected here in the United States now for 2 years. We've been dealing with the pandemic, but where is the future going? We're going to be bringing in assistant professor at Yale School of Public Health, Crystal Pollitt. And Crystal, I want to talk about this brand new clip that you guys have been testing and have created that could possibly detect coronavirus.
Well, thanks for having me here. I'd be happy to discuss the clip.
So let's just go ahead and talk about what you guys have created. So tell me a little bit about wearing this clip, what it does for those who are going to be possibly wearing it in the future.
Yes, of course. So we have the clip right here. This is a small wearable device that you can place on your collar, your lapel, and it will collect airborne SARS-CoV-2. So if it's present in aerosol or droplets, it collects it onto a polymer film that we have inside the device. Once you finish wearing it, we then use PCR to then measure how much of that virus you potentially been exposed to.
So when you created this, talk about why you think this would be something necessary for people to have.
Of course. So we can rely on at-home testing, PCR testing to see if someone is infected. But this clip allows us to go a step before that and say, was there a potential exposure to one person, or we can just place it in an indoor space to say, were people within that space potentially exposed to airborne virus? So that accelerates the ability to contact people to say, perhaps there should be quarantining, extra precautions with those individuals to prevent any community transmission.
I mean, we think about how long we've been dealing with this virus, and it could only be sticking around for the future as well. So do you picture this something that's going to be prominent in a lot of people's households, something they're going to carry around with them?
It definitely has a lot of utility in various spaces, especially high-risk spaces where we have a lot of different people coming together. So be that in healthcare settings, in restaurants where you're not wearing your masks, in schools, just as an alert. And what we're excited about is that this has utility for SARS-CoV-2, but we can also expand it to other respiratory viruses that we're more commonly exposed to.
So wearing this clip, you said that it could detect, depending on what's been in the air around it. Is it just a one-time use and then you're going to have to, send that clip in to be tested? Talk about how that's going to work.
So you'll wear the clip and then it'll be sent in for analysis. But we reuse all components of the clip so it can be reused by that person or someone else. We only replace the polymer film that's inside the device.
So if people who might be listening are thinking about, okay, this sounds like a great thing, especially maybe if they work, in the restaurant industry, or maybe they do have to go out into some of those public spaces. How far out are we from seeing something like this introduced into the public?
Yeah, that's a great question. And it's something that we're exploring on how best we can scale it. Our first point was to make sure that it works well, and we're confident in the measurements that we get with it.
So let's go into some of those measurements, some of the studies that you guys have conducted with these clips. What have been some of those results you've seen?
So we first started testing it at Yale New Haven Hospital, and we placed it into rooms of patients that were COVID positive, and we were able to detect airborne virus in those patient rooms in the ICU. We then went into the lab and we looked at how quickly virus is taken up onto that polymer film so that we could get an exact measurement for what airborne levels were. And then the last step of our testing was we gave the clip to people around Connecticut to wear. These are people within working at healthcare facilities, working at different community organizations, as well as restaurant servers across the state.
So we're thinking about, possibly having something like this. I know you're not the only ones who have a device like this that you're trying to introduce and, get into the public, but where do we think this could be helpful in the future?
So we see the clip as a means for early detection. So being able to prevent community transmission if we think that there's a potential exposure event that occurs.
Yeah, it's not going to be something that blocks you from getting it. It's just going to help you understand where to go from there if you may have had the virus detected.
Yeah, that's exactly. And we have wonderful infectious control measures like wearing a mask, increased ventilation, that we know are going to decrease your exposure to the virus. But this is not meant to inhibit those exposures.
So talk a little bit about the team that helped create this clip as well, because obviously there's a lot of great minds probably that have also worked behind this.
There's been a fantastic team that I've been very fortunate at Yale to work on this. And just as you say, this has been very much a team effort from people at the School of Public Health, to the Yale School of Engineering and Applied Science, as well as the Yale School of Medicine, that we've all come together to develop and demonstrate the utility of this clip.
And do we think that, right now you guys are looking at the SARS-CoV-2, virus, but do we think that this could also be something in the future that could help detect other illnesses that we see repeating and coming back year after year?
Yeah, great point. So we see this as, and have shown that it's useful for SARS-CoV-2, but there's many other respiratory viruses that we're commonly exposed to. And we're doing testing right now to demonstrate the use for influenza, rhinovirus, as well as other viruses.
And like you said, I mean, if we could see possibly, in the future, these in schools and, in other busy areas where we want to keep some of those people well protected, it could be very useful.
Exactly. So if we see that there is high levels of exposure, then that's a perfect scenario that we can say we need to have fewer people within that space. We need more masks being worn. We need more ventilation within the space.
So what's next for everyone there who's behind, this clip at the Yale School of Public Health?
So we are giving this out for use in healthcare settings across the New Haven area, and working with different administrative teams on exactly what we talked about of how do we then enhance infectious control measures in places that we are commonly detecting exposure to airborne SARS-CoV-2. And we're now looking on how we can then expand this further to scale use beyond just these healthcare settings.
Yeah, just another way that we can try to protect ourselves as we continue to deal with this virus that continues to show us new variants and new ways that it's spreading. Anything you think important to note when it comes to this clip or also coronavirus?
So this is one layer of providing some type of information that the person may have been exposed to the virus, but it by no means replaces all of the infectious control measures that we've talked about having in place.
Yeah, again, it's just one more thing that you could do to try to gain a little bit more knowledge when you are going out into some of these settings. So we appreciate you breaking it down for us, telling us a little bit more about it. And again, we do have Crystal Paulette here with us with the Yale School of Public Health, and assistant professor there. Thanks so much, Crystal, for joining us here today.
Thanks for having me.
A very interesting interview there from our very own Christy Larson. I do want to entirely switch gears here back to some crime-related news that we have learned overnight. Authorities say a D.C. police officer was shot last night in the Northwest. Now, I do want to head out there live right now. That is where Fox 5's Maureen Ume is joining us. Maureen, I understand that the suspect is still at large. What is the scene looking like right now? What can you tell us?
Well, the barricade situation that was happening is long over, and now we are at the 4th District Police Headquarters. This is where the officer that was shot was stationed. And so setting the scene for you, this all happened about 9 o'clock last night. Police are saying that they approached a man who looked suspicious. As they were trying to talk to him, the man simply opened fire on these officers and then ran into a nearby building and then barricaded himself inside that building. For quite some hours, the entire SWAT team was sent out to the scene to try to defuse that situation, and eventually they did, but the suspect is still at large. Now, the good news in all of this is that the officer who was shot was taken to the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries and has since been released. So that is the great news here. As we've been reporting across the country, officers coming under fire and unfortunately losing their lives. In this instance, that did not happen, although the chief of police was on the scene and was very, very concerned from the interviews he did about the safety and the well-being of that officer, who, as I said right now, was treated and released. Right now, the search is on for that suspect. There isn't a clear description of this person right now, but police are searching for that suspect. The barricade situation now long over, the scene cleared up. Police now just focusing their attention on catching this person who opened fire on these officers. Back to you.
Yeah, Maureen, and like you said, so many officers since the turn of the new year, unfortunately getting shot, one in New York City losing his life. So good news to report that he will be okay. And we'll continue to touch base with you and your team as we learn more about now the search for the suspect. Thank you, Maureen. You have a good day.
You too.
All right, everybody. Again, Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. We are continuing to focus heavily on crime this Monday morning, as so many incidents have happened since the stroke of midnight, when the clock turned to midnight for 2022. 5 New York City officers shot, one unfortunately losing his life on Friday after him and his partner were shot by a suspect in Harlem. This is sparking calls for gun violence change, for change and focus on crimes in major cities. Now, New York City Mayor Eric Adams did hold several press conferences, roundtables this weekend following the fatal shooting of that officer in Harlem. Now, at 8:15 a.m. Eastern time, we will be speaking live with Fox 5 New York's Reagan Medji, getting an update on that officer. So in just a few minutes, we are going to play for you a roundtable held by New York City Mayor Eric Adams. I'm going to send some of you on a quick 2-minute commercial break, and when we return, first, I do want to play you the brief 4-minute update from D.C. officials on the shooting that happened in D.C. just last night.
Very suspicious in terms of his behavior. Our officers attempted to make contact with this person in the 1300 block of Spring Road. As the officers attempted to make contact with this person, he pulled a firearm, fired several shots of our officers, wounding one of our officers. That officer has been taken to an area hospital where he's currently being treated. The suspect in that case, our courageous officers gave chase to this person after the officer was shot. They chased the person to the area of the 1400 block of Quincy Place, and that's where we're focusing our attention right now. We're asking the public to please avoid that area. Our SWAT team is active right now. We're currently conducting a search for this person. We're asking anyone who has information related to this incident to please give us a call on 202-727-9099.
Can you tell us a little bit about the officer's injuries? Is he expected to be okay?
His injuries appear to be non-life-threatening at this time. I'm here dealing with this, but I want to get to the hospital and check on our officer.
And you're pretty sure the suspect is holed up in an apartment building?
We're not certain right now, and again, we're asking people to please avoid that area. We're meticulously searching that area for this particular person.
Do you know what exactly led to this altercation to begin with?
No, we're not clearly sure exactly what happened. We know this person was displaying some behavior that brought the officers, that really kind of got the officers' attention. When they attempted to contact him, before they can contact him, he started firing shots at these officers. So again, I just want to ask for the public's prayers, also ask for the public to just please avoid this area. We'll be out here for a while until we find the person responsible for this.
Did the officers return fire?
It does not appear that the officers returned fire. Thank you so much.
You just heard there from Chief of Police, Chief Conti. He gave us an update. The officer is suffering from non-life-threatening injuries. They're asking the public to stay away from this area in Petworth along Quincy Road in the 1400 block because it is still not safe. They're still searching the area for the suspect. At one point, we thought that he perhaps barricaded, and the suspect was barricaded inside a building, but that is not confirmed. They said they're searching the area, so please, the public is asked to stay away from the area while the police conduct their business and continue the investigation. Back to you guys.
All right, everybody, that was a brief update from our Fox 5 DC team at that press conference late last night as the situation unfolded. Again, this suspect is still at large in the Washington, D.C. area, so we will be in touch continuously with our Fox 5 DC team for any updates on this situation. Some of you are going to see a quick break. As promised, we are going to stay on our crime watch this morning. Head back out to New York City, where New York City Mayor Eric Adams held a roundtable discussion on gun violence and calls for change when it comes to gun laws and punishment. This is coming after that tragic incident in New York City over the weekend, specifically Friday night, where two officers were shot in Harlem, one tragically losing his life, the other one fighting for his life in critical condition at a New York City hospital. So we do have a live report coming up for you at 8:15 a.m. Eastern time with Fox 5 New York outside of the hospital where that officer is as we speak. But before that, we're going to listen into a roundtable discussion from New York City Mayor Eric Adams. Stay with us.
And I just took notes in my book, in my journal, and said, you know what, when we get the helm, we can do this the right way. But doing something the right way starts with communicating with people who are on the ground. You know, I don't want to go in and attempt to dictate to you when you are on the ground. I want to hear your ideas and what we need to be doing as we evolve into the next level of the on-the-ground fighting, crisis management, of all the different groups and organizations that are doing this. I want to hear from you as we build out the program and come with some not so standard, that is not unique to the particular areas, but to really have an understanding. You know, and I just saw Sheena. Sheena, what are you doing all the way over there? Come on, come on. This is my deputy mayor strategic
right?
partnership. You know, so, you know, she's the one that's going to create all these partnerships. So you got to grab a chair and sit here. So we want to spend the bulk of our time hearing from you and your thoughts as we arm ourselves up for this, the next couple of years. But, just being present in what we're doing. So I just want to, just give my colleagues that are here a few comments, and then we're going to turn it over to you. Just give me your insight, Go down the line. Go ahead, Senator. We just all the way through.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you all for being here. And thank you, Mr. Mayor, for calling us today. I'll be very brief. As I said yesterday, in the vigil for that 11-month-old, first, we have to support families and communities who are going through this crisis. Second, we have to think about accountability for the folks who have done wrong. But third, we have to ask ourselves the tough questions of how we truly create safe communities, how we create communities that are thriving, that are stable, where this type of thing does not happen. And those are the tough questions. That's why you're all here. We thank you for being here, and I'm glad for the invitation. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for being out here today. Thank you, Mayor. We were here yesterday for the vigil for the young girl that got shot, and then the mayor and I met at Harlem Hospital to be with the families of Officer Rivera and Mora. And prior to that, we have been also with the, in East Harlem, where the young woman that worked at Burger King got shot and killed. Even though she gave her money back to the guy, the armed robbery, they just went ahead and shot and killed her anyway. All in my district. So this is a crisis, right? Far too much in a short period of time. And you are sort of like the folks on the ground that could be very helpful. We want to hear from you. And also, I'm an advocate that we work with the mayor to see also how we could implement more effective law enforcement practices so that we could. I come from Washington Heights in the 80s and 90s. I don't need to tell you what went on there. I see far too many elements of what I saw back in the day over there. Here. In fact, it reminds me of that. I told the mayor yesterday that we need to work together to dismantle that. Yes.
Peace and blessings, everyone. Thank you so much to Mayor Adams for once again coming to the Bronx, and to all of my colleagues in government who are here, and really all of you, our credible messengers on the ground that every single day are doing God's work. You already know, I see you. We've had a great partnership during my time in the City Council. I am no stranger to being in the streets with all of you, and so we're going to continue to do work. And I think if there's ever been a reminder of the importance of our work, all we have to do is look at the first 3 weeks of this year under the leadership of this new administration, our mayor and myself as your borough president. I never thought I would experience the first 3 weeks as we have done. But we are ready, willing, and able to do the work. We've responded, and certainly whether it's the horrific fire in Twin Parks, the building explosion in Longwood, the police officer shot in Belmont, to the shootings we've had in the middle of all of this. There was someone fatally shot early this morning down in the South Bronx. And so it's happening every single day. And I want to continue to uplift all of you and give you the power that you need. You are out there literally putting your lives on the line to save our young people and give them a real chance at a future. And we elected officials have to do more to support you. And so I thank you for being with us this past week, but I thank you for all the work you've done over the years. The crisis management system is a system that I believe in, and during my time with the council supported you as the chair of the Committee on Public Safety. And certainly I know your work. I know your heart. I know your mission, your commitment, and the investments you've made. And so today is a real opportunity to talk and strategize and plan, because if we don't plan, then we fail to plan, and we plan to fail. And the reality is we need a plan. We cannot continue to gather at vigils and all sorts of events where we're mourning the lives of someone lost, someone in the hospital. It's just unacceptable. And I want to thank our mayor and certainly ask all of you to continue to pray for the Officer Rivera, who put his life on the line, and his partner who's fighting for his life. And just pray for everybody, because there's a lot of people out in our city, in our borough, that are hurting. But I look forward to working with you, and you already know, if I need to be there, I will be there with you, boots on the ground. We are here to get stuff done. We are not playing. Time is of the essence, and I thank you all for your incredible work.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all for being here, and thank you so much, Mayor Adams, for organizing this. I'm Councilmember Oswald Feliz. I'm the proud council member of this district. I'm also a proud resident of this neighborhood. I grew up and I've lived here my entire life. And I'm also a proud graduate of this school, PS 46. This is a school that I attended about 20 years ago. And as a lifelong Bronx resident, but also resident of this neighborhood, I can tell you there's a lot of pain. Families growing up here are consistently asking themselves one question: whether they'll ever see safe neighborhoods, or whether what it's going to take for them to see a safe neighborhood is to move out of the neighborhood that they're currently living at. That's horrible. That's beyond horrible. But I want to thank all of you for working around the clock, risking your lives, door knocking, and intervening, and doing everything possible to interrupt violence before it happens. And I'm looking forward to continuing to work with all of you, and also all my partners in government, city, state, and federal elected leaders. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. And we're gonna open the floor. But you know, someone always ask, well, if the crisis management, or you know, the credible messengers, if they're in the borough, why do we have a shooting? And I keep telling them, you looking at the shooting that happened, look at the ones that did not happen, because you were there. You know, so we talk about how many runs a batter knocked in. We don't say how many runs are saved by the shortstop, you know. And so I know that, you know, you're stopping a whole lot of beefs and battles and retaliatory shootings. I'm aware of that. And, you know, so don't listen to the noise. Let's stay focused and not get distracted. You know, so why don't we open the floor? Based on your observation of doing this work, what are some of the things that you believe could be done better? You know, what are your thoughts? And so just a conversation. We're going to have a larger conversation citywide and bring all of the teams in. But we specifically wanted to come to the Bronx. The Bronx is dealing with a lot of shootings lately, and we wanted to come here. And that's why we held this just with Bronx for the most part. I know that we sent out a citywide in error, but it was really, this was Bronx focus. That was our focus. But we will be doing a citywide, larger event with all of the groups and organizations. But we really wanted to be thoughtful on the Bronx. So we'll open it up. Let's start with SOS.
All right.
Hello, everyone. Peace and blessings to everyone. And thank you for all the elected officials for saying such kind words and truly believing in this work. Mr. Mayor, congratulations again, and definitely have been seeing a lot of your energy, so definitely want to throw back more, and a lot of positive energy your way because it's a very busy time. Definitely seeing the Borough President out every day, boots on the ground. Haley Nolasco, Director of Community-Based Violence Prevention at the Center for Court Innovation. So I'm here representing both SOS and the RISE Project. The RISE Project is the domestic violence arm of the city, the CMS network. So also wanted to let you all know about that project, since what happened, the tragic incident last night was actually a domestic violence dispute, and we do cover that area, so wanted to also share that as well. Briefly, and I don't know if this is part of this conversation, maybe it'll come up a little later on, but one of the things that I'm seeing that I think could be beneficial to this is that everybody's been working really hard. And I think because of a lot of the work that has been happening, the testament to that work has been the addition of resources to the crisis management system. And I know the MOCJ has been working extremely hard to get all those resources to the groups as soon as possible so that we're able to increase capacity and really expand and work in those areas that we're so desperately needed in. But sometimes, and also having worked in the previous administration as well, understanding that sometimes there is some red tape that exists. So sometimes the need doesn't always match the getting the funds to the organization so that they're able to hire as quickly as, it's needed. So it's like, you need to hire, and, something happens, like, where are the people? And it's like, oh, we need to hire. So helping and supporting, because especially when MOCJ is really working really closely with the groups to support them, sometimes things may get held up in like contracts and things like that. So, for example, with the the recent amendments that that are helping to increase capacity, there's been a little bit of a hold up contracts-wise. So I think that once a little bit of that red tape gets removed, a lot of these organizations would be able to staff more expeditiously, those additional boots on the ground. So I think that's one thing, because all of the groups citywide, and they've all been working extremely hard to really just, I don't want to say chase fires, but there's just so much that's been happening. So I think that that's one thing, that the work is happening, it's working, but to really be able to match the need, I think that that little piece could be super helpful. So that's just
we should, we should identify what's the bottleneck. And if you could help us understand what's the bottleneck, bureaucracy gets in the way, and these cities are so dysfunctional, and it should not. Number one, if you already had a contract and you're just renewing it, you should not be starting from scratch. I don't know if that's what's happening. I don't know if you're dealing with more paperwork. We want to move to a place that we're using technology better. And, filling out, we hear this all the time, filling out, thousands of documents to get a $5,000 grant just makes no sense, So we want to figure out how do we streamline this and at the same time protect taxpayers' money. We don't want to be reckless with our action. Mm-hmm. So we should get some ideas from you based on your observation on how do we streamline the process. Mm-hmm.
So, happy Saturday, all. Jessica Mofield, Executive Director of the Office to Prevent Gun Violence at MOCJ. Thank you for creating this space to not only hear and amplify the voices of the individuals of this room, but also the collective. I can speak a little bit more explicitly to the issues of procurement that Haley is referencing. This is a structural issue that we've been experiencing in the city, where the heart and spirit of the organizations are not always matched by the city's policies and procedures around how access to capital gets to community members. I think a lot of times, based on the structure of it being reimbursable, there's the assumption that there's access to cash flow already. So the work already happens and then people are reimbursed. So I think where the red tape lies is policy around changing contracts from being reimbursable to supporting, whether it's by performance-based or by line item, where we're actually able to get money to community at the same cadence of the expectations that we have for their performance on the ground. Mm-hmm. I feel like that's explicitly important. So I think a lot of what we see in this space, especially when we talk about the exhaustion and the trauma of constantly having to come out and convene around vigils, around babies being hurt, around individuals not being able to come home, I think it also speaks to other system actors that are not in this space today. A lot of this is around not only access to capital, but access to housing, and how people are able to remove themselves out of communities in different spaces, not necessarily completely out of the borough, but in other neighborhoods where they can establish a perception and a sense of safety at the ability of being able to move, even though they might not have the financial capacity to be able to move themselves. Mm-hmm. So if we had the ability to connect with the HPD and challenge the policy of not only having special grants to be for 5 families per year, where there was actually a set aside for victims of gun violence. I think that would allow the narrative to change around Black boys and girls not being seen as victims so that their families can actually get the support to be survivors. I think that's the kind of policy and narrative change and shift that needs to happen, in addition to the support around how we actually view the contracts, who's receiving the contracts, and how that money is distributed.
I thought I saw RPG in the house somewhere. RPG release the grip. Yes.
Wonderful day. Release the grip.
Thank you. Pull the microphone a little closer to you. Thank you.
God bless you all this morning, and the same hearty greetings that all extended to you. Mayor Adams, we extend to you as well. Obviously, all of you here want to give special attention to Borough President Vanessa Gibson, as well as the council member for the Release the Grip 2 site, northern site that we work in. I do want to note a few things. Quite oftentimes when folks speak to our work or what we do, and it really speaks to what you said concerning, oh, what are they doing? You know, well, the police force is a big force, and I don't speak against it. My dad was a police, and I'm a proud New York City Harlem girl. And so our sites are generally between boots on the ground, between about 5 to 12 people, right? And we cover approximately 10-ish blocks. And so we're not around the clock. So it's a misnomer when people think that something should have been done quickly. So just for the sake of clarity, I think it's important to note that, right? That we are not this large group with 20 people on the ground to cover about 10 blocks. And yes, we've extended ourselves. I think it's important to also note that there is much being done, right, to keep this moving. Number one, to engage young people during the day. Many of our office spaces are not that big. It's really challenging to get, if our office was this big, you know, like we'd be jamming, right? But you're trying to piece together. So there's the work that's being done on the ground by the violence interrupters, accruing information, building relationships. You have young people who really are wanting to get out, right? Whatever that means for them. But over the last, I want to say, when did we do that when we took those young people away? Almost 2 years ago. There was 2019, there was a conflict in the Belmont area between 2 groups, and there were shootings during the day, a real Wild Wild West scenario. And we were able to take them to a location that we had purchased before we used it for something else to get them off the ground. And it was so important to get them out the city, but part of the conversation is, if we stand down, what if they don't stand down? So trying to balance this, trying to bring key players together, and yes, the structure has been changed. And I believe over about the last 2 years, you have structures. And right now, yeah, I'm talking about gangs, but that's not the only thing. There's mental health, right, issues. There's desperations. But then you're talking about there's been a change in the structure, right? And so entities have come together. And so it changes the dynamics of what's going on the ground and who is merged together and now who they're standing against. So yes, it is when funds get to us. It is making it very clear about how many people we have on the ground, because when we say on the ground, that includes our outreach workers who do risk reduction work. Lightly, some case management, because you have to get people ID cards, right? You have to spend time speaking to them. You have to get birth certificates. You have to bring them through some courses in job readiness so that you can move them on to a class. And some here know what I'm talking about, and I believe some of the older Cure Violence crisis management teams have are doing it better because of years. Some folks just need to get out the city. We've sought to relocate about two of our participants. I was going to say two of our kids, right? Two of our participants, because they just need to be out the city, right? Because they're desperate. We won't even address housing. But this work is a lot bigger than just people on the ground, because if that was the case, with all due respect, no shade to anyone, the police would have already done it. So it's not just put people on the ground, because they do have guns. We don't have guns. We are definitely using relationships, and we have all seen, right, teams get guns out of people's hands. We've had a call, and I'm going to stand down, where one of our kids said, yo, meet me at this such, to an outreach worker, to his case manager. He couldn't get there. He sent somebody else on the team. The young kid thought that our outreach worker was going to put work in with him. And he literally talked them down and saved somebody's life that night. So there is lots of work, and kudos and love and great respect to everybody who's doing the work, especially those who are around this table and in the city who's doing this work without a grant and with a grant. Bless you all.
It's not every day that we get the opportunity, right, to have the mayor here paying full attention. Obviously, he's going to have the energy to do this a lot. But I want to actually throw the question, perhaps, with the folks at Bragg, who obviously I know very well because we do a lot of work together. There's obviously micro and macro questions that we need to ask. The micro and the short term and the immediate is obviously we're all figuring out how we actually deal with the crisis at this moment, which is obviously there's something happening that can't be denied. So the micro and the more immediate are things that obviously emotion is going to drive a lot of that. Right? The questions I want to ask about, and I want to throw it obviously to everybody, are the more macro questions about more long-term. Right? If we don't have a long-term conversation about why these things happen to begin with, then they're going to happen again. And so I want us to make sure that we keep that, we have the 100-foot view right now, because obviously everything is very raw because it's just happened, and I'm not going to take anything away from the people who feel that passionately, because it's obvious. You have a kid getting shot at, a police officer getting killed. This is not a small thing, and it's not something to be dismissed. I'm not being dismissive of it. But we also have to take the 1,000-foot view as policymakers. And you folks, as the folks on the ground, that's what I want to throw to you. Tell us a little bit about micro and macro and how we can think about that.
First and foremost, thank you for having me here. Thank you for everybody coming. Like my area of concern right now, the problem that we're having with Bragg expansion is right now we cover from Fordham to Kingsbridge. So we took St. James Park. When we first got St. James Park, there was multiple crews there, we was able to come to an agreement where one crew had to deploy. It's not going to work out. It worked out. To this day, we have over 1,300 days in my catchment without a shooting, without a homicide, right? So now they're talking expansion. We already laid it down where we know as we capture these catchment areas, and like they said, violence is a disease. We're pushing the virus out. So now we're asking about a certain area to capture, but we're getting issues on it because, as you can see, this area, the shooting happened on 198 and Valentine. We understand that. But as you know, Valentine Avenue is drug infested. And now it seems like they want us to move this way. We don't have a problem with that. But we're the ones on the ground. We know where the shooters are coming from. So one of my areas of concern is we understand we're not drug counselors. We stop violence. That's our number one key. We know the drugs bring the violence, but if we're stating that the violence is on the other side and we're asking to move up because we have Morris and Crescent, so we know the different crews over there. And right now it seems that if we would already had that, we would have been already able to mobilize a team right away, because we're on that side. We know the credible messages, those that are suitable. Because you could be credible, but are you suitable? And that's the biggest thing here. We know a lot of credible people, but not everybody that's credible is suitable to do this work. So we're like kind of like stuck. I don't know how long ago was the expansion already, but we already have people on reserve, and this is how we work. We have volunteers. We use our volunteers. They're next up. We know people need jobs and all that. And then the vaccination issue came. A lot of people didn't believe in that. So that kind of like put us in a place where some organizations are asking all employees have to be vaccinated. That kind of like came to a standstill, because I can't force anybody. We can't force anybody to go ahead and take this vaccine.
You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. On this Monday, January 24th, we are taking a listen in to the latest gun violence roundtable held by New York City Mayor Eric Adams, as well as other officials. Now, this is taking place in the Bronx over this weekend because, as you heard them mention, while they are seeing an uptick in crime throughout the entire city, a lot of specific incidents have happened in the Bronx. So we wanted to bring this to you here on Live Now from Fox. Now, this news is coming as we wait to hear an update on the cop, the NYPD cop, who is fighting for his life after being shot in Harlem. I do want to head out live outside NYU Langone in Kips Bay. That is where we are being joined by Fox 5 New York's Reagan Medji, who has the latest on this story. Reagan, this has been such a heartbreaking incident, and I understand that they have been honoring his life all weekend long. But what do we know about his partner who is fighting for his life in that hospital there behind you?
All right, so I'll break it down for you. 22-year-old Jason Rivera is the officer who was shot and killed during a domestic dispute in Harlem on Friday night. His partner, 27-year-old Wilbert Mora, is currently in critical condition here at NYU Langone Medical Center. A lot of prayers going out to him in hopes that he can pull through. As for Jason Rivera, who was killed, his wake and funeral will be at St. Patrick's Cathedral on Thursday. The wake begins at 1. Friday is open to the public, the funeral, which starts at 9 o'clock.
The difficult process of saying goodbye has started. Fallen officer Jason Rivera's brothers and sisters in blue lining Broadway in Upper Manhattan on Sunday as his body arrived to the Riverdale Funeral Home from the medical examiner's office. The 22-year-old's body draped with the green, white, and blue NYPD flag as it was carefully carried inside. Emotional, gut-wrenching cries from family members as they were escorted into the funeral home in Inwood only underscores the heartbreak being felt after a young officer's life was cut so short. On Friday night, Rivera and his partner, 27-year-old Wilbert Mora, were shot during a domestic dispute between a mother and son inside a Harlem apartment. Rivera was killed and Mora remains in critical condition. Officer Rivera joined the force in 2020. This letter from the New York Post, written by Rivera to the commanding officer of the police academy, explains he wanted to join the NYPD to, quote, better the relationship between the community and the police. And it appears he had already been doing that in his Inwood neighborhood. Luisa Jimenez could not hold back her tears as she explained the loss to the community. Her neighbor, Luis Favio, translates.
She said he was really nice and he was always like helping her out and stuff.
Rivera's widow posting to Instagram a picture of her husband's locker where she explained he'd FaceTime her, adding, the day of the shooting was going to be his last workday before 3 days off, quote, to spend them together. But now your soul will spend the rest of my days with me, through me, right beside me. I love you to the end of time.
And Regina, it's only been 3 weeks into the new year, and so far 5 NYPD officers have been shot. Regina?
Now, Reagan, going off of that exact statistic, right before we took you live, we were playing, a roundtable held by New York City Mayor Eric Adams and other officials. It seems like he had a couple of press conferences this weekend. I understand one, he is expected to speak today. And, what really has he been outlining as far as plans to try and combat this curb in violence?
Regina, the night of the shooting, the press conference was an impassioned one between the mayor and also the police commissioner, Keechant Sewell, here in New York. Both are saying this has got to stop. We do need help. So today around 2 o'clock this afternoon, Mayor Eric Adams will be holding a press conference. It's closed to the media. However, it's expected to be announcing plans on a new safety procedure within the city. He's also looking at bringing the plainclothes anti-gun unit back. That was a controversial unit here in the city for a while, but it is decided that he feels it should be back, basically tackling the illegal guns coming into the state. So speaking of illegal guns, Governor Kathy Hochul talking about that as well, announcing that there will be a meeting of, quote, the Interstate Task Force on Illegal Guns. 50 representatives will be in attendance. This meeting is planned for Wednesday. The attendees will be the NYPD, also the State Police of New York, and other officials within the Northeast states. Regina?
Well, that definitely sounds like a whole lot for an agenda, and we will continue to keep updated with your team when it comes to that press conference and any legislation moving forward. Also, any update on the officer's condition who is still fighting for his life in that hospital. So, Reagan, thank you so much for joining us multiple times here this morning. You stay warm out there, and we'll touch base with you soon.
Thank you.
All right, everybody. Again, Regina Gonzalez with you live from Orlando, Florida. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, I will run you through all of the top stories that we are following this morning. Unfortunately, the 2 officers that were shot on Friday, not the only shooting that we have seen over the weekend. We also had an officer shot and killed in Texas. We had a child shot and killed in Chicago. So unfortunately, lots of crime to cover here on this Monday morning. And we also want to bring you the latest on how the United States is kind of brainstorming how we can help our allies in Eastern Europe as tensions between Russia and the Ukraine continue to rise. So we'll have a look at those top stories here after this quick break. You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. It is a Monday, January 24th. Here is a live now look over the White House in Washington, D.C. Want to run you through all of the top stories that we are following on this Monday morning, beginning with the latest when it comes to President Biden and the United States looking to assist our allies in Eastern Europe when it comes to the rising tensions amid Russia and the Ukraine. So President Biden is actually considering deploying a few thousand troops to the Baltic states and other Eastern European countries to help bolster NATO allies bordering Russia and Ukraine. After meeting with advisors over the weekend at Camp David, the president could send up to 5,000 troops as part of a greater NATO effort. Now, naval vessels may also be deployed to ports in the region. We actually have learned this morning that that is happening as we speak. Countries that could receive these reinforcements include Romania, as well as former USSR members Latvia, Estonia, and Lithuania. So I do want to get you with the latest information on this situation when it comes to the rising tensions amid Russia and the Ukraine. Let's get the latest from Fox's Douglas Zader.
All the signs are there that Russian President Vladimir Putin is preparing to invade Ukraine, and the question now is whether he can be stopped. A shipment of U.S. military aid arrives in Ukraine. Will images like these be enough to make Russia's Vladimir Putin think twice, with more than 100,000 of his troops in position to overrun the country? The U.S. is now out with a warning for U.S. citizens intending to travel to Ukraine. President Biden met with his national security team at Camp David over the weekend, but his options appear somewhat limited.
We are building up defense and deterrence.
The Secretary of State Antony Blinken has talked about deterring Russia. And while the notion of sending U.S. forces into Ukraine is said to be off the table, the administration is considering sending up to 5,000 additional U.S. troops to nearby NATO allies. Last week's talks between Blinken and his Russian counterpart did little to ease tensions.
There is a path of diplomacy and dialogue, which is clearly the preferable one, the most responsible thing to do.
The president has promised blistering economic sanctions if Russia invades, but there is reluctance to take more significant action at the moment, and questions about whether it would be enough to dissuade Putin. A British intelligence report says he's already selecting the next possible leader of Ukraine.
I think we've brought economic sanctions to what amounts to a knife fight. This is a military crisis.
This president has made so many concessions with nothing in return. That's why Putin smells weakness.
Republicans say Biden hasn't done enough, but so much now depends on Putin and what he intends to do with all of those troops that are ready for action. And later this week, the U.S. will respond in writing to a list of Russian security demands. In Washington, Doug Zader, Fox News.
Meanwhile, as we continue to focus on crime across America, another police officer has been shot in a major city, this time right there in our nation's capital. Metro Police are still looking for a suspect in the shooting of an officer in Northwest Washington, D.C. It happened late last night as officers approached a man on the street, and at some point in their interaction, the man opened fire. One officer was hit and transported to a local hospital. That officer has since been released with non-life-threatening injuries. Now, this is the fourth officer-involved shooting in the U.S. over the weekend. 2 NYPD officers were shot in Harlem on Friday, with one tragically dying and losing his life. And in Houston earlier yesterday, an officer was killed during a traffic stop. So to give us a closer look at these incidents happening across our nation, I do want to bring you the latest from Fox News correspondent Alexis McAdams.
Another city mourning the death of a law enforcement officer this weekend. Harris County, Texas Corporal Charles Galloway killed while making a traffic stop early Sunday morning in southwest Houston. He was shot multiple times after the driver he pulled over got out and started shooting. The gunman still at large.
Corporal Galloway
did not have an opportunity to respond or even defend himself with this brutal attack. We cannot have people like this on our streets. I don't want to raise my family, my grandchildren in a county where this type of crime is running rampant.
We better get intentional, damn intentional, about locking up violent individuals and leaving them. It's a place for them.
That tragic loss coming just over 24 hours after another in New York. 22-year-old NYPD officer Jason Rivera was killed Friday night while responding to a domestic incident in Harlem. His partner, 27-year-old Wilbert Mora, remains in critical condition. The suspect, who has a lengthy criminal history, used a stolen gun. New York's new mayor says it's an issue that the federal government isn't taking seriously enough.
We made it too easy for us to have a gun environment in this country and in this city. We're in a battle with a small number of people that believe they will hold our city hostage with violence. That will not happen.
Funeral services for Officer Rivera have been set for Friday of this week. In New York, Alexis McAdams, Fox News.
Meanwhile, those two officers in New York City were shot just hours after President Biden met with city leaders, urging them to increase their police funding. Alexandria Hoff has the latest on this meeting here on Live Now from Fox. And as we cover the crime that we are seeing across the nation, I think it's important to mention the details. Let's listen in.
President Biden sent out a tweet expressing sadness and offering prayer for the two New York officers, adding, quote, "Officers put on the badge and head into harm's way every day. We're grateful to them and their families for their extraordinary sacrifice." The president's personal messaging towards law enforcement has remained consistent as of late, closing out the U.S. Conference of Mayors this weekend with this.
We shouldn't be cutting funding for police departments. I propose increasing funding. Look, we ask cops to do everything.
Increasing police funding flies in the face of progressives within his own party, and according to several Senate Republicans, runs counter to new action by the president's administration. Just yesterday, the group led by Republican Senator Chuck Grassley released a letter condemning a proposed executive order that they say would limit non-lethal police resources like armored vehicles and flashbang devices, writing this, quote, "Police officers will face a grim reality if this executive order is enacted and their life-saving equipment is restricted from them. Violent crime will continue to skyrocket." The White House responded to the letter, beginning with this. "The president, along with the overwhelming majority of Americans, knows that we can and must have a criminal justice system that both protects public safety and upholds our founding ideals of equal treatment under the law." As for executive action on police reform, White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki said the administration had previously held back on it in the hopes of reaching a bipartisan agreement, which we now know those negotiations ended without a deal. In Washington, Alexandria Hoff, Fox News.
Meanwhile, staying in New York City, well, she was just in Washington, D.C., but a lot of our crime focus has been in New York City. This is a look at the Empire State Building just 1 week after Michelle Go was shoved to her death in front of a subway train. Another person was pushed off of a subway platform in New York City over the weekend. This time, the victim is expected to survive. Let's get the latest from our Fox 5 New York team here on Live Now from Fox this morning.
A 61-year-old man is lucky to be alive after police say he was pushed off the subway platform onto the tracks. The incident happened at the Fulton Street subway station. Investigators say he was standing on the southbound platform when he was pushed onto the tracks as a C train was approaching. The train was able to stop just in time. The victim was taken to the hospital for minor injuries.
I'm really shocked and disappointed that it's still happening, to be honest.
Well, God willing, they'll find whoever did it. According to the NYPD, 461 felony assaults and 8 homicides were reported in the subway system last year. a rate that hasn't been seen since 1997, according to the New York Post. This latest incident also comes on the heels of the tragic death of Michelle Go. Last week, Go was pushed off the platform onto an oncoming train at the Times Square subway station.
I heard about the one that happened last Saturday, which was very unfortunate in Times Square.
Police arrested and charged 61-year-old Simon Marshall, a homeless man, with second-degree murder. The NYPD says he tried pushing another woman before approaching Go. Earlier this month, Governor Hochul and Mayor Adams announced a plan to address subway crime and homelessness. It includes deploying more officers and adding mental health teams. But subway riders say these two latest incidents has them on edge.
Being vigilant, like more aware of my surroundings.
I stay from the center of the platform, making sure that I'm keeping my eye out around. And the worst part is I work at the nighttime.
Meanwhile, a party in Los Angeles erupts into a mass shooting last night, killing 4 people. The shooting taking place in Inglewood at a short-term rental home being used for a birthday party. Police called it a targeted ambush and say it was among people who were expected to be at the party. 2 of those killed are sisters, and the party was actually for one of them. One other person was injured in the attack, and sources say those involved in the shooting are gang-related, but a motive for the shooting isn't yet known. Police are still looking for suspects, so if we do get any update in this case, we'll be sure to bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, continuing on with some crime-related news, Chicago residents demanding answers after the murder of a child on Saturday. 8-year-old Melissa Ortega was killed in the Little Village neighborhood after someone began shooting at a 26-year-old man exiting a store. That man was shot and critically injured, while Ortega was hit and died hours later in the hospital. Friends say Ortega and her mother immigrated to the U.S. from Mexico, and the community is asking for neighbors to check any cameras or doorbell cams to spot anyone who may be connected to the crime. Meanwhile, a very interesting and scary story out of Georgia. Police in Georgia say a pastor at a church was keeping people in his basement against their will. Fox's Doug Evan has this story this morning. Let's listen in.
From outward appearances, everything seems perfectly normal at this Griffin home on Valley Road. Neighbors tell Fox 5 the house had unusually large amounts of trash to pick up, but everything else appeared okay.
Things seemed generally fine. Have not noticed anything, like I said, other than the trash.
Griffin police say they've arrested Curtis Bankston, the homeowner, who they say is a local pastor at a church called One Step of Faith Second Chance. He's accused of false imprisonment. First responders were called to the home last Thursday because of a person having a seizure. EMS says they discovered 8 individuals locked in the basement against their will in what state investigators now say was an unlicensed care home. Police say Bankston and his wife had control of the individual's finances and medications. State investigators have been called in because of what police deemed neglect and abuse that they say was both frightening and disgusting. Apparently, the residents weren't always locked in. Kim Brooks says she recently assisted one of them.
The individual that was lost was an elderly man, and he was on a walker, pushing a walker. And so he's trying to manage, and it's at night, so he's trying to manage being able to see where he's going, and the streets can get kind of dark. And so I just used my flashlight, and we just walked together down to the house, and I showed him where it was.
No charges have been filed against the pastor's wife. Police say the investigation is continuing. In Griffin, Doug Evans, Fox 5 News.
Meanwhile, today, opening statements are set to begin for 3 former Minneapolis police officers. Thomas Lane, J. Alexander Kwang, and Tao Thao are charged with violating George Floyd's civil rights. The jury of 8 men and 10 women was seated within 1 day last week, and this federal trial is taking place before the state trial, which is expected to start in June. This trial could last a month. Now, because this is a federal trial, we will not be able to stream stream it for you like we did the trial of Derek Chauvin. Derek Chauvin will not be alongside those officers, so we will continue to keep you updated with the help of our Fox 9 Minneapolis team. Also, some news to bring you out of New York. We've got another trial getting underway there in the city, and I do want to bring you the latest here on Live Now from Fox. This is former Alaska Mayor Sarah Palin. Now, we are learning that former Alaska Governor Sarah Palin's defamation lawsuit against the New York Times goes to trial today. Jury selection will begin in the case in which Palin sued the paper in 2017 over an editorial of the Times that later admitted that was incorrect. The Times linked Palin to the 2011 mass shooting in Arizona, where 6 people were killed and more than a dozen injured, including a Congresswoman, Gabby Giffords. The paper corrected the error and apologized for it. An appellate court in 2019 deemed the case could go forward. So again, this is something that we will stay in touch with our Fox 5 New York team to bring you the latest on here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to have a live interview, a live guest with political analyst Mike Herodopoulos, because we are continuing to see the U.S. respond to the growing tensions amid Russia and the Ukraine. We do know that President Biden is considering sending troops over there as of this morning. If we do get word on any remarks or any announcement from the president, you can bet that we'll bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. But in the meantime, after this break, we'll get the latest on the situation plus other top political headlines here on this Monday morning. You're streaming live now from Fox on this Monday, January 24th. We are keeping tabs on all of the major political headlines this morning, including the fact that rising tensions in Eastern Europe could lead to troop involvement from the United States. Now, we did see Secretary of State Antony Blinken making stops in the Ukraine, in Germany, and in Geneva, Switzerland last week to kind of speak with our allies about these growing tensions. So that is the first topic on the agenda as we welcome in a political analyst, former president of the Florida Senate, Mike Herodopoulos, to Live Now from Fox this morning. Mike, always good to see you. How are you doing?
We're doing well. It's a little chilly in Florida today, but we are surviving.
I know it's so cold. When I walked out of my house, it was 36 degrees. I'm from New York. I'm like, am I home? That was a lot.
Exactly. In Tallahassee, it might snow this week, so it's a big week in Florida.
Yeah, that's very scary, actually. But lots to talk about, Mike, as always. And I do want to start off with what we are seeing at the borders of Ukraine when we're talking about the growing, rising tensions between Russia and the Ukraine. Now, let's backtrack for a second. Can you kind of walk our viewers through what we saw last week as we saw Secretary of State Antony Blinken visit the Ukraine and have some really high-stake discussions? What was he there to do?
Well, as you laid it out perfectly, we're in a very difficult spot in the Ukraine right now. As you know, the Russians are very ambitious in that area. They are concerned that the United States and its allies could thwart the plans of Vladimir Putin. Putin wants to be surrounded all by friendly nations, and if they're not friendly, he literally wants to take them over, as evidenced in the Ukraine. And so this is a very touchy situation, maybe the most dangerous situation in Eastern Europe since maybe at least the crisis with the Berlin Wall, or of course World War II. Putin has been very clear that he wants the Ukraine never to be a part of NATO, and he wants no defense alliances with his neighbor or border states. And he has threatened to invade if those concessions are not made. It's a big bluff right now. He's a bully in a place of the world that's very dangerous. And the great question is, will the United States and their allies handle this correctly? Because as you would think, if we don't handle this correctly, much like what happened with Afghanistan, there could be a domino effect in places like Southeast Asia, specifically in China and Taiwan, and an ongoing feud, let alone North and South Korea.
Yeah, and Mike, just within the last 24 hours, I do want to talk about one. We've now got President Biden considering troops to be sent over there. We also learned that the State Department yesterday is now ordering the families of all American personnel at the U.S. Embassy in the Ukraine to leave the country. So, I don't want to get ahead of ourselves here, but is this some, pretty significant action being taken?
Well, I think that it is a very significant action. And I think most Americans would agree that we should not be sending troops over to Russia because, remember, Russia has nuclear weapons. And in a bad situation, this could get out of hand very quickly. The most obvious situation at this point is twofold. One is to help the Ukrainians defend themselves, much like we did with World War II, where we gave cash and carry or lend-lease, where we helped democracies defend against bullies. This would be probably a very obvious step of providing them weapons. We would not provide our men and women in uniform, but weapons to help defend them against a bully in the region. The other obvious thing, I think, would be now, not later, put economic sanctions on Russia and say, look, these provocative actions, which puts the world in a very difficult situation, are not to be condoned, and they're to be condemned instead, and that we're going to put economic sanctions. That means limiting their banking opportunities, let alone trade, etc. And that could put them in a more precarious spot because Russia, unlike the United States right now, has a very poor economy. They have very high interest rates, unemployment rates. You know about the ongoing alcohol issues that are going on in Russia. We need to put more economic pressure so that Putin backs down so we don't have to make concessions to a bully. We know the appeasement policy never works, and that's what we're all afraid of right now, that Biden might give in and appease the Russians, which might give opportunities to North Korea, let alone China in the region.
And Mike, we saw President Biden speak over video chat with Vladimir Putin several times within the last several months. What were those conversations? Really, what were they entailing? I understand that President Biden basically said, if you invade the Ukraine, the United States will do this. What were those punishments, so to speak?
Well, he talked in very vague terms about economic punishments, but there's nothing about the military consideration. Again, I don't think anyone wants to bring American troops over there, but I do think that the Ukrainians deserve the ability to protect or at least try to defend against this Russian onslaught. Because as you know, right now, there are over 100,000 Russian troops on their border. And the Ukrainians don't want to be controlled by Russia. They don't want to be invaded by Russia. And this would be a very aggressive act. And again, send on all the wrong messages. As you know, last week during the president's long 2-hour press conference, he made a lot of statements which the staff had to come in behind and, quote, clean up. And so he sent, let's just say, mixed messages to Russia, let alone the rest of the world. I think it was the right action to pull the American diplomats out of the Ukraine in case this Cold War turns hot. But this is a provocative step, and this is why I think that the president needs to be crystal clear and maybe preemptively say, you know, we're going to put sanctions on you because these actions are unacceptable. This is not how the world operates, and we need to get people like, or I should say nations like Great Britain, France, let alone Germany, who is very dependent on Russian fuel sources, to get involved in this and make sure that Putin knows that aggression is not allowed and that aggression will be met with severe penalties, which could topple his regime.
Yeah, and you talk about a Cold War potentially turning hot, Mike. Also want to point out, literally today, NATO said that it's putting extra forces on standby and sending more ships and fighter jets to Eastern Europe. This is as Ireland warned that new Russian war games off its coast are not welcome, given tensions over whether, this will happen. So what does that necessarily mean that they're now initiating all of these resources?
Well, they're preparing for the worst, and that's always a smart thing to do. But this is, again, a provocative action by Putin. And I think a lot has to do with Putin knows that whenever he kind of saber rattles and stands up to the big bad West, as he would call it, that he gains approval back at home. There's still a lot of angst in the old Soviet Union that they lost the Cold War back in the 1980s, and that this is their way to kind of show their economic or let alone military might. The real problem here, of course, is that Russia has a lot of nukes, and in a very precarious situation, what might Putin do to keep power? We know how aggressive he has been, and some of his provocative actions using different devices in the past have gone. And so Putin is in some ways a person pushed into a corner. What would he do? And this is why, again, America needs to show strength, and we need to have our allies in line here, because, again, a provocative action here could trigger massive military actions in Taiwan by the Chinese, and you never know, North Korea and South Korea. It's just the right thing to do, meaning stand up and put these economic sanctions on now and send a message, as opposed to letting Putin get in there, have the invasion, and then set in the economic sanctions, because in time, those go away, and we know what can happen in places like the Middle East when they go away.
Yeah, and we're definitely intrigued to see if we will hear from President Biden at some point today or this week, as this is sort of all up in the air right now, whether or not troops will be sent over there. So definitely eager to see if we will hear from him, and we'll let our viewers know if we do. But in the meantime, aside from international issues, we're dealing with some issues here in the United States, just a continuous uptick in crime. Now, I want to point out that on the West Coast, we had that UCLA graduate student stabbed by a random career criminal who had been on the streets, let off on bail. He had prior criminal history. Then we saw those New York police officers, one of them fatally shot on Friday. This is really causing such a concern for crime in major cities. And I understand that President Biden has been meeting with some of these mayors to try to convince them to up the police funding. So really, what is your reaction to everything that we've seen since the beginning of 2022?
Well, I think that's a very fair question, and it is absolutely tragic what's happening in the streets in our major cities right now. But I think it has a lot to do with the district attorneys that get elected in these communities. They're often funded by extreme left-wing groups. They have all the money and they sound good on TV and they get elected, but they enact very liberal policies that put the people at the lowest economic situation in jeopardy, because this is where a lot of the crime is taking place. You've seen places like Chicago, Los Angeles, and more recently New York, DAs saying, you know what, we're not going to prosecute certain crimes. This includes resisting arrest. This means not paying fares on a subway or a taxi cab. This means downgrading certain crimes like burglary to a lesser offense. This get weak on crime message is sending all the wrong signals. And a lot of these same politicians were the ones who were saying when those riots took place back in 2020 that, you know what, it's just the actions of democracy. And some politicians even said that they would help pay for their bail. And so when you send this message to criminals that basically you won't be prosecuted, or if you're arrested, you won't have to pay your bail, or you'll have your crimes diminished, you see heroes like the pictures you're showing now of police officers on the front line are getting shot and killed, injured, you name it, especially when they downgrade crimes like resisting arrest. And so this message is a reality. And now the people who are criminals, and this is a small element, but they are deadly and they destroy cities, and thus they destroy people's lives. And we need to see a dramatic turnaround in New York City, much like what happened with Rudy Giuliani came in as mayor back in the early 90s. He said, we're not going to allow this kind of action to take place because the people who are law-abiding deserve to be protected against these thugs and career criminals. And if you're a career criminal, like in Florida, you need to go to jail for life because you're not an addition to society. If we don't get tough now, these cities will never be the same. And it's just a degradation of the rule of law. We cannot let it stand. And I hope the president gets more aggressive, not just with more money, but prosecute these criminals, or they'll continue to hurt individuals.
Yeah, and obviously a lot of this crime has been all across the board. We're talking, stabbings and whatnot, but I feel like a lot of it has pushed calls for gun violence reform. Now, this has been a huge topic for concern for years now. Do you feel that, this change, this crime that we've seen since the beginning of this new year could actually spark, some change in these policies?
Well, I think it is a time for these changes. And you look at the major cities that are experiencing these problems: Washington, D.C., New York City, Chicago. They have very tough, what they call gun control bills. That means it's very difficult to get a gun. But let's be honest, criminals don't care about the law. They get these guns unlawfully, and they go out and commit these crimes, let alone these murders, etc. And the law-abiding citizen doesn't have the right to defend themselves with a weapon. And so I think a lot of these, where discussion might be, get rid of these gun control laws because they're clearly not working. When you have areas where a criminal looks at a house and say, hey, I'm a member of the NRA and I own a gun, they're not going to break into that house or into that business. People have the right to defend themselves. The police can only do so much. And when you have some of these situations like we've recently seen in New York where police officers are killed, police officers are a little bit more hesitant to go into certain areas knowing their risk to their life is higher. And so a citizen has every right to defend themselves. It's called the Second Amendment. And clearly these gun control measures in Chicago, New York, and DC have not worked. So I hope they go in the opposite direction. Prosecute people who illegally have guns and allow people who are law-abiding citizens to have them to defend themselves against these criminals. It's just common sense.
Yeah, and this is just one of the issues at stake, when it comes to everything under the Biden administration. Now, Mike, a year ago today, really, you and I were talking about the fact that there was a new president. There's a new president of the United States. Well, last Thursday, President Biden did mark 1 year in office, and we heard remarks from lawmakers all across the board about how this year has gone. So when we talk about the 1 year mark, not even just for Biden, but for Vice President Kamala Harris, what are your major takeaways?
I put it kindly, it's not been a good year for the president and the vice president. And I don't need to tell you that. You can look at every opinion poll. They have had an expectation, we all did, that Joe Biden, this longtime Politico, had been in office since 1972. His message was he was going to bring the country together, heal the nation, work across the aisle in a bipartisan way. And that simply didn't happen. He was very aggressive with his policies, moving far to the left with the progressives as opposed to kind of we call conservative Democrats and moderate Republicans. He went way to the left, and this has really sparked a lot of reaction. People expected a healing president as opposed to the divisive president, as we saw most recently in his speech down in Georgia just a couple of weeks ago, where he talked about whose side are you on, and anybody who's not on his side is somehow a racist. And so this is not the kind of language we at all expected from the president. Of course, Kamala Harris has been in charge of the border, and we know that chaos as well. So you add all of that up with the continuing Omicron and COVID crisis, let alone Afghanistan, the border crisis, inflation, gas prices. It's not been a good year for a president. The good news for the president is he's got 3 more years. He got a 4-year contract. And had he received just a 1-year contract, he'd probably be on the unemployment lines right now. But look, as an American, I want the president to succeed. But my advice to him is govern as a moderate, not as an extreme left-wing politician as he has been over the last year. Bring the country together, start talking about ways to solve problems as opposed to stoking problems, which he has clearly done on the race issue and others. And so I think he should take a reset, and let's hope that he works more with Republicans, tones down the rhetoric, and recognizes that America is really a center-right state as opposed to a far-left state, let alone country. And so Not a good year for the president. But again, he can turn this around if he goes back to what he campaigned on, as opposed to the way he's governing, in my opinion, at this point.
Yeah, and he's definitely got his agenda cut out for him, especially with these rising tensions in the Ukraine and Russia. So Mike Herodopoulos, former president of the Florida Senate, now political analyst, thank you so much, as always, for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We'll be chatting again next week. You have a great week.
To you as well. Stay warm.
Alrighty, everybody. Regina Gonzalez here on Live Now from Fox with you. If you have a question or a topic that you would like Mike Herodopoulos to touch on, we do speak with him basically every Monday morning at 8:45 a.m. Eastern Time. So be sure to tweet us at Live Now Fox, and we will get that question answered for you. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We have officially passed the top of the 9 a.m. Eastern Time hour, 6 a.m. Pacific Time hour. We are going to run you through some weather-related news here when we come back. As you heard Mike mention, it's been pretty cold, really cold in Florida here, actually 37 degrees when I woke up this morning. But I do know that a lot of you join us from even more frigid temperatures this morning. So we'll get the latest from Fox Weather and take a closer look at what we're tracking after this quick break. You are streaming live now from Fox, everybody. On this Monday, January 24th, it is cold here in Florida, and it is cold in several other parts of the nation this morning. You can actually see 18 degrees in parts of Florida out there. It is expected to potentially really just maybe snow in Tallahassee, but also we do know that they are expecting some more snow in the Midwest, also a lot of frigid temperatures out there in the Northeast. So I do want to bring you the latest from our Fox Weather team. They are talking about all of your weather headlines this morning. Let's listen in. Live, on Unfiltered.
Of New Orleans, the Big Easy. All right, let's take a look at the radar picture right now. And what we have going on is there's an unsettled air mass over Houston through southeastern portions of Texas. There's an area of low pressure that is developing east of Corpus Christi, and that's going to keep the coastal areas of Texas wet. It's going to be rounds of rain, nothing that's going to be persistent for hours, but it will come down moderately at times with this deep flow off the Gulf of Mexico. Clockwise circulation around high pressure, counterclockwise low pressure. You get the idea. There's a southerly fetch coming up out of the Gulf of Mexico. So the Gulf Coast rain is there for the next couple of days. The heaviest along the I-10 corridor, along the coastal areas from, let's say, the Houston greater metro area through portions of Lake Charles, Louisiana, New Orleans, under the gun for moderate rain, folks. This is not going to be a deluge with incredible flooding, nor are we expecting any way in the threat of some severe weather with this system. But the future track really tells the story nicely. Let's take a look at the timestamp. Through this morning, it's wet through the metro Houston area, Galveston, approaching southwestern Louisiana. That area of wetness moves east with the area of low pressure. The heaviest rain, which is good news, remains just south and west of the southern Louisiana coast right there. You can see the areas of red, and that pushes toward the Big Bend area of Florida through midnight tonight, and then by tomorrow, it gets the state of Florida. From north to south, it dries out slowly. But take a look for the 11 o'clock hour. Southern Florida gets into the action. Even some moderate to heavy rain just near Marco Island, Naples, through portions of Miami. Again, we're not really looking at the threat of severe weather. We're just looking at a dreary couple of days. We'll get through this. At least it's not icing out there. Monday's forecast, you see temperatures in the 50s. For Monday night, we're well above freezing in the 40s. And then by Tuesday, we're still seeing some scattered showers, Kendall, with temperatures in the 50s and 60s. Over to you.
Well, John, you know what else is dreary? Fog. Parts of the Pacific Northwest are under a dense fog alert this morning. Here's a live look out at Seattle, where temperatures are in the 30s, but we have dense fog advisories as well as air stagnation advisories in effect through right around lunchtime today. And so that's where we're going to be dealing with, right along the Pacific Northwest. Here's a look at those dense fog alerts. So we have the dense fog advisories shaded in yellow from Seattle all the way down to Olympia, Portland, also right along I-5, and then also out to the east, so Spokane, Washington, all the way over to Colfax. But then we're also dealing with freezing fog advisories, what you see shaded in blue. So Kennewick all the way over to Enterprise. This is because we do have to deal with those freezing temperatures, having that fog freeze on contact. So visibility is down to a quarter of a mile in some locations. Seattle, quarter of a mile. It does improve a little bit as we get closer to Yakima, 4 miles. However, 2 miles in Portland and then Eugene, Oregon, back down to a half a mile. So or a quarter of a mile rather. So just make sure, all in all, that you are taking your time out there on those roadways. You're also allowing ample distance between you and the car in front of you, and you have your headlights on, in particular your low beams. Now, speaking of that poor air quality, here's a look at that air stagnation advisory that we have in effect through lunchtime. So this is going to be right along the I-5 corridor. This is because that air is not moving. So people who suffer from respiratory issues, especially people that maybe have asthma or COPD, something of that sort, they want to limit their time outdoors today. So stress to the heart, stress to the lungs, like I was just mentioning, asthma. And also, we can't rule out that you could also have some issues with your scratchy eyes as we head into the next couple of hours. John?
Yes, and right now we are looking at on the move. Let's head to the southeast as Fox Weather is getting you on the move this morning. A live look at Hartsfield Jackson Atlanta International Airport. The temperature there already 42 degrees. A beautiful day. High pressure is in control. And as we take a look right now, there are areas of disturbed weather that we're looking at. Scattered areas, snow showers. You can see right here we have our flight aware. We see the planes in the sky, and we also see the precipitation underneath it. And the areas of blue, we all know this is snow. So they may have some issues through portions of Chicago with the airports there and through portions of northern Indiana and southern Michigan as we go through time. So the current airport delays right now at Chicago, 58-minute delays. Reason? Obviously weather. We have that Alberta Clipper moving through. Now the trend is steady. That's because this quickly moving system is getting out of there. The back end of it will be out of there in an hour or so. And a ground delay is in effect. So again, call your area hub before heading out to the airports. And the misery map, Stephen King, as my partner Craig Herrera likes to call this, delayed. Look at this is what we're looking at here. You can see it's like a dial, right? And when the dial goes more and more red, that means there are more delays or cancellations, and then it's fanned out like a spider web. So through Seattle, there are some delays and cancellations. Los Angeles, Dallas to Miami, you get the idea. A lot of red on the map because of this snow, because of the weather. There's been 153 cancellations at the Chicago airports, and our air travel stats. En route flights, over 7,500. U.S. delays, just under 500. U.S. cancellations so far today, 311. Atlanta, 2,600 departures, as you can see there. And the roads, I-5, as we go out west, we do see patchy dense fog this morning with temperatures in the 50s on the southern flank and in the 40s, Kendall, on the northern flank. Over to you with the kiddies.
Yes, the kiddos. It is officially Monday, so that means that folks are back to work as well as school. So we're going to take a look at that school day forecast for you. So kids that are heading out to the bus stop this morning in Arvada, Colorado, you want to bundle up. Temperatures are in the low 30s. We are clear this morning with a west wind, but by this afternoon, you could maybe shed some of those layers as we top out for a high of 42 with mostly sunny skies and a southeasterly breeze. Now, a few other locations out to the west to speak of. We are looking at Flagstaff. Temperatures this morning chilly in the 20s, but look at that rebound into the 50s by this afternoon. That's fantastic. Another rebound to speak of, Fort Collins, 20s this morning, 40s by the afternoon, a mix of sun and clouds, but we might be dealing with some rain in Butte, Montana. So this morning, temperatures coming in at 11 degrees, 29 by this afternoon with some chance of potentially even some snow showers as well. So it's going to be a chilly day out there. Just want to make sure that those kids are bundled up. John.
Let's take a look at Kendall right now, a live look over New York City, where we have some clouds, a temperature not as brutal as it's been. That's the good news. Well, some not so good news is there's more Arctic air that's coming down the pike. Taking a look at the Empire State Building there, 9:10 Eastern Standard Time on this Monday morning. Good morning, waking up with us here on Sunrise. We have a forecast coming up as we continue with our programming.
All right, everybody, we wanted to bring you that here on Live Now from Fox. We are able to bring you some coverage from our Fox weather team, especially as we track specific conditions across the nation. I do want to let you know that at 9:45 a.m. Eastern Time, we will be speaking live with our Fox 6 Milwaukee station. They are expecting some pretty big accumulations of snow out there, and I've been kind of monitoring their reporter's shot all morning, and we've just seen it pile up behind her over the last couple of hours. So we'll have a live report on that. In the meantime, some of you are going to see a quick commercial break. We'll stay on top of some weather coverage after you return.
We're going to take a look right now at the latest conditions near that fire currently located in California. So we were just mentioning acreage burned, about 700 already, days active. Been active for 2 days. Now, this is located in Monterey County. So right now, just to put this into perspective, containment 35%. But as we take a little bit of a closer look, you can see that it's burning just to the northwest of Big Sur. Now, this is a beautiful part of Monterey County. So we just want to make sure that folks are aware, especially if you live close to that area, that you know what's currently taking place, because here is what we're dealing with. This is not helping the situation out. We're dealing with severe drought conditions for Monterey County, as well as some moderate drought conditions for other portions located in Southern California. However, it is a little bit better than our friends out to the east. So portions of Nevada, Arizona, down into the desert Southwest, we're seeing extreme to exceptional drought conditions. So all in all, that precipitation, that rainfall that we have seen over the past month or so, that has helped the situation. But still, this is definitely a quickly evolving situation. We will continue to monitor it very closely, and we will keep you up to date with all the latest here on Fox Weather. John.
Alrighty, Kendall. Recent winter storms have people stocking their fridge, leaving grocery stores pretty empty as we go through the winter. And you know what? The struggle to keep up with the demand is there. From labor to transportation shortages to recent extreme weather events, grocery stores are finding it hard to restock everyday necessities like meat, bread, milk, and cleaning products.
And here to discuss these factors and the future of the food industry is supermarket guru Phil Limpert. Phil, thank you so much for being with us this morning. And we have to ask you, so we know that the pandemic has had a huge impact on supply chain issues, but can you talk to us about weather's impact on the shortages that we're seeing today?
So, Kendall, when we look at weather, when we look at climate change, for me, that's the #1 problem that we've got with our food supply. There's no question at some point we're going to have more truck drivers. At some point, we're going to have more people coming into the labor force. But climate change is really the biggest problem that we've got. You just mentioned the fires in California that are going on now, the Colorado fire. Well, with those 700 acres, there's some farmland that's part of that. And when we look at corn, when we look at soy in the northwest part of the U.S., when we look at the floods in Brazil that are affecting our coffee crops, if we look at the weather conditions in India and in Asia that are affecting, not having enough French fries, we have some serious problems that are going to take 12 to 18 months and billions of dollars to correct.
Phil, what are some of the major items grocery stores are finding it difficult to restock?
Well, John, anything to do with an animal, to be honest with you, that's milk, butter, eggs, obviously beef, pork, chicken. Any of those products are really going to be the most difficult, and we're going to see the highest price increases. And again, that goes back to the feed. It goes back to the fact that, corn and soy have been destroyed. And also, frankly, as we've reopened our trade with China, the Chinese are paying more for corn and soy than the U.S. farmers. So that's creating a shortage for us as well. And in talking to a lot of truck drivers, the problem is that there's not enough labor in the supermarket. So they pull up their truck and they have to wait 2, 3, 4 hours to get unloaded. And that just slows everything down and adds more problems to stocking those shelves, #1, and also the price.
So, Phil, I know that you just spoke on climate change being one of the biggest issues that we are dealing with these shortages driving empty shelves. But are there other factors that we may not know of that are also driving these shortages?
Yeah, Kendall, to be honest with you, no, the average consumer had never heard of the supply chain before the pandemic. So the pandemic didn't create the problem. The pandemic actually exposed the problem. And that's really what we're dealing with. So if you look at the old model of food, I would build a 1 million square foot, factory in the middle of the country, and then I would ship it to every supermarket throughout the U.S. Well, now we're reimagining it and saying, okay, instead of 1 million square foot factory, hey, maybe we need 20 or 30 smaller factories so we don't have to ship as long. We're less reliant on long haul transportation. The other thing that we're starting to see is because of the weather conditions, we're starting to see more indoor farming than ever before. If you look outside of New York City, we see a lot of lettuce farms being put up indoors, and that's going to solve the problem, but it will take time.
So how much time do you think? How long will these shortages last, Phil?
Well, John, nobody knows for sure, but I would estimate that it's 12 to 18 months.
Wow.
And also what we're seeing is retailers being really smart this time. They want to avoid hoarding. So what they're doing is they're taking the packages and they're spreading them out so we don't see the empty shelves that, for example, you're showing. If they've got frozen pizza and they only have one variety, they're putting it 5 or 6 across and maybe only 1 or 2 deep. I've seen the same thing in the milk milk department, where we used to be able to, see 10 deep on the milk. Not anymore. Now it's 1 or 2 deep.
Wow. Well, Phil, this has been very fascinating insight on the situation that's ongoing currently. So we really appreciate your time this morning. It's a pleasure getting to speak with you, and we look forward to speaking with you again in the future.
All right, everybody. Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. We were just tuning into some Fox weather coverage, them doing an interview on how weather is impacting the shelves at the grocery store. This alongside supply chain challenges that we are continuing to face across our nation. That was just one of the topics that President Biden addressed as he spoke at the Conference of Mayors over the weekend. He also spoke about those rising tensions between Russia and the Ukraine. And I actually can show you live and worldwide this morning that we are getting feeds, live exteriors of the U.S. Embassy in the Ukraine after the State Department just yesterday ordered that families of all American personnel leave the country amid these heightened fears of a Russian invasion. We also do know that President Biden, as we speak, is contemplating whether or not we send U.S. troops over there right now. So we are going to listen in to his latest address at the Conference of Mayors here on Live Now from Fox after this quick 2-minute commercial break.
Hello, hello, hello. It's good to have you all back in person. Mr. Mayor, thank you for your leadership. I appreciate it. And I know one thing, we both did marry up. Mayor Bowser, thanks for hosting us. You're the best. You really are. Thank you for everything you do. I've had the honor of addressing this body many, many times. And I've always had an enormous respect for the job you do. Some of you heard me say before, but it's the truth. I ran for the United States Senate in 1972 as a 29-year-old kid because I was a local official and it was too hard. They know where you live. And so you think I'm kidding. It's not a joke. Mayors carry the quality of the people's lives on your shoulders. Everything you do every day affects their lives more than almost anything anybody else does. And you can make or break a person's day. Will the bus get me home on time? It sounds silly, but will the garbage be picked up? Will I be safe walking in the park? These are the bigger questions. Can I afford to give my family a good life? Will my kids have a chance to get a good job someday? How will I rebuild from the fire or the storm? You know, all of these questions, they're not partisan, but they're practical. People you look to are you. They're the people they look to, or you, for real. You know there's no way to walk into the corner drugstore without being accosted immediately as to what's going on, right? Well, so you know what it means to solve real problems, to be held accountable for the people you serve. That's why when I put together my cabinet, I called on former mayors, and I mean this sincerely. Take a look. John Vilsack was a governor who's also a mayor. Marcia Fudge, a mayor. Marty Walsh, a mayor in Boston. Pete Buttigieg is a mayor. And I picked Mitch Landrieu to oversee the implementation of the infrastructure law, which is over $200 million, because he knows how mayors get things done. No, I mean it. Not a joke.
Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. We are listening in as President Biden addressed the Conference of Mayors in Washington, D.C. over the weekend. These remarks are a little less than 20 minutes long, so I wanted to play them for you here on Live Now from Fox. But to give you some context as to what else you're looking at to the right-hand side of your screen. So up at the top there, we do have live exteriors of the United States Embassy in the Ukraine. Now, this is after the State Department officially ordered the families of all American personnel to leave the country amid heightened fears of a Russian invasion. This happened just yesterday. President Biden also considering right now whether or not the United States should send troops to Eastern Europe. We also are tracking some chilly temperatures and snow in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and throughout other parts of the Midwest. In a little less than 20 minutes, we will be speaking live with Fox 6 Milwaukee's Amelia Jones for an update on those conditions. So let's listen in to President Biden's latest remarks here on Live Now from Fox.
Not to vote for it for political reasons, but because of you, they voted for it. We got it done because they know how it goes in your cities to determine how their states go. And now, after years of dead ends and broken promises, not only has infrastructure week finally arrived, but we can literally, because you look forward to an infrastructure decade. That's not hyperbole. Back in 2009, when President Obama asked me to lead the recovery effort, which was an $800 billion effort, and the first thing I did, I went to the mayors. Not a joke. Now, most of you are too young to have been around in 2008, but look, I spoke to over 200 mayors putting that together. Because of them, because of you, we came through that moment together. That's the same approach that Mitch has taken, having been a former mayor, with all of you. I know Mitch has spoken to many of you already. And in just 2 months, we've already seen this law start to make a real difference, creating better jobs, transforming our communities in tangible ways. We've announced billions of dollars for highways, ports, airports, water and sewage systems, high-speed internet, funding to clean up the rivers in Ohio, chemical plants and sites in Florida, polluted lakes in Michigan, and dozens of other sites. A new program to cap and plug orphaned oil and gas wells, spewing methane into the air, cleaning up the communities that, in fact, they're affecting, while good-paying jobs. The folks who dug those wells when we needed them, they got paid well. Well, they're getting paid the same amount to plug those wells. It matters. It matters. A new initiative to bolster our energy grid with stronger transmission lines and towers to keep the power flowing more reliably and consequently more secure energy supply. You know, I've flown all over the world, all over the country this last year, visiting sites that have been damaged as a consequence of environmental changes. You know, more forest, homes, buildings, businesses have been burned to the ground than make up, if you're taking the square miles, than the entire state of New Jersey, from New York all the way down to Cape Henlopen. That's how much is burned to the ground. A lot of it because of the lack of resilience in those towers that get blown over, the wires snap. We got so much we can do with this legislation now. Last week, we rolled out historic investments in our nation's bridges, like the one I visited in New Hampshire, where restrictions could force school buses and fire trucks to go 10 miles out of their way just to get across a small river. Or the I-10 bridge I visited in Louisiana. It's 20 years past its planned life. It doesn't have modern safety features. And it's last inspected the bridge is deemed to be in poor condition. And now it has 2 lanes on the bridge, okay, that a 4-lane interstate feeds into, creating and causing major backups. We're going to upgrade thousands of bridges, creating good-paying jobs, cutting commute times, ensuring that as we build back, no community gets to be left behind. Folks, that mayor's view of the problem solving is exactly what we brought to the American Rescue Plan. It's designed so that you'd be able to have the resources and the flexibility to take both the short-term and long-term challenges created by this pandemic. 10 months ago, that law is still carrying the nation forward on vaccines, on boosters, on keeping schools open. And it's still making a difference for communities across the country. And I might add, a lot of money in that to keep those schools open. Some states have spent the money well, gotten it to you all so you can, in fact, keep those schools open and change the ventilation system and change the busing and all the whole works. Some states haven't distributed the money. Everything I've done in my career when it comes to federal funding, I've tried to make sure that you don't have to go past GO to get it. It goes directly to the mayors, directly to you. I mean it, not a joke. A major part of the rescue plan was the $350 billion we allocated to state and local budgets. And again, because of you, over $100 billion of that went directly to cities and counties, not to anybody. $100 billion. It was not easy to get done, but it's important to get done because you know what's needed. You didn't have to go through your state legislature. They're not bad folks, I don't mean that. Or your governor, good folks, to get the money. Today, communities are still putting those funds to work, keeping people on the job, connecting people to better jobs. In Seattle, the money is being used to give premium pay to local child care workers so they can keep child care centers open and available for folks who need it. Not sure that would have happened if not gone directly to the states. Had gone directly to the states. You know, in Phoenix, partner with community college. These funds are going to help workers find careers in regions and in the semiconductor industry, which is a big, big deal. In Milwaukee, y'all are training workers to get help to get rid of lead pipelines. You have 450,000 schools. I mean, the idea that we have our kids drinking out of fountains that have lead pipes feeding the fountains. Because everybody deserves clean water. Everybody, no matter where you're, city, suburban, or rural areas. Here in Washington, D.C., it's funding the expansion of an infrastructure academy, preparing local workers to take the good-paying jobs in manufacturing, construction, and utilities that are going to be created as a consequence of the infrastructure law. Look, I urge every American to take a look at what y'all are doing. I urge every mayor in America to follow suit, to use the resources, the rescue plan, the resources that were intended not just to stave off disaster, but to build for a future around the people who make communities run. Use your funds to cover child care costs or temporary paid leave to help certain workers dealing with Omicron. Build pathways to better jobs through union-based apprenticeships and on-the-job training, to give people in every zip code a chance to deal for themselves and deal them into this booming economy. That also means building more affordable housing so people can have safe places closer to their jobs. Funding proven programs to help fight violent crime. We shouldn't be cutting funding for police departments. I propose increasing funding. Look, you know, we ask cops to do everything, including be psychologists and social workers. Guess what? They need psychologists and social workers. No, I mean it. Not a joke. So they can hire more social workers, folks trained in mental health, so they can partner with trusted community leaders, like the programs the Rescue Plan is funding in Atlanta and Louisville and other cities across the country. The truth is, we have an incredible opportunity ahead of us this year. We still have a lot of work to do to defeat COVID, to bring down costs for families. But just look at what we've accomplished together so far, even in the face of those headwinds. In 2021, more jobs were created in America than ever in a single year in American history. More jobs, over 6 million. Unemployment rate dropped more than any year in American history. Incomes for working frontline jobs in service industries rose more than any year in history. The folks at the bottom of the economic rung. We lowered child poverty in this country by nearly 40%, more than any time in the U.S. history. You all know this. Business applications grew by nearly 30% last year, more than any year in history. If there's everything so bad, why are people fighting to open up businesses? More Americans gained health insurance than any year in history. These are facts. To confront the climate crisis, we deployed more solar, wind, batteries, and electric vehicles than ever before. And we're teaming up with mayors, labor, and industry to save families and businesses money by improving energy efficiency in our buildings. And in the battle against the deadly virus, we've gone from putting 2 million shots and vaccinations in people's arms to 210 million Americans fully vaccinated. And you mayors have been critical partners. I'm not trying to be nice to you, it's just a fact. You've been critical partners in that fight from day one, from masking to testing to vaccinations. We partnered with you. We partnered with you on the Mayor's Challenge last summer, 115 cities working together to get Americans vaccinated. In Richmond, Mayor Stoney, you created vaccination clinics that doubled the job fair, doubled as job fairs. Get your shot, and it's also a job fair, encouraging people to come in. In Detroit, Mayor Duggan, are you here, Mr. Mayor? I tell you what, I worked with him for a long time. There's a man who knows what he's doing. Mayor Duggan partnered with solar saloons and barbershops to get shots in people's arms. In St. Louis, Mayor Jones worked with churches and local food programs to reach neighborhoods with low vaccination rates. All of these efforts have saved lives. Not a joke, you've saved lives. Now, to keep up that fight against Omicron, we've launched dozens of federal testing sites in New York, Philadelphia, Henderson, Nevada, and elsewhere, throughout sites that we're launching every week. We've devoted federal medical teams made up of military, first responders, National Guard to bring relief to the hardest hit hospitals who need additional personnel just to keep it moving because they're so overrun. We're purchasing and distributing free 1 billion at-home tests that people can test themselves in their communities. And we still face tremendous challenges, though. But together we've proven that we can get big things done in this country. Last year, your help, we laid the groundwork. This year, we have to build it. The biggest weapon in our arsenal is the Build Back Better Act. Nothing's going to do more to ease pressure on families. As my friend Jim Clyburn says, it's all about making everything more affordable and more accessible to people. Every mayor knows if people can't find affordable child care, they can't work. Some of your cities, it's $14,000, $15,000 a year for child care. That's why we have nearly 1.2 million extremely qualified women who haven't been able to return to the workforce. We can cut the cost of child care in half and fix that problem. Health insurance, we can reduce the cost for families we've done for $600 per year. On climate, extreme weather, disaster costs, communities, $145 billion last year. That's how much we spent because of weather-related crises. $145 billion. By investing in resilience and clean energy technology, we can do something about that. To give relief to families in the American Rescue Plan, we had the child care tax credit. That did reduce child poverty by 40%. There's no reason it shouldn't continue. And on education, today about half of the 3- and 4-year-olds are enrolled in early childhood education. In Germany, France, UK, Latvia, the number is more than 90%. Where the heck are we? No, I'm serious. We're falling further and further behind the curve. But we can fix that problem. We can do this and more on healthcare, nutrition, a host of other issues. And folks, here's the point. We can do it without increasing inflation or the deficit. 17 Nobel laureates in economics wrote a letter to me recently affirming that this bill would reduce inflationary pressures on the economy. Not increase, reduce it. And by the way, it's entirely paid for. Every single penny. And not a single person making less than $400,000 a year will pay a single additional penny in federal taxes. Not a single penny. And by the way, I'm a capitalist. I'm not a socialist. If you can make $1 billion or $10 million, good for you. Just begin to pay your fair share. Pay a little bit. We can pay for all this by just making sure that the wealthy and the biggest corporations pay their fair share. Case in point, last 2 years, 55 of the Fortune 500 companies, and I come from the corporate capital of the world, Delaware, not a joke. More corporations incorporated in my state than every other state in the union. Okay? I get it. And I represented it for 36 years. But guess what? You got 55 corporations last year that made $40 billion in profits and didn't pay a single penny in taxes. That's not right. That's not right. Look, we can tackle all these challenges, just like we did with the rescue plan, the infrastructure law, and the fight against COVID. But we can't do it without you. I'm not trying to be nice to you. We can't do it without you. No, really, that's the God's truth. You understand the challenges people are facing, and you understand the solutions. You know this isn't, when it gets down to whether the garbage gets collected or someone is safe in the street, this isn't partisan, it's practical. You understand the cost if we fail to act. We need the voice of mayors telling the stories of what your communities need and the impact we're making on people's lives or not making. If we can get this done, I believe this with every fiber of my being. If we can get this done, there's no limit what Americans can achieve. So let's continue to give working families a fighting chance. I wasn't kidding when I said, when I announced for president, that I am so tired of the working class and middle class carrying the burden. It's about time we grow the economy from the bottom up and the middle out. And by the way, when the middle class does well, the wealthy do very, very, very well. I'm not joking. This isn't about punishing anybody. It's about getting everybody in the game. Raise your hand if you think the present tax structure is fair. And we'll take a picture of you and send it home. Seriously, guys. You know, the thing I like about mayors is you're straight. You know what I mean? You shoot from the shoulder. So let's keep investing in the future of every city and town in America. Let's face these challenges head on and keep building. We can build back better. Folks, I really believe it. There's not a damn thing we can't do if we set our minds to it. And every single time, Think about this now. This is not hyperbole. No other country than America has come through every crisis we faced and ended up stronger than we were before we got into the crisis. Think about that. Think about that. So don't give up on the American people. You know, I've said many, many times to world leaders, particularly when they ask me about America, it's never been a good bet to bet against the American people. Never, never, never been a good bet to bet against the American people. And we stand together. There's not a damn thing we can't do, Democrat and Republican. Thank you all. May God bless you. And may God protect our troops. Keep it going, folks. We need you badly. We need you badly.
That was President Joe Biden speaking at the Conference of Mayors over the weekend. Now, we do have some different vantage points to bring you here from Live Now from Fox this morning. We have just gotten this feed of Air Force One, possibly Air Force Two. I do believe this is Air Force Two because Vice President Kamala Harris is departing to Los Angeles, or I do believe she is heading back from Los Angeles to Washington, D.C. She did spend the weekend in California. That is what we've got going on here. And then here we've also got some live exteriors from outside the U.S. Embassy in the Ukraine, as we officially learned yesterday that the Department of State out there is ordering all United States employees and their families to leave amid these rising tensions between Russia and the Ukraine. So I wanted to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we've got several different vantage points to bring you this morning of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. The snow coming down out there. It is looking like quite the winter wonderland. We're going to get a live report from Fox 6's Amelia Jones on the weather conditions out there this morning. You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody, on this Monday, January 24th. Now, if you are joining us from the Wisconsin area or anywhere in the Midwest, really, specifically, you're looking right now at two different vantage points we have of the snow falling in the city of Milwaukee. And if you are joining us from there, you can expect a messy morning and midday commute today as this light, fluffy snow is going to continue falling and accumulating. So to get an update on the snowy conditions out there. This is honestly so beautiful. This is what a winter wonderland looks like. We are going to head out live to a different vantage point we have from the ground in Milwaukee, where Fox 6's Amelia Jones is joining us with the latest. Amelia, I love your hat. You look nice and warm, but I can imagine it's pretty cold out there. What can you tell us about the conditions and what you're seeing this morning?
Well, if you are working from home, just taking a look outside your window, it kind of looks like a really pretty snow globe out here. But if you have to go into the office, that's where things are going to get messy. So with this light fluffy snow that's been falling since around 3 this morning, it's creating slushy conditions on these snow-covered roads. So just watching the cars drive by here, not only are they driving significantly slower than usual, but you can just hear the slush of the snow that they're driving over. And we have seen multiple, obviously, snow removal trucks, plows, salt trucks out here, but the problem is the snow is consistently falling, and so after the trucks go through here, then the snow just recovers the roads here, and so they have a big job ahead of them. And something else that we are going to have to deal with after we get done with this round of snow today, Milwaukee is going to see between 2 to 4 inches of snow, and then that winter weather advisory that we're under right now expires around noon. But then the bitter cold polar Arctic air is going to come in, and on Tuesday we are going to see wind chills below freezing, not even that, below 0, and then Wednesday it could be around negative 30 degrees. So that's going to cause a big problem. Obviously, when you have all of this snow here and you have those temperatures, then things can definitely freeze. And so that's why we're trying to give drivers and just people in general some reminders of these winter weather conditions and how to drive in it, and also just how to be prepared in general. So yes, bundle up, make sure that your head, your hands, your feet, everything is covered up and bundled, and layers are your friend. If you have to drive, make sure that you brush your car off completely. That includes your roof. That keeps you safe, and that keeps the driver behind you safe to make sure that the wind doesn't brush up any of that snow. And also a reminder, overpasses, on-ramps, off-ramps, bridges, those are the first places to freeze. And with those polar Arctic air temperatures that we're going to see tomorrow and Wednesday, we just want to remind drivers to give yourself plenty of space. That way, if you have to react, you have plenty of space to hit your brakes, and if you slip and slide, you're not going to hit anyone. But things are poor out here right now, but again, it's going to taper off kind of after that morning commute, and then the evening commute should look a lot different. Regina?
Yeah, actually, Amelia, really cool. We have a couple of weather cameras, as we like to call them, throughout the city of Milwaukee. So kind of to your side, we're showing some of the interstates right now, and it looks like people are still out there. It doesn't look too bad, but definitely that risk of black ice definitely could be slippery out there. So you make a lot of great points. Also, I know there are no snow days in the news business, but I can imagine that this weather has sparked some school closures, I could imagine, right?
As of right now, Regina, we're not seeing any school closures. And I think for me personally, I'm from Kansas. I went to Marquette University here in Wisconsin, and Wisconsin is very good. It is a well-oiled machine at removing snow from the roadways. And with virtual learning as well, schools can transfer to virtual learning if things are difficult. But as of right now, we're not seeing any school cancellations. Snow removal trucks, they're out there making sure that the buses have plenty of clear roads on the main roads to get to. The most difficult issue might just be walking to the bus stop, or parents having to get out of their driveways and their streets. And again, people always say, well, we live in Wisconsin, we're used to this. And we are, so it's not the first time that people have had to deal with this. It might just be the first time this season. So that's, again, why we're reminding people, if you got to get your kids to school in person, make sure that you give yourself plenty of time, shovel out your driveway, warm up your car a little bit. But again, we're in Wisconsin. We like to see the snow like this here in January. So far things are smooth. But again, it's just getting back to the swing of things in the snow removal process.
I know, I'm sorry, I apologize. That's very Floridian of me. I see all this snow behind you. I'm like, oh my goodness, school's probably closed, but it's so true. You guys deal with this so much, and it honestly is so beautiful behind you. So hopefully all things will stay calm. And I know you guys are going to get some really chilly temperatures, so stay warm out there. And as always, thank you for joining us here to give an update on the conditions. Thanks so much, Amelia.
Thank you.
All right, everybody. Again, Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to be tracking weather for you throughout the day, as right there in Milwaukee, as well as other parts of the Midwest, are expecting some snow. Then they're going to expect those really, really cold, below freezing temperatures in some areas. So that could mean the potential for ice. So if you don't have to go on the roads, we definitely do not recommend it. Amelia out there saying that if you work from home, this is a great time to stay at home, stay inside. A lot of kids out there do still have school, so definitely be sure to be safe if you have to leave your house. But wanted to bring you that update, that weather update here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, I will run you through all of the live feeds that we are monitoring here this morning. We'll be right back. You are streaming live now from Fox, everybody, on this Monday, January 24th. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you from Orlando, Florida. And I wanted to walk you through some of the live feeds that we are monitoring here on this Monday morning. We are going to start live and worldwide, take you out to the Ukraine, where we are getting these exteriors of the United States Embassy building out there in the Ukraine. Now, this is coming as we officially learned yesterday that the U.S. is going to begin evacuating the families of U.S. Embassy workers as fears are growing of a possible Russian invasion. Meanwhile, at this very same time, President Biden is considering sending thousands of U.S. troops into the region. So if we do get any word of remarks from the president regarding this international situation, we'll be sure to bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. But as of this very moment, we do not have that specific information on whether or not he's expected to speak today or sometime this week. Now, we also saw Secretary of State Antony Blinken out there doing a quick tour overseas. He first stopped in, the Ukraine, speaking with the foreign minister out there about how the U.S. could support if there were an invasion. Again, we do know that there are contemplations on whether or not U.S. troops should be sent to the borders to Eastern Europe and really to support our allies out there. He also stopped in Berlin, Germany, and then he ended that tour in Geneva, Switzerland. So he is since back in the United States. We also could expect to hear some remarks from the Secretary of State himself. So again, we'll continue monitoring this situation for you here on Live Now from Fox. We also do have Vice President Kamala Harris in Los Angeles this morning. And as soon as I started speaking, it looks like we have just arrived on time. Vice President Kamala Harris boarding Air Force Two to return back to Washington, D.C. She was in California for the weekend. Now she was speaking on their infrastructure legislation in San Bernardino on Friday, and it does look like she spent some time there. She is from California, maybe with some family, some friends, and here she is getting out to board Air Force Two. So you're watching Live Now from Fox. Michael Page will be picking up our coverage. Thanks so much for being with us.
Thanks to our Orlando team for starting us off right there on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Pace. Thanks so much for joining us. We just got that brief tape there. Vice President Kamala Harris going up the steps there, and will soon be returning back to D.C. From Los Angeles. Let's just show you what we're looking at right here. This is snowy Milwaukee right now as snow and ice storms are hitting the Midwest here on this Monday. It's expected to be about 22 degrees for a high, and then they're expected to get some cold temperatures coming in for the rest of the week there. We're only going to see a 9-degree high tomorrow in Milwaukee. They're going to be for a low of -5. And I want to show you just what we are seeing on the radar right here. And you could see that snow system that continues to push there. You got 16 just north of Kenosha right there, and then just 21 in Chicago right now. I want to show you just some of the video that we had from earlier today in Chicagoland, and you could see there that they have some snow on the highways right there as it continues to come down in portions of Chicago and the suburbs there. They are expecting dusting as well in the overnight hours as well. But I want to go back out to Milwaukee because we're just going to listen to a little bit from their Fox 6 meteorologist talking about the snow conditions here today.
Tomorrow and Wednesday. Tomorrow, we're going to stay in the single digits. So I know we're focusing in on very messy snow right now, but quickly once that is gone, all eyes on the incoming cold. And we'll talk about it all right now. Really not looking good still as we look at the Mitchell interchange in Milwaukee. Visibility is very low. This is the powdery, slippery snow, so everything is still moving very slowly out there as well. 16 is our current air temperature with a feel like of 6. So on top of just messy, hazardous travel, it's also very cold already. No improvement in road conditions from the DOT, still reporting major interstates as slippery and snow covered, and side roads likely are as well. So take care even in the next couple of hours as the snow is tapering off. It's not melting, it's not going anywhere, so wait until everything is cleared until you're going that full freeway speed there. Winter weather advisory for the majority of southeast Wisconsin continues for a couple more hours until noon, although I do expect by 11 now at the latest, likely earlier than that we will see the snow tapering off, because as you can see, those western communities really starting to dry out, Fond du Lac into Dodge and Jefferson County. So it's really just those of us along the lake in Sheboygan County through West Bend, Waukesha County, Walworth County, and eastward that are dealing with the still very steady fluffy snow. Let's take a look at Sky Vision Plus and go through the rest of the day today. So Sky Vision is really pushing this out quickly, which again is what we're seeing at the moment. So by 11 at the latest is when we will all dry out, and then dry conditions the rest of the day, still mostly cloudy. Sunshine will return tomorrow. Now, we are already very cold right now. I mean, teens, not as cold as northwestern communities, but you can see all of that cold air towards the northwest will continue to move in our direction. We're looking at teens and 20s for highs today, but then tonight we are all going to drop below zero or sit around zero, like in the Milwaukee area by tomorrow morning, and then stay in the single digits for high temperatures tomorrow afternoon. A preview of wind chills tomorrow morning. Could be anywhere from -15 to -25, and Wednesday morning actually shaping up to be even colder. We could see wind chills between -20 and -30. So we go from snow this morning to really bitterly cold temperatures in the coming days and wind chills. So here's your 6-day, 22 today. That snow will taper off here in the next couple hours. 8 for a high temperature tomorrow. That is all. And 13 on Wednesday. We're briefly at 30 Thursday. There's another chance for some light snow, but then cooling back down Friday into the weekend.
All right, so that was your update there from Fox 6 Milwaukee. We appreciate them for giving us that coverage there earlier this morning here. I want to go for a quick 2-minute break, and then we'll get some COVID-19 updates as well as waiting for more updates from New York City regarding the police officer that was shot and killed and the other one that is fighting for his life. We will bring that back to you in just a little bit right here on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you joining us here on this Monday morning live look of New York City here as we continue our coverage from coast to coast, bringing you all the top stories and headlines from across the country. Hi, everyone. Mike Pace here. Thanks so much for joining us here today as we kick off your week here. Let's go out right now to Fox 5 DC as they have continuing coverage of COVID-19 pandemic and talking about long-haul COVID-19 cases.
32. Health experts are looking into the long-term effects of COVID-19 when it comes to children. Dr. Alexandra Yance, director of the post-COVID program here at Children's National Hospital, joins us now with more on what experts are learning so far. Good morning to you, Dr. Yance. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning. Thank you for having me this morning.
Absolutely. Let's talk about the latest news that came out this week that I think was understandably concerning for a lot of parents. What is it that the CDC found in terms of the link between COVID and diabetes, specifically with children?
So in comparing healthcare claims data from children that were admitted basically from the beginning of the pandemic until very recently, they found that there was basically a twofold increase in the number of kids that were diagnosed with type 1 diabetes or diabetes in general. And that is significant because it was compared to kids that did not have COVID as a part of their sort of hospitalization or discharge information, or to those compared pre-pandemic as well.
Now, I was reading the report here, and they mentioned that this is likely in kids who would have developed diabetes eventually, whether it was 2 years or 5 years, but it just accelerated that diagnosis. How confident are they that that's the case?
It's really impossible to say, but the underlying theory about particularly type 1 diabetes, which is the type that most young people develop, is that it is a little bit of a genetic component looking for the right or wrong viral trigger. So I think that could be true for sure.
Gotcha. How is Children's National doing when it comes to hospitalizations of children? Are you seeing a spike?
So thankfully, we have seen come off of our spike a little bit. Okay. So I would say about 2 weeks ago, we were at our peak in terms of admissions, and that's come down a bit, but still very high level. And more concerningly, we're starting to see an increase in the number of cases of multi-system inflammatory syndrome in children, or MISC, which is this delayed inflammatory complication of COVID, likely from the initial Omicron spike at the end of December.
Gotcha. So when people say, Omicron is mild compared to Delta, it's not that big of a deal, what's your response to that?
I personally, and I think there are several other in the scientific and medical community that believe that it's been mild mostly because more people are vaccinated and they're able to handle it better. I'd say in kids, we're not seeing any difference in necessarily disease severity or hospitalizations. And in fact, those under 5 that haven't been vaccinated are more vulnerable. And we saw the biggest increase in hospitalizations and diagnoses in that population.
So what do parents do with this information, especially for parents who, their kids are not eligible to get vaccinated, but even those who, their kids have the shot, they're also masked up. What do you do with this?
It really is just more fuel to the fire for us all doing a good job of protecting each other. So obviously, if anyone in your household is eligible to be vaccinated and has not been vaccinated, we highly encourage that, even if you've previously had COVID. Wearing masks, socially distancing, maybe, thinking twice about going out to that large public event, especially still while we are seeing a lot of cases of Omicron compared to, a few months ago. And as soon as the children are able, getting them vaccinated. But it is a challenge.
Yeah, there's been a lot of talk about what masks you should use. Any mask is better than none at all. But would you recommend children also wear the N95 masks?
Absolutely. I think the key is finding one that fits and is, age and face shape appropriate. But there are some out there for particularly adolescents and older children. And I think there are increasing numbers of KN95s and N95s being made for the younger children as well. So that is top choice.
Yeah, absolutely. So much we're still learning, by we, I mean specifically the experts, you and other medical experts, about COVID and its long-term effects, especially when we talk about children. So thank you for explaining the very latest, and hopefully parents heed the warning and the advice that you've just passed along. That's Dr. Alexandra Yantz, Director of the Post-COVID Program at Children's National Hospital. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You as well. And
all right, folks, we do want to go out to really the breaking news here of this hour here. As you are seeing the Dow now more than 700 points there in the red here, as stocks are tanking right now ahead of a barrage of earnings and the Federal Reserve's first meeting of the year, and as tensions intensify between Russia and the Ukraine. The Dow Jones Industrial falling now more than 700 points there in the red, while the S&P 500 lost 2.4%, entering a correction down 10% from its peak. We are now dealing with a legitimate risk in the market. That is the CIO of Circle Squared Alternative Investments says. Oil has also fell to the $83 per barrel level. We'll continue to follow this here for you on Live Now from Fox, everybody. As you can see, a massive sell-off is happening right now. Let's take another quick 2-minute break. We got you covered right here on Live Now from Fox. We're here back out live here for you on Live Now from Fox as we continue to always bring you top stories and headlines from across the country. We appreciate you always being part with us here on Live Now from Fox, everyone, as we really are going to be continuing and showcasing the Dow right here, already down 2% here for the day. We'll continue to follow it for you as the stock sell-off does continue right now. S&P 500 entering into a correction. Dow continues to sink right now as there are earnings going to be reported there from major companies this week. Also with the Ukraine-Russia tensions continue to intensify. That is worrying some investors as well. So we'll be really keeping an eye on all of this for you right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. I want to go back out to Fox 5 DC as they have more coverage here, this time talking about the real Mediterranean diet. Take a look.
Well, whether you are trying to lose weight or just eat healthier, our next guest is here to help. Dr. Simon Poole is a physician, motivational speaker, and author. His latest book is called The Real Mediterranean Diet, a practical guide to understanding and achieving the healthiest diet in the world. This morning, Dr. Poole joins us to talk about his book and more. Dr. Poole, 5 years in running now, the Mediterranean diet has been named the best diet. I guess at some point we should listen. So define exactly what the Mediterranean diet is for those that don't know.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I guess it's quite difficult to think about the Mediterranean when we're having kind of wintry weather like this, to think about the sunshine in a Greek island or off the coast of Italy. But the lifestyle of the Mediterranean has been around for many thousands of years. And the diet is really crucial to their very healthy longevity and their healthy outcomes. And really, the Mediterranean diet is based on plenty of vegetables, lots of beans, for example, herbs and spices, plenty of olive oil as a main source of fat, lots of fruit, fresh produce, nuts and seeds, and fish frequently each week, with red meat and certainly processed foods much less frequently. And of course, a glass of wine with a meal is also regarded as being part of the healthy Mediterranean diet.
So explain to me the science of it. I mean, why specifically does this diet work in not just in keeping your weight in check, but in reducing inflammation, preventing cancer, keeping you young?
You're absolutely right, Holly. It's a diet really for all chronic conditions to prevent and keep us healthy. Even research about dementia and Alzheimer's, it's very, very active to protect us from many forms of chronic diseases. And really it's because it ticks all the nutritional boxes that science now understands. So the carbohydrates are really healthy, low GI carbs, which means that the sugars rise very slowly in the bloodstream. The proteins are often from sources like beans, which are rich in fiber and other minerals and so on. And the fats are really healthy fats, particularly, as I say, from extra virgin olive oil, which is a good fat, good for the heart. The fats is in nuts and so on. Minerals and vitamins are also very prevalent, and it contains lots of antioxidants, lots of colored compounds, often we call polyphenols, which have very profound anti-inflammatory and antioxidant effects, which again keep us healthy. So it really ticks all of the nutritional boxes.
You know, we talk or hear about these, quote, superfoods. Is that a right way to describe these? And if so, what are the ones we should be having every day?
Yeah, well, some would cynically say that superfoods isn't a real term, and the definition of a superfood is a food with a publicist. But actually, superfoods are really foods that have been described to pack a particular punch of nutritional benefit. And there are certainly plenty of foods that you can identify in the Mediterranean diet that are particularly high in antioxidants and anti-inflammatories. So foods like extra virgin olive oil at the heart of the diet. Plenty of colored vegetables. You know, we often hear about vegetables like kale and so on, and spinach. And again, those are very rich in these antioxidant compounds. And wine contains procyanidins, which again have been shown to benefit the heart. So there are plenty of superfoods, but really it's when they all come together in a unified diet, which is so delicious that they can add so much benefit to health.
Two questions I want to get in before we go. You've brought up olive oil several times, and I know that you can just put that on your salad. You can put it whatever. Can you use olive oil as your cooking oil?
Yes, absolutely, you can. And in fact, if you go to the Mediterranean, where there are so many people who reach the age of 100 on these islands of Greece, for example, they will only be using extra virgin olive oil as their main source of fat, including for cooking. It is very, very tolerant of heating. And actually, there are some wonderful secrets about the diet where the combination of the oil with other nutrients from vegetables combined together, almost a sort of alchemy in the cooking, which can give added health benefits when you cook, in particular, vegetables with extra virgin olive oil. So very safe, very nutritious, and in fact, very desirable to use as your main cooking oil.
Okay, give me 2 foods I should be eating right now as a part of my diet that I need to add if I'm not, and 1 recipe from your book that I absolutely must try.
Okay, well, a couple of foods are, I think extra virgin olive oil is very fundamental to the Mediterranean diet. It's everywhere in the Med, added to foods and used for cooking. Nuts are also a great source of minerals, anti-inflammatory components, and good fats as well. And unsalted raw nuts, hazelnuts, walnuts have again been a part of the Mediterranean diet for many, many years. And so, yes, to move on to a recipe from my book, well, there are lots of recipes from celebrity chefs who've kindly donated recipes from across the world. And your own Amy Riolo, who is based in DC, who is a wonderful ambassador for the Mediterranean diet, has been very kind to submit a fish soup to the book. So that's a great warming meal for weather like this.
Dr. Simon Poole, thank you so much for all of your advice this morning. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, speaking of the weather there in some areas like Chicago right now, getting hit up to almost 3 inches of snow today when it's all said and done. And that type of diet there could really come in handy, no doubt, today right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. We're going to take another quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we got a live news conference happening in Boston. You got the mayor there. We'll take a listen on the other side of the break coming up. Taking it back out to Boston right now. We do have the mayor there speaking right now. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
It's those kind of specific process details.
You see this as a one-time extension this week?
Yes. We're still in conversations with the Boston Teachers Union, but that is not the that is not where we are at this moment. We're giving one more week because we are getting close in conversations with several of our municipal unions, and so to respect the collective bargaining process and to honor the tremendous progress that we continue to see as workers access the vaccination clinics we're hosting, we're giving it one more week. It's hard to. So I think from the technical answer is no, because there are some departments that are very, very small, and so if even one person is not vaccinated, then it kind of skews the numbers. But in terms of our very large departments, the numbers basically are in line with the citywide average, which is 94%. The plan at this point is that when this policy comes into effect, those who are not in compliance with the vaccination policy will receive notification and be placed on unpaid leave.
In terms of the deal that we're trying to strike with unions, like the PA, there's some reporting out that one deal includes some additional mental health days, as well as the ability to be rehired and vaccinated later. Can you confirm whether that is on the table, and will those same stipulations be offered to those other departments?
That is what's on the table right now with BPPA, and we continue to have conversations with other unions as well. We continue to meet with all of our municipal bargaining units, and the Office of Labor Relations has been going through all of our impact bargaining sessions and conversations, and so we are looking to do the right thing for the city in terms of keeping all of our constituents and city workers safe. So I'm really grateful that 91% of our fire department is already vaccinated, and the vast majority of our city workforce overall, and we are working within the legal rights of the city to implement what is best for our public safety and public health. The second week, sorry. We are very clear that this policy is necessary and important for the public safety and health of city workers as well as the public at large, and we're working through the collective bargaining process to implement this in a way that will bring our municipal partners along with us. So I'm feeling good about the progress we're seeing in this one more week that we are giving our workforce to get vaccinated. This should be one more week for our city workforce. We will not wait until every single city worker is there before implementing this, but because we have seen such progress over the last week, and because there have been some important steps forward in conversations with our municipal bargaining, municipal union partners, this week is important for one more week that our employees will have. The deadline right now is January 30th, and I expect that all of our city workers who choose to get vaccinated will do so before this time. We're making several vaccination clinics available this week as well, and then we will move into implementation of the full policy. I want to acknowledge how much strain and stress all of our city workers have been under over the last 2 years of the pandemic. And so while we do know that we will have the staffing levels to be able to keep everyone safe and maintain city services without any sort of interruption, we have plans in place along every department on those lines. But I want to honor the work that our city workers have put in and make sure that we are moving towards a staffing and support structure for all of our city workers, that people feel like they have the supports they need to be able to continue to do this work in a very difficult time. I am just heartbroken on behalf of the city of Boston, for the family of that commuter, and have read the tributes to her and what an incredible person she was. It is unacceptable that we are seeing anyone doing what they should be able to do every day without thought, go up, walk around our MBTA infrastructure safely, or take a train and go to work, or just know that they are accessing the right to get around our city and our region. And so we will continue to work in partnership with the MBTA to ensure not only reliability and expanding the service to the levels that we need, but also safety as a baseline for everyone who interacts with our system. Given the what? Given the space now, will that make it harder? We are now 2 months into some very intense conversations with many of our union partners across the city. It's been incredibly productive, and we're getting to a good place with several of those unions. And so this is not instead of conversations related to larger collective bargaining and the contracts overall. This is an important part of what we need to keep our workforce and our city safe, and we are bargaining it on the timeline with the urgency that requires. But if anything, it's set the tone and created the conversations that will be productive heading into larger contract negotiations as well. I won't rule anything out because our labor relations team is still talking with each individual union, but in terms of what's been offered so far to the BPPA, I think those terms are what's on the table for that particular union, and that's what we've put out there so far. Do you want to say anything about testing and vaccine?
Sure. So you're right. We have increased access to testing throughout the city. We have testing at the bowling building, at the Lilla G. Frederick Middle School, and then we will be opening testing at the Jubilee Church in Mattapan. So we have definitely increased access to testing, and that's an important strategy. But it doesn't supplant or remove the need for vaccination. Testing, even if you're testing regularly, does not catch all transmissible infection. What we're doing with vaccination, at least the initial primary series, and hopefully getting people boosted, really decreasing the risk of new infections, decreasing severe hospitalization. There's really a wide array of benefits to vaccination, and that's what we hope that all of our city workers will take advantage of, as well as the city residents of Boston in general.
So testing will be in addition to vaccination. Good. Great. Thank you, everyone.
All right, everybody, and we will be taking another quick 2-minute break. When we come back here on Live Now from Fox, we'll show you just some of the highlights from this weekend's roundtable discussion with the New York City mayor as gun violence continues to be a problem in that city. And we're also seeing police officers under attack that continue to happen, really not only in New York City, but across the country there. So we'll be keeping an eye on that story and getting you the full updates and really highlights from that roundtable discussion in case you missed it over the weekend. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox as we continue to bring you really the top stories and headlines from across the country. Coming up in about 20 minutes, we'll get an update from Philadelphia on crime and gun violence there. But I want to show this roundtable discussion happened over the weekend with the New York City mayor and other city leaders talking about gun violence in the city, really coming on the heels there of a New York police officer killed on duty. And he will be remembered this week and really remembered forever. But let's listen a little bit right here on Live Now from Fox.
That could be very helpful. We want to hear from you. And also, you know, I'm an advocate that we work with the mayor to see also how we could implement more effective law enforcement practices so that we could. I come from Washington Heights in the 80s and 90s. I don't need to tell you what went on there. I see far too many elements of what I saw back in the day over there. Here. In fact, it reminds me of that. I told the mayor yesterday that we need to work together to dismantle that. Yes.
Peace and blessings, everyone. Thank you so much to Mayor Adams for once again coming to the Bronx, and to all of my colleagues in government who are here, and really all of you, our credible messengers on the ground that every single day are doing God's work. You already know, I see you. We've had a great partnership during my time in the City Council. I am no stranger to being in the streets with all of you, and so we're going to continue to do work. And I think if there's ever been a reminder of the importance of our work, all we have to do is look at the first 3 weeks of this year under the leadership of this new administration, our mayor, and myself as your borough president. I never thought I would experience the first 3 weeks as we have done, but we are ready, willing, and able to do the work. We've responded, and certainly whether it's the horrific fire in Twin Parks, the building explosion in Longwood, the police officer shot in Belmont, to the shootings we've had in the middle of all of this. There was someone fatally shot early this morning down in the South Bronx. And so it's happening every single day. And I want to continue to uplift all of you and give you the power that you need. You are out there literally putting your lives on the line to save our young people and give them a real chance at a future. And we elected officials have to do more to support you. And so I thank you for being with us this past week, but I thank you for all the work you've done over the years. The crisis management system is a system that I believe in, and during my time with the council supported you as the chair of the Committee on Public Safety. And certainly I know your work. I know your heart. I know your mission, your commitment, and the investments you've made. And so today is a real opportunity to talk and strategize and plan, because if we don't plan, then we fail to plan, and we plan to fail. And the reality is we need a plan. We cannot continue to gather at vigils and all sorts of events where we're mourning the lives of someone lost, someone in the hospital. It's just unacceptable. And I want to thank our mayor and certainly ask all of you to continue to pray for the Officer Rivera, who put his life on the line, and his partner who's fighting for his life. And just pray for everybody, because there's a lot of people out in our city, in our borough, that are hurting. But I look forward to working with you, and you already know, if I need to be there, I will be there with you, boots on the ground. We are here to get stuff done. We are not playing. Time is of the essence, and I thank you all for your incredible work.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all for being here, and thank you so much, Mayor Adams, for organizing this. I'm Councilmember Oswald Feliz. I'm the proud council member of this district. I'm also a proud resident of this neighborhood. I grew up and I've lived here my entire life. And I'm also a proud graduate of this school, PS 46. This is the school that I attended about 20 years ago. And as a lifelong Bronx resident, but also resident of this neighborhood, I can tell you there's a lot of pain. Families growing up here are consistently asking themselves one question: whether they'll ever see safe neighborhoods, or whether what it's going to take for them to see a safe neighborhood is to move out of the neighborhood that they're currently living at. That's horrible. That's beyond horrible. But I want to thank all of you for working around the clock, risking your lives, door knocking, and intervening, and doing everything possible to interrupt violence before it happens. And I'm looking forward to continuing to work with all of you, and also all my partners in government city, state, and federal elected leaders. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. And we're gonna open the floor. But someone always ask, well, if the crisis management or the credible messengers, if they're in the borough, why do we have a shooting? And I keep telling them, you looking at the shooting that happened, look at the ones that did not happen. That's right. Because you were there. Right. So we talk about how many runs a batter knocked in. We don't say how many runs are saved by the shortstop. And so I know that you're stopping a whole lot of beefs and battles and retaliatory shootings. I'm aware of that, and so don't listen to the noise. Let's stay focused and not get distracted. So why don't we open the floor? Based on your observation of doing this work, what are some of the things that you believe could be done better? What are your thoughts? And so just a conversation. We're going to have a larger conversation citywide and bring all of the teams in. But we specifically wanted to come to the Bronx. The Bronx is dealing with a lot of shootings lately, and we wanted to come here. And that's why we held this just with Bronx for the most part. I know that we sent out a citywide in error, but this was Bronx focus. That was our focus. But we will be doing a citywide, larger event with all of the groups and organizations. But we really wanted to be thoughtful on the Bronx. So we'll open it up. Let's start with SOS.
All right. Hello, everyone. Peace and blessings to everyone. And thank you for all the elected officials for saying such kind words and truly believing in this work. Mr. Mayor, congratulations again, and definitely have been seeing a lot of your energy, so definitely want to throw back more and, a lot of positive energy your way because it's a very busy time. Definitely seeing the Borough President out every day, boots on the ground. Haylene Olasco, Director of Community-Based Violence Prevention at the Center for Court Innovation. So I'm here representing both SOS and the RISE Project. The RISE Project is the domestic violence arm of the city, the CMS network. So also want to let you all know about that project since what happened, the tragic incident last night was actually a domestic violence dispute, and we do cover that area. So wanted to also share that as well. Briefly, and I don't know if this is part of this conversation, maybe it'll come up a little later on, but one of the things that I'm seeing that I think could be beneficial to this is that everybody's been working really hard. And I think because of a lot of the work that has been happening, the testament to that work has been the addition of resources to the crisis management system. And I know the MOCJ has been working extremely hard to get all those resources to the groups as soon as possible so that we're able to increase capacity and really expand and work in those areas that we're so desperately needed in. But sometimes, and also having worked in the previous administration as well, understanding that sometimes there is some red tape that exists. So sometimes the need doesn't always match getting the funds to the organization so that they're able to hire as quickly as, it's needed. So it's like, you need to hire and, something happens, like, where are the people? And it's like, oh, we need to hire. So helping and supporting, because especially when MOCJ is really working really closely with the groups to support them, sometimes things may get held up in like contracts and things like that. So, for example, with the the recent amendments that are helping to increase capacity, there's been a little bit of a hold up contracts-wise. So I think that once a little bit of that red tape gets removed, a lot of these organizations would be able to staff more expeditiously, those additional boots on the ground. So I think that's one thing, because all of the groups citywide, and they've all been working extremely hard to really just, I don't want to say chase fires, but there's just so much that's been happening. So I think that that's one thing, that the work is happening, it's working, but to really be able to match the need, I think that that little piece could be super helpful. So that's just
we should, we should identify what's the bottleneck. And if you could help us understand what's the bottleneck, bureaucracy gets in the way, and these cities are so dysfunctional, and it should not. Number one, if you already had a contract and you're just renewing it, you should not be starting from scratch. I don't know if that's what's happening. I don't know if you're dealing with more paperwork. We want to move to a place that we're using technology better. And, filling out, we hear this all the time, filling out, thousands of documents to get a $5,000 grant just makes no sense, So we want to figure out how do we streamline this and at the same time protect taxpayers' money. You know, we don't want to be reckless with our action. So we should get some ideas from you based on your observation on how do we streamline the process.
So, happy Saturday, all. Jessica Mofield, Executive Director of the Office to Prevent Gun Violence at MOFJ. Thank you for creating the space to not only hear and amplify the voices of the individuals of this room, but also the collective. I can speak a little bit more explicitly to the issues of procurement that Haley is referencing. This is a structural issue that we've been experiencing in the city, where the heart and spirit of the organizations are not always matched by the city's policies and procedures around how access to capital gets to community members. I think a lot of times, based on the structure of it being reimbursable, there's the assumption that there's access to cash flow already. So the work already happens and then people are reimbursed. So I think where the red tape lies is policy around changing contracts from being.
We're going to take another quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. Coming up about just 10 minutes, going out to Philadelphia for an update on gun violence there.
That we have for their performance on the ground. I feel like that's explicitly important. So I think a lot of what we see in this space, especially when we talk about the exhaustion and the trauma of constantly having to come out and convene around vigils, around babies being hurt, around individuals not being able to come home. I think it also speaks to other system actors that are not in this space today. You know, a lot of this is around not only access to capital, but access to housing and how people are able to remove themselves out of communities in different spaces, not necessarily completely out of the borough, but in other neighborhoods where they can establish a perception and a sense of safety at the ability of being able to move, even though they might not have the financial capacity to be able to move themselves. So if we had the ability to connect with the HPD and challenge the policy of not only having special grants to be for 5 families per year, where there was actually a set aside for victims of gun violence, I think that would allow the narrative to change around Black boys and girls not being seen as victims so that their families can actually get the support to be survivors. I think that's the kind of policy and narrative change and shift that needs to happen, in addition to the support around how we actually view the contracts, who's receiving the contracts, and how that money is distributed.
I thought I saw RPG in the house somewhere. RPG release the grip. Yes.
Wonderful day. Release the grip.
Thank you. Pull the microphone a little closer to you. Thank you.
God bless you all this morning, and the same hearty greetings that all extended to you, Mayor Adams, we extend to you as well. Obviously, all of you here, I want to give special attention to Borough President Vanessa Gibson, as well as the council member for the Release the Grip 2 site, northern site that we work in. I do want to note a few things. Quite oftentimes when folks speak to our work or what we do, and it really speaks to what you said concerning, oh, what are they doing? You know, well, the police force is a big force, and I don't speak against it. My dad was a police, and I'm a proud New York City, Harlem girl. And so our sites are generally between boots on the ground, between about 5 to 12 people, right? And we cover approximately 10-ish blocks. And so we're not around the clock. So it's a misnomer when people think that something should have been done quickly. So just for the sake of clarity, I think it's important to note that, right? That we are not this large group with 20 people on the ground to cover about 10 blocks. And yes, we've extended ourselves. I think it's important to also note that there is much being done, right, to keep this moving. Number one, to engage young people during the day. Many of our office spaces are not that big. It's really challenging to get, if our office was this big, you know, like we'd be jamming, right? But you're trying to piece together. So there's the work that's being done on the ground by the violence interrupters, accruing information, building relationships. You have young people who really are wanting to get out, right? Whatever that means for them. But over the last, I want to say, when did we do that when we took those young people away? Almost 2 years ago. It was 2019, there was a conflict in the Belmont area between two groups, and it was shootings during the day, a real Wild Wild West scenario. And we were able to take them to a location that we had purchased before we used it for something else to get them off the ground. And it was so important to get them out the city, but part of the conversation is, if we stand down, what if they don't stand down? So trying to balance this, trying to bring key players together, and yes, the structure has been changed. And I believe over about the last 2 years, you have structures. And right now, yeah, I'm talking about gangs, but that's not the only thing. There's mental health, right? Issues, there's desperations. But then you're talking about there's been a change in the structure, right? And so entities have come together. And so it changes the dynamics of what's going on the ground and who is merged together and now who they're standing against. So yes, it is when funds get to us. It is making it very clear about how many people we have on the ground. Because when we say on the ground, that includes our outreach workers who do risk reduction work. Lightly, some case management, because you have to get people ID cards. Right? You have to spend time speaking to them. You have to get birth certificates. You have to bring them through some courses in job readiness so that you can move them on to a class. And some here know what I'm talking about, and I believe some of the older cure violence crisis management teams are doing it better because of years. Some folks just need to get out the city. We've sought to relocate about two of our participants. I was going to say 2 of our kids, right? 2 of our participants, because they just need to be out the city, right? Because they're desperate. We won't even address housing. But this work is a lot bigger than just people on the ground, because if that was the case, with all due respect, no shade to anyone. Get guns out of people's hands. We've had a call, and I'm going to stand down, where one of our kids said, yo, meet me at this such, to an outreach worker, to his case manager. He couldn't get there. He sent somebody else on the team. The young kid thought that our outreach worker was going to put work in with him. And he literally talked them down and saved somebody's life that night. So there is lots of work, and kudos and love and great respect to everybody who's doing the work, especially those who are around this table and in the city who's doing this work without a grant and with a grant. Bless you all.
It's not every day that we get the opportunity, right, to have the mayor here paying full attention. Obviously, he's going to have the energy to do this a lot, but I want to actually throw the question perhaps to the folks at Bragg, who obviously I know very well because we do a lot of work together. There's obviously micro and macro questions that we need to ask. The micro and the short term and the immediate is obviously we're all figuring out how we actually deal with the crisis at this moment, which is obviously there's something happening, and that can't be denied. So the micro and the more immediate are things that obviously emotion is going to drive a lot of that, right? The questions I want to ask about, and I want to throw it obviously to Bragg, but to everybody, are the more macro questions about more long-term, right? If we don't have a long-term conversation about why these things happen to begin with, then they're going to happen again. And so I want us to make sure that we keep that, we have the 100-foot view right now, because obviously everything is very raw because it's just happened, and I'm not going to take anything away from the people that feel that passionately, because it's obvious. I mean, you have a kid getting shot, a police officer getting killed. This is not a small thing, and it is not something to be dismissed. I'm not being dismissive of that. But we also have to take the 1,000-foot view as policymakers. And you folks, as the folks on the ground, that's what I want to throw to you. Tell us a little bit about micro and macro and how we can think about that.
First and foremost, thank you for having me, and thank you for everybody coming. Like my area of concern right now, the problem that we're having with Bragg expansion is, right now we cover from Fordham to Kingsbridge. So we took St. James Park. When we first got St. James Park, there was multiple crews there, we was able to come to an agreement where one crew had to deploy. It's not going to work out. It worked out. To this day, we have over 1,300 days in my catchment without a shooting, without a homicide, right? So now they're talking expansion. We already laid it down where we know as we capture these catchment areas, and like they said, violence is a disease. We're pushing the virus out. So now we're asking about a certain area to capture, but we're getting issues on it because, as you can see, this area, the shooting happened on 198 and Valentine. We understand that. But as you know, Valentine Avenue is drug infested. And now it seems like they want us to move this way. We don't have a problem with that. But we're the ones on the ground. We know where the shooters are coming from. So one of my areas of concern is we understand we're not drug counselors. We stop violence. That's our number one key. We know the drugs bring the violence, but if we're stating that the violence is on the other side and we're asking to move up because we have Morris and Crescent, so we know the different crews over there. And right now it seems that if we would already had that, we would have been already able to mobilize a team right away because we're on that side. We know the credible messages, those that are suitable. But you could be credible, but are you suitable? And that's the biggest thing here. We know a lot of credible people, but not everybody that's credible is suitable to do this work. So we're like kind of like stuck. I don't know how long ago was the expansion already, but we already have people on reserve, and this is how we work. We have volunteers. We use our volunteers. They're next up. We know people need jobs and all that. And then the vaccination issue came. A lot of people didn't believe in that. So that kind of like put us in a place where some organizations are asking all employees have to be vaccinated. That kind of like came to a standstill because I can't force anybody. We can't force anybody to go ahead and take this vaccination if that's their belief. But we do know that these people can do the work. So that's the biggest area of concern I have is that we have to look at the shootings, where the crews are at. And I just feel like as a Bragg organization, it's not letting us completely keep pushing this virus, this disease, this gun violence way out. So we already cleared one area. And I'm asking that, I know Mark Jay's in charge of the situation and all that. And my other area of concern, not to go off Gustavo, but I-95. I-95 runs through the Bronx. New York has never been known to manufacture guns. These guns are coming through I-95. Are there any strategies to create a state or federal task force or something that is going to stop? Because we hear thousands of guns are getting confiscated, but thousands of guns are still out there. And it's a beautiful thing. We're capturing a lot of guns, but as you see, if there's a shooting every day, sometimes twice, 3 times a day, and we're in the heart of I-95, or is New York planning to at least, reach out to other states, tighten up the laws on getting these guns? Because they're flooding only our communities. I lived upstate before, and you don't see that. And if there's guns out there, these are people that are registered or whatever it is, but to flood our streets. And I'm asking because also, it's so much on my mind, but also I hear that there's creating task forces, they're going to have the unmarked cars again and everything. And my concern with that is we have a lot of people carrying in the street. We have a lot of people that carry that have problems on these streets. They have beefs. They They're so-called ops. And now, is there any other, I want to know if there's more strategies on working with, are these cops being trained on how to approach individuals, or they just jumping out? And these cops are young, 19, 18, 20 years old. As you can see, the 2 officers that were shot and the one that fatally died, 19, 20, 22 years old. And I know as a young kid, if I'm in the street and I'm carrying, a guy just jumps out of a car knowing that I have a lot of issues in the area, the first thing that young man is going to do? He's going to reach. He don't know where it's coming from. So I have a big concern with that, and that's something that needs to be talked about. We go through trainings for approaches, for pitches, to talk to our individuals. Is there anything in play for the officers to do this, to learn on how to approach? And we did a training a while ago for the 46th precinct, a 3-day training, and I role played, and their approach was, I stopped them in their tracks with the approach, like things that I said as thinking, what if I was this young man, and some of these officers just didn't know what to do. So when you don't know what to do, the first thing you might do is just, only thing you know how to do is reach, and that's where our problem is at too. So I'm asking and I'm suggesting, is there any strategies for that, Mayor? Because
So 2 things to answer both parts. One, the flow of guns, and we have been communicating with the president, who, to my optimism, he gets it. He understands that this can't be just a local problem, because you're right, we're taking thousands of guns off the streets and thousands are flowing back in the streets. So we'll never solve this problem if it's just getting it from, the end and not the source. And that's our focus. That's one of our plans. We're really fortunate with Congressman Espaillat and what he's doing with the New York delegation. And you're going to see there's a real comprehensive plan that we're going to be rolling out with the president, the federal, the state, the city government all coming on board to do it.
That was the latest roundtable discussion there with the New York City mayor and other community leaders right there. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, take you out to Philadelphia. It looks like the news conference on gun violence there is about to begin. We'll have it for you in full when we come back here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here on Live Now from Fox. Going out to Philadelphia right now to learn a little bit more about their gun violence update that they do every Monday, and we feature it for you here on Live Now from Fox.
Non-fatal shootings unit. For those of you familiar with ADA Chesley Lightsey, she is assuming another very important position in the office, but congratulations to ADA Joanne Pescator for being named the chief of the DAO's Homicide and Non-Fatal Shootings Unit. We have with us Dave Osborne, who is the assistant chief of that unit, as he was previously. We have with us Deborah Watson-Stokes, who has just been named senior advisor for professional development and special projects in the DA's office. This makes her a member of the executive team. Congratulations in that regard. Deb Watson-Stokes, based upon a very long and very impressive career handling primarily homicides and other aspects of gun violence, will be advising, as noted, with professional development within the office, recruiting, retention, other matters in the office, but she also will be focusing on special projects. And some of those special projects will include some very, very interesting matters relating to gun violence. We have with us the Reverend Myra Maxwell, who was recently named the executive director over not only CARES, which she headed before, but executive director over the DAO's Victim Services Support Division. So that puts her over not only our victim witness coordinators, but also CARES under its new supervisor, Melanie Nelson, who used to run Northwest Victim Services and is not here today. Special thanks to Pastor Robert Fontel, who is the senior pastor at Calvary Christian Church here. Thank you so much for allowing us to be in your space, this wonderful house of worship, and thank you for allowing us to do it in a community that, like many other communities in Philadelphia, is having to deal with challenges from gun violence. So in terms of the data, I'll turn to that quickly for a few minutes. The year-to-date number of homicides, these are not all with guns, but as you know, the vast majority are. 37 homicides today. This date last year there were 36. This is a slight increase from terrible to terrible, and that's where we are with homicides. This is a truly terrible crisis that we are suffering through, as is most of the country. During the last week, from January the 15th through the 21st, we saw 7 homicides, 29 non-fatal shootings. There were 145 gun or gun violence incidents. 105 arrests were made by law enforcement, 104 cases opened and charged from those 105 arrests. Cash bail continues to fail us, frankly. And I won't get into that too much for the sake of having time to talk about these specific cases. There are 5 particular shooting cases that I'd like to talk about briefly. There will be more in-depth discussion, and there will be more in-depth answers available, both from ADA Joanne Pescator, but also from Dave Osborne, after I go through the summary of these 5 cases. So this morning at about 4:38 a.m. in the 39th Police District, a 23-year-old black male was shot 9 times on the 1400 block of West Allegheny Avenue. The male was transported by medics to Temple, and he was later pronounced. This investigation remains ongoing. No arrest has been made by PPD at this time. Anyone with information should immediately contact the Philadelphia Police Department's Homicide Unit at 215-686-3334. Second shooting on Sunday night at approximately 9:23 p.m. in the 2nd Police District. An approximately 31-year-old black male was shot once in the upper left chest, once in the back, and once in the right leg, inside the Wild Crab restaurant on the 2000 block of Cottman Avenue. The male was transported to Jefferson Torresdale Hospital by medics and placed in critical condition. No arrest has been made by PPD at this time. The investigation remains ongoing. Anyone with info, 215-686-3154. That's Northeast Detectives, 215-686-3154. Third shooting. On Saturday, about 8:56 p.m., in the 16th Police District, a 16-year-old black male was shot 7 times through the lower part of his body in the 800 block of June Street. Male was transported to Presbyterian and listed in critical but stable condition. No arrest made by PPD at this time. Investigation is ongoing. Anyone with information, PPD Southwest Detective Division is 215-686-3184. Fourth shooting. On Sunday at about 2:22 a.m. in the 15th Police District. A 43-year-old black male was shot one time in the left wrist on the 1500 block of Pratt Street inside of a deli. The male was transported to Frankfurt Torresdale Hospital by medics and placed in stable condition. No arrest has been made by PPD. However, a gun was recovered. This investigation remains ongoing. Anyone with information should contact PPD's Northeast Detective Division at 215-686-3154. And the fifth and final shooting that we're going to highlight at this time occurred on Saturday at about 7:38 p.m. in the 1500 block of Arrott, A-R-R-O-T-T Street in the 15th Police District. An approximately 23-year-old South Asian male was shot one time in the left side inside of a neighborhood market. That male victim was transported to Temple University Hospital by medics and placed in critical condition. A 28-year-old male was shot one time in the left arm and one time in the left side. That second male is a suspect in the robbery. He was also transported to Temple University Hospital by police and placed in critical condition. That second male is held as a prisoner by police at this time. Anyone with information regarding this shooting should contact PPD's Northeast Detective Division at 215-686-3154. Let me be clear, although it should be mighty clear by now, that this office believes that reform is necessary to focus on the most serious and most violent crimes so that people can properly be held accountable for doing things that are violent, that are vicious, and that tear apart society. We believe in focusing on the most violent and most serious crimes. That is why, shortly before the pandemic, our conviction rate for gun violence was at about 83%. That is what we believe. It is the reform that enables the resources to go to where they are most needed. And likewise, it is the reform that regains trust in the community, so community will help us by testifying, by providing information, by telling us things that are about to jump off. There's actually a very interesting article in the Washington Post, I believe this morning, it's either this morning or yesterday, talking about the perspective of many different cities and reiterating what we have been saying for a very, very long time, which is that we have an opportunity to invest in very serious ways in prevention with the relief money that is coming through the pandemic, that mayors in different cities have taken it seriously, and in particular in St. Louis, where they've had a terrible problem with gun violence, have already invested in those measures with some positive results. The other point that it makes is that there must be a very serious focus on the most serious crimes. We cannot continue to waste resources and time on things that matter less than the truly terrible crisis that we are facing. So anyone who has any thought of picking up a gun, pointing at another person, and pulling the trigger, let me make sure that you understand where I am coming from. If we get you, we will prosecute you very vigorously, and you will be in a jail cell for a very long and appropriately lengthy period of time. That is exactly where we are coming from. And as for the victims who are suffering from this, be they individuals who have suffered a bullet or who are in that family or who are on that block, our CARES unit, our victim witness services are here to help, and we look forward to working with all other entities who are here to address your needs, including the trauma that you have suffered. I think at this time probably the best thing that I can do, because I know there may be questions about these individual cases, is I'd like to introduce ADA Joanne Pescator. Both she and Dave Osborne will be available for questions on these cases later, but I'd like to give our new Chief of Homicide and Non-Fatal Shootings an opportunity to address you on these cases in particular. I think you should know that we have seen a parallel development both with the DA's office and with the Philadelphia Police Department that we think is very positive. A couple of years ago, our office took the attorneys who were prosecuting shooting cases, non-fatal shooting cases, and we took the attorneys who were prosecuting homicide cases, these were two separate units, and we joined them. We joined them with the idea that the work would be done better, that there would be better mentoring, better apprenticeship, better results. That's exactly what happened. We are very pleased to see that the Philadelphia Police Department on its own and separately has chosen to do something very similar. They have come up with a unit that is dedicated to dealing with non-fatal shootings under the leadership of Captain Johnny Walker, with whom I met actually a couple times last week. A wonderful choice, I think. But it's my honor and pleasure to introduce ADA Joanne Pescator to address these particular cases.
Does anyone have any questions before I start the?
I was just going to ask specifically about the Broad and Allegheny job. Do you guys have, like, what information do you have at this point?
The only information that we have right now was a 23-year-old male. We believe it was a result of a robbery. There is video. The case is still being investigated, as you can imagine. The police are out there looking for video now. He was shot approximately 9 times, 8 times in the back, but they feel like it was a robbery. Apparently, he's the son of a Philadelphia police officer, and he was home from school. So that's the information that I have right now.
So he was a Temple student, do you know?
I don't know where he was a student. I just was told that he was home from school, and it's a 23-year-old male. Any questions on any of the other cases?
Was there an update about the attempted murder charges?
For the police officer?
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Dave has that case. He's actually assigned to it.
Good morning. And are we talking about the shooting of the police officers last week in the 15th district? So right now the defendant is charged with 6 counts of attempted murder for the police officers that were in pursuit when he began to fire. Among other charges, the gun charges as well. 2 guns were recovered. One was the gun we believe was fired at the police officers, was recovered from the roof of an Office Max, and another was recovered from the car that the defendant was driving in at the time. Any other questions about that? And bail, it's set, from what I see, at $2 million for the lead charges of aggravated assault, and then lower for the other cases. He will be facing charges, again, that include aggravated assault on law enforcement officers involving a handgun, which is a separate charge from the attempted murder charges.
And then did he have any priors or that you guys are aware of?
He did. Several arrests going back to when he was a juvenile. The most recent conviction was for a robbery, gunpoint robbery out in Montgomery County in 2017. He was convicted in 2018 of that crime. He was not on probation at this time. But throughout his history, there has been, going back to about 2004, history of prior violent arrests, none in Philadelphia within the recent past.
Yeah, I just had more of a broad question, but be a positive more for you probably. We've seen situations lately where delivery drivers, business owners, general public are armed and they're taking matters into their own hands when they're approached by carjackers, robbers. What's your response to people that feel the need that they need to carry now to protect themselves?
You know, the law is very clear that under proper circumstances you can defend yourself, including, if necessary, in order to protect your life using great force or deadly force. The law is clear there. The law is also clear on who can carry a firearm and when and how. The requirements include a permit to carry, not having certain kinds of convictions in the past, being of a certain age, etc. Right? So there is a lawful place for people to carry a firearm under proper circumstances and in the right way. And there are rare circumstances, but circumstances in which it is legal to use that firearm. You know, I am someone who would love to see fewer firearms on American streets and Philadelphia streets, but that doesn't take away the reality that our law is clear, that people who are permitted to carry firearms and do so in a way that's in compliance with the law are also permitted to defend themselves when their lives are in danger.
We're seeing more of this, though. I mean, this is happening at least once a week now. So do you think people shouldn't be carrying guns to protect themselves?
I think I've answered that question. Are there other questions?
Mr. Krasner, do you feel that you're going to cut back on prosecuting the so-called quality of life crimes in favor of these more dangerous, violent crimes at this point?
We already have. When I came into office, there's more than 1,000 people being prosecuted a year for possession of marijuana. I'm not talking possession with intent to sell or dealing marijuana, possession of marijuana. I mean, that is how ridiculous the use of our resources was. We were also spending a ton of time and money prosecuting, and by prostitutes I mean sex workers, but the charge itself is prostitution, which I consider to be picking on victims. We don't do that anymore. The police have followed actually a very similar trend. If you actually look at the number of arrests is down a lot from prior years. And that is understandable during a pandemic, but it represents a systemic choice to arrest for the most serious offenses and not to arrest for the least serious offenses. So yes, it is consistent with our viewpoint that we should be focusing on homicides when the crisis is homicides. We should focus on shootings when the crisis is shootings. I don't think that's complicated. I don't think it's controversial. Some other people think we should focus on turnstile jumping, jaywalking, prostitution, and possession of marijuana. I respectfully disagree with them. Yes?
What about gun possession cases? I mean, you guys have the dismissed and withdrawal that's on the data dashboard, and it looks like more than 600 were dismissed or withdrawn last year. I don't know which of the two because I can't parse it out. But you talk about this. I mean, you have to have a gun to shoot somebody, have a gun necessarily, not all the time, but for homicides, that's how most of the homicides. So where do you kind of draw the line?
So, you know, one of the problems, and frankly it's a problem with KYW's reporting, is that people seem to be not to understand what those statistics mean. If you actually,
to be fair, I've asked the office.
Okay, if I may finish. If you actually look at the statistics, what is going on is the overwhelming number of gun cases are getting past the preliminary hearing and being held in a posture to go to trial. Thousands of those cases. But the reporting is not on the fact that we are so successful in getting those cases past the preliminary hearing, where they wait because we have a pandemic that has closed courtrooms and made it very difficult to dispose of them. The reporting is on that much smaller sliver of cases that are being thrown out at the preliminary hearing, sometimes because police are unavailable, a civilian witness is unavailable, or we have, you know, some other gap in the case because frankly it just wasn't a strong enough case. The reporting should be fulsome. The reporting should say it all. And if the reporting actually said it all, then what it would say is we're having remarkable success in getting these cases past the preliminary hearing. And we are dealing with an issue that confronts all of criminal justice, which is the difficulty in getting cases to trial, especially jury trial. For those of you who have not followed it, Pittsburgh has completely stopped doing jury trials at this time. Allegheny County does not do any jury trials. And what that does is create a system where people can continue their cases, because there's no real threat of having to go to trial, and so it slows down the system. Philadelphia has done much better than that. At this point, we are at 4 jury trials a week. They've been trying hard to expand to 8. If they actually got to 8 jury trials a week, pressure would exist to dispose of cases. But the reality is we're doing a very good and very vigorous job of going after prosecuting gun cases in an appropriate way. Are there other questions?
Mr. President, there's now an impeachment website calling for people to sign a petition, obviously the campaign site, but anything you want to say in response to that?
I would like to say good morning, Kellyanne Conway. It's always good to hear from you. You know, I think it says a lot when someone picks a campaign manager with the legacy and the background of Kellyanne Conway. That's what I have to say. Are there any other questions?
Juvenile cases, are you guys appealing decertification?
I'm sorry, what's the question?
When it comes to juvenile cases, are you guys actively appealing decertification hearings?
We do appeals whenever they think they're appropriate in all areas. You know, obviously that is not the topic for today, so I didn't bring any data for you. And as you also know, Ms. Johansson, not everything that happens in juvenile court is for public inspection under the law. Are there any other questions?
I have questions about 2 previous cases. I don't know who would be the best answer, but 59-year-old Kim Izell.
All right, everybody, we will take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we'll take you out to Houston, where the district attorney there announcing a protect place of worship announcement there, all really coming on the heels there of that hostage situation that happened earlier this month at the Texas synagogue. We're going to listen to that right here on Live Now from Fox, coming up in 2 minutes. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. You can see the Dow there down about 700 points there in the red. So a massive sell-off day there. We'll continue to follow it for you right here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to go out right now out to Houston area. District attorney there talking about protecting places of worship, really coming on the heels there of that synagogue hostage situation that happened in Texas earlier this month. We'll bring that to you right here on Live Now from Fox.
DA said hate crime does not have a place here in the city of Houston, as well as anywhere in the world, for that matter. So we're here to stand by with you, anything we can, just to let you know that the Houston Police Department does have resources now that we do actively investigate these hate crimes that partake in our city, and know that we have resources that you can see as well as you can't see. So just to let you know that we are on top of this, and anything that we can be of use, make sure that you contact us. But again, thank you all for being here, and thank you for inviting the Houston Police Department to be part of this important process in getting the hate crime and also the violence out of this city. So thank you very much.
Acting SAC for the FBI, our federal partners.
Good morning. My name is Rick Collodi. I'm the acting SAC of the FBI. I just want to begin by expressing our sympathy and support for Harris County Sheriff's Department, for the family and the agency and the loss of their Sergeant Gutierrez, as well as to the Precinct 5 Constable's office at the loss of Corporal Galloway. We at the FBI, we never lose sight of the threat that extremists pose to the Jewish community and other religious, racial, and ethnic groups. Members of the faith community should not have to worry about threats of violence at their services. To be targeted at your place of worship, a space meant to be a sanctuary, is among the most heinous acts of violence that can be committed. What happened in Colleyville is a terrorism-related matter in which the Jewish community was targeted. It's being investigated by the FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force. And because it's an ongoing investigation, we're unable to provide additional details beyond what's already been released. Preventing acts of terrorism and violence remains the #1 priority of the FBI, as well as addressing our hate crimes as a priority. The work done by the FBI and our law enforcement partners depends greatly upon our community, our relationships, and you, the public. You are some of our most critical partners in an effort to counter violence directed at our places of worship. You are the eyes and the ears in our community, and you are in the best position to recognize when something is not right. If you come across information, either online or within your community, which incites or calls for violence, please let law enforcement know immediately. Preparation and training is essential protecting yourselves. The rabbi in Colleyville credited security training of he and his congregates to help them through the situation and ultimately aid in their escape. The FBI, our partners at DHS, have a tremendous number of resources, both online and directly through the field offices, as well as our law enforcement partners. Public safety is everyone's responsibility, and we at all levels of law enforcement continue to cooperate and share information. We ask you, too, to share information with us, be it big or small, to help us identify and prevent future incidents. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Constable Rosen?
Yeah, I think as we can all see here today that we are all committed from a collaborative effort for the faith-based community, law enforcement, the prosecutor's office, of making hate crimes a priority. So I know that we're working closely with the ADL. I know that when some of these shootings took place, we had about 251 faith-based leaders that came in to talk about security in their individual religious establishments. And it was very powerful. I just spoke with Mark Tobin, and we're going to continue to work collaboratively with the ADL on putting forth some more of this planning that goes into safety and security of when people go and worship. This is a time when people should feel at most with God. They shouldn't be worried about someone coming in and shooting up their religious facility. So we're going to work collaboratively with the ADL. Madam DA, thank you for assembling this group. This is an important group to sit down and continue to dialogue and discuss these important issues. Law enforcement's going to always do what we have to do in order to keep our faith-based community safe. Thank you.
I know it's taking a few minutes, but I really think what these folks have to say is important. Chief Pena, you're up next.
Good morning. My name is Josh Brewer with the Pasadena Police Department. I just want to begin by saying there is no place for hate between the faith-based communities. One of the things that we've done is increase patrols, particularly the Jewish synagogue that's in our city, as well as other faith-based locations. And again, you know, like it's already been said, one of the most important things is our help and our relationship with the community and the public. And when you see something, that you say something. Thank you.
Thank you all for assembling. The Baytown Police Department also echoes our sympathies to both agencies who have lost officers, both killed and murdered in the line of duty, and we are standing by to support those agencies. No person should feel marginalized because of who they are or because of where they come from or how they choose to worship God. The Baytown Police Department is staffed with professional practitioners of law enforcement services, and we will continue to prepare, to train, and ensure that we take every preventive measure that we possibly can to protect all places of worship in our city limits. We also believe in collaboration, information, and intelligence sharing. Those are some of the things that we've really expanded in the last few months, and we're going to continue to do that because the very best way to prevent these things from ever happening is to have those relationships at all levels of our community, from our citizens to our organizations, to our law enforcement partners, and to the non-governmental organizations that work in the faith-based community. We stand by to support each other, and we stand by to support the prosecution of anyone who engages in hate-based crimes. Thank you.
Now from our faith-based communities, our rabbis, Hyan and Morgan.
Sure. Good morning, everybody. I'm Rabbi Oren Hayon. I am Senior Rabbi of Congregation Emmanuel. I'm very grateful to be with all of you this morning, extremely grateful to the DA and her office for assembling all of you here this morning, and my heart is warmed by seeing so many friends, old and new, from the faith community, from our law enforcement agencies, and from our wider community who are here to express their support, solidarity, and their willingness to stand up for the Jewish community. When the DA's office invited me to say a couple of words this morning, I went and looked into my files, and fortunately I had a lot of material to draw from, because this is the third time in 3 years that we've gathered together to talk about an act of violence exacted against the Jewish community, targeting everyday Jewish Americans who had come to their place of prayer to express their oneness with God and with their fellow religionists. So this is the one place, as you heard already this morning, that we think and we should expect that we can be safe and at peace. And so when the news came out of Colleyville just last weekend, I, like my rabbinic colleagues, the other members of my religious community, were following the news with fear and great sadness, anxiety and trepidation, but not with surprise. This is something that we have sadly come to prepare for. Hopefully not something we have to expect ever again, but it has become a part of the reality of the lived experience of being Jewish in America. And so for that reason, it is extremely heartening to see so many people here expressing their commitment to look out for ours and other minority communities in our city. Every time there is an attack on a minority community, I hope that people of good faith and good conscience can get together to express their support and solidarity, whether we saw this in the case of violence against our black and brown neighbors, against our Asian American Pacific Islander friends, against our LGBTQ community, against those in the Muslim community. Every time something terrible happens motivated by hate and prejudice and bias, I hope that people with good conscience and strong hearts can partner with those who are elected, appointed, and sworn to look out for us, to ensure that, as the DA said, there is no place in our community for hate. I'm going to ask my colleague, Rabbi Morgan, in a moment to talk a little bit about the relationship between the Jewish community and the larger community. But before I do, I want to make sure that I point out that all of us gathered here know that Jews in America recognize that to be a religious minority in America today is not overwhelmingly an experience of peril or danger, but we feel very grateful to live in this country, in this city, and in this community when we have freedom granted to us by our nation's founding documents and by those who are elected and appointed to serve this community. That all of us are here to ensure freedom and security for people, no matter how they pray, what they look like, what language they speak, or what their nation of origin is. So I'm here to represent the faith community. I'm here to express with you my prayer that our conviction will be strengthened, that our vision will be clarified, and that we'll continue to recognize the existence of wickedness and evil in our world, but that our hearts will be fortified to act with strength against crime, because there is no inoculation against hate, except for the moral boldness of good people who are willing to stand up for truth and for human decency. Rabbi Morgan?
So my colleague Rabbi Hayon already said a lot of things that I would say. I just want to thank everybody here from all the different law enforcement agencies and from the different faith communities gathering here together today. I think that represents what Houston is really about. It's about people coming together, building bridges, celebrating our common humanity together. And I think that's why it's important for us to do these kinds of events. And I want to congratulate District Attorney Kim Ogg for organizing this event so that we can express as a community that we stand together in the face of hate and bigotry and violence, that we won't tolerate it in our community, that we're going to be opposed to it, and that we're going to build bridges between our communities so we understand each other better on an individual level, on a community level, so that we can tell the people in our own communities why it's important for them not to bear and harbor prejudices against people of other communities. I think if we can break down those barriers, we'll go a long way towards dispelling the kind of crazy conspiracy theories that seem to persist in our world today. And we'll hopefully build a better community for us here in Houston, in Harris County, and ultimately in the United States. Thank you all for coming here.
When it comes to gun violence, terrorism, and acts of hatred, we as faith leaders are in the prevention business. It's our job to form the character of people and to lift up the values of love and inclusiveness and diversity that ought to shape our cities, our county, and the whole state. And yet, when evil acts happen, it's vital that we stand together to condemn what has happened And so to my Jewish brothers and sisters, as a Christian Methodist leader, I want to say we stand with you and grieve for the terrible event that happened at Colleyville. To our law enforcement agencies, we support you and deeply regret the 2 deaths that occurred this week. We as faith leaders need the partnership of those who are in the justice business. And so we appeal for better support for the district attorney's office, for the police officers, for the whole justice system, that when evil perpetrators do these things, justice needs to be done. So I'm grateful to be one voice among many here on behalf of the United Methodist Church to say we've got to do something to end gun violence and hate in our communities.
I neglected to invite Chief Pena up. Chief Pena does a remarkable job. Thank you for your department, for the safety you provide for all of us. Houston Fire Department saved my own parents' life back in the 2000s, and I just want to thank you on behalf of all of us for all the work that you do for all of us.
Well, thank you, Kim. Thank you, Kim. I want to thank DA Ogg. I want to thank our public safety partners, as well as the faith community for this unified front against this type of hate. The law protects people and the freedom to practice religion free of discrimination and violence. And anyone that attacks a person or a group because of their religious belief is disgusting. On behalf of Mayor Turner, I'm here to commit that the Houston Fire Department is committed to work with our public safety partners. We have some of the most experienced and best arson investigators, cause and origin investigators in the country. And our commitment is to work with our law enforcement partners in the fight against this type of violence. So I want to thank again DA Ogg for your leadership in this and bringing this group together as a unified front against this type of hate crime. Thank you.
Thank you. We propose action, not just words. With that, I'd like to invite up, saying her name correctly this time, Renee Wizig Barrios from the Jewish Federation.
Thank you very much, District Attorney Ogg, for organizing this event, and we absolutely appreciate the very strong support of all those men, federal and local, from the outlying cities, the county, the police department, the fire department. It's absolutely heartwarming to see fellow members of faith communities who have joined together with the Jewish community at this time. It's really important that we take these additional steps and that we all partner in a very collaborative way. We all know that anti-Semitism and hate crimes are simply unacceptable. As we have said, all people should be able to practice their religion freely, and the Jewish community, along with all other faith communities, must be safe and secure. Our synagogues, day schools, community centers, religious schools, and other Jewish institutions are the foundation upon which Jewish life is built. While we are proud of the strength and the resilience of our community, we know that we are not immune from outside threats and acts of terrorism, and that these inflict not just physical harm, but emotional trauma on our community. So the Jewish Federation is pleased to announce that we are implementing a comprehensive security approach for Houston's Jewish community that will help keep our Jewish institutions and community members safer. This approach includes hiring a full-time local security director. A generous donor has provided the first 3 years of funding so that we can hire this director in the next few months. This will be a partnership with the Secure Communities Network, which is the official Jewish security initiative that was launched by Jewish Federations of North America, along with the Conference of Major American Jewish Organizations. And we will be continuing to address security needs by offering training regarding active shooters, hostage taking, and other things like that. Our last official training was in July 2020, and we want to continue to strengthen that training, and we'll partner with our other agencies such as the ADL, Interfaith Ministries, and other faith communities to do this. We have also connected our Jewish institutions with Homeland Security grant funding and appreciate the importance of that funding and ask our Congress members to stand in strong support of increasing that Homeland Security funding. Those Homeland Security grants are very important for the security of our institutions of faith. So our security director will act as an expert security advisor, liaison, and training coordinator for the community. They will focus on a strategic approach to community security, support, and consultation to all Jewish institutions, and the implementations of training and assessments. They will coordinate with all levels of law enforcement frequently to make sure that we have a coordinated approach. All religions should be able to worship peacefully without incident. This situation is scary, and we stand in solidarity with the community, Jewish and all other faith communities, Christian, Muslim, and all others. As the Federation, we stand to do what we can to move our community from strength to strength and keep it secure. Thank you.
Thank you. And last from the ADL before I close it out. Thank you, Mr. Tobin.
Thank you, District Attorney Ogg. I'm Mark Tobin with ADL, and thank you for gathering us for this very important occasion, and thank you all for being here. I echo all the comments that have been made today, but I also just want to add an important piece to understanding what is happening right now, and that is that there is in our current environment a comfort level for people to express hate, and particularly anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism is the world's oldest hate, and it is something that people on the radical left and radical right, I just got those confused from the hands, but it's one thing that they agree on, is that these conspiracy theories that Jews control the world, that Jews are all powerful, it acts like clay in the hands of anti-Semites. Anti-Semitism is clay in the hands of anti-Semites. And it is that environment which these individuals who are here with me today can help lessen. But it's also incumbent upon everyone to ensure that we lower the rhetoric, we lower the talk of conspiracy, we lower the information that dispels hate and conspiracy theories. Thank you all very much.
Good job.
Thank you, Mr. Tobin. Members of the media, thank you for your time today. As I close out, as the top law enforcement official in Harris County, yes, as the top law enforcement official in Harris County, law enforcement friends and allies from all over the county came together in a very real way today to pledge additional security, additional support, additional information sharing between communities, and to participate and support in the training that saved lives in Colleyville and hopefully will save lives should we ever have such a situation here. Make no mistake, this community is united to protect our synagogues, our mosques, and all of our places of worship. Law enforcement will find you with both seen and unseen resources being applied to the security of our faith-based institutions. We will find you. So anyone who is contemplating some type of negative violent action needs to understand that the hate crime law is to enhance punishment. That means you will serve more time than others who might commit the same offense, and that the evidence that has frequently been difficult to gather has been made easier by the internet, by cameras, and by the advance of technology. And so motives are not as obscured and not as difficult to prove as they always have been. As a result, since 2017, this office has filed dozens of hate crimes. Fortunately, none of them murders. And that's the record that we want to keep. While we certainly oppose the other crimes that have been committed, we are here to prevent the loss of life today. We want anyone contemplating hate to understand that standing together, law enforcement, the faith community, and the nonprofit community, accountability is inevitable. We will fight to find you. We will fight to arrest you. We will fight to prosecute you. We will fight to hold you with sufficient bail. We will fight to convict you and imprison you. We resist hatred and we shun violence. And again, to our friends in Constables 5 and in the Sheriff's Department, our blessings, and our prayers. Thank you all.
Quiero agradecer también yo a la
We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we'll actually take you out to New York, where we do hear from Senator Chuck Schumer, as well as the governor there, Kathy Hochul. Right back here on Live Now from Fox in just 2 minutes. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox, taking you out to New York here, where soon we will hear from Governor Kathy Hochul. Let's listen.
And a national jewel. And we stand ready to support the federal government in its drive towards the creation of a National Semiconductor Technology Center, an Advanced Packaging Institute, and investing in growing domestic semiconductor chip production. Now, please join me in welcoming Senator Schumer, whose visionary leadership and legislation will reposition the U.S. once again to be a powerhouse in the semiconductor technology and manufacturing. Senator?
Well, thank you, and it's great to see everyone here today on a beautiful Monday morning in the Capital Region. I really want to thank our great Commerce Deputy Secretary, Don Graves. When I asked him to come, he didn't hesitate. He said, I want to see what's going on here at Creates. I want to thank our governor. We're in partnership to make New York the semiconductor capital of the country. And the Capital Region is going to play a hugely prominent role in that as we move forward. I want to thank also, of course, Doug Gross, chair of New York Creates. They have done an amazing job. We'll talk about it in a while. But this place is unique in the world, and it's going to position us in a great way. And Paul Kelly, the COO of New York Creates. Paul, where are you? I saw you before. There you are. We have our SUNY interim chancellor. I knew her for many years. She did a great job as president of SUNY Oswego, and it's great that she is now serving as interim SUNY chancellor, and that is Deborah Stanley. We have, well, mentioned already, but why not twice? We have two great leaders in this county who have helped us in every way when we have worked to bring jobs in these kinds of areas, semiconductors, but in so many other ways. Our county executive, Dan McCoy, and our mayor, Kathy Sheehan, so thank you again. And somebody who's one of the most dynamic leaders in our state legislature on this issue and so many others, Pat Fahey. So thank you as well. I also want to thank all of the representatives from the groups. What's unique about this place, among many others, is it's public, as was mentioned, which means the research here, companies do research, but they keep it for themselves. But the research done here will spread and do much more good than if it was just located for one company. And they have many partnerships that are part of New York Creates, including IBM, Tokyo Electronics, Applied Materials. Just raise your hand if you're from another company and part of this, suppose, well, they didn't come. Come on, oh, there they come. Don't be modest. Thank you. Okay, so we're here with a simple message. New York is ready to power the future of America's chip industry. And with a boost from the federal government, Albany Nanotech can supercharge our R&D research and manufacturing. And if we become the hub for the nation's first ever National Semiconductor Technology Center, it will be an amazing shot in the arm, not just for the capital region, but for New York State. And that's what I aim to do, and that's why I asked Secretary Graves to come to see how unique this is. Now, let me just say this. The national hub that we are seeking would mean over 1,000 jobs, cutting-edge jobs, making the cutting-edge technology of semiconductor research and development in the world. And that will mean that other companies will want to come here, researchers will want to come here, universities will want to be here. It will be like a magnet attracting the best and the brightest in semiconductor research. So it's a huge, huge opportunity, one of the greatest opportunities that we've ever had in the capital region. And we are here because we believe that Albany Nanotech is far and away the best place in the country to locate this new National Semiconductor Technology Center. As I said, it would be a game changer for this area. We've long had a history of manufacturing innovation in upstate New York and here in the capital region. We're the birthplace of IBM, which has played an instrumental role here at Albany Nanotech. And we are home to some of the most shovel-ready sites for chip investment in the country. When I wrote the USICA, the United States Innovation and Competition Act, I included funding for the creation of the first National Semiconductor Technology Center in the country. And guess what was on my mind when I wrote that? A 6-letter word, ALBANY. And so when the bill passed, I asked Secretary Raimondo, our great Commerce Secretary, to come to Albany and meet with the stakeholders and hear everything that Albany and upstate New York have to offer. Now it's time they see the wonders behind the Albany Nanotech complex up close and how New York has all the ingredients to power and revive the U.S. chip industry right here in the capital region. So it's time for the Commerce Department to know what we have known for a while, that Albany Nanotech's combination of national partnership, existing infrastructure, and a world-class workforce are perfectly situated to become the nation's first NSTC and bring literally thousands of jobs here to the capital region, both direct and indirect. And I want to just say this. Secretary Graves has been a great champion for the industry. So we're not dealing with somebody who doesn't have great knowledge of what we need. And we are confident, I don't want to put words in his mouth, that someone who has great knowledge of this will understand that there's only one place for this center to be. and that is right here. Let me just say this, he also has experience. He was head of corporate responsibility for KeyBank, and he worked in the economic policy area. He was director for Vice President Biden in the Obama administration. So he has a lot of experience. When you go on a tour here, you see amazing things. They have machinery that makes the most advanced semiconductor chips that is almost no other place. In fact, you may have read in the news that there is a Dutch machine that does this, that's made in Holland, and the Chinese are eager to get it. But guess who has it already? Here. And we're telling the Dutch, actually, as a government policy, we do not want the Chinese to get it, because then they can leap ahead of us in the semiconductor research where we now lead. So the machinery here is amazing. The personnel, we have some of the greatest cutting-edge scientists and professors here. And there are partnerships with RPI and SUNY, of course, but also MIT and many other universities across the country, because everyone wants to be part of collaborating on the most cutting-edge research that we have. And that's what they're doing. They're making these chips smaller and smaller. I was told on a little chip about the size of your thumbnail, there can be 50 billion transistors. Is that incredible? But when you take the tour, they have the machines and the technology to do just that. And that makes our companies more efficient, and it allows products to eventually come to people, to even average consumers that are cheaper and more effective. So what it means here is we have to invest in new technology. If we want to stay number one in semiconductor research, in these cutting-edge chips, we have to invest. We have to invest in manufacturing, and I am working hard to lure some of our companies to many sites in upstate New York. Of course, Global Foundries, which I was very much involved with from the get-go, is building another new plant right here, employing thousands more as they do their research. But there are other locations in Utica and Syracuse and in between Rochester and Buffalo, in Batavia, in Genesee County, that are also shovel-ready and ready to go. And let me say this, the fact that we have this research here at Albany Nanotech, the fact that we can gain the National Semiconductor Technology Center will help us create and bring literally thousands and thousands and thousands of good manufacturing jobs here to upstate New York as well. So it's sort of a 1-2 punch that's important. The great research here, as well as the ability to expand that into manufacturing. So for nearly 20 years, Albany Nanotech has partnered with companies of all sizes. And right here in Albany, just to show you, we're not just talking out of our hat. This is the first place where they fabricated the 7-nanometer microchip. That's 1/1000th of a meter. Incredible. And then they built the first 5-nanometer chip. And as if they couldn't get any smaller, last summer, Albany, in partnership with IBM, built the first 2-nanometer microchip, the smallest microchip ever, the most effective, efficient microchip ever in the world, developed right here in the Capital Region. That's why we are so proud of what's happened here, and we have such high hopes for what can happen here in the future, bringing us to even bigger and better things. As I said, Secretary Raimondo was here and very impressed, and believe me, I'll be whispering and not so whispering in her ear all the time about this, but we first got to pass the USICA bill, which we're making great progress on. The House they had slowed it down a little bit. It passed bipartisan. It was sponsored by myself and Todd Young, a Republican from Indiana, passed with a significant bipartisan vote. The House couldn't quite figure out what to do, but now they have, so USICA is on its way. And we're very optimistic it will be passed, and that will have the funding for the National Center, which we hope to land here in Albany. So in short, Albany is home to the NSTC is a win-win-win. It's a win for the Commerce Department and the United States because it will allow us to again, lead the world right here in the Capital Region on semiconductor research. The most cutting-edge, newest research would be done here, because there's no other place like this in the country. It will be a win for the Capital Region, because it's simple, but STC means lots of new jobs here in this region. But it will also be a win for science, a win for the progress that we have to keep making going forward by producing more effective, more innovative products. And semiconductor chips are at the root of so many of them, whether it be your phone or your car or anything else. We need to have these chips made here. So the site is ready to begin working is ready to begin work immediately. We were shown by the director just new places they can expand. They have the land and the ability to expand, and so I'm really excited about this. So let me introduce somebody who at the state level has done a lot. In fact, in her state budget, she put more money for semiconductor research. I'm proud to say that was federal money, like much of the money in the state budget. But it's going to go to great use, and I have a great deal of confidence when the federal government gives the state money, it will be well used for the right things under Governor Hochul's leadership. So without further ado, let me call on the governor.
Well, Senator Schumer, one thing I'll commit for sure, you keep sending that federal money, we'll find ways to spend it. So thank you very much. Thank you. It is great to be back here, although I think we just did a press event at SUNY Albany a couple days ago to talk about our dramatically improving COVID infection numbers, which I will tell you, those of you who are accustomed to see me with spouting out numbers every single day for many months now, that our statewide positives are going down. That's a very good dynamic, and we're still under 10%, and we got different variants in different parts of the state, but ultimately heading toward that place where we've all been waiting for so long, which is a much more manageable infection rate. And hospitalizations are down as well. So that's your daily COVID report. But great to be here, and also to see our partners in government. And I'll mention Senator Schumer in a couple of minutes, because I am so in awe of how he's championed this industry. And because of his tremendous influence in Washington as our majority leader, and never, ever take that for granted. I served as a staffer for Senator Daniel Patrick Moynihan. I served as a staffer for a congressman. I served as a member of Congress. And to have that kind of influence in your own state, it is incalculable to realize what that can do for the people that the senator represents. I want to thank him for his leadership, but also to have the secretary, the Assistant Secretary of Commerce come here. And I don't mind calling the Secretary of Commerce as well. We have a little bit in common as a former female governor of a neighboring state. I think I've got her on speed dial, so I plan on using my influence there as well. But to have Don Graves join us here, thank you, Mr. Secretary, for showing up. I mean, for all of us, it's about showing up, being there to see personally how incredibly important this is, not just for this region, but for the U.S. economy. And that's the argument we're going to drive home. And Doug Gross, the chairman of New York Creates, your excitement is palpable. I mean, to see what you see, not just what we're doing now, but you see into the future. And it is individuals like you who are going to say why we are well positioned to receive this National Semiconductor Technology Center, because there is no other place that competes with us because of what you've built here, and all of the other individuals like Paul Kelly, our COO. And also, let me get to some elected officials who I see often. See them more than I see my own family these days. That's our County Executive, Dan McCoy. Thank you for all you do for us, Dan, and the leadership you've shown, particularly during this pandemic when times are getting really tough. You were out there making sure the right decisions are made for this county. Same to be said for great Mayor Kathy Sheehan. So thank you, Mayor Sheehan, for being out there literally in the trenches with us as we came through this, but also never losing sight of making sure that this community, your community, receives the support and funding it needs from our state budget. So your voice was heard as well. Also, Pat Fahey will be seeing you many more times as we gather in our Capitol. The last session just began, and so I'll be diverted more to Albany than I have been over the last few months, so look forward to seeing at many of our events as well. Also, the reason this is so successful is that we truly have a premier institution of higher education known as SUNY. And because of that, because of the concentration of incredible talent here, our universities and the professors and the leaders they have, is that why we are on the map for companies to come to, because they see we educate these young people, they now have a job, let's scoop them up and hire them. That is the synergy that's been created here. So I do want to thank Deborah Stanley for stepping into a situation which was challenging, but you have risen to the occasion as our interim chancellor, and I want to thank you for saying yes and for being there as we chart the new path forward with reimagining the entire SUNY institution. So thank you. We're going to be spending a lot more time together, as well as our existing leaders here at SUNY Albany. We have Javier Rodriguez, we just saw a couple days ago. I'm wearing your purple. Okay, got that? Okay, there you go. There you go. Don't take any other offense. I'm also meeting the Cardinal today, and he likes purple, so it kind of works. Also, Todd Larson, so important to this whole ability to attract companies to this region to innovate is the leadership we have at SUNY Poly. I want to thank you for what you do there, Todd Larson, as well as the companies who are here. So this is why it's all happening here. I mean, the people we mentioned are not just names. They're the part of the whole ecosystem we're talking about as to why this community is best positioned among anywhere in the nation to receive what Senator Schumer imagined could help lead us into this future. And I announced also, as I declared in my State of the State in my budget just a week ago, that we are going to position New York State to be the most business-friendly but also worker-friendly state in the nation. And how you do that? Well, you invest in workers, and that is why we're putting forth $350 million in worker development, workforce initiatives, and why that's so important. That's what gives us the edge over other states that do not make those commitments, because we believe that we can give everyone, particularly women. I want to see more women in the field of technology, and I'll just give you a sidebar on that one. My father started, as the senator mentioned, this is a great state known for its manufacturing, that whole culture of working hard and the pride of work that we had all along the Erie Canal from here to Buffalo and elsewhere. My dad worked at a steel plant, and the signs were that the steel industry was not doing as well, and he jumped ship when he was 30 years old and already had 5 kids. People said, "What are you doing? This is the most stable job we have here. Why would you leave?" Well, he joined a few other young guys who had just left IBM to start a small technology company. So as a 10-year-old, I'd go with him to work on a Saturday morning, and there were punch cards. Anybody old enough to remember what data punch cards are? I had the big job of sliding them into a computer that was the size of this room. So I've been fascinated by technology and technological evolution and seeing it happen right here, just to me as a personal point of pride as well. So we need to train the workers, but not just to be the technologists. We need welders. We need people in construction, because they're going to be building where you see parking lots right now. Under our joint vision, you're going to see new buildings going up, and we want to do it as quickly as we can, because shovel-ready is the operative word. You will draw people who don't have to worry about, are they going to get the site review and the transportation plans and the EIS. Give them a site that's ready for them to leap into, and that's why the senator and I have had so many conversations with Syracuse and Genesee County and other places where we are just selling, we're salespeople, selling our state to other companies from around the globe as being the best place. That's why we can offer the sites, we can offer the people, and we have the innovation. So this is the formula for success that we're leaning hard into, which is why there's no better place than New York to do this. So I want to thank the senator for we'll tell it a U.S. Competition and Innovation Act, which is a little bit of a mouthful, but I think it's brilliant. I absolutely think it's brilliant. And you are in a great position working with our other partners to get this over the finish line, into the end zone, which actually we're not going to talk about sports right now. Little tough topic this morning, so I shouldn't have even said that, but I'll get over it. You share our belief that the semiconductor industry needs to be here, and the rest of the world needs to recognize New York is the place where this is happening, because semiconductors are the brains of the computers. They're the ones that tell a car how to go, where to go, devices that make our everyday lives easier, from phones to 5G technology. It's all about the semiconductors, and we are in a war. We are in a global war with other countries, China, Taiwan, Korea, and others, who want to own the dominance of this industry. We're not letting that happen. This is where that industry should be blossoming and emerging. People should be looking to us and nowhere else, because there are so many opportunities, as well as protecting the intellectual property that goes into these innovations. Highly valuable, and New York and the U.S. are the places this should continue. And there was a time when we were the leaders. We were the leaders.
We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here for some of you on Live Now from Fox.
7% down to 12% today. 1990, 37% of the market right here. 12% today. We have a lot of room for growth. That's what that says to me, a lot of room for growth right here. So we will compete. We'll continue to attract the workforce, the investment of $4.6 billion that's already here. We want to keep amplifying that. So we want those centers of excellence to start right here. We're ready. We have SUNY. We're ready to go. And I'm not waiting. And I'm looking forward to my very core to be able to say, when this center comes to New York, because of the leadership of the man sitting in the front row and all of us who are ready for this opportunity, that watch out world, the semiconductor industry is New York's industry. You heard it here first. Let's make that happen. Thank you very much. Thank you. And now I have the privilege of introducing our special guest here today, someone who's not new to government. Deputy Commerce Secretary Don Graves had worked under the Obama-Biden administration before, so you knew the boss already, and he had a chance to see your commitment to helping lift up our economy, especially the work you did after the last recession. That was transformative, and the work that had to be done to be able to bolster up an economy that was frayed and fractured. And I want to thank you for what you did there, but also what you did for the city of Detroit. You were part of the comeback of the city of Detroit, which is why we know you have the skills and the background and the experience to be able to help lead us in this post-pandemic world. And so your position is critically important to us. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a warm New York welcome to Deputy Commerce Secretary Don Graves.
Well, thank you so much. It is really wonderful to be here in the Capital Region today, especially because I get the opportunity to spend time with someone who I think has had the type of career that is almost unparalleled, and who I don't think we give enough credit for leading perhaps the most complex organization, political organization that we've ever seen. Thank you, Senator Schumer, for inviting me to be here, but just as importantly, thank you for all that you're doing on a daily basis in the U.S. Senate to make sure that our Congress, that our government is responding to the needs, the critical needs of all Americans today, and that's what you do every day. So thank you, Senator, for your leadership. Governor, it is great to be here with you here in the Hudson Valley. I have spent a lot of time here in this region, and I want to thank you for your leadership as well, particularly in navigating the state through, and we're all dealing with the pandemic, but navigating the state through some difficult times, and your leadership has been fantastic. Clearly, you're going to take this state to places that it's never been before. So thank you for all that you're doing. Mr. County Executive, Mayor Sheehan, thank you both for stamping my passport to get into town. Well, I love being here, and I especially love being here now. It's a far cry from, at this point, 35 years ago, when I was coming to town and having to sit for hours and hours in the train station waiting to catch an Amtrak out west. So thank you for having me. Beautiful day at this beautiful facility. Assemblymember, thank you for all that you're doing at the state level. The thing that I've found is that what you've put together here in this city, in this region, is spectacular. You know, Doug, clearly what you and the organization have done to establish this region and prepare it for the jobs not just of today, but the jobs that are coming over the coming decades here in Albany, across the state, and frankly, based on what you've been saying, the types of jobs that you're going to be spurring across the country, I think is just fantastic. And I'd like to say that the work that you're doing in partnership with SUNY, and I can't say enough about this collaboration between SUNY and New York Creates and the corporate partners here. It's truly remarkable. It's exactly the type of innovation that our country needs to compete on the world stage. As the governor said, we are in a fight for the technological leadership of the globe and the ability to spur job creation that comes from it. And the fact that you've put all of this together is exactly what we need. I was told earlier as part of the background tour and the conversations about the special sauce that you have here. The special sauce here is this unbelievable collaboration that you have the university, you have the workforce development folks, that you have business, that you're all working together. You're not competing over dollars, but you're finding ways to lever dollars, the private sector investments that are going on, to drive innovation here. It's this type of research and development that will create the next generation and the next generation of semiconductor, and that's what's going to lead this country back to being the leader around the world. At the U.S. Department of Commerce, we're committed to supporting just these types of important efforts to drive our country back to leadership. Just last year, the Department's National Institutes of Standards and Technology, NIST, invested over $70 million in nanotechnology-related R&D. And those investments are what's driving the type of innovation and leadership that you're seeing here with Creates and with the nanotech complex. Collaborations between scientists, between researchers, between the businesses that are continuing today, it's going to ensure that we remain on the cutting edge on the scientific innovation. As the governor said, though, we may be at the forefront on research and development, but we need to own not just the research and development, but the production of chips for the foreseeable future. 30 years ago, as the governor mentioned, we owned basically 40% of the production of semiconductors. But we're nowhere close to where we need to be today. 12% of global production and somewhere close to 0% of the advanced chips, the most advanced chips. That isn't going to cut it in the 21st century. It doesn't just create problems when you're thinking about purchasing a smartphone or an appliance. The ripple effects have affected every part of our economy. The shortage is expected to cost the auto industry $210 billion in revenue, with almost 8 million units of production forecast to be lost for 2021. That's 8 million vehicles that weren't produced simply because we didn't have enough chips produced that they could actually build those cars. That lack of supply is leading to car prices climbing. I know that a lot of folks may have gone out to try and buy a car and saw sticker shock, or maybe there wasn't even a car available on the lot. Even used cars, those prices have gone up 37% over the last year or two. But it's also not just an issue of inflation and the supply chain. Our ability to produce chips is absolutely crucial for our national security. And so the focus that they have here is in developing the next iteration of chips is vital to our national security interests. If we aren't leading the world, if we aren't protecting our intellectual property, we're not going to win the battle over the coming decades. It's because, as I said, our chips aren't just in phones. They're not just in our kids' gaming consoles or our washing machines, which they are. I know some people may not have realized that. If you have an old washing machine, you may just think of the belt and, you know, it spins. But no, it's also critical for our fighter aircraft. It's critical for our navigation systems and our communications infrastructure. There's almost not a single part of our daily lives that doesn't have a component of semiconductors, and that's especially so for our national security. So we've seen some companies make announcements over the course of the last year, testing around the country, but that's simply not enough to get the U.S. Back to where it once was and where it needs to be going forward. We can't wait, and that's why I love what you all have done. You're shovel ready. You have the teamwork, the collaboration that's in place so that you're ready to go today, because we can't wait. We need to be able to move forward as fast as we can. So, Senator, the work that you've done to get USICA passed, the U.S. Innovation and Competition Act, and the CHIPS Act funding, it's merely a down payment, I think, for where we need to be, where the government needs to be to make these investments in places like Albany and all around the country. It's absolutely vital that we get the $52 billion in the USICA funding as soon as possible, and I know that the is making very, very good progress. I, too, am hopeful, not just hopeful, I expect that we're going to have in the coming days and weeks, we're going to have that legislation passed in the House, a conference, and we'll get it to the President's desk for his signature. Because if we're serious about increasing American competitiveness, protecting our economic security, and hitting the President's goal on electric vehicles and leadership on a whole range of other areas, it's absolutely imperative that we invest in this critical industry as soon as possible. So every day that we wait and don't pass the legislation is another day that we continue to fall behind our competitors, our adversaries around the globe. So I am very, as I said, hopeful, maybe beyond hopeful. I have an expectation that the Majority Leader and Speaker Pelosi will be able to get their colleagues to come along in Congress to deliver this legislation for the American people, so that just like we did with the bipartisan infrastructure law, we can be able to move forward as quickly as possible, make these investments in places like Albany, so that we can win the future. So thank you so much for all that you're doing here in Albany. I'm really excited to continue to work with you and see if there are other things that we can do from the department to support the work that you're continuing to do here. And with that, I thank you. I turn it back to Doug. Thank you so much.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We will take another quick 2-minute break right here.
So I want to thank you all for coming, and I want to especially thank the Senator, Governor Hochul, and Deputy Secretary Graves. To be a part of this, to see it, is to believe it, and we look forward to helping as we move forward. So we're concluded today. Thank you all for coming. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We are going out to this court case. A lot of people following this in New Hampshire. As the stepmother of a missing New Hampshire girl, Harmony Montgomery, pleads not guilty to new charges. Let's listen to a little bit of this here on Live Now from Fox.
If anything, it has only gotten worse in terms of the defendant's status as a flight risk. She was originally facing one Class A felony charge. Now she's facing the Class A felony charge and the 2 misdemeanors. Each of those misdemeanors potentially adding an additional year to the maximum sentence that the defendant could face at the end of this. Another argument that the state made at the initial bail hearing was the issue of the defendant's shelter, and that she might potentially lose her ability to stay at FIT because of this charge. Part of the defendant's current bail order is that if she's released, she is to live with her mother on Dubuque Street. I'm not sure if that's a possibility at this point because of the custody situation with the children and the fact that the defendant's mother has custody of the children at that address. I'm not sure if both the defendant and the children can be together at that same address.
What would be the basis for them not being together?
Just because custody has been temporarily given to the defendant's mother, is my understanding.
But there's no contact provision, or
I'm not sure on that, Your Honor. I've been told there might be a potential situation where they couldn't both be, the children and the defendant both be in the same place.
Okay, have you checked on those custody orders?
Not now, no.
So as far as you're aware, there isn't an order in any sort of court order or DCYF order that precludes her from being there.
As far as I'm aware, there's no.
There is not.
As far as I'm aware, there is not.
And at our previous hearing, you indicated that she had some limited prior criminal history. Were there any failures to appear in those cases?
Not that I'm aware of.
Right. And at our last hearing, I mean, there is a motion to reconsider, so I am considering all of the information. You agreed with the court that typically on these kinds of charges, an individual wouldn't necessarily have a cash bail, and which has now resulted really in preventive detention, which is, I think, not what the state has asked for. Is there anything you want to add on that point?
So there is. This continues to be and continues to become even more of an unusual case. I believe Your Honor, at the last hearing characterized it as an unusual request, and my answer was that it was an unusual case. It continues to be an unusual case. For the past 4 weeks, the Manchester Police Department, the FBI, and the U.S. Marshals have been working tirelessly and around the clock to find Harmony Montgomery. The time period in question in this charge is a time period for which Harmony Montgomery was completely unaccounted for. This charge begins when Harmony disappeared, and that's the reason for this charge, because she wasn't with the defendant, and the defendant continued to receive benefits on her behalf and continue to make these affirmative representations that Harmony was still part of the household. One of the things that the court can consider, and this was the state's argument at the last hearing, if the court is going to impose a financial condition that will result in the pretrial detention of the defendant, which is the situation we're in, the court can do that if the nature of the allegations presents a substantial risk that the defendant will not appear and that no reasonable alternative will assure her appearance. So this is a case where the nature of the allegations weigh extremely strongly in favor of the defendant being flight risk because of where the case is going, because of where the investigation is going. This isn't a white lie. This isn't a simple lie. This is an approximately 18-month-long lie to get welfare benefits for a child who has disappeared, despite a month of around-the-clock efforts of 3 strong law enforcement agencies to locate her. She still has not appeared. I suggest that that makes this defendant a strong flight risk. She knows what law enforcement is closing in on them. Maybe now it looks like an innocuous theft charge, welfare fraud charges, but she knows what we are going to learn through the investigation.
But you're not giving me any facts related to that, I mean, law enforcement spoke with Ms. Montgomery prior to her being arrested. Is that correct?
Correct.
And how long prior to that did they speak to her?
Roughly a week approximately.
So is that when she first became aware that this investigation was going on?
I would assume so. And according to the affidavit, what she told police at that time was that her husband, Adam Montgomery, had taken Harmony to live with her mother the day after Thanksgiving in 2019. We know that that's not true. And without getting into the full details of the investigation, Harmony's mother has been extremely cooperative. She has been thoroughly investigated. Individuals in her life have been thoroughly investigated. There's no evidence that Harmony was with her, no credible evidence that Harmony was with her after Thanksgiving of 2019 or long before that. In addition, that's where I'll stop, Judge. I'm trying to balance carefully being candid with the court while still protecting the ongoing investigation of the account into this missing child.
I understand that. I guess to the extent that you're suggesting, however, that she be held because she knows where the child is. Is there some evidence that the state can share with the court as to why you think, essentially what you're saying is that her report about what she, Ms. Montgomery, knew is inaccurate?
There is at least one individual who has told Manchester Police Department that he saw Harmony living with Adam and Kayla after that date when Kayla says that Harmony was taken back for love.
Is there anything else you'd like to add?
Not at this time.
Okay, thank you. Yardy?
Thank you, Ron. I would ask the court, and it seems like the court is doing so, focus on the language of the statute that speaks about the nature of the allegations. The allegations before the court are a Class A felony theft and 2 misdemeanor counts of welfare fraud. Whatever is suggested or alluded to by the state is not before the court. It's not an allegation that is facing Ms. Montgomery. So the nature of the allegations are the theft and the welfare fraud. Those typically call for PR bail. None of those charges would pose a substantial risk that the person will not appear. As I'm sure the court knows, people charged in this court with much more serious offenses get PR bail. In fact, I know last week, I believe, an individual charged with Class A felony first-degree assault, stabbing an individual appeared before Judge Delger and was released on PR bail. That type of offense, the nature of that allegation would pose a substantial risk of life potentially, not a theft or welfare fraud. And in particular with Ms. Montgomery, her criminal history is relatively minor and involves mostly misdemeanors. There are no failures to appear that I can find on her record. And in fact, her most recent offense that took place in Merrimack District Court, she was arrested by the Bedford PD in May of 2015, appeared and resolved that case in September of 2015. And there's no indication she was held on bail, so she was arrested in May of 2015, appeared as required, September, resolved it. That case involved a disposition of a LADAC and restitution. She did the LADAC, she paid restitution, and she showed up the following year as she was required to because she had a deferred sentence. She showed up in September of 2016 and showed the court cause to close the case. And the record shows that that's what took place. And I think that that case shows that she will show up for future court appearances, that she will comply with court orders that this court issues. Her ties are also to the Manchester area. She has 3 small children. They're 4 years old, 2 years old, 1 year old. Right now, they're residing with her mother on Dubuque Street. I could tell the court I spoke with.
We've been listening to this status update here as the stepmother of this missing 7-year-old New Hampshire girl waived her right to arraignment today as the search for Harmony Montgomery continues. Kayla Montgomery, who's 31 of Manchester, New Hampshire, was originally charged with welfare fraud. That original charge was dropped and replaced with 3 other charges, including a theft. Officials allege that between December 2019 and June of this past year, Kayla Montgomery obtained more than $1,500 in food stamp benefits by failing to remove Harmony Montgomery from Kayla Montgomery's family account. She allegedly continued to collect food stamp benefits for Harmony despite the fact that Harmony was no longer living with Kayla Montgomery and her husband. The search for Harmony Montgomery, who was last seen at a Manchester home in 2019, when she was just 5 years old, continues. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We're going to take another quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we got a live briefing from the Chicago Police just getting started. We'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox, taking you out to Chicago. Chicago Police about to give an update. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Morning. Who we have standing here with us on the podium stage is First Deputy Superintendent Eric Carter, Chief of Detectives Brendan Dinahan, Chief of Constitutional Policing and Reform Angel Navales, Chief of Bureau of Internal Affairs Yolanda Talley, 10th District Commander William Bentecourt, and we don't have this, but Area 4 Deputy Chief Patrina Wines and New Life Center Director Matt DiMatteo. The run of show is I'll have some opening comments here in a second, then I'll turn it over to Chief of Patrol Brian McDermott for comments. Then we'll have Area 4 Deputy Chief Patrina Wines, and then we'll close out with Chief of Counterterrorism Ernest Cato, and then I'll come back for questions, and so will Chief of Detective Brendan Dinahan be available for questioning. We wanted to talk just a bit about the tragic murder of Melissa Ortega. These last few days have been really, really hard for the family of Melissa, the neighborhood, the Little Village neighborhood, all of the residents, and for the men and women of Chicago Police Department. It's just unspeakable to lose the life of an 8-year-old, a little girl, under these tragic circumstances, or any circumstances for that matter. And we owe it to Melissa and her family and to this city to hold every person involved accountable. And we must seek justice for every Chicagoan living under the threat of gun violence every day. There are just no words when something like this happens, being so senseless and tragic, let alone to our children. But let this be the clarion call to all local, state, and federal legislators to join us in doing everything possible to fight gun violence. We must all, and I must say this again, this is really hard, but we must all rise to this occasion. Over the weekend, Melissa had her entire family stripped away in an instant. But the fact is, we have too many hard days just like this in Chicago. The Chicago Police Department will not stand for it. Our city will not stand for it, and neither will our community. We won't stop working until the Ortega family, this community, and this city see justice. We are working closely with New Life Center Church and the Mexican Consulate to provide resources directly to the family and to the residents in the community. If anyone has any information regarding Melissa's murder, please call our anonymous tip line at 833-408-0069. Repeat that one more time. Our tip line phone number is 833-408-0069. Any and all tips leading to either a conviction or an arrest will receive up to a $15,000 reward. We have to work together to make change. Every effort we make today impacts the safety of our city tomorrow. The future of Chicago, the future of every child in Chicago, is the responsibility of every Chicagoan. And with that, I'll turn it over to Chief of Patrol. He's going to talk a little about our plans, our immediate plans in this little village community, and then we'll go into more comprehensive plans with the area deputy chief and with the chief of counterterrorism over our gang criminal networks division. Brian?
Morning, everybody. Before I begin, I want to offer my sincere condolences to the family of Melissa Ortega, whose life was tragically taken from us on Saturday afternoon. I can only hope that this senseless violence makes everybody as sick to their stomach as I am. I can assure you that all CPD members take this as personally as I do. I can promise you one thing, that the Chicago Police Department will spare no expense and will dedicate every resource necessary to bring to justice these offenders who have no respect for the sanctity of human life. I will now speak briefly on the department's plans to address this heinous crime. Immediately following this incident, the department moved additional resources into the area to combat the gang violence, to target the involved gangs, and to help prevent any retaliatory shootings. The department has put together a comprehensive plan that brings together the resources of every bureau in the department, including the Bureau of Patrol, the Bureau of Detectives, the Bureau of Counterterrorism, including gangs, narcotics, troubled buildings, and the Office of Community Policing. Specialized units from across the city will saturate the area in the coming days and weeks to vigorously address the gang conflict that caused Melissa's death. At this time, I ask anyone with information on Melissa's death to contact cpdtip.org or to contact Area 4 detectives. At this time, I'll turn it over to Area 4 Deputy Chief Patrina Wines.
Good morning. I want to reiterate that our prayers are with Melissa's family. I know that no one standing here right now wants to be standing here for this reason. There is no reason that a life of another young child should have been taken by senseless gun violence. I speak on behalf of the officers of the 10th District, Area 4, and across the city that we are doing everything in our power to prevent another tragedy like this from occurring. As Chief McDermott said, we have additional patrol resources that will be highly visible. We also will also continue to work hand in hand with the community to restore a sense of safety to our community. I ask anyone with information about the shooting to please call our anonymous tip line at 833-408-0069 or submit an anonymous tip to cpdtip.com. We need your help to bring justice for Melissa and her family and to the Little Village community. Thank you. Sorry, Chief Cato from Bureau of Counterterrorism.
Good morning, everyone. Senseless murder of Melissa Ortega weighs heavily on all of us. As her family mourns the loss of her young life taken far too soon, all of us at CPD will continue working to make Chicago a safer city for all of our children so no other family has experienced this type of tragedy. The Bureau of Counterterrorism has been and continues to work on disrupting the flow of guns into our city. If we cannot stop illegal weapons from getting into the hands of violent offenders, we can prevent more innocent lives from being lost. Our criminal networks group is also working around the clock to identify and hold accountable those who are driving violence in our communities. Far too often, gang and narcotics-related crimes translate into violence within our neighborhoods. Far too often, innocent lives are caught in the crossfire. This has to end. Our strategy to focus on gang enforcement in Little Village. CPD has been investigating incidents and has preliminarily identified gangs and factions. Collaboration efforts. Inter-department collaboration with district level, area level, detectives, Bureau of Counterterrorism, and community policing, collaboration with our federal partners, collaboration with community organizations, and violence. We work this as one team. There be no boundaries among us to actually solve this. But the goal is to let those in our communities know that we stand with them. Our goal is to let these gang members know that we will reach out to them to place them in custody or to find some form of help for them also while we do so. Our deployment strategies in this area: increase district and area patrols focusing on high visibility, street level missions, which include seatbelt safety missions, traffic missions, and et cetera. Utilizing police presence as a deterrent strategy. Our gang and firearm investigations and narcotics investigations will be deployed to the area to focus on firearm and narcotics activities, as well as actionable intelligence gathering for target arrests to decrease impact of drivers of violence.
We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox, our final one of the hour.
We'll work with community organizations and outreach workers to disrupt violence and conduct positive loitering missions. Again, this will be a one-team effect, not only with police, but with organizations who are also tired with the violence within our communities.
Before we take a few questions, I just want to highlight a couple of other things here. So far, this year, 2020, Chicago police officers have seized 578 guns from the streets of Chicago. Officers have arrested 100 offenders for carjacking. And year-to-date, the gang work group activity has 141 raids, 41 arrests of gang members, over $6 million of U.S. currency seized from gang members, and over 101 guns seized from gang members through 15 different search warrants. And with that, I'll take a few questions. The information we have related to this investigation is very delicate right now. We do have people cooperating with us right now, and we do have very strong leads. We don't want to put out any information that would jeopardize bringing this offender to justice as quickly as we can. So we're going to withhold verifying any evidence of this at this point, but we hope to soon come to you with some resolution to this investigation. So these are historic gang conflicts. You know, breaking news, there's gangs in Chicago, right? And they have historic conflicts that go back decades. And it's one of the reasons why I recounted some of our gang divisions activity. They've conducted 141 raids of gangs so far this year and made 41 arrests of gang members and seized over $6 million in U.S. currency, along with 101 weapons, and conducted 15 search warrants. So yes, we have been actively pursuing these gangs. Each of those activity data sets that I recounted to you are several 100% increase over previous years. So we've turned up the heat on gangs in this city. And we will continue to do that. But this special focus is purposeful because of an 8-year-old. Repeat that, an 8-year-old is senselessly killed in our city. So I think it's quite appropriate that we raise the level of resources, our sense of urgency, to send an even stronger message to gangs, particularly in a little village neighborhood, that this behavior will be met with swift justice. It'll be constitutional. We won't break any laws to bring justice, but we will be relentless in our efforts to pursue any and all gangs involved in Melissa's tragic, tragic murder. So we support the ordinance to seize funds from these gang members. It's one of the reasons why we've recounted the U.S. currency that we seized. So last year we ended 2021 having seized $25 million in U.S. currency from gangs and other criminal networks, narcotics, gangs, they go together, as well as nearly $500 million in street value narcotics. That's $500 million in street value narcotics. The motivations is clear that when gang members are plying their trade of illegal drugs in our city, it is motivated by profit, by money. I would call blood money. And that the conflicts that they have over this money leads to violence. And this conflict in Little Village led to the death of Melissa Ortega. So when you ask the question, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to conclude that any and all activities of drug and gang members should be met with any and all tools we have to mitigate their behavior. And one of the motivations, again, is clearly blood money. $25 million is not chump change. They're paid by people who do it. And we're not taking down, we're going to hold this person that shot and killed Melissa accountable for murder. But we're not going to ignore the profit motivation of the gang members who make this blood money. Why would you turn a blind eye to this profit? Why would you ignore the root causes of gang conflicts and turn a blind eye and think that, well, they didn't do anything? Well, they're driving the violence through this conflict over the drunk money I recounted to you, $25 million so at the end of last year. That's just the tip of the iceberg. They make much more money than that. $6 million so far this year. It's just 3 weeks into the year, and we've already seized $6 million. We're going to not have this endless debate. Critics obviously have their opinions, but you're entitled to your own opinion. You're just not entitled to your own facts. Profit is the motivation for these gangs, and we should use all of the resources possible to go after everything that motivates them to be a member of a gang and to pay people to sell and mete out violence. We should go after everything they have. They have no right to ill-gotten gains. It's illegal. It's illegal to ply this trade, and we're going after it. Thank you all very much. We really appreciate it.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We appreciate you joining us here worldwide. As always, a true problem there in Chicago, no doubt about it, when it comes to violence and guns. We're going to take another quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. We'll take you back out live to New Jersey here, getting an update on COVID-19 related issues there. We'll be back in just 2 minutes, everyone. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you joining us here today. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be here with you as we continue to bring you the top stories and headlines from across the country, everyone. All right, well, let's go out to New Jersey, getting some COVID-19 updates right there, bringing it to you here, all in the mix, live, raw, and always direct.
On a cast of thousands. 2 weeks from today, that's Monday, February 8th, the New Jersey Housing and Mortgage Finance Agency will be opening registration on a new emergency rescue mortgage assistance program. This is being made possible through $325 million from the Federal Homeowners Assistance Fund that is part of the American Rescue Plan. Under this new program, eligible homeowners can receive up to $35,000 to cover mortgage arrearages, delinquent property taxes, and other housing cost delinquencies for those who are negatively impacted by the pandemic. This can help protect thousands of homeowners from foreclosures and neighborhoods from being impacted. Through the so-called IRMA package, free housing counseling will also be available to assist homeowners in applying for assistance, as well as guiding them through all available options and even working with their mortgage companies to get the best possible outcome. Again, the window for this program will be open in 2 weeks on February 8th, and you can get set up with updates on the website of the New Jersey Housing and Mortgage Finance Agency at njhousing.gov. That's njhousing.gov. Or, and by the way, clicking on the link for homeowner assistance, or you can call 855-647-7700. That's 855-647-7700. Second announcement. There is now only 1 week left in the open enrollment period for Get Covered NJ, our healthcare marketplace established through the Federal Affordable Care Act. Individuals and families looking for affordable and high-quality health care coverage are strongly encouraged to visit getcovered.nj.gov to review available plans. And as a reminder, not only are there more plan options available this year, but so are record levels of financial help through both the American Rescue Plan and state subsidies. Roughly 90% of residents will find they qualify for financial support that can bring down the cost of coverage. In fact, the majority of people receiving financial help can access a plan for $10 or less per month. So again, whether you are looking to renew a current Get Covered New Jersey plan or are a first-time buyer, everything you need, again, is at one website, that one right there, getcovered.nj.gov, but you only have 1 week left for open enrollment. And with those announcements out of the way, let's get to the numbers. We'll start with the latest reported case data, which shows that the Omicron tsunami, which had washed across the state, is continuing at this point to pull back. Cases are down by roughly 2/3 from 2 weeks ago. We are also optimistic about the rate of transmission, which has fallen below 1 and continues to drop, as well as the test positivity rate, which, if you recall, was in the mid-30s a couple of weeks ago. It actually got up close to 40, Judy, as I recall. It's still an unacceptably high number, but it's down dramatically. However, again, we want to say no one should be complacent here. Even though these numbers are trending very positively, and they're still higher than anything we had encountered even through last winter's surge and the Delta variant surge from last summer. So while, yes, we believe we are on the backside of Omicron, we are not free of it. As we have discussed many times before, the metrics in our hospitals are among the most important ones which we watch, as we cannot let our healthcare system get to its breaking point. And as with cases, we're seeing overall hospitalizations dropping significantly over the past week. But again, these numbers are still higher than anything we had seen in the prior 2 surges. In fact, these numbers have more in common with May of 2020 than at any other time. We also remain concerned about the ICU and ventilator numbers, which are coming down more slowly. And we continue to register significant numbers of newly confirmed deaths, sadly, as you can see here. Again, these are under the dates. Those are the dates they were confirmed. That's different than what our hospitals report each day, Judy, as you know, which are unconfirmed. And as you can see, when you add up total confirmed and probables, we're now well over 30,000, staggering loss of life. We continue to encourage strongly everyone to mask up, especially when indoors and you're in the midst with folks whose vaccination status you can't vouch for. And also, in addition to masking up, get vaccinated and get boosted. Speaking of which, here are today's latest vaccination numbers. And along with these, we're happy to announce that 2 new vaccination megasites have opened in North Jersey. The first is located in Bergen County at the site of the former Lord & Taylor, in the Fashion Center of Paramus, which is at 50 East Ridgewood Avenue. This site will be open Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Saturdays at the hours on your screen, on the screen there. The second site is in Passaic County and is located within the former Macy's department store at 1210 Hamburg Turnpike in Wayne, New Jersey. It is open Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday, again at the hours you see here. These are but two of the more than 2,000 sites across the state where you can get vaccinated and boosted. And as always, you can find the site closest to your home or your school or your workplace by visiting covid19.nj.gov and clicking the link for vaccine info at the top of the page. And here's why you want to go out and get vaccinated and boosted. The vaccines continue to prove their effectiveness, especially in preventing both COVID-related hospitalizations and deaths. Can you flip this over? Is that all right? In fact, look at the difference between those who have gotten boosted and those who are working with just their primary vaccination series. If you've gotten your booster, your chances of a case of COVID that would land you in the hospital or worse are 3 times lower than if your immune system is still operating with just the initial vaccination. Stay here if you could, mind. Please, this is, note the dates here. This is during the raging days of Omicron. And, again, so keep that in mind, that this entire period here covers, we were being inundated with that variant. So this gives us a very good picture of the importance of the boosters. So with that, we still urge you to get your booster shot. We still have roughly half of those eligible for their boosters who have not yet gotten it. As I said a few moments ago, even though our numbers are dropping, Omicron is still a threat, and heaven forbid that a new variant is trying to establish itself that could upend everything as Omicron tried to do. Protect yourself and your family by getting boosted. The more we all do our parts, the sooner we get back to a true and lasting sense of normal. And lastly, for the numbers, let's look at the updated figures from our schools. First up, this is the overall rates of infection among students, educators, and staff, which again are coming off their peaks. This is per 1,000 individuals. And by the way, this is not with regard to where that it was an in-school transmission. This is for all cases, regardless of where folks contracted the virus. And now we'll flip that to the numbers of outbreaks confirmed to have been through in-school transmission. Again, we take every single one of these outbreaks, every single one of these cases deadly seriously, but let's remember, we have a total of 3,500 schools across the state serving more than 1.4 million students. These numbers show how our layered approach to safety, including, yes, at least for the time being, it gives me no joy, but reminder that includes requiring all students and staff to remain masked up while in their schools, that layered approach is helping to minimize the spread while everyone is in their school building. So that's it for the numbers. Let's move on, as we always do, to remember several more of the New Jerseyans we have lost to the pandemic. First up, this gentleman, Timothy Helk. He lived in Cranberry. He was 64 years old when he passed.
We're going to take another quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. You're watching worldwide here with us. We appreciate you joining us. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox, taking you out to California, getting some updates on vaccines with the COVID-19 pandemic.
Arleta, California, Arleta High School in the San Fernando Valley. I'm Jonathan Hayes, the principal of Arleta High School, and it is our honor at Arleta to host this press conference for our local District Northeast under the direction of Mr. Andres Chait. And it is a great pleasure that I would like to introduce you to our interim superintendent, Ms. Megan Riley, who will also serve as the MC for our event today. We welcome you, Ms. Riley, and are very supportive and proud of the work that LA Unified School District is doing to address and move us forward into this pandemic and the vaccination of all students. It is my pleasure to introduce you to Ms. Megan Riley, Interim Superintendent for the Los Angeles Unified School District. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Principal Jonathan Hayes, and I'm so happy to be back at Arleta Senior High School. It was where we actually opened our vaccination and had a great press conference when we were doing our vaccinations were available for our 5-year older and students, and so it's nice to be back for this momentous occasion. Thank you all for joining us here today. I'm here with our wonderful friends from San Diego Unified and our members of the California Legislature. We are pleased to welcome our students and employees back to school on January 11th. Keeping our schools safe is a top priority, and we recognize that we had to make a number of pivots to get schools in place based on the changing conditions in our communities. This is our third semester having schools open and living with COVID. We've had many months of being innovative and responsive in our school communities. We've worked around the clock to provide at-home test kits, surgical style masks, and other needed supplies at our 63 grab-and-go sites. While Los Angeles Unified maintains the highest COVID safety standards of any public school district in the nation, we recognize vaccinations are an integral part of keeping our school communities safe, and our commitment to health and safety remains a top priority. During the first year of the pandemic, when vaccines were not available, we saw the disproportionate impact the virus had on our communities, families, and friends. Individuals in Black and Latino communities were 2 to 3 times more likely, respectively, than those in white communities to be hospitalized for COVID-19. The families we serve are more likely to be essential workers or those for whom work is essential. To put a roof overhead or provide food for their family, they don't have a choice to work from home. A survey of families in Los Angeles Unified, where more than 80% of the students live in poverty, showed about 75% of families have had someone lose work during the virus. The disproportionate impact of the virus is also reflected in schools. School-based COVID-19 tests in December 2020, very early on, of children in Los Angeles Unified with no known symptoms or exposure to the virus showed almost 1 in 3 children in the lowest income communities had the virus, compared with about 1 in 25 in more affluent areas. Once vaccines became available, we saw the misinformation and vaccine hesitancy grip our nation and cause fear and confusion with low rates and continued impacts to our neighborhoods. Mandates work, and they save lives. A vaccinated person has less severe reactions. The virus is less transmissible if a person is vaccinated, and this reduces the opportunity for the virus to spread and mutate to another variant. Pandemics throughout history have affected people inequitably, with higher morbidity and health impacts in areas of greater needs. The only difference with COVID is that it has happened in a much shorter span of time. People unvaccinated for COVID-19 are 6 times more likely to get infected, 9 times more likely to be hospitalized, and 14 times
more likely to die from the virus than people who are fully vaccinated, according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. All employees in our schools are 100% vaccinated, and nearly 90% of our students 12 and older are in compliance with our vaccine requirement. We have lower case rates with our students and our employees and in our schools because of the many layers of protections and safety measures, but most of all because of vaccines. With the introduction of Senator Pan's bill, the legislature's actions will raise awareness about the importance of vaccinations and ensure local educational agencies across the state effectively navigate the effects of the pandemic. A statewide vaccine mandate will promote uniform health and safety protocols and is aligned with the intent of other existing vaccination statutes. In a county as large as Los Angeles, where there are nearly 1.5 million students in transitional kindergarten through 12th grade across 80 different school districts, this consistency in health standards will help ensure all of us in the school community are doing our part to keep community transmissions low and ensure a safe school environment for our most vulnerable student populations. Los Angeles Unified will continue to offer vaccination clinics and educational information over the course of this semester so everyone in the school community can get vaccinated. It is now my great pleasure to introduce Senator Dr. Richard Pan, a pediatrician, former UC Davis educator, and state senator, proudly representing Sacramento and nearby communities. He chairs the Senate Committee on Health and serves on Special Committee on Pandemic Emergency Response, the Senate Committee on Education, among others. Throughout his career, Dr. Pan has worked to keep our communities safe and healthy. Please welcome Dr. Richard Pan.
Thank you so very much. Thank you so much, Superintendent Riley, for grounding us in why we are here today. And I do want to thank LAUSD and the superintendent for her leadership, and also recognize the members of their school board for their leadership and courage in ensuring that the children of LAUSD are safe and moving forward on the vaccine requirements. I also want to thank Principal Hayes and the Mustang community for working so hard to make this school open and safe for students. I appreciate coming on campus, the questions to ensure that no one had symptoms, the requirements that people do what they need to do to keep the students safe, the fact that the staff is 100% vaccinated. And again, want to thank Principal Hayes and his staff for welcoming us here today and to be here in his wonderful school. We know Omicron raging, pandemic fatigue, workforce shortages, misinformation, and many, many other issues are keeping schools open and safe takes a lot of effort and money because of that. And I also want to recognize and thank San Diego Unified School District for being here today as well. Like Los Angeles Unified School District, your leadership in San Diego and your focus on keeping your students safe, students, staff, and community safe is a model for all schools. I also want to thank the California Medical Association for being here and continuing to be a leading advocate for patients and public health. And I want to thank all the parents, health professionals, and youth that continue to fight to protect us by making the pro-vaccine majority heard above the din of COVID and vaccine misinformation. Now, families across the state and country have faced disruption, anxiety, and trauma from this pandemic for now almost 2 years. Confidence and certainty are things we all long for, and yet that certainty repeatedly seems to be out of reach. Now, I know our schools need confidence and certainty about how to keep schools open and safe. I know parents, as they work to support their families, want confidence and certainty that schools will be open and safe. I know teachers and staff want the confidence and certainty that they are safe in the classroom. And I know our children want confidence and certainty that they have a safe place to learn in person with their peers. As a pediatrician, parent, and legislator, I'm committed to giving the public confidence and certainty that we are working to prevent or slow down the next coronavirus surge. And while I may not agree with some of the local court or Supreme Court rulings around vaccine requirements, the judges have certainly made it clear legislators have the authority to pass laws to make our communities safe, including increasing vaccination rates to keep schools open and safe. And therefore, legislatures need to act. That's why I'm honored to join my colleagues from across the state, including Assemblywoman Buffy Wicks, Dr. Akilah Weber, Assembly members Evan Lowe and Cecilia Aguilar-Curry, and Senators Wiener and Newman, to work together to do what is necessary to get our vaccination rates high and to keep our schools open and safe. We have all witnessed and perhaps personally experienced the sheer mental health toll closing schools has had on our children. We can't go back there. That's why last year, when LA Unified School District looked at their numbers, it was clear that the only way to keep schools open and safe was to require vaccines for all students medically eligible to be vaccinated. And it worked. 12 years and over vaccinated are already approaching 90% here in LA Unified School District. Now, why did it work? Because we know that thoughtful, data-driven school requirements work. Students in California are currently required to be vaccinated for many serious diseases to prevent their spread in schools and our communities. And given the tragically high number of people, and those do include children and teens, who suffered from death and disability from COVID-19, we must make sure our students are vaccinated against COVID as well. High vaccination rates, along with testing, masks, and other safety measures to halt COVID spread, keeps our schools open and keeps them safe. And that is why I am announcing today, standing shoulder to shoulder with school leaders, students, and health leaders, that we will be passing a statewide law, the Keep Schools Open and Safe Act, to require COVID-19 vaccines for in-person school attendance. I appreciate that Governor Newsom is leading our country in following science and data to make public health decisions to slow the pandemic. Now, during the terrible Disneyland measles outbreak in 2015, I authored a law, SB 277, to defeat a well-known virus. And when it came to school vaccinations, I did not author that bill to respond to a pandemic where science would actually deliver a safe and effective vaccine, even as that virus, the novel coronavirus, ravaged our country and world. In fact, it's a miracle of science that we actually have a vaccine. So at that time, I even accepted amendments to SB 277 that continued to tie the hands of the governor and the state public health officer, because I did not imagine we would actually have vaccines to protect us from a deadly new virus while it's still preventable. And that is why the Keep Schools Open and Safe Act removes a mandatory personal belief exemption so that our state public health officer is able to take action to increase school vaccination rates to protect students and the community. Right now, as we watch schools around the country close because of COVID outbreaks, pundits are declaring a false duality. Shut down schools to stop outbreaks, or surrender to COVID by allowing everyone to get infected. But these are not good options. They both have unacceptable costs from either disruption of education or disability from long COVID or death. That's not the choice we should be looking at. That's why we want a third option, a better one, that the availability of a safe and effective vaccine can provide us. And that's simply to ensure every medically eligible student attending school in person is vaccinated. Vaccination is the cornerstone of ensuring our schools will be open and will be safe. And for our children's sake, I hope we can all agree that our schools should be open and safe for all students on campus. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Senator Pan, for those great words. Our next speaker has spent nearly 3 decades striving to improve the lives of working families in San Diego. During his time on the school board since 2008, Trustee Richard Barrera has focused on equity and excellence for all public school students, achieving record high graduation and college eligibility rates and leading the district through the Great Recession. Please welcome my friend and colleague, San Diego Unified Board Trustee Richard Barrera.
Thank you, Megan. It's an honor to represent the San Diego Unified School District here at this press conference, and we're so grateful to the example that Los Angeles Unified continues to provide for all of us up and down the state, and we are extremely grateful for the leadership of Senator Richard Pan and his colleagues that continue to have the courage to do what most of us consider common sense, which is to protect our students, to protect our educators, so that we can keep students in school. Thank you, Dr. Pan, for that continued work. In our district, San Diego Unified, the second largest K-12 district in California, our board passed a policy in late September which would require vaccines of all of our staff and would require vaccines of students as the vaccine becomes fully approved by the FDA. Our intention was that the first group of students that the vaccine mandate would apply to would be high school students, like the high school students here at Arleta High, and that mandate would have gone into effect today. Today, our intention was, at the beginning of the spring semester in San Diego Unified, that we would provide that necessary layer of protection to all of our students and staff by requiring the vaccine. We're not able to move forward today with our policy because it's being held up in the courts. And as Senator Pan mentioned, we certainly disagree with the interpretation of the lower court that a local school district does not have the authority to implement a vaccine mandate. But the judge in our case was very clear that the state legislature does have the authority to require a student vaccine mandate throughout California. And it is unfathomable that when we have vaccines available that we know can protect our students, protect our educators, that we would simply look the other way for political reasons and pretend that we should not be making use of those vaccines and making sure that all of our students are vaccinated. What Senator Pan is doing is stepping up and doing what all people who are following the science understand, and that is that students want to make sure that they can go to school in a healthy environment. Parents want their students to be able to go to school in a healthy environment. Our educators want to be able to come to work and do their job, which is to educate students, rather than continue with this roller coaster of needing to be public health experts at the same time that they're trying to educate kids. We need to get off of this roller coaster once and for all. We need to keep our focus on educating our students. And to do that, we need these kinds of common sense efforts coming from the state legislature to keep our students safe, keep our staff safe, and keep our students in school. So again, on behalf of San Diego Unified, we applaud the leadership of Los Angeles Unified and applaud the leadership of Senator Pan and strongly support this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Our next speaker is a Southern California pain specialist and board-certified anesthesiologist who serves as the president of California Medical Association. The CMA represents more than 50,000 physicians in California to support healthy communities and patients. They have been strong supporters of vaccinations to help keep schools open, workplaces safe, and communities thriving. Please welcome CMA President Robert E. Wales, MD.
I am Dr. Bob Wales, President of the California Medical Association, and I'm glad to be here today with Dr. Richard Pan in the LA Unified School District and the San Diego Unified School District in support of this very important issue and new legislation. The California Medical Association strongly believes in the need for childhood vaccinations. We stood with Dr. Pan and others in support of Senate Bill 277 and subsequently Bill 276. Today, the California Medical Association is proud to stand behind this and require vaccinations to attend school, not only to protect children in their communities, but also to keep schools safe and open. We are on the third year of this pandemic, and it has been devastating to patients and families. It's also been devastating to healthcare workers, physicians, and others, but yet we do not waver in our dedication to continue fighting the spread of this virus. We must do more to stop the spread and the evolution of COVID-19 virus. Vaccines are our greatest defense. We have clearly shown, and it's already been mentioned, the success we've had in vaccines in decreasing the incidence of hospitalizations, deaths, and the severity of illness. We need to continue this in the years ahead. That's why California Medical Association has supported vaccine requirements for all employees and physicians in the healthcare settings. We've already gone there and done that. We supported that requirement because the safety of our patients and our communities is our top priority. Also, we want everyone to know that vaccines are safe and effective, and we want to lead by example.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We continue to always bring you the top stories and headlines from across the country. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here, and then when we come back, a White House briefing just getting started here as stocks really sinking to start the week. We have inflation concerns that continue, as well as Russia-Ukraine tensions. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Quick 2-minute break. Welcome back, everyone, here to the Live Now from Fox. We continue to bring you the top stories and headlines from across the country. We do have Jen Psaki here giving a White House briefing. Let's start it from the beginning so you didn't miss anything during that break.
Of industries will bring real benefits to American families. For example, the FDA has taken action to lower the cost of hearing aids from thousands to hundreds of dollars for the millions of Americans suffering from hearing loss. It's becoming cheaper and easier for Americans to fix the things they already own. Following the executive order's support for the right to repair, the FTC will ramp up enforcement actions against illegal repair restrictions. Since then, big firms like Apple and Microsoft voluntarily announced changes to their policies so that consumers can readily repair their own phones and laptops. The Department of Justice, the FTC, and other agencies have increased efforts to challenge or block mergers that would leave customers with fewer choices, higher prices, and lower wages. For example, the Department of Justice blocked an insurance mega merger that would have raised insurance costs for consumers and businesses alike. So this is part of our ongoing effort. I also wanted to share that NATO is launching a significant military training exercise called Neptune Strike 22. This is something my colleague at the Department of Defense updated on Friday. But it will run through February 4th and is designed to demonstrate NATO's high-end maritime strike capabilities. The USS Harry S. Truman Carrier Strike Group will serve as the centerpiece for this military exercise and be placed under NATO operational control. This is the first time since the end of the Cold War that a U.S. Carrier Strike Group has gone under NATO command. And this exercise will help demonstrate the unity, capability, and strength of the transatlantic alliance. It also advances our ability to integrate an aircraft carrier strike group into NATO's deterrence and defense efforts. While planning for Neptune Strike began in 2020, long before the current escalation of tensions from Russia's aggressive posture towards Ukraine, such exercises help the United States and its allies enhance interoperability and ensure readiness for any threat against NATO. Josh, why don't you kick us off?
Thanks, Jen. Two subject areas.
Yep.
First, Ukraine and Russia. The president is going to have his meeting with European counterparts. What does he plan to discuss with them, and how does he plan to address the issue of natural gas, given that 40% of EU's natural gas imports come from Russia?
Sure. Well, as we put out just a little bit earlier today in guidance, the president will hold a secure video call with European leaders as part of our close consultation and coordination with our transatlantic allies and partners in response to our shared concerns over Russia's military buildup on Ukraine's borders. During that conversation, we expect they will discuss diplomacy, deterrence, and defense efforts, and we'll have a readout for you all afterwards. And certainly, a discussion about pending sanctions or discussion of that, we would expect to be part of that as well. But in terms of the impact, I don't have anything more to read out for you on that front.
And then secondly, per the Supreme Court, should race be a factor in college admissions?
Well, this is, I think, in relation, I would expect, to the announcement by the Supreme Court about the decision to take up the affirmative action case this morning. While we're not going to comment on the litigation or for those questions, of course, the Department of Justice, we strongly believe this administration in the benefits of diversity in higher education, and we take very seriously our commitment to advancing equity and equal opportunity for historically underserved populations. That's why on day one, the president signed an executive order launching an ambitious whole-of-government response to center equity throughout the government's work. Throughout the Department of Education, the administration has provided historic investments and support for historically black colleges and universities, tribal colleges and universities, and minority-serving institutions, such as Hispanic-serving institutions, including nearly $21 billion in cumulative support. And we have moved swiftly to protect student civil rights and equal opportunity, including by issuing guidance about schools' obligations to investigate and address claims of discrimination and harassment. So, of course, the Department of Justice, they can speak to their view on the litigation. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Has President Biden made a final decision about deploying more troops to Eastern Europe?
Well, let me give you a brief update, and I know that my colleague John Kirby is going to be briefing shortly in about 45 minutes or so at the Defense Department. We have been consulting with allies in deployments and refining plans for all scenarios. We've always said we would reinforce our allies on the eastern flank, and those conversations and discussions have certainly been part of what our national security officials have been discussing with their counterparts now for several weeks. In fact, we've never or ruled out the option of providing additional assistance in advance of an invasion. Those discussions have been ongoing with our partners and Eastern Flank countries, and again, I would expect that my colleague John Kirby would have more of an update on where the process is at this point in time.
So John Kirby will make an announcement about whether or not he's made a decision?
No, I think he will provide an update on where things stand on those discussions.
Okay. So last week, President Biden at the press conference said that the U.S. would fortify NATO allies, but said it was dependent on an invasion, saying that if he would send more troops to Poland, Romania, if Putin did invade Ukraine. So the fact that he's considering this now and having these discussions with Pentagon leaders over the weekend, does that suggest that he believes an invasion is imminent?
We've never actually ruled out providing additional support, assistance to Eastern Flank countries in advance of any invasion. And those discussions with them have been ongoing, and certainly that's been part of our contingency planning.
I guess the question is, it does appear to be a shift in his thinking and his attitude toward it. Is that how you would characterize it?
I wouldn't characterize it that way. We have spoken to the fact that, and we've put out a lot of information about our view of the preparations being made by President Putin and the Russians. While we can't get into the mind of President Putin, we are seeing the preparations that they're making at the border. We have been very clear, and the President has been direct, that military action by Russia could come at any time. He said that last week as well. So we have been in conversations and discussions with Eastern Flank countries. Obviously, our Secretary of State just returned from a trip to Europe as well, and he was part of the discussions this weekend too. And part of that has been contingency planning and discussing what their needs have been.
My last question is, today the President has this call with European leaders. Several of them are on this: UK, France, Germany, Italy, Poland, NATO, the European Council. Why is Ukraine not on that call this afternoon?
Well, we have a range of conversations with Ukrainians. Obviously, our Secretary of State met with them last week, and they will be a part of many conversations moving forward. As I noted a little bit earlier, part of this is a discussion about deterrence and defense efforts, diplomacy, but certainly they will be a part of many conversations, as they have been from the beginning.
Go ahead. So what happened then in the last few days that prompted the Pentagon to present specific potential troop deployments to the President? Or put another way, why now?
Well, I wouldn't say we're characterizing it exactly that way. The President has said last week, and we also said that as we've been watching the preparations of President Putin and the Russians, that they were prepared at any moment to take military action. We've also been in ongoing discussions from our Secretary of State to members of our national security team with our Eastern Flank partners about what their needs are and what security concerns they have. So I wouldn't say it's a response to an abrupt moment. It's a part of an ongoing contingency planning process and discussion.
After this weekend, is he more or less concerned about the possibility of a Russian invasion of Ukraine?
Well, he said last week that military action by Russia could come at any time. That remains his point of view.
And there's been clamoring in this town and over in Ukraine for a U.S. ambassador to Ukraine. Where do things stand on appointing somebody?
Certainly understand that. I don't have any updates.
We're going to take our final break here of the hour on Live Now from Fox, and we'll take it right back out here to the White House briefing.
Was, quote, premature and a manifestation of excess caution. Is this potentially the afterglow of what happened in Afghanistan, concern for that, or is something else more specific prompting people to leave?
Well, I would say that our State Department regularly reviews and assesses what steps need to be taken for the security of our personnel. I would note that the travel advisory was already at a level 4 since back in October. We've also been closely consulting and keeping Ukrainians abreast. I would say this is more akin to the steps we took in Ethiopia and Kazakhstan than any other country or conflict.
One more in Ukraine and then one other quick subject. The House Speaker today has requested a bipartisan all-members briefing on the situation in Ukraine of the White House. Is that something you guys plan to fulfill?
We have been in close consultation with members and leadership from the beginning. I don't have any update on this specifically, but that's been our objective and how we have proceeded. So I'm sure we are working to meet the requests and needs of members.
And based on some news reports, it looks as if at least Jake Sullivan, maybe others, are talking to senior lawmakers about this on a fairly
And we have been for weeks. Mm-hmm.
On another subject, another violent weekend across the country. There was the shooting in New York. There was a shooting here in D.C. of a police officer. There have been reports of a possible executive actions that the president might be able to take in the realm of police reform or police policy. Where do things stand on that? And might be coming soon.
May I address this weekend first, and I will come around to your question, but I think you had a few in there, important ones to address. The events of this weekend are a reminder that law enforcement officers head into harm's way every single day. They and their families make an extraordinary sacrifice for their communities. The president is never going to be satisfied or complacent when officers are being gunned down, or when Americans have to worry about whether they can safely ride the subway or bus, or even be at work. We've seen a surge in crime. Obviously, this weekend is a glaring example of that, especially gun violence over the last 2 years, and the president has been aggressive in using the tools at our disposal to combat that. That's why he took early action on gun violence last spring, and it's why he rolled out a comprehensive plan to combat crime last summer. He also believes, as many Americans do, that we can and must have a criminal justice system that both protects public safety and upholds our founding ideals of equal treatment under law. That's why he not only has implemented this comprehensive plan to combat crime, but why he is continuing to advocate for reforms to our policing system. He thinks that we can do both, but I don't have an update on any timings for next step on that. Go ahead.
Thanks. First, on the markets, does the president think it's a big deal that today the Dow Jones is down at one point more than 1,100 points?
Well, to start with, we focus on the trends in the economy, not any one day and any single indicator. Unlike his predecessor, the president does not look at the stock market as a means by which to judge the economy. I would note that the market is up around 15% compared to when President Biden took office. But our measure of success is really how real working families are doing, whether they have a little breathing room, whether they have a job that delivers some dignity and a paycheck that they can support a family on. And we've seen a great deal of progress made on that front.
Thank you. On schools in Virginia, 7 districts representing 350,000 students are suing the state. They're hoping to get a strict mask mandate for students that has been rolled back by the new governor reinstated. So who does the president think knows best for students? School board members or parents?
Well, the president believes that public health officials have the best guidance on what we can all do to protect ourselves, including teachers, administrators, and students. It's always been up to local school districts to determine how they're going to approach what implementation measures they are going to put in place. But here's what we know from public health officials, who are the experts on a pandemic. Studies show that masks reduce transmissions in school. They are a proven tool that helps keep students and teachers safe from COVID, and they can thus help keep schools open and safe. In short, we know it works, and we need every leader to focus on using the tactics we know work to keep our students safe and our schools open. I know you mentioned Virginia, but in Texas, the state is fighting a critical public health measure to protect our children and keep our schools safely open for Head Start communities. Ones that a provision that is requiring masks to keep students and keep communities safe. They're fighting against that. Why is that? I think that has more to do with politics than it does with public health.
But right now in Virginia, the law is, now that there's a new governor, but students should not have to wear masks if their parents say that they don't think they need to wear masks. So if a parent wants to send their kid to school with no mask, should that child be allowed to go to school and be in class?
Again, what we're advising school districts on is to abide by public health guidelines and follow public health guidelines. And it's about keeping an entire community safe. And those are the decisions that are being, that people should focus on making.
And just so that it's crystal clear for anybody watching, you guys think that ultimately in this conflict between school board members and parents, the school board members should have more of a say in what
That's actually not what I said. I think everybody should abide by public health guidelines, not just to keep their own kids safe, but keep their school community safe, whether it's teachers, classmates, administrators, others in schools.
Okay, on crime, to follow up on what Ed was asking about, would you agree that the most important job for any president is to keep Americans safe?
I would agree.
So you said that the president's never satisfied if people don't feel safe. Does he know that after a year in office, people do not feel safe in this country?
Well, Peter, I think if we look at the facts here, we've seen a surge of crime over the last 2 years. Would you agree with that?
So what are you attributing the rise in crime to then?
Well, I think we should be responsible in how we're reporting to the public what the roles are, what the reasons for the surge in crime. Gun violence is a huge reason for the surge in crime. Underfunding of some police departments and their need for additional resources, something the president has advocated for consistently through the course of his career. That's something we know we need to take action on. And it is absolutely true that he will not be satisfied or complacent when officers are being gunned down or when Americans have to worry about whether they can safely ride the subway or bus. That should not be a political issue. He's somebody who has had a long career of many decades of fighting for funding for police departments, for local communities in order to reduce crime.
But he's been here in office for more than a year, and the murder rate is nearing a 25-year high. So why don't we see and hear more from the president about this? We hear all the time about things that you guys are doing to fight the pandemic because that is a risk to American people. A rising murder rate is a risk to American people too, right?
And he has spoken to crime, but I think what people are most focused on, as they should be, are what actions he has taken. He has unveiled a strategy to focus federal law enforcement resources on combating violent crime, offered unprecedented levels of funding through the rescue plan for cities and states to put more cops on the beat and invest in proven community anti-violence programs, something every Republican voted against. The Department of Justice has announced $139 million in grants to cities for community policing, which will put 1,000 more officers on the streets. He's also proposed doubling those grants, and he's called for an additional $750 million for federal law enforcement. He's announced a zero-tolerance policy for gun dealers who willfully sell illegal guns, and we've launched gun trafficking strike forces in New York and cities across the country. Actions are important here, and he has a long record of them.
But does the president think that any of that is working?
The president thinks you should have a plan to address crime and gun violence. He has one, and we look forward to working with people who support that effort.
But as the murder rate nears a 25-year high, would he consider maybe trying something different?
Trying something other than supporting a massive plus-up in funding from his predecessor, cracking down on gun trafficking and gun violence, which is a major driver of the violence we've seen across the country, working to support community policing programs and police departments across the country. I think most people who want to fight crime would agree that's the right approach. Go ahead. Go ahead, Justin.
Thanks, Jen. I know Kirby's briefing later, but
Sure.
just to put a finer point.
Yeah.
Do you have any information about how many troops are under consideration, what the time frame for the president's decision are, the sort of the logistical details of a possible deployment?
I don't have any more details from here other than to convey that we're in close consultation with Eastern Flank countries about their security needs. And again, we've always said we would support them. We've never said that that an invasion would be a prerequisite for that.
Do you expect the written response that you're putting together to include any requests or demands from the U.S. side, including a time frame for President Putin to start drawing down troops from Ukraine's border?
I don't have anything to preview in terms of what a written proposal would be. I would just note, because we've talked about this a bit, that written proposals have been the basis of basically every agreement we've ever had with the Russians and many countries around the world. They're a standard part of diplomacy, and they're a format for providing conveying areas where you have concern, and also outlining areas where you can work together. But I don't have anything to preview on what that would look like.
We didn't have a chance last week to talk about one part of the president's press conference where he said he'd like to be in a position to to say that China is meeting its commitments and therefore be able to lift some of the tariffs. I'm wondering, when he said that, did he mean making good on the phase one commitments that have already been out there? I know China's not meeting those, or does he mean additional commitments that you'd be asking for from the Chinese?
I think he meant he's looking forward to getting some recommendations through the review process that's ongoing.
And then one last one. There was an FBI raid last week on Representative Cuellar, reportedly over his ties to Azerbaijani oil executives. I know you're not going to comment on an ongoing investigation, but do you think that the congressman should step away from his committee assignments or congressional work while this investigation is on.
I'm just not going to have any comment on this at this point. Go ahead.
A couple more on Ukraine, Jen. There's a proposal that's floating in the Duma that would ask Vladimir Putin to recognize the Donetsk and Luhansk regions of Ukraine as independent. If Putin does that, would you regard that as an escalation?
I have not spoken with our national security team about that. You know our view on the sovereignty of Ukraine, and I don't have any other comment on it though at this point in time.
Okay. Under what circumstances would we evacuate American citizens and diplomats from Ukraine, and can that be done without the U.S. military?
Well, I think the reason that the State Department issued the guidance they did, which again is a standard process that the State Department does regularly with a range of countries where we have security concerns, was to make very clear that American citizens, our recommendation is that U.S. citizens currently in Ukraine consider departing now using commercial or other privately available transportation options, use the online form in our updated travel advisory to tell us their plans so they can best conduct our ongoing contingency planning, and register in STEP to ensure they receive alerts and guidance from the State Department. There is not an intention for there to be a departure or an evacuation along those lines, so we are conveying to American citizens they should leave now.
Okay.
And in fact, that there's not precedent beyond Afghanistan for that to be how it operates.
Got it. And then just more broadly, for years, NATO members have fallen short of their defense spending commitments. Last year, more than 60% of the alliance's 30 members, including half of the Bucharest 9 that are right near Russia there, failed to meet their 2% GDP spending commitment. If Europeans aren't willing to expend blood and treasure on their self-defense, why should Americans be expected to do so?
Well, we are continuing to advocate for all members to reach the 2% goal. That has been the president's position since he was the vice president, so for many years now. I would say that we have a sacred obligation under NATO, and we believe it is also in our interest to support our eastern flank countries and their security, and also to be clear about the value we have as Americans, which is that no country should be able to take with force another country as Russia is attempting to do at this point in time.
One last one. You said that military incursions by Russia into Ukraine would trigger stiff economic sanctions. Does that apply to our policy with China and Taiwan?
If
there was a military incursion of some kind into Taiwan, would there be economic sanctions? Could China expect that?
I don't have anything to preview on this at this point in time. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. So at the press conference last week, the president spoke a lot about Build Back Better and his thoughts about sort of where the sweet spot might be to save as much of that as he can. I think the next day, Senator Manchin was asked if he'd spoken with the president. He said he hadn't yet. Has there been any direct conversation between the president and Senator Manchin since last week?
We're just not going to speak to or confirm any conversations the president has with members of the Senate moving forward.
Can you broadly give us a sense when those conversations will sort of ramp up in earnest?
The president's been in touch with a range of senators. We're just not going to outline those or confirm those specifically.
On putting that together and getting it through the Senate with 50 votes, is State of the Union more or less the soft deadline, or is this something that may well extend beyond that?
We haven't set a deadline. I think what our objective is and what the president's objective is to move forward on an effort in Congress and the Senate to lower costs for the American people, do that without raising the deficit, pay for it, make sure we're easing the burden that families have across the country. We need 50 votes to do that, but we have not set a deadline.
Can I just ask you one other thing about infrastructure? You may have seen our story and reporting elsewhere about Republican lawmakers who opposed the bipartisan infrastructure law out in the states over the recess, touting the benefits, taking credit in some cases for doing that. And I know that this is a big pillar of the Democrats' 2022 midterm argument and the president's case for a successful first year. He's touted the bipartisan nature of this. Is he going to take issue with any of the Republicans who are out there? I mean, is he he going to call them out for saying that, they should get credit for something that they opposed, or is he going to let that slide?
Well, I would say we welcome a number of Republicans who voted against the infrastructure bill coming around to recognize the impact on their communities. We've seen this playbook before, so perhaps it shouldn't come as a surprise. And I don't think I can stand up here and rule out what the president is or isn't going to call out moving forward. Go ahead.
Hey, Jen. The president spoke last week about Russia's historic concerns about loss of empire and encirclement.
Mm-hmm.
So my question is, if we're sending some thousands of U.S. troops to the Baltics or the eastern flank, is there a chance that will increase the risk of war rather than reducing it?
Well, we've had troops in the eastern flank countries for decades.
Right, or it sounds like what's being discussed is sending more right now at a time of real tension.
And we have a sacred obligation to support the security of our eastern flank countries. I think it's important to remember who the aggressor is here. It is not the United States. It is not these eastern flank countries. It is Russia, who has tens of thousands of troops on the border of Ukraine. They have the power to de-escalate. We would certainly welcome that.
And I know both you and the president spoke about little green men, infiltrators into the country. Now that the British have put out intelligence of a possible coup planned by Moscow in Ukraine, how would the U.S. respond if that happened? Would that trigger the same sanctions that we're talking about here?
Well, I'm not going to get into intelligence matters, of course. We've been warning about Russian tactics like this for weeks. Reports of this kind of plotting are deeply concerning. If acted upon, would constitute a severe escalation, and certainly there would be consequences.
And then just one more on the SCAD. I know we've all been anticipating the president's going to hit the road. Is the reason there's nothing on the public schedule these tensions involving Ukraine, or another reason?
I expect we will have some travel very, very soon. We're just looking to finalize the details. Go ahead, Kimberly.
We are listening in to this White House press briefing with Jen Psaki. A lot of questions still focused on the tensions between Ukraine and Russia. Going to be stepping away for a 2-minute break. More to come right here on Live Now from Fox in 2 minutes.
Or another reason?
I expect we will have some travel very, very soon. We're just looking to finalize the details. Go ahead, Kimberly.
Thanks. A couple of questions. First, a quick housekeeping question. Sure. Can you confirm the Qatari Emir will be coming to the White House at the end of the month, and if the discussions will center around energy supply to Europe?
I know there's been discussion of that. I don't have final confirmation of it. I will work to see if we can get that to you after the briefing.
Okay, perfect. And then, as the administration weighs reinstating the terrorist designation on the Houthis, is the president concerned this could block humanitarian aid? And why would the president consider this if millions are at risk of losing assistance given his policy of upholding human rights?
Well, let me first say that we call on all parties to the conflict to de-escalate, abide by their obligations under international humanitarian law to ensure the protection of all civilians, and participate fully in an inclusive UN-led peace process. All parties must commit to a peaceful diplomatic solution to ending the conflict and advance a durable resolution that improves the lives of Yemenis and allows them to collectively determine their own future. There have been dangerous escalations in days, which is of course why you were asking. These escalations only exacerbate a dire humanitarian crisis and the suffering of the Yemeni people. We are deeply concerned by these reports, and we are continuing to engage at a diplomatic level. And our special envoy, Lender King, reaffirmed our unwavering commitment. He has been recently on the ground pressing parties for de-escalation and protection for civilian lives.
And then quickly, a UK court is now allowing Julian Assange to appeal his extradition to the United States. The Justice Department, as you know, isn't commenting. But what about the president? He says press freedom is critical for democracy, so why is he continuing to pursue this case? Is the reason that he's pursuing this Trump-era case because Julian Assange embarrassed the Democratic Party in 2016?
Again, this is under the purview of the Department of Justice, so I don't have any comment from here. Go ahead.
Thank you. On the Palin New York Times case, I know you can't maybe speak specifically to the case, but does the White House have any concerns about threats to press freedoms, press access, to the limits of the First Amendment protection?
I obviously can't speak to the case, so I appreciate you saying that at the top. I will say that I think the president has shown that he respects the value of the freedom of the press. He obviously took a step earlier this year to ensure there couldn't be a replication of actions that had been taken over prior administrations as it related to journalists. So I think that speaks to his commitment, but I don't have any more comment on the case.
And then following off of it, I know you guys have forecasted potentially policing reform, executive action. Some civil rights advocates also want to see additional voting rights executive actions. Is there any details or any timeline for what you think the president, the White House may do there, considering that it's still in Congress?
Well, the president is going to keep fighting till his last breath, as you've heard him say, on voting rights, because he thinks it's so vitally important. We did do an executive order early on in the administration, which was quite extensive and comprehensive, that is still being implemented. In terms of additional executive orders that would be possible, that we have the authority to do, I don't have anything to predict along those lines, but we are going to continue to fight to get federal legislation passed. We are going to continue to work with states to ensure that there is proper protections and there is, of course, more work ahead. Go ahead.
Yes. There are currently at least 150 American military advisors in Ukraine, including members of the Florida National Guard. Are those soldiers going to remain in Ukraine? Are there contingency plans if hostilities break out to remove them? What's their disposition?
I would point you to the Department of Defense to ask them that question.
Okay. My colleague mentioned Afghanistan, and one of the things that you hear among Russian propaganda in Ukraine is that the United States is an unreliable ally, that it's using Ukraine as a pawn, and they point to the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan as evidence that the United States cannot be counted on. How does the United States respond to that, and has the Afghanistan withdrawal complicated diplomacy in this regard?
It is not in our experience. The president ended a 20-year war in Afghanistan, something he had talked about consistently doing for some time as he was running for president and even before then. I think our commitment to our NATO partners is clear. Our commitment to Ukrainians is clear. We've sent more security assistance over the last year than in any year in recent history. We've been in constant contact, as is evidenced by the president's call this afternoon, with our European partners as we work to ensure we're in lockstep as we approach the next stage and anticipate what President Putin may or may not do. So what I would say to that is that sounds like the old Russian propaganda playbook, something we've talked about in the past, and I'd encourage anyone to be mindful of that.
And then finally, there's negotiations going on in Congress for Russian sanctions if they do take military action against Ukraine. Does the United States support Congress acting, and are they involved in these negotiations?
We are regularly updating and briefing leaders in Congress and about what steps are under consideration, what the status is of things we're seeing on the ground. Obviously, we've talked about a lot of this publicly as well. And we've also been clear that we have a severe sanctions package of economic options that is under consideration should they decide to invade. We also recently sanctioned a couple of individuals for their engagement as well. But I don't have anything in terms of the specific steps under consideration. We have our own severe steps that we are considering here, and we're keeping Congress abreast of that.
Does it help to have Congress involved?
Well, we're working in lockstep with them. We are briefing them. We are conveying to them what we're thinking about and considering, and of course, getting feedback from them as well. Go ahead.
I recognize that the White House has said that they have, very severe sanctions that are prepared if Russia invades. Is there any thought to enacting sanctions before Russia invades as a form of deterrence, or is that under consideration?
Well, we did announce a couple of sets of sanctions from the Treasury Department last week in response to the involvement of a few individuals. We've also plussed up our security assistance packages that we've been delivering to the Ukrainians, including recent deliveries over the last couple of days. And obviously, as we were talking about earlier in this briefing, there's been discussions about how we can support the security of Eastern flank countries. But also, we are mindful of what we think is the most effective deterrent, and the severe economic sanctions package, something that would be go far beyond what was done and what was on the table in 2014, including the consideration of imposing unprecedented export control measures that would hit hard at President Putin's ambitions, are part of the discussion, and our assessment is that is most effective as a deterrent tool and not as one we would do in advance.
Okay, so you're saying the threat of the sanctions is the most effective deterrent?
Correct.
Tool. I have a question just to follow up. I know that you were asked about Americans who are now in Ukraine, and I know you said that there is no precedent, outside of Afghanistan for evacuations if there was like some type of military encouragement by the Russians. So I just want to be clear: if Americans are still in Ukraine and things start happening with Russia, are they pretty much on their own?
Well, we are conveying very clearly now that now is the time to leave, and that there are means to do that. Of course, there's commercial airlines. You can depart over land. There's obviously the embassy there to provide assistance. And this is very similar to what we did in Ethiopia, Kazakhstan, and many other countries over the course of the last several decades. But there is not an intention or a plan for any military evacuation.
And just quickly, in the past, another call with Putin was still on the table. I believe that the president was supposed to talk with his advisors about that this weekend. Have any decisions been made about that? Will there be another call or another talk with Putin?
The president remains open to leader-to-leader diplomacy, of course. He knows how effective that can be, but I don't have anything to predict or preview at this point in time in terms of a call between them. Hold on, let me just get to the last two and then I'll come back around. Go ahead.
The president said last week that he has basically on a daily basis to work to keep unity in NATO. How unified are NATO partners if it comes to hard and meaningful sanctions against Russia? And what is the president's assessment or the White House's assessment of the new German chancellor in that case?
Well, I know that that our Secretary of State spoke to this just yesterday, and what I would note is that, as he said, that we are confident that the Germans share our concerns and are prepared to respond swiftly, effectively, and in a united way to Russian aggression against Ukraine. Germany is one of our closest allies. In fact, we look forward, of course, to welcoming the Chancellor here to the United States in February. The Germans have said, as you know, that if Russia further invades Ukraine, the future of Nord Stream 2 would be in grave jeopardy. This is real leverage over Putin. If Putin wants to see gas flow through the pipeline, he cannot invade Ukraine. The pipeline is, of course, not operational, but that is often the context of how this question is asked. I think what the president was conveying is that it doesn't happen on its own. It requires work. It requires conversations. It requires face-to-face diplomacy. I think there's been over 100 engagements that senior members of his national security team and the president have taken part in order to ensure that we are united and strong as we confront the threats posed by President Putin.
Did Germany need more work?
All right, guys, do want to just interrupt Jen there for just a moment to show you we are still waiting on a couple other press conferences to also begin here. So here's a live picture inside of the Pentagon waiting for a briefing to happen, as well as also a briefing with our State Department as well. Now, this all coming at a time when there's been escalating tensions. We do have families of all American personnel at the U.S. Embassy in Ukraine. They've been ordered by the State Department to leave the country on January 23rd. So non-essential embassy staff are also allowed to leave at the government expense. So expect a lot more questions, not only in these two briefings, but also as we continue to listen into the White House briefing to be focused on those tensions. And speaking of some tense moments, let's go ahead and take a live look at our stocks. You can see starting to come back just a little bit, but we are still down more than 600 points here as inflation continues to take a toll. A lot of people also may be thinking that the tensions between Ukraine and Russia may have something to do with some of our stocks that we're seeing here today. So we will continue to give you more of all these briefings coming up here on Live Now from Fox after we step away for a 2-minute break.
Other NATO partners?
I would say Germany remains one of our key partners and allies, and again, we are working in lockstep with them. Go ahead.
Yes, hi, Jen. Senator Susan Collins is leading a working group looking at reforming the Electoral Count Act so that during the counting of the Electoral College, a vice president could not reject one slate of electors and say recognize a rival slate supporting a rival candidate. I'm just wondering whether the White House has talked to either Senator Collins or any other senators about this, and given, shall we say, recent history, whether the president supports reforming the Electoral Count Act.
Well, we've never said we were opposed to it. We are in touch with a range of senators. I'm not going to detail who, but across the board, from through senior members of the legislative team, senior advisors to the president, about a range of steps that can be taken. What's important to note, and I've said in the past, but I'll just reiterate it, that it does not take the place of, is not a replacement for the John Lewis Voting Rights Act or any of the voting rights federal legislation we were working to get across the finish line, because they do entirely different things, including creating a baseline for what the American people should expect and frankly demand in terms of what kind of access they should have to participate in the voting process. And of course, the requirement that any states that has a history of voter suppression would have to get approval from the Department of Justice in order to change voting laws. The Electoral Count Act doesn't do that, but we are open to the conversations. We've been participating participating in the conversations, but it's not a replacement for.
On a different subject, so much of the public discourse about so-called Havana syndrome has come from anonymous leaks, and I'm just wondering how soon will the National Security Council release their expert report on Havana syndrome and these anomalous health incidents, and will this report be made, public in a fulsome way?
Sure. Well, I know there's been a recent CIA report that talks about the findings of their interim analysis. Which does not rule out that a foreign actor may be involved in a subset of reported cases, and affirms that the intelligence community will be drilling down in its analysis on a subset of cases. The toughest unresolved ones, of course, to try to determine whether a foreign actor may be involved. There are a range of investigations and efforts underway across the U.S. government, and we continue to take every report of a suspected incident safely. What's most important is the President has asked his national security team to ensure we are leaving no stone unturned and ensuring that people who have been impacted receive the proper health care they need. I can't make a prediction of what a final release of a report would look like. I would really point you to the intelligence community on that.
Okay, just one last one. Just yesterday in D.C., not far from here actually, there was an anti-mask, anti-lockdown rally where some of the rhetoric around that was talking about Nuremberg-style trials to hold Anthony Fauci to account, to go after the media for spreading lies, things like this. I'm just wondering how the administration is going to respond to what appears to be a growing intensity and potential for violence in the anti-vax movement.
Well, we are well aware that there is a loud and vocal minority empowered through social media and media platforms that proliferate disinformation, politicians who espouse conspiracy theories and fundraise off of opposition to public health. We know that. We also know that 87% of American adults have at least one shot. That's the vast, vast majority. And over 210 Americans are fully vaccinated. So our view is that it's wrong, it's dangerous, and it stands in the way of a coordinated effort to save more American lives.
Something like only 25%, I don't have the number in front of me, it's closer to 25% have their booster, right? Do you feel like you guys are sort of losing the war when it comes to the messaging on the importance of these type of public health measures like getting vaccinated?
Again, our view is that it's a loud and vocal minority, but still dangerous, still problematic. The fact that 87% of American adults, all of those people, of course, mathematically did not vote for Joe Biden, have had at least one shot, means we've far surpassed where I think most people think we would be. It's difficult and challenging, of course, to get more people vaccinated. We know that. And, of course, efforts that are dangerous and wrong by groups like this are problematic, as is the spread of misinformation on social media platforms, unfortunately, out of the mouths of some prominent officials. All of that is problematic and harmful, but again, I think we should be mindful of the large percentage of people that have had one shot. 75% have had two shots. Obviously, our effort has been to get more people boosted, but if you're starting the process, that's a good sign.
Two follow-up for taking a work in the room for coming back. Just two more details on Ukraine. Was there something specific that prompted today's meeting with those European leaders?
It's a part of our ongoing contingency planning and discussions about what we are seeing, but also how we can help protect and support their security as well.
It wasn't like the intelligence report from the British over the weekend or something that prompted everybody to get together?
No, part of ongoing contingency discussions.
And obviously he gets briefed on this in his daily intelligence briefing. We know he had this briefing over the weekend at Camp David. Can you give us any more detail or sense of how often the president's being briefed on Ukraine, who's doing it? Is he asking for updates every hour? Give us some sense of what's going on this issue.
Sure. I can tell you from being in a lot of meetings with him that are unrelated to Ukraine as well, that he is often asking for updates and looking for updates from his national security team on where things stand, how conversations are going, and that's something he regularly asks for. He's seeing his team or members of his team every day. Of course, there are central members that...
All right, guys, going to be skipping ahead here now, jumping into the Pentagon briefing as those tensions do continue to rise along the border of Ukraine and Russia. Let's listen into this briefing here on Live Now from Fox.
Unusual military activities near the Ukrainian border, including in Belarus, and consulting extensively with our transatlantic allies and partners. The department continues to support diplomatic efforts to de-escalate the situation. Now, as the president has said, even as we continue to prioritize diplomacy and dialogue, we must also increase readiness. in support of its obligations to the security and defense of NATO and the security of its citizens abroad, at the direction of the President and following recommendations made by Secretary Austin, the United States has taken steps to heighten the readiness of its forces at home and abroad so that they are prepared to respond to a range of contingencies, including support to the NATO response force if it is activated. As you have heard me describe many times, our commitment to the security of NATO allies and our Article 5 commitment are ironclad. As the President has also made clear, the United States will act firmly in defense of its national interests in response to actions by Russia that harm us, our allies, our partners. As part of that commitment, the Department of Defense maintains significant combat-capable forces forward in Europe to deter aggression and enhance the alliance's ability to defend allies and defeat aggression if necessary. The United States also has a commitment to provide forces to the NATO response force, or otherwise known as the NRF, in the event that NATO should activate that construct. As you may know, the NRF is a multinational force made up of land, air, maritime, and special operations forces, all components that the alliance can deploy on short notice wherever needed. Altogether, the NRF comprises around 40,000 multinational troops. Within the NRF is something called the Very High Readiness Joint Task Force, or VJTF. This NRF element, which is about 20,000 strong across all domains, includes a multinational land brigade of around 5,000 troops and air, maritime, and special operation forces components. I want to provide some facts on these preparations that will reinforce our commitment to NATO and to the NATO response force and increase our readiness. Secretary Austin has placed a range of units in the United States on a heightened preparedness to deploy, which increases our readiness to provide forces if NATO should activate the NRF or if other situations develop. All told, the number of forces that the Secretary has placed on heightened alert comes up to about 8,500 personnel. We'll continue to provide updates in coming days about these decisions, but specifically this will ensure that the United States and our commitment to the NRF is consistent with their readiness for rapid deployment, again, if activated. In the event of NATO's activation of the NRF or a deteriorating security environment, the United States would be in a position to rapidly deploy additional brigade combat teams, logistics, medical, aviation, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, transportation, and additional capabilities into Europe. Again, I want to reinforce that as of now, the decision has been made to put these units on higher alert and higher alert only. No decisions have been made to deploy any forces from the United States at this time. And when I say heightened alert, in some cases, some of these forces were already on a heightened posture, readiness to deploy posture, and the Secretary decided to make it even more, shorten the tether even more. So in some cases, units would go from, say, 10 days prepared to deploy. Now they're at 5 days. That's not the case for every unit that is being notified that they're on a heightened alert. Some are simply more ready and postured that way than others. The idea, though, is that all of these units that he is putting on prepare to deploy will be ready to go on a shortened time frame. Again, no final decision has been made to deploy them. The Secretary will continue to consult with the President, and the United States will maintain close coordination with allies and partners as we continuously review our force posture and make decisions regarding movement of forces into and within Europe. As always, we will remain in close coordination with allies and partners, as well as NATO and other multilateral organizations, as we continue to review our force posture, as we make decisions regarding potential movements of forces into Europe, and as we review the disposition of U.S. forces on the continent. And with that, we'll start taking questions. Bob, I think you are on the line, yeah?
Yes, thank you, John. Of that 8,500 troops that you mentioned, are those U.S. based only? And are they intended only for deployment as part of the activation of the Rapid Response Force, or might they be sent for other reinforcement purposes in Eastern Europe? And lastly, why did the President decide to do this now? What's changed just in the last few days? Since on Friday you mentioned, as you had many times before, that the U.S. was prepared to reinforce in Eastern Europe if there were a Russian incursion only.
Okay, I think I've remembered all three, so let me try. First, yes, the up to 8,500, and I want to stress it's up to 8,500. Again, no decisions to deploy have been made. So this is about getting units on an advanced heightened alert. That doesn't mean they're necessarily going anywhere. But of the up to 8,500 that I talked about, they are all U.S. based. And I'm sorry, Bob, your second question was?
Are they intended only for the NATO Rapid Response Force, or could they perform other reinforcement functions?
The bulk of them are intended for the NATO response force, that the vast majority of, but as I also said in my opening statement, the Secretary wants us postured to be ready for any other contingencies as well, but the bulk of them are aligned for the NATO response force. And then your third question was on timing. I think, we've been watching this very, very closely. I also said that right at the top. It's very clear that the Russians have no intention right now of de-escalating, and because not every one of these units that we are notifying are in, all of them are not in a heightened state of alert, it made prudent sense for the Secretary to want to give them as much time to prepare to be on a shorter tether as he can, just in case. Again, I want to stress, particularly with the NATO response force, it has not been activated. It is a NATO call to make, but we have contributions to that response force, as do other nations. As I said, it's 40,000 some odd strong. Our contributions don't come near the 40,000 number. Other nations are going to have to contribute as well. But for our part, unilaterally, we wanted to make sure that we were ready in case that call should come. And that means making sure the units that would contribute to it are as ready as they can be on as short a notice as possible. Barb.
Three quick things. What specific military capabilities do these U.S. troops bring to Europe, these 8,500? Second, could you say with some specificity what is the exact mission for these troops? And what will your measure of success be? How will you know when the mission is accomplished?
Yeah, so on capabilities, Barb, I touched this in the opening statement. Again, when we are able to identify the units for you, we'll do that. The reason why I don't have specific units today is because the units are being notified as well as family members, and I think you can understand we wouldn't want to get out ahead of that notification process. But broadly speaking, as I mentioned at the top, I mean, these would be additional brigade combat teams, logistics personnel, medical support, aviation support, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, as well as transportation, and maybe even some additional capabilities after that. Again, when we can identify for you the units, I think you'll see that they kind of cover the broad scope of those capabilities. Missions haven't been assigned. I mean, the Ready Response Force hasn't been activated, and so there's not a mission per se. This is about the Secretary wanting to get ahead of the potential activation and making sure that these units have the time to prepare if and only if they're deployed. And then you had when we know success. Again, there's been no activation, so there's been no mission assigned. So it's very difficult for me to give you an up check or a down check on on what equates success. What this is about, though, is reassurance to our NATO allies. And we've been talking about that for quite some time, that we're going to be ready, we're going to be prepared to help bolster our allies with capabilities they might need. And we're going to do this in lockstep with them and with the alliance. This is really about reassuring the eastern flank of NATO, and it's also about, and I kind of covered this too, Barb, back to your question of success, it's proving how seriously the United States takes our commitment to NATO and to the Article 5 commitment inside NATO.
How will you know when your military goals are achieved?
Again, Barb, there's been no mission assigned right now. This is about getting troops ready. And back to what we're trying to achieve is a couple of things. Obviously, we still would like to deter Vladimir Putin and the Russians from another incursion, number one. Number two, it's to make sure that we're bolstering and staying unified with the alliance, that the alliance stays strong. And so the large bulk of the reason for this, these prepare to deploy orders is really to make sure that we're ready to bolster the NATO alliance and to prove the solidarity of the alliance. Those are the two sort of big outcomes here. But again, no mission has been assigned to these troops. No deployment orders have been sent to them. What the Secretary has ordered them to do is to be ready to go, in some cases, on a much shorter tether than what they had before. Jen.
John, can you rule out sending U.S. troops to Ukraine?
That is, I think the president has already spoken to that. As you know, Jen, we already do have advisors and some trainers in Ukraine. They are still there at their work.
So if you're not willing to send troops to Ukraine, what makes you think that this is going to deter Vladimir Putin?
I think there's a whole package of things that the administration is looking at to try to deter Vladimir Putin from another incursion, including very severe economic consequences. This is about sending a strong message that we're committed to NATO and we're committed to assuring that our allies have the capabilities they need in case they need to defend themselves.
Do you need a new AUMF to send these troops to these 8,500?
I'm not aware of any such requirement at this point. And again, we have long-standing commitment to the NATO response force. We are just one of many nations that will contribute to it. And this is very much in keeping with the policies and the procedures that have been laid down for activation of the NRF. Again, if it's activated, and it has not been. David.
Are most of these 8,500 ground forces, would they go to the eastern flank? And have you put any units in Europe on alert?
I think, again, yes, I think the bulk of them would be considered ground forces, David. As for Europe, as I've said before, there are lots of force capabilities already on the European continent under General Walters, and I'm absolutely not ruling out the possibility that there will be intra-theater moves as well inside Europe to bolster NATO allies on the eastern flank, and that kind of gets at your second question, which is we're still in consultation with the allies about what they might need, and so I don't have any decisions to read out in terms of specific locations. But we certainly have made it clear to the eastern flank allies that we're prepared to bolster their capabilities if they need it. Again, I want to go back to a core foundation here. The bulk of the troops I'm talking about today are intended for the NATO response force, the vast majority of them. And that response force can only be activated by the alliance. It hasn't been. It is our contribution to the response force, and we want to make sure that they're ready to go. I think it's really important to keep remembering that. No deployment orders have been sent. No missions have been assigned. This is really about getting folks ready to go in case they're needed. Courtney.
So the ones that wouldn't be assigned to the NATO response force, they would be going in unilaterally on behalf of the United States to some neighbors, right? Can you give us any number? How many that would be?
Yeah, I can't do that right now, Courtney. But I mean, it depends on. It really depends on the need, and we're still in consultation with allies about needs. So I really would be reticent to give you a hard number right now. But we are in active discussions with our allies about any additional capabilities they might need, on top of or outside of the NATO response force.
Does that include some of these intra-theater moves that you're talking about?
Could.
So there could be movement within EUCOM, U.S. troops that are moved going to NATO allies that would not be part of the NATO response force.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. That is right.
Has there been any consideration or decision about pulling U.S. troops out of Ukraine as the State Department made the decision to pull some Americans out?
There's been no decisions about moving our trainers that are in Ukraine out. But as I said many times, we're constantly looking at the situation. We're going to do what's right for their safety and security. That's paramount to us. But as of right now, they are still on the ground in Ukraine conducting their advise and assist missions. And obviously, if that changes, we'll certainly let you know.
They haven't changed the number, right? The footprint remains has been the
It is
same.
exactly the same. Yes, ma'am. Let me go to some of the on the phone. I know there's lots of questions here. We'll get to them all. Jared Suba from Mount Monitor.
Hi, Mr. Kirby. CENTCOM just put out a statement about the ballistic missile attack on the United Arab Emirates, saying that U.S. Patriot missile systems at Dhafra Air Base engaged. Is the department treating this as a potential attack on U.S. forces, or was this just done to assist Emirati partners? Can you give us some more detail on that?
Well, look, I don't want to get into intelligence assessments. I mean, this was obviously this just happened early Monday morning. So clearly, we have troops at Al Dhafra. So we are certainly going to be looking into the possibility that this was directed at our forces. We obviously take that seriously. You've seen the CENTCOM statement. We responded to the attack, this ballistic missile attack, and we'll be in close coordination with our Emirati partners as we continue to assess what happened and what we might need to do going forward. But I don't have I can't specifically tell you what the intent of the attack was, but we have to assume. I mean, it would be foolish for us not to assume that there was a threat to our people, and as you saw from the results, we took that threat seriously. Rio, Nikkei.
Oh, thank you, John. I have a quick question about China. The U.S. Navy is now operating 2 carrier strike groups in the Western Pacific, and they recently conducted a large-scale military exercise with Japan. Is this a message to China that China should not do something provocative while the U.S. is working intensively on the situation in Ukraine? Thank you.
We engage in joint operations to include maritime communications, anti-submarine, air warfare, replenishments at sea, cross-deck flight operations, the whole scope when we operate at sea, and particularly when we have the opportunity. And it's not unusual, Rio, for us to take advantage of the opportunity when you have 2 aircraft carriers in the same body of water to exercise together. We do this to strengthen our integrated at-sea operations and our combat readiness. And look, I just reiterate. Try this again in English. I would reiterate that all the training will be conducted in accordance with international law in international waters. Janie.
Thank you, John. I have 2 questions for one is North Korea, one is South Korea and China. And the South Korean National Intelligence Service mentioned about the possibility of the North Korean ICBM test fire. And he pointed out that this was intended to pressure the United States. What is the U.S. response to the imminent test fire of the North Korean ICBM?
Well, I'm not going to get ahead of test fire launches that haven't happened yet, but we've been very clear about our concerns over the advancing nuclear ambitions and ballistic missile capabilities of Pyongyang. We'll continue to condemn it and to call on the North to cease these provocations and to abide by international law and these Security Council resolutions, and to try to find ways to de-escalate the tensions. We've said very clearly, I won't speak for my State Department colleagues, that we'll be willing to sit down with them without preconditions. They've shown no desire to move that forward.
China justifies North Korea's missile provocations. Do you think that China's continued support for the North Korean provocations is part of the strategic competition with the United States?
I think you'd have to ask President Xi that. I mean, look, China's a neighbor. direct neighbor of North Korea. They have influence in Pyongyang. We know that. They know that. Pyongyang knows that. And we've continued to call on China to use the influence that it has to support the international community and UN Security Council resolutions that China themselves have signed up for to help get them enacted and to support the sanctions.
All right, guys, we've been listening in with the Pentagon briefing as, again, a lot of questions aimed at what is going to be happening with the tension between Ukraine and Russia. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break. More to come right here on Live Now from Fox.
Let's see. Kelly Meyer from News Nation.
John, thanks for taking my question. I know we kept talking here and saying, diplomacy is not dead here, but with the U.S. now preparing to send troops to allies on the eastern flank, is this just further agitating Russia? And we're telling diplomats' families to leave and Americans to leave. So is this moving on from a diplomatic effort to preparing for an invasion?
Not at all. Again, what we're telling these units to do is to be ready to go on a shorter timeline than what they were before. We are not deploying them now. We are not saying diplomacy is dead. You heard Secretary Blinken talk about this on Sunday in many outlets that he still believes there is room for discussion and dialogue. I said that myself in my opening statement. We absolutely still believe that there's time and space for that. And frankly, the Department of Defense fully supports that as being the way forward here, the way to a solution that de-escalates the tensions. But it would be irresponsible if, given the indications that we have, that there is no intent by the Russians right now to de-escalate, and given that it takes a matter of time to get units more ready to go on a shorter time frame, it'd be irresponsible if we didn't think about making sure that they had plenty of time to prepare. And that's all we're doing at this point. Let's see, John Turpak.
Yes, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I got you.
Okay, so to activate something like this, you'll probably need to have the Air Force in place. Have you increased the number of tankers at Mildenhall or throughout Europe? And do you anticipate that there could be a bomber task force deployment to Europe in the near future?
I refer you to EUCOM for things like bomber task force plans. I don't have specific things to talk about like that today. And again, please remember what this is about. This is about placing units on a heightened alert. It does not mean that they're going to be jumping on gray tails tomorrow and leaving. Obviously, if there's a need for additional air transport, we'll deal with that. Transcom is certainly Transportation Command, is tracking these prepare to deploy orders and will obviously be postured as appropriate to support if needed, but that's if needed. All we're doing at this point is placing these units on a heightened alert posture. Tom Squitieri.
Hey, thanks, John. Good afternoon. Is NATO, in NATO's support of its Eastern members as well as Ukraine, is that support more complicated today? Because as General Walters and EUCOM have concurred, there's not one, but now several folded gaps on possible invasion routes?
I'm going to try repeating your question because I'm not sure I totally got it, Tom. Are you talking about evacuation routes of Americans leaving Ukraine, and is that harder to do now? Is that?
Can you hear me okay? You hear me now?
I got you, Tom, but I'm not sure I got your question.
Okay, let me repeat it. Is the preparations by NATO and more complicated now to support its Eastern members and Ukraine? Because unlike during the Cold War, when there was only one folded gap, there are now more than one folded gaps.
Well, I would just tell you, without getting into a historical comparison, and it's usually not useful to go back into history and try to find exact comparisons. The actions that Russia appears to be taking to threaten its neighbor further and to potentially violate further Ukraine's territorial integrity certainly make things more tense on the European continent writ large. What I can tell you is that we remain committed to the alliance, and we absolutely remain committed to bolstering the capabilities of NATO's eastern flank to the degree that they desire that extra support. It's not about. Look, I don't think anybody wants to see another war on the European continent, and there's no reason why that has to occur. This could be solved very easily by the Russians de-escalating, by moving some of these forces away, which they haven't done. And so NATO, as a defensive alliance, and it is a defensive alliance, has a responsibility to its members to make sure that they're able to defend themselves if needed, and that's the spirit in which the Secretary has made these early heightened alert decisions. Jen.
Just a point of clarification: if NATO is a defensive alliance and these troops, if they are activated, are defensive and therefore frontline NATO states, how does this protect Ukraine? How does it stop Putin from going into Ukraine?
It's designed to reassure our NATO allies, Jen. It's designed to reassure our NATO allies, and we are taking. How
does it protect Ukraine?
Jen, it sends a very clear signal to Mr. Putin that we take our responsibilities to NATO seriously, and we are also working inside the international community to implement severe consequences for Mr. Putin if he were to go again into Ukraine. Largely, those are of an economic consequences. So, I get what your question is. I'm trying to be very clear. This gets to Barbara's question about what success looked like. We obviously don't want to see another incursion in Ukraine. We are using lots of levers to try to communicate why that would be a bad thing for Russia to do. But number two, and it's not an insignificant number two, is to make sure that NATO stays unified and that NATO, our allies, are able to defend themselves. And that is what this decision is all about. It's about putting these forces on a heightened alert in case NATO needs them. David.
Is there a process by which this NATO response force is activated? Does there have to be a meeting? Is it a political decision, or is it just a tactical military decision? What is it?
I mean, well, it's a NATO decision, David. I'd refer you to NATO to go through the puts and takes of exactly how that decision gets made. But I'm sure it's going to have to be one where all the allies are consulted, and it's a political military thing. I think I better just refer you to NATO on the specifics of it, about how they activate the NRF.
Does it require unanimity?
I'm going to refer you to NATO. I'm going to refer you to NATO. Yeah.
John, two questions. One is, what kind of action would spark an order to deploy? What needs to be? What would be seen that could lead to a deployment?
Well, as I said, in the vast majority of these troops that we've put on prepare to deploy are to support the NRF, the NATO Response Force. And so, what would engender a deployment order to them would be a decision by NATO to activate the NRF.
Can you say what might activate the new NRF?
Again, that's a NATO decision. Again, please keep this in context. This is our contribution to the NATO response force. I won't speak for the alliance. I'd refer you to NATO to speak to how and what a decision to activate is made and under what circumstances they would make it. Our job is to make sure that if they do, we're ready to go.
Second question is, you've said a couple times that the Russians show no sign of de-escalation.
That's
Are
right.
they escalating? Are they adding any more forces, equipment? Are they from a week ago, from 2 weeks ago? Has their presence on the border enlarged or changed in a qualitative way that is escalatory?
Yes, it's gotten bigger.
Can you
Absolutely.
give us details?
I'd refer you to the Russian Ministry of Defense. They can speak for their force movements, but and we've been very clear from the podium that I'm not going to get into talking about their troop movements, but they continue to add battalion tactical groups to their western border, to the border with Ukraine, and in Belarus as well. The numbers there are increasing. So they have not only shown no signs of de-escalating, but they are in fact adding more force capability. Sure.
I'm unclear. The NATO response forces, the assumption that that's something that could be activated in advance of an invasion, or only would have been activated if, I know that it's a NATO decision.
That would be an alliance call.
I mean, what's your understanding? I mean, is your understanding that it's possible that this is something that could be called up, that these are troops that could be called up and sent forward?
Again, I'd refer you to Brussels court. It's really a decision for NATO to make, and what the criteria are for activating it is really for them to speak to, not for us. There's no, I don't know of a specific. I mean, it's a existing response force, right? And when it was established, it wasn't established specifically for the purposes of Russia invading Ukraine again. So I don't know that there's a specific limitation that they can only be activated, but that would be an alliance decision. That would be a discussion inside NATO and inside the political leadership of NATO. I just don't know. What we're trying to do is make sure that if it is, whenever that is, we're ready to go. Barb.
Can I go back on one thing? For the troops, the U.S. troops that might deploy, while they may get some kind of extra pay for deployment, can you find out for us whether or not they will get any kind of hazard pay, or i.e. combat pay, since they would be going into a situation where you clearly see potential hostile intent? Can you find that out for us?
I'll take the question. I have no idea today. Thank you. Joe Gould, Defense News.
Hey, John, thanks for taking my question. Thanks for doing this. You talked about troops being on high alert, but what kinds of equipment is being ready to participate in the NRF, which is, as NATO builds it, a land, air, and maritime force? And also, does the department have any plans for industry to surge production or deliveries of equipment that's already approved for, say, all the European allies? Maybe like the F-35s for Finland or Poland, or Patriots for Poland, Sweden, and Romania. Thank you.
Military sales, Joe, you're going to have to talk to the State Department. That's their province, not ours. As for the kinds of, I guess you were asking about systems. As I said, these are brigade combat teams, logistics personnel, medical, aviation, and aviation support. Of course, all the kinds of logistical and sustainment support that would go to be able to keep these forces in the field for an extended period of time. Transportation, command and control capabilities, communication capabilities, as well as the systems themselves. I think a lot more specificity will be clear once we can start identifying for you the units. We're just not able to do that today because unit notification is ongoing, and I think you can understand we wouldn't want them to find out from me at the podium that they're being put on a shorter tether. We want to do this the right way. But as we start to identify the units, I think the answers, specific answers to your question, will become a lot more clear. Jeff Selden, VOA.
Hey, John, thanks very much for doing this. Can you give an update on U.S. support for the Syrian Democratic Forces as fighting with ISIS in Hasaka is now extending into a 6th day? Are U.S. or coalition ground forces firing on, engaging with ISIS on the ground? Some reports from Hasaka seem to suggest they are. And is the Pentagon reviewing its force posture in Syria, given the size and scope of this attack? And separately, on Burkina Faso, what impact is the attempted ongoing coup there having on U.S. cooperation with the Burkina Faso's military on counterterrorism efforts?
Yeah, on Burkina Faso, I'm going to have to take the question and get back to you. I'm not aware of any impact right now, so let me just take that question. On coalition support for the Syrian Democratic Forces' ongoing efforts to deal with this prison break, and I would refer you to OIR for more detail here, but just broadly speaking, and I've already talked about this a little bit, we have helped provide real-time surveillance during the event. We have conducted a series of strikes through this days-long operation to include the precision targeting of ISIS fighters who were attacking the SDF from buildings in the area. And we have provided limited ground support strategically positioned to assist security in the area. For instance, putting Bradley fighting vehicles across access points to help block as obstacles. So there's been some limited ground support. Beyond that, I would refer you to OIR to get into more details. Tony Capaccio.
Hi, John. Two quick questions. Are the 8,500 a blend of active duty and National Guard, or all National Guard? or excuse me, or all active duty?
I think the large portion of them is going to be active duty, Tony, but I can't swear to you that there won't be reservists involved in this as well. Again, all this will become more clear once we're able to identify the specific units. But the vast majority will be active duty. Louis Martinez.
Hey, John. I'm sorry. I think Tony was going to ask another question if Tony wants to go.
Okay, John, is that all right?
Another one. My apologies.
Okay, John, is that all right?
Yes, sir.
How detailed a ground picture of Russian forces along the Ukraine does the Pentagon at this point possess? I mean, is it possible that we'll know, the U.S. will know if, in fact, an invasion occurs in real time versus a bolt from the blue that catches everybody by surprise, kind of like Pearl Harbor?
What I would tell you, Tony, is we're watching it very, very closely, and we believe that we have a pretty good sight picture on what they have there and what they continue to add, both in terms of the western part of Russia as well as into Belarus. We're watching this very, very closely, and obviously we're mindful of things that the Russians could do that would potentially give us indications of some sort of imminent incursion. We're not there yet, but we are watching for those indicators very, very closely.
Once again, we are listening in live to the Pentagon briefing. It is not the only press conference we have happening at this time. So I do want to just give everyone just a little bit of a look of what we do have going on here. So thanks again to everyone watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. We've been in the Pentagon briefing, but also the same conversation being had with the State Department. Here is Ned Price. He's the spokesperson for Department of Defense, the State Department. So they will be we'll be playing this press briefing here shortly for all of our viewers as we continue to hear more details about getting Americans out of Ukraine and sending more troops into what they've been saying is a higher alert phase as they're waiting to see what possibly Russian President Vladimir Putin could do. Also happening at this time, we do have a press briefing going on with the New York City mayor. He is talking about gun violence this coming when 4 New York Police Department officers have been shot just in the last week alone. So this will be yet another press conference we'll be heading out to here very soon. And finally, one more look for you down in Wisconsin, in Milwaukee. We do have there the Vice President, Kamala Harris. She is not only talking about lead pipes, but also infrastructure as well. So more press conferences coming your way right here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break. When we come back, going to continue to listen into some of these live right here for you on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. All of our viewers, just want to say thank you so much for being here with us, especially as we continue to keep track of all of those different stories that are continuing to take place here across our country. Christy Larson here at the desk with you. And as I just showed you ahead of the break, we have a lot of press conferences taking place at this time. I do want to head back into the Pentagon briefing, though, finish that one out before we jump into the State Department briefing. As a lot of people have heard, State Department has advised Americans to leave Ukraine, especially during these high tensions between Ukraine and Russia. We do still have the spokesperson for the Pentagon, John Kirby, continuing to say that more troops, more resources are continuing to be pushed towards that western border by Russia. So let's go ahead, continue to listen into that press conference right here with everyone live here on Live Now from Fox.
And systems, whether it's getting some things pre-positioned and packaged up and ready to go. Certainly there'll be, for the forces involved, I'm sure personal readiness things that they have to do. And that's, again, one of the reasons why I'm not giving units today, because the units are getting notified, and we want to also give them time to talk about this with their families so that their families are ready for this potential, and I say potential, deployment order that could come. But what's happening now is just getting them ready on a shorter tether. Not all of the units are already on such an advanced PTDO status, and so it will take them a little bit longer to get into a heightened alert posture. That's why we're doing it now, so that they have ample time to prepare. Okay?
But is it correct that no one is deploying in the next 72 hours?
Today, we're not talking about deployment orders. We have no deployment orders to speak to, Barb, and I think I'm just going to leave it at that. All right. Thanks, everybody.
All right, so you can see there things wrapping up with the Pentagon after there was a lot of conversations about what's going to be happening with the U.S. troops who will continue to prepare themselves in case NATO does call upon the U.S. to help with these ongoing tensions. Now, we heard from John Kirby moments ago. He does say that there's no plans for U.S. troops to deploy to Ukraine, but they do have about 8,500 who are on higher alert at this time. And he also did say Russia does continue to add battalion tactical groups to their western border. There's no signs of de-escalating, so this does continue to feed to those tensions that have been happening. So thank you again to everyone who's been watching here with us. Again, one briefing ends, but don't you worry, we have plenty more that have began. So not only do we have the State Department briefing going on, we do also have, again, Vice President Kamala Harris. She's out in Wisconsin talking about infrastructure, as well as we do have police down in Houston. They're updating everyone after there was a deputy who had been ambushed and had been killed. So a lot still going on here on Live Now from Fox. And as I mentioned, because we always like to bring you those full press conferences, not just a few moments here and there, I'm going to take us back to the beginning of the State Department briefing so that we can hear just some of those first, not only pieces that are laid out with our spokesperson, Ned Price, but then also some of those important reported questions and answers as well. So going to be replaying that here for you from the beginning on Live Now from Fox.
Good afternoon. Happy Monday. Good to see everyone. Just one item at the top, and then we'll take your questions. The United States condemns the overnight attack by the Houthis on the United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia, which resulted in civilian injuries in Saudi Arabia and follows a similar Houthi incursion last week that killed 3 civilians in Abu Dhabi. We reaffirm our commitment to help strengthen the defense of our Saudi and Emirati partners. These attacks on the UAE and Saudi Arabia, as well as recent airstrikes in Yemen that killed civilians, represent a troubling escalation that only exacerbates the suffering of the Yemeni people. We call on all parties to the conflict to commit to a ceasefire, abide by their obligations under international humanitarian law, including those related to protection of all civilians, and participate fully in an inclusive, UN-led peace process. The Yemeni people urgently need a diplomatic solution to the conflict, a diplomatic solution that improves their lives and allows them to collectively determine their own future. With that, I'm happy to turn to your questions. Yes? Well, I'll start back there, as I promised, please. Okay. Great.
Today's Houthis attack in UAE is the second one in the last 10 days. So these attacks have been accelerated lately. Are we going to see now the same acceleration in the consideration process by the Biden administration to enlist the Houthis on the terrorist attack?
To
enlist them back on the terrorist attack?
So list them.
So this acceleration will be resulted in the same acceleration in the consideration process that's been taken care by the administration regarding putting them back on the terrorist attack.
So your question is about the status of the Houthis and a potential redesignation. Well, as you know, the president spoke to this last week when he spoke to the nation in his press conference last Wednesday. He said that the question of the potential redesignation of Ansarallah, the name for the Houthi movement, is under consideration. And so I'm not in a position to discuss any potential steps that might be considered. Here's what I will say, though. We will continue to work with our partners in the region, including Saudi Arabia and the UAE, to help them defend against these deplorable Houthi attacks. As the last data I saw indicated, with the help of the United States, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has been able to prevent about 90% of these incoming attacks from Yemen, from the Houthis. Of course, our collective goal, to get that to be 100%. But we are still, we will continue to stand by our partners on this. We are also, and we have, continuing to hold to account Houthi leaders for this reprehensible conduct. We have issued sanctions on key leaders and designations on key leaders in recent months. And we will continue to call upon all appropriate tools in our toolkit to hold these those Houthi leaders responsible for these attacks accountable. We will not relent in designating Houthi leaders and entities involved in military offensives that are threatening civilians and regional stability, perpetuating the conflict, committing human rights abuses, or violating international humanitarian law, or exacerbating the very grave humanitarian crisis by, according to most accounts, is the most profound humanitarian crisis on the face of the earth. But this is a complex consideration, and we spoke to this consideration in the earliest days of the administration about a year ago now, when we talked about the initial decision vis-a-vis the Houthis. Because in making that determination and in coming to that original decision, we listened to a number of stakeholders. We heard warnings from the UN. We listened to concerns from humanitarian groups. We listened to bipartisan members of Congress who were opposed to the last administration's decision to designate the Houthis as a foreign terrorist organization and an SGDT, because primarily that blanket determination could conceivably have an impact on our ability to deliver and to provide much needed humanitarian relief to the citizens of Yemen. It could also impact access to basic commodities like food and fuel. And so we heard those concerns loud and clear, and we know that about 90% of essential commodities in Yemen are imported by private businesses. And out of an abundance of caution, the suppliers of these suppliers and financial institutions may cease that activity, which is important to the humanitarian needs of the Yemeni people. So we heard those concerns loud and clear. We are taking a close look at the appropriate response. But what we will continue to do, no question about it, is to stand with UAE, stand with Saudi Arabia, and to hold to account Houthi leaders responsible for these terrorist attacks.
Yeah, just a follow-up, two more points on this issue. USA also has said in previous statements from the State Department, I believe, and the White House, that it will support UAE in defending its territories. So how does the support is going to unfold in practical terms? That's one. Two, is the U.S. going to help in prohibiting the flow of arms and financial support to the Houthis, given the fact that they are supported and backed by Iran?
So to your first question, we work extensively with our Emirati partners, just as we do with our Saudi partners, to provide them with what they need to help defend themselves against these types of attacks. We will continue to do that. We will continue to work with them in different ways to help them fortify themselves against these attacks. And your second question about...
Yeah. Is the U.S. going to help in prohibiting the flow of arms and financial support to the Houthis, given the fact that they are supported by Iran?
Absolutely, and we have been hard at work on that, not only in this administration, but over successive administrations. You have heard our partners in the Department of Defense speak to seizures at sea, for example, of weapons that have been bound for Yemen and for the Houthis. You have seen us shine a bright spotlight on the level of support that Iran and Iran-backed groups are providing to the Houthis. You've heard us speak to the destabilizing role that Iran and its proxies are playing across the region, and that certainly includes in Yemen, and that certainly includes Iran's support for the Houthi movement in Yemen.
The question is, are you going to stop the flow of arms physically? I mean, are you going to stop it by the force of arms? I mean, I think that's the premise of the question.
Well, and my answer to that was yes, we are going to continue to do everything we can to stop the flow of arms, of assistance,
air raids to stop the flow of arms.
I'm sorry?
We're likely to see attacks intended to stop the flow of arms.
You
by American
have
forces?
seen consistent action by the part of this administration and previous administrations to stop the flow of arms, to stop the flow of supplies to the Houthis, and that certainly includes what the Iranians have provided. Humar.
Ned, on Russia, so there's going to be a call with the Europeans about deterrence.
Sorry, let's close out Yemen, and then we'll come to Russia.
Okay.
The Houthis have claimed that they were targeting the U.S. airbase in UAE yesterday, and the U.S. military has said that they fired Patriots that intercepted their missiles. Will there be any U.S. reaction to the Houthis, and especially that they are targeting the U.S. forces in the UAE?
We will continue to hold the Houthis to account for these terrorist attacks. We will do that in different ways. We have used a number of tools already, and I suspect you will see us continue to do that in the days and weeks ahead. Yemen, still?
One more on Yemen.
Sure.
Has the U.S. reached any different conclusion about what the impact on aid delivery would be with the designation? And if not, why entertain the idea?
Well, we are engaging with some of those same stakeholders I mentioned before to continue to hear their viewpoints, to garner their perspectives. Certainly, some of the concerns we heard about a year ago would still apply. The question is whether we can, whether a redesignation would be in the interests of the United States, would be in our security interests, would be in the security interests of our partners in the region, and would be in the interests we have in seeing an end to the conflict and the humanitarian emergency in Yemen. So it was a difficult, it's a difficult set of factors we're weighing, but as the president said, we are considering the decision. Anything else on Yemen, Humar?
Okay, take two. On Russia, so there's going to be a call with the Europeans this afternoon with President Biden. I was wondering, this was asked in the White House briefing as well, but if you could shed light a little bit on what the administration hopes to achieve through this call. And we've heard President Biden last week publicly acknowledge the cracks within the NATO alliance, as well as with the Europeans on how exactly to respond. Has there been any improvement since then with the Europeans? Are you closer to being on the same page? And is there any reason for us to expect that after this call, you will be sort of, more on the same page on how to respond to minor incursion or major incursion, whatever that may be?
Okay. Humar, as you know, we were in Europe last week. We were in Kiev. We then went to Berlin, where in addition to meeting with our German allies, the Secretary had an opportunity to meet with the so-called European Quad. Before that, we were in Europe the previous month, where we had an opportunity to meet with our NATO allies, with the OSCE in the intervening weeks. The Secretary, the Deputy Secretary, the Undersecretary of State for Political Affairs, not to mention the President, the National Security Advisor, and many others were on the phone constantly with allies and partners to discuss this Russian aggression and the response. And I want to take issue with the premise of your question, because in all of those engagements, the in-person engagements, the conversations, the video conferences, in every single one of those engagements, we have heard, and you in turn have heard from not only us, but from our European allies and partners, individual allies, NATO, the OSCE, the G7, the European Union, the European Council. You have heard the same message. If any Russian forces move across the border, that's a renewed invasion. It will be met with a swift, severe, and united response on the part of the United States and on the part of our allies. So there is no ambiguity about that. There is no ambiguity. There is no daylight. We know that, and importantly, the Russian Federation knows that.
Right. So
Okay, thank you. There's quite a bit of daylight, but I'm not going to...
All right, so we've been listening in as, again, we are now getting the State Department briefing. I do want to let all of our viewers know we do continue to have multiple other live shots that I want to bring you out to, especially this one coming to us from California. Here is our chopper up in the air, taking a look at a tree that had collapsed onto this home. Now, this home is just north of Pasadena, California, for those of you familiar with the area. And you can see here, once our chopper makes its way a little bit more around the tree, a giant one collapsed partially in between these two homes, but definitely damaged a large portion of that home there on your upper kind of right-hand side. And now cleanup is underway. You can see as we zoom in a little bit here, just how much of that roof and structure has been damaged because of this tree that went down and collapsed. So whenever it comes to breaking news, no matter what it is, you can count on Live Now from Fox to be out there giving you those live looks. Saw this happen, wanted to at least let our viewers know we're still obviously keeping an eye on breaking news as it happens, wherever it happens as well. So this, again, just out in California, in a city just a little north of Pasadena, where there is a tree cleanup underway after it collapsed here on this home. No word yet on if anyone was in the home at this time or if there were injuries, but you can see we'll take quite some time to get that huge tree removed. And once they're zooming out, you can see just all of those roots. It was definitely a very large tree that went down here in this neighborhood. So we did have this live shot coming to us out of the California area. We'll, of course, keep our eye out for other different breaking news events as they happen from coast to coast. And as we've been listening into the State Department briefing, he's now being asked multiple questions finally about Russia, especially as State Department has asked Americans to be leaving Ukraine as these tensions continue to build along the border with Russia and Ukraine. So we will be back into that briefing, listening into it right here on Live Now from Fox after we step away for a 2-minute break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Going to be bringing you back out to the State Department, listening in with spokesperson Ned Price as he is answering questions about what is going to be happening as tensions continue to raise along the border of Ukraine and Russia.
The non-paper.
Well, let me come back to your flippant remark, and maybe it was just intended to be a flippant remark, but I couldn't resist.
No, it's just, I mean, the president has said that there are differences of opinion, and this has been something that we've been experiencing, we've been seeing.
What you have heard from the president, what you have heard from the secretary, what you have heard from the National Security Advisor, what you have heard from others, is that in the event of Russian aggression against Ukraine, there will be a response. It will be swift, it will be severe. In the event of an incursion, it will be unprecedented in terms of the steps we are prepared to take. And you can say that there's daylight, but I hope you also take a look and listen to the statements that have emanated from European capitals, the statements that have emanated from NATO, from the OSCE, from the G7, from the European Commission, from the United States, from our allies standing next to Secretary Blinken, whether that was Foreign Minister Baerbock, whether it was other allies and partners with whom we have met in recent weeks and over the past 2 months. So one can claim there is daylight, but certainly if you take a look at the volume and the material that is prominently within the public record, I think that would belie that assertion.
Are you guys going to be sending this non-paper like this week? Can you talk a little bit about the technicalities of that, what it would entail?
So as the Secretary said on Friday, we do expect to be in a position to send a written response this week. Before we do that, and what we are doing right now, and this gets to your earlier question about the engagement with our European allies and partners, what we have been doing, as you know and as you've seen, is constant coordination and consultation with our allies and partners on the other side of the Atlantic. We've been doing this in terms of the unprecedented, swift, strong, severe, united response that Russia would endure in the event of further aggression, but we've also been doing it in the context of the written response that we will provide to the Russian Federation, just as we've been doing it in response to what we've been saying about areas where there may be the potential for progress on reciprocal steps that could enhance our collective security. And by collective security, I mean the security of the transatlantic community, but also potentially address some of the concerns that Russia has put forward. So as we consider the next step in our engagement, and that is in fact the provision of a written response to the Russian Federation, we are sharing those ideas with we have shared those ideas with our European allies and partners. We are taking their feedback. We are incorporating that feedback into the written response. And when we're prepared to transmit it, we will. I do expect that will be this week. Francesco.
Ned, so you said there's no daylight on the response, and we will see that. But there's clearly, and it's public out there, daylight on the characterization of the threat. The European, French, and others, Mr. Borrell, seem to be pretty annoyed by the alarming tone in Washington about an imminent threat, and they've been saying we don't have to calm down, we have to calm down, and we don't see that so imminent threat as the U.S. says. Do you still say there's an imminent threat of invasion? Why there is this difference between you and the Europeans?
Francesco, we don't see the difference you refer to. What we do see, and what you can see too, are the statements. And the statement that, for example, came from the European Commission that said in strikingly similar, if not identical language to the statement that emanated from the G7 and NATO regarding the consequences that would befall the Russian Federation in the event of such aggression against Ukraine. This has not been the United States alone making this case. We have been speaking as a chorus with our European allies and partners, with multilateral institutions and bodies like NATO and the OSCE and the G7. And again, if you take a look at the language, and you won't be surprised to hear this was not unintentional, you will see strikingly similar language across our allies and partners and across these multilateral institutions. When it comes to what the Russians have planned, it is clear as day that anyone can see the massive buildup of Russian forces along Ukraine's borders. We have been very clear about our concerns when it comes to other forms of aggression and provocations that the Russians might seek to take and have already taken. But there's only one person who knows what the Russian Federation has in store for Ukraine, and that's Vladimir Putin. Our goal has been to deter and to defend against any such plans, just as we are ready to continue down the path of diplomacy and dialogue. You have seen us continue down that path of diplomacy and dialogue in a sincere and steadfast way over recent weeks. The Secretary's travel to Geneva ultimately last week was just the latest step in that process that has also involved the Deputy Secretary in her meetings with the Russian Federation at the Strategic Stability Dialogue, the meetings at the NATO-Russia Council, the engagement in the context of the OSCE, and other allies have also been engaging the Russian Federation to this end. So, to be very clear, we are prepared to continue down this path. This path can only be successful if it takes place in the context of de-escalation. But just because we are ready and engaged in the process and path of diplomacy and dialogue doesn't mean we aren't preparing with defense and deterrence. We are doing both at the same time, precisely because we are ready for either choice that Vladimir Putin makes.
And do you consider there's an imminent threat of attack, that the attack could be imminent, immediate, as the Europeans say you are telling them, according to your intelligence?
Well, we have been clear about this in any number of venues, including in the consular advisory we issued last night. The threat that we are seeing that is clear not only to us, but clear to any casual observer, given what is taking place along Ukraine's borders, what is taking place within what should be sovereign Belarusian territory. It is a cause for great concern. And so we are taking prudent steps. We, of course, are sharing information and intelligence with our allies. That speaks to our concern and also speaks to the fact that the Russians certainly seem to be poised to be able to undertake aggressive action against Ukraine at any moment.
And just one last, should we expect a new encounter or meeting or virtual meeting between the Secretary and Foreign Minister Lavrov after the written response?
Well, you heard from the Foreign Minister last week. You also heard from the Secretary last week that we will provide a written response. We are open to additional engagements, in-person engagements, should it prove useful, if we think it could be constructive, if we think it should be the next element as we pursue the path of dialogue and diplomacy. So we're open to it. Rosalind.
Following on Francesco's questions, a few minutes ago, the Pentagon spokesperson said, and I'm roughly quoting here, that if NATO should activate the NRF, all told, the number of forces that the Secretary, Mr. Austin, has placed on heightened alert comes up to about 8,500 personnel. In that scope, the former U.S. ambassador to Ukraine, John Herbst, told NPR this morning that he thought that any talk of having U.S. forces forward deployed as an additional deterrent should have been done before now. Why has it come to this weekend that the Biden administration is deciding to put U.S. forces in a forward deployed position as part of NATO to basically send a message to Vladimir Putin?
Well, let me make a couple points. First, I'm going to defer to my colleague and my predecessor to speak to the plans that the Pentagon is working on. But the president has been very clear about the consequences that would befall the Russian Federation if Russia were to move forward with additional aggression against Ukraine. We've spoken of the economic and financial consequences that Russia would endure, that would in many ways be unprecedented, measures that we very pointedly opted not to take in the aftermath of 2014. We have spoken of the additional levels of defensive security assistance that we would be prepared to provide to our Ukrainian partners, above and beyond the $650 million that we have provided to Kyiv within last year alone. That is more security assistance than has ever been provided in a single year to our partners in Ukraine. But The president has also been clear that if the Russians were to go forward, that we would reinforce the so-called eastern flank of NATO. But even as we have said that, we have never ruled out the option of providing additional assistance in advance of a potential invasion. And so there are a number of consequences that we have spelled out that the Russian Federation would endure. There are a number of steps that we are taking now in terms of our defensive security assistance to Ukraine, in terms of the deterrent messaging that we're putting forward about the consequences that would befall the Russian Federation, and now what you're hearing from my colleague at the Pentagon.
Following on that, have these discussions about whether to use U.S. troops, has that been part of the ongoing response within the Biden administration before these reports became publicly known this weekend? Was that an active part of the discussion on how to deal with the Russian aggression?
I would say generally, without speaking to internal deliberations, that something like this typically would not become public if it were just introduced. We've been considering a number of steps, and you're hearing the Pentagon speak publicly to it today. The fact that they are speaking publicly to it today suggests that it is not a new ingredient as we consider a response to what we're seeing now.
Is this designed to make the Russians perhaps rethink the deployment of additional troops inside Belarus and trying to beef up its presence in the southern part of Ukraine?
Our goal in all of this is to both defend and deter. So we are taking a number of steps in the defense of Ukraine, including by providing defensive security assistance, but taking a number of steps to deter what the Russian Federation and what Vladimir Putin specifically may have in mind. So to your question, yes.
And then one more. The U.S. ambassador to the UN gave a briefing earlier today, and the question came up, what sorts of conversations has she been having with other members on the Security Council about this situation? And Ambassador Thomas Greenfield even allowed that she has been talking with her Russian counterparts. What has she been charged with saying to Ambassador Nebenzia about the threat that the U.S. sees to Ukraine's sovereignty, and why hasn't the U.S. pushed for a Security Council meeting on this matter before Russia takes over the presidency next Tuesday?
Well, I think you also heard from the ambassador that she has been very engaged with her counterparts on the Security Council and her broader set of counterparts at the UN. She did acknowledge that she's been in touch with her Russian counterpart, but I can assure you, and I think as you also heard from her, that her Russian counterpart is not the only counterpart she is speaking with. And I would expect you would hear from her that her engagement with our allies, including those on the Security Council and our partners, has been much more extensive than has her engagement been with her Russian counterpart on the Security Council. But in terms of the message that the Russians have been hearing from us has been clear, and it also has been consistent. It has been clear and consistent in public. It's been clear and consistent in private. First and foremost, we prefer the path of diplomacy and dialogue. We believe it's the only responsible way to pursue a de-escalation and to put an end to Russian ongoing aggression against Ukraine and any other plans that the Russian Federation may have in store. They've also heard, and they've heard this in our private engagements, but also very publicly as well, that just as we are prepared for dialogue and diplomacy, we are pursuing defense and deterrence. And we've spoken to that extensively already today. But the Russians know, because they have heard it from us directly, that we are prepared to engage. They know that there are some issues where we think that dialogue and diplomacy may redound positively on our collective security, the collective security of the transatlantic community, and it could help respond to some of the concerns that the Russian Federation has made. But they've also heard from us, and this is just as important, that there are other areas, including NATO's open door policy, where there is no trade space, absolutely none. And so across all of our engagements, whether it is the Secretary, the Deputy Secretary, Ambassador Thomas Greenfield, those messages have been clear and consistent. Saeed. Anything else on okay, so I see there may be a couple other questions. Ben.
Yes, the partial evacuation of the embassy clearly shows you're concerned about the safety of Americans in Ukraine. And you've also made it very clear what would happen if Russia were to invade. Will you take this opportunity now also to warn Russia against harming any Americans and say what the consequence would be if they did?
So let me take that question and make clear that we have no higher priority than the safety and security of Americans around the world. And last night, you heard us speak to the prudent steps we are taking in the context of our diplomatic community in Kyiv, knowing that the Russians have this large military buildup, that they could well be poised to take significant aggressive action at any moment. And so the authorized departure of non-emergency employees of our embassy and the ordered departure of dependents is part and parcel of and reflective of the paramount priority we attach to the safety and security of the American people. I don't want to go into private discussions, but we have made it abundantly clear to the Russians the priority we attach to the safety and security of the American people. They know that that is our highest priority. They know that we go to extraordinary lengths to protect their safety and security, and I'll leave it at that.
In terms of the numbers of people, of Americans inside Ukraine, yesterday I know that the State Department wouldn't be drawn on exact numbers, but is that because you don't know how many, or you just won't say how many Americans are inside Ukraine?
Our goal always is to provide you with timely and accurate information. And right now, we do not have an account that we consider to be accurate of the number of Americans, private Americans, who are resident in Ukraine. And I'll tell you why. You've heard this in the context of Afghanistan, but when Americans travel overseas, they, of course, are not required to register with the embassy in country. We always encourage Americans to register when they're traveling abroad with our so-called STEP system. But I think, as many of you can attest, when you travel overseas, you may not always do that. And some of you probably have never done that. Similarly, when Americans depart the country, they would need to deregister themselves. And so, given that many may not register in the first place, I think it is a safe assumption that many would, those who actually do register, may not remove themselves from that tally of American citizens who may be resident in a foreign country. The other point is that even when people do register, the State Department is not in a position to independently verify that a person who has signed up in the so-called STEP system is actually an American citizen. So there are for a number of reasons, the tally, we just don't have an accurate tally at the moment. When we have messaged with the American people in private American citizen community in Kyiv, in Ukraine, in recent days, we have encouraged them to fill out a form that will help us acquire greater granularity on the size of the private American citizen community in Ukraine, but that's just not something that we have right now.
One more, you mentioned Afghanistan. I wonder if is there anything from Afghanistan that you learned about identifying and rescuing Americans inside a war zone that you think can be applied here?
Well, these are obviously not analogous situations, and so I would hate to suggest otherwise. Our primary charge is to keep the U.S. citizen community informed of safety and security developments. That is what we did most recently yesterday evening when we issued the updated travel advisory and accompanying media note to keep them informed of safety and security developments, and that can include information on commercial travel options. We have done this because, as the president has said, military action by Russia could come at any time, and we all know, and we have all seen indications that that is the case, given the large-scale military buildup. We've also been clear that we won't be in a position to evacuate U.S. citizens, private U.S. citizens in such a contingency. And so that is why we have encouraged private U.S. citizens who may be in Ukraine to plan accordingly, including by availing themselves of commercial options should they choose to leave the country. Even though we are reducing the size of our embassy footprint, the embassy is there to assist American citizens. In this, we have the ability to provide, for example, repatriation loans for any Americans who seek to avail themselves of those commercial options to return to the United States.
If you don't mind.
Sure.
First, what do you want to achieve from the meeting that Biden is having with European leaders? Presumably, it's building on Mr. Blinken's meeting this morning. So, what do you want to achieve from that? Two, in the meeting this morning that Mr. Blinken had with the European Council, did he get questions about the U.S. decision to start downsizing the embassy because some Europeans are not on the same page? And as Francesca was saying, we're suggesting that the rhetoric needed to be dialed down a bit, that there wasn't any difference in security to suggest an imminent attack. So what do you expect to achieve, and what did Mr. Blinken hear about the American approach?
So as you alluded to, Barbara, the Secretary did take part earlier today in the EU's Foreign Affairs Council. He was invited by the EU High Representative Josep Borrell. To give you a flavor of that, the Secretary briefed his counterparts on his visit last week to Kyiv, to Berlin, and to Geneva as part of the effort we have spoken to de-escalate the tension that's been caused by Russia's unprovoked military buildup and its continued aggression against Ukraine. In the engagement this morning, the Secretary emphasized that we will continue to coordinate closely with the EU and its member states, in addition to the other multilateral institutions we've already mentioned. That's NATO, that's the OSCE, and with individual allies and partners. And in the course of this meeting, the Secretary demonstrated that by briefing them on the engagements last week, of course, including the engagement with Foreign Minister Lavrov. You saw that shortly after the meeting with Foreign Minister Lavrov concluded on Friday, the Secretary also had a chance to speak to his Ukrainian counterpart to back brief him on those discussions. And that's a practice we've undertaken in the course of all of our engagements with our European allies, our European partners, of course, including our Ukrainian partners, because we are operating by the maxim of nothing about them without them, nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine, nothing about Europe without Europe, nothing about NATO without NATO. So the Secretary's participation in the meeting today was another opportunity and another venue for us to do just that. The President, of course, has been deeply engaged in this as well. You saw that he convened his team both in person and virtually at Camp David over the weekend to discuss this. So it should not come as a surprise that the President will have an opportunity to speak to his counterpart on these very issues with that same maxim in mind. When it comes to the decision that we made last night, I just want to reiterate the core point, and that is that this is about one criterion and one criterion alone, and that is the safety and security of our team on the ground in Ukraine. And it was a prudent step when it came to the ordered departure of dependents. It was a prudent step when it came to the authorized departure of non-essential employees. But let me also be clear that that decision says nothing about our commitment to Ukraine's sovereignty and to its territorial integrity. Our commitment to Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity is unwavering. The embassy continues to operate, and the chargé, of course, remains in Ukraine. The fact that we're taking prudent precautions for the sake of and the safety of U.S. citizens in no way undermines our support for or commitment to Ukraine. You've seen that support take any number of forms. Of course, the Secretary was just in Kyiv last week, where you heard him reiterate these messages next to President Zelensky, next to Foreign Minister Kuleba. We have continued to provide defensive security assistance. The first delivery of the additional tranche of $200 million that was authorized in December arrived in Kyiv overnight, Friday into Saturday. We will continue to provide defensive security assistance to our partners, and we will continue to signal in no uncertain terms the enduring commitment we have to the territorial integrity and the sovereignty of our partner, Ukraine. Yeah.
We are listening in as the State Department briefing continues along here, answering even more questions about the ongoing tensions between Ukraine and Russia. Where does the U.S. troops and where does U.S. support lie? Well, of course, it lays with NATO, and they will continue to give this briefing right here for you on Live Now from Fox. But I did want to note also just the stocks, because as you can see, we did end the day up into the green, up more than 100 points. And I was just talking in our newsroom and said, how far were we down? I believe we were down nearly 1,000 points earlier this afternoon. So it is definitely a back and forth economy happening here today. Again, ending in the green over 100 points. Just wanted to bring that to all of our viewers who had been also keeping an eye on it today. So we're going to step away for a 2-minute break. We'll be bringing you the rest of that State Department briefing right here on Live Now from Fox when we return. Once again, just a look for our viewers who were here with us after we saw our stocks dip down. I believe it was even below 1,000 points now, back into the green to wrap up the first day here at the end of a Monday. So we will continue to keep a close eye on this, especially as tensions continue to grow here with the Ukraine-Russia border, as we do see more Russian troops being moved to their western border. So we will be going back into our press briefing with Ned Price. He's a spokesperson for the State Department, going to be listening in as we still have reporter questions being asked about the readiness of U.S. troops.
Is there a sense in the administration that this could have created a panic within Ukraine at a time when that's exactly what Russia is trying to do by stoking instability in the country?
This is about one thing and one thing only.
Consider the panic that it could have created.
I'm sorry, did we what?
Did you consider the panic that it could have created?
What we considered is the safety and security of the American people. This is a decision that only the United States government can make because it is a priority that we attach to the safety and security of, in this case, our colleagues and their families as well. This says nothing to our unwavering, unrelenting support for our Ukrainian partners. It is about one thing and one thing only, the very narrow safety and security considerations of our colleagues.
But this, combined with the Pentagon's announcement today about putting 8,500 troops on standby, in addition to the very public posturing on Friday with the arrival of the new lethal aid, it does seem like you are escalating your pressure here on Russia in some way. Do you reject that? Do you think that your posture has changed at all?
This is about defense and deterrence. What we are concerned about is the possibility of Russian aggression. That is not about defense. That is not about deterrence. That's about offensive operations against a sovereign country that is a close partner of the United States. So to equate these two things is deeply inaccurate, and it also is precisely what we're hearing out of Moscow. These are qualitatively different elements and different steps that we are taking. Were the Russians to de-escalate, you would not see precisely the same set of moves from our Ukrainian partners, from NATO, from the United States. Here's the broader point, and you've heard the Secretary make this point repeatedly. He actually, in the meeting with Foreign Minister Lavrov on Friday, made this point directly to the Foreign Minister, and he said the United States genuinely does not understand Russia's strategic posturing here, because across the years and in the context of this escalation, Vladimir Putin and the Russian Federation has precipitated everything. You've heard this, the increasing support for NATO membership among Ukrainians since 2014, levels of support that have just about doubled. You have heard us and NATO as an alliance speak to the reassurance initiatives that were precipitated precisely by Russia's unprovoked aggression against Ukraine in 2014. So the Russians may well complain and may well take note and point to these efforts towards defense and deterrence, but it is their aggression that has precipitated precisely what it is we're hearing and seeing them point to. And here's the other concern, and we have made no bones about this. Our concern that the Russians, as they did in 2014, may be seeking to manufacture a pretext for additional aggression against Ukraine. If you wanted to do that, this is in some ways what it would look like. That is what has concerned us for some time. It is why we have spoken to not only that concern broadly, but why we have put forward information in our possession specifically that speaks to the steps that the Russian Federation may be taking towards this end.
Can I just ask one last question?
Let me just let Connor finish.
No, it's okay. Just one last question. Specifically on the question of NATO's unity, the Ukrainian foreign minister again said that Germany is undermining unity in the alliance, in part because they're blocking Estonia from transferring weapons. They won't provide weapons themselves. The comments from their naval chief over the weekend or last week. Give it your response to that, this idea that Germany is not doing enough within the alliance to support a unified front.
The Secretary had a chance to meet not only with Chancellor Scholz, but also with Foreign Minister Baerbock last week in Berlin. And the Foreign Minister was actually asked this question standing right next to the Secretary. And she spoke to precisely what Germany is doing, the important contributions that Germany is making to Ukraine. I will leave it to Germany to speak to those important contributions. But to be clear, there is no daylight among our allies and our partners about the serious consequences that would befall the Russian Federation if it were to go forward.
Just one thing on Ukraine. One final thing on Ukraine.
What would de-escalation look like? I mean, do they have to, now it is alleged that they have 100,000 troops in their own territory along the border. So de-escalation would look like maybe if they withdrew 25,000 troops, 50, I mean, what would de-escalation look like?
It could include that. I'm not going to be prescriptive.
Is there like a figure you would like to see?
Look, I'm not going to be prescriptive about that. I think de-escalation can take many forms. It can take the form of what we're seeing and what we have seen along Ukraine's borders. It can take the form of what we are seeing in terms of Russian activity and what should be another sovereign country, Belarus. It could take the form of what we're hearing from the Russian Federation. De-escalation can take many forms. It can take many forms as an initial step. And that is what we would like to see with the end goal in mind of seeing Russian forces return to their permanent barracks to cease this and put an end and reverse this buildup along Ukraine's borders, to cease with the aggressive rhetoric. De-escalation can take many forms. We would welcome any of it.
Only if Russian forces are back in their barracks at all time will be considered de-escalation.
No, my point is that there are many forms de-escalation can take. There's also a continuum. We would welcome, at least as an initial step, any form of de-escalation. Yes.
Yeah. Are you aware of the meeting that will be held in Paris on Wednesday between Ukrainian and Russian officials? And do you expect any breakthrough?
Yes. So I do not expect any American involvement in that. Let's see. As you know, we're consulting with allies and partners, including Ukraine, to determine the next steps, and we're in communication with the Russian Federation as well, as we've said. We do believe that diplomacy is the best path forward, and we're prepared to support dialogue and diplomacy that serves to de-escalate tensions. So we are supportive of those efforts that are undertaken on the part of the Russian Federation in good faith.
Have you seen the tweets of your Ukrainian counterpart, spokesperson? He tweeted while we were in the briefing. I'll read super quickly. There are 129 diplomatic missions in Ukraine. Of these, only 4 have declared the departure of family members of personnel: US, UK, Australia, and Germany. The rest, including EU, OSCE, COE, NATO, and UN, have not expressed their intention to follow such premature steps. Do you have a response to that?
I don't.
I
don't have a response to that. My only comment would be what you've heard me say before. This is based on one criterion and one criterion alone. It's a priority we attach to the safety and security of our colleagues in Ukraine.
Okay, I have an Iran question.
Anything else on Russia, Ukraine? Yes.
A follow-up on evacuation. I'm from Ukrainian media, and I want to make it clear that United States did not evacuate their diplomats even during the worst day over the last 8 years. And Kyiv is far enough from Russian border. Does it mean that from your knowledge and from your intelligence, our capital, Ukrainian capital, is targeted and it is the main target of Russian invasion?
Well, look, of course, I'm not going to speak to any intelligence, but as we've said, including in our announcement last night, we are doing this as a prudent step because of continued Russian efforts to destabilize the country and to undermine the security of Ukrainian citizens and others visiting or residing in Ukraine.
And United States officials have repeatedly mentioned, and that you don't give up on diplomatic efforts on Russia. Could you please clarify? You have already mentioned about security, collective security. What precisely do you mean? Where is the room for negotiation with Russia, and what is the subject of compromise?
So we have consistently said that we are willing to engage in dialogue and diplomacy, and we have engaged in dialogue and diplomacy with the Russian Federation, knowing, of course, that the Russians have published their 2 treaties. There are certain elements in those treaties, as you've heard us say repeatedly, that are absolute non-starters, including NATO's so-called open door policy. But there are other areas where dialogue and diplomacy could help improve our collective security, transatlantic security. I would make the point that even before this Russian military buildup along Ukraine's borders started, we had already undertaken 2 convenings of the Strategic Stability Dialogue, the venue that Deputy Secretary Sherman utilized the other week to meet with her Russian counterpart to discuss some of these issues. And the fact that the so-called SSD started after the summit between President Putin and President Biden in June speaks to the fact that we do believe there are issues when it comes to arms control, for example, where we can potentially have fruitful discussions with the Russians that could address our security concerns, meaning those of the United States and our allies and partners, and could also be responsive to some of the concerns that the Russians have said. So specifically, we've spoken to the placement of missiles in Europe, options for strategic and non-strategic nuclear weapons, other arms control measures, and those designed to increase transparency and stability. The key point in that is that any steps that we would take would not be concessions. They would need to be on a reciprocal basis, meaning that the Russians would also have to do something that would help improve our security posture. The final point on this, all of this has been and will continue to be conducted with thorough and full consultation with our allies and partners, and that includes Ukraine. When the Secretary met with President Zelensky, when he met with President Kuleba, or Foreign Minister Kuleba, when he spoke to Foreign Minister Kuleba on Friday after meeting with Foreign Minister Lavrov, we are in the practice of being fully transparent with our Ukrainian partners about the issues that are being discussed and the progress of those engagements.
Thank you.
Yes. Anything else on Russia, Ukraine? Ben, one last.
Yes, the Secretary said he was going to raise Paul Whelan and Trevor Reed in his discussions with Foreign Minister Lavrov. Was there any update? Do you think the current situation is going to make it better or worse for their situation?
That's really up to the Russian Federation. I can confirm, as the Secretary said before the meeting, that he did raise the cases of Paul Whelan and Trevor Reed, both of whom traveled to Russia as tourists and who have been held unjustly for far too long. Made the point that it is long past time to see them return safely to their families, and we'll continue to work on that. Yes.
Thank you, Ned. One more on the Russian-Ukrainian crisis. Does the Biden administration recognize or acknowledge that any incursion or invasion by Russia against Ukraine could trigger a domino effect on so many issues? I'll name some examples. China against Taiwan, Iran and its proxies, North Korea and its ballistic missiles against South Korea and Japan, Venezuela, Cuba and their authoritarian suppression tactics and moves. So Ned, the whole world is watching what the U.S. is going to do to stop Russia. How do you comment on this?
What was the last part? How do you
comment on this? Is the Biden administration aware of how critical the whole world is watching, just like what happened in Afghanistan? And then some reports are saying that Russia are taking a page of what happened in Afghanistan and moving against Ukraine, or could move. So now if they did that, all of this domino effect could happen.
Well, before I get to your broader question, I do want to address the last part of your question, and that is Afghanistan. I have a hard time understanding how it is that putting an end to a 20-year military commitment where the United States spent billions upon billions of dollars every year, where thousands of American troops, at one point tens of thousands of American troops were stationed, where there was a NATO commitment, where thousands of NATO troops were stationed for many years, taking casualties, enduring the loss of life, with an open-ended military commitment. How were that still to be the case? How we would be better strategically positioned to take on what we're seeing now from the Russian Federation. The president was clear when he made his announcement that we would be putting an end to our military engagement in Afghanistan, that part of the reason that we were doing so was not only to prevent another generation of American service members or NATO service members from fighting and potentially dying in Afghanistan, but to allow us to focus on the threats and the opportunities of the 21st century. And so as we take on this Russian aggression, as we seek to engage on this path of defense and deterrence, that is precisely what we are doing. So I just wanted to address the point about Afghanistan.
Allies there, and many people saw it as such. Maybe allies are concerned that that might happen now.
First of all, the United States has not turned its back on Afghanistan. You have seen us consistently partner with and demonstrate our enduring commitment to the people of Afghanistan. And we've done that in any number of ways. I need not run through them right now because we do this consistently. So anyone who is taking any lesson other than the fact that the United States felt it was time to put an end to what had been an open-ended military commitment where thousands upon thousands of American troops have fought and thousands had died, and same for NATO as well, sapped the United States and our NATO partners of billions upon billions, trillions over the course of 20 years. Anyone who would take any lesson from that, other than the fact that the United States is positioning itself to take on the threats and opportunities that we face now while we continue to partner with and support the people of Afghanistan, that would be mistaken analysis. But to your question, though, we have thought about that, and that is precisely why the Secretary delivered a speech in Berlin last week that was really on this very question, to make the point that what we are seeing Russia attempt and undertake against Ukraine is important in its own right, of course. Ukraine is a close partner. We have close friends in the Ukrainian people. But in some ways, this is as important as Ukraine is, even bigger than the question of a conflict, Russian-produced conflict between Russia and Ukraine. This is about what should be the inviolable rules of the so-called rules-based international order. What should be the inviolable rules that for the past 70 years since the conclusion of World War II has protected and really allowed unprecedented levels of security, of stability, of prosperity. That includes in Europe, but it also includes in areas well beyond that. And of course, you hear us talk about the rules-based international order, not only in the case of Europe and what Russia is doing to undermine it, but in other regions too, notably the Indo-Pacific, where we have similar concerns about what certain countries have also sought to do, to undermine, to erode that rules-based international order. So it is not lost on us that the Russians and the implications of what they're doing, as important as they are for Ukraine, go well beyond Ukraine.
Questions on Iran and Kuwait.
Okay. So, sir, I'll come back to you, Said. Said, you've already asked a question. You've already asked a question during this briefing.
I understand. I want to change topics, though. I want to ask you about the Palestinian American who died in Israeli custody on the 12th of January. Now, I know that you called on the Israelis that you wanted to see what were the circumstances and so on. First of all, did they respond to you? I mean, that could be any one of my brothers. You know?
I'm sorry, what was the last part?
That could be, never mind. I'm just saying, did they respond to you?
So we have not yet seen a final report from the Israeli government. We continue to support a thorough investigation into the circumstances of the incident. We welcome receiving additional information from the Israeli government as soon as possible. We are deeply concerned by media reports of the circumstances surrounding the death of Mr. Assad, an American citizen who was found dead after the Israeli military detained him. As we've said previously, we've been in close contact with his family to offer our condolences, to provide consular services. We were represented at the wake of Mr. Assad as well.
He died while being handcuffed and gagged and so on. And what kind of, do you give them a time limit? Do you trust the Israelis to do their own investigation?
As I said, Saeed, we welcome receiving that information as soon as possible.
I have another quick question. There are reports that there are 17 Palestinian journalists who are detained today. Is that something that you would raise with the Israelis to look into what are the circumstances of their imprisonment?
We're aware of the reports that you cited. As we do around the world, we support independent journalists and media organizations, and you've heard us speak before of the indispensability of their reporting, especially in areas where tensions are high or conflict may erupt. We believe that respect for human rights, for fundamental freedoms, and a strong civil society are critically important to responsible and responsive governance.
And finally, the U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations last week spoke out and highlighted the settler violence and aggression against the Palestinians. Yet we have seen only, increase in the violence over the past few days. Is that something that you would raise, or you are too busy with issues like Ukraine and Iran and all these things? I mean, understandably so.
Saeed, we're a large government, we're a large department. Not to use an overused metaphor, but we can walk and chew gum at the same time. When it comes to the issue you raised, you've heard us speak to this. You cited some comments recently. The State Department has previously commented on this as well. We believe it is critical for all parties to refrain from steps that exacerbate tensions and undercut efforts to advance a negotiated two-state solution. This includes violence against civilians and settler violence. Sure. So 2 Iran questions.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. Iran's foreign minister on Monday said they're ready to consider direct talks with the United States if they feel they can get a good deal with guarantees. Either way, has there been any communication on this? And are you guys considering having direct talks with them?
Humaira, as you know, we are prepared to meet directly. We have consistently held the position that it would be much more productive to engage with Iran directly on both JCPOA negotiations and on other issues. This extends to bilateral as well as multilateral formats. Meeting directly would enable more efficient communication, which is urgently needed to swiftly reach an understanding on a mutual return to compliance with the JCPOA. We've made this point before, but given the pace of Iran's nuclear advancements, time is running very short until the non-proliferation benefits that the POA conveyed as initially drafted and implemented in 2015 and implemented in 2016 are outweighed by the nuclear advancements that Iran has made. So we are seeking to conduct this diplomacy urgently, and we've been consistently very clear that being able to engage directly would serve those purposes.
Given your position just now and what they said, should we expect this to happen soon? Is there any reason why this could happen soon? Has there been any communication indirectly about making this happen soon?
You would have to ask officials in Tehran. This is not the first time we've made this point. We have made this point consistently up until now. The Iranians have insisted on the indirect format in Vienna. We have long noted the fact that indirect talks, especially on an issue of this complexity and of this importance, is a hindrance. So our position has been clear. I would direct you to authorities in Iran.
My final thing on this, we've had an interview with Special Envoy Malley yesterday, who said it would be hard to imagine for U.S. to clinch a deal with Iran unless U.S. hostages are released. I just want to push you a little bit on why the administration isn't willing to say outright that they won't rejoin JCPOA unless American citizens are released.
Well, what the special envoy said is that it is, quote, very hard for us to imagine getting back into the nuclear deal while 4 innocent Americans are being held hostage by Iran. Yeah. This is a point he has made repeatedly before. So this should not be news. It also, I can tell you, is not news to the Iranians. They have heard this position indirectly from us before as well. But the special envoy also made the point that these issues are operating on separate tracks. And they're operating on separate tracks for a very simple reason. A mutual return to compliance with the JCPOA is, at best, an uncertain proposition. We want to see these Americans who have been held against their will for years on end, away from their families, returned as soon as possible. It would not serve our purposes, it would not serve their interests to tie their fates to a proposition that I said before is uncertain at best. So that is why it certainly colors our interactions, but these are operating on separate tracks.
So the way you tell me, it looks
It's very much like a precondition.
Again, it is not the case that there is any direct or explicit linkage, precisely because mutual return to compliance with the JCPOA is at best an uncertain proposition. We want the return of these Americans to be a certain proposition, and so we are keeping these issues separate. Yes, sorry.
Kuwait's foreign minister visited Beirut on Saturday and delivered confidence-building proposals to Lebanon in a message coordinated with the Gulf states, and he is visiting Washington this week. Are you aware of the proposals? And is there any link between his visits to Beirut and Washington?
Well, I do expect when the Secretary meets with his Kuwaiti counterpart on Wednesday that they will have an opportunity to discuss Lebanon. It is something that the United States, together with our partners, including our partners in the Gulf, the French and others, we've been very, very focused on. So I think we'll have more to say in the aftermath of the bilateral meeting on Wednesday. Yes?
For our colleague, Tracy Wilkinson, on Honduras. Rival factions in its Congress may derail Thursday's inauguration of the new president, whom the State Department was quick to embrace. Vice President Harris is scheduled to travel for the inauguration. Is the U.S. doing anything to defuse that crisis?
Well, what I'll say is that the selection of the new provisional leadership at the Honduran National Congress is a sovereign decision of Honduras. We look forward to deepening our work together with the incoming Castro administration and Hondurans from across the political spectrum to advance our shared interests. We call on political actors to remain calm, to engage in dialogue, to refrain from violence and provocative rhetoric, and we urge their supporters to express themselves peacefully while respecting the rule of law. As you know, Vice President Harris has already had an opportunity to be in touch with President-elect Castro to congratulate her on her historic victory as Honduras's first woman president. In that conversation last month, they discussed their shared interest in working together to address the root causes of migration, to promote inclusive economic opportunity for the people of Honduras, to improve to combat corruption, to reduce security threats, and to improve access to health and education.
One on Turkey for my VOA colleague.
Sure. Was there a follow-up?
No, another question. So go ahead, Laura.
So, if you don't mind, my VOA colleague wondered if there's any reaction from the State Department to two cases regarding restrictions on free expression in Turkey. One is last Saturday, a well-known Turkish journalist was jailed for insulting President Erdogan. Today, the state has fined the TV channel for which she works. The second case is a famous musician who was getting threats by Islamist and nationalist groups for something she wrote a while ago, and President Erdogan threatened to silence her during Friday prayers, saying, quote, "It is our duty to cut those tongues," unquote. Do you have any reaction to these cases?
Well, this applies in Turkey, but it is universal in its application as well, and that is the fact that we believe freedom of expression strengthens democracy, and it needs to be protected, even when it involves speech some may find controversial or some may find uncomfortable. We're aware of and we're disappointed by the detention and arrest of Sedef Kabas, one of the cases you referenced, and those principles apply equally to Turkey as they do to any other country.
Burkina Faso, the military has taken to TV to declare that they're in power. The president's office denied that, but the president hasn't been seen. Are you aware of what's unfolding? Is there a coup? Have you begun an assessment of whether or not there is one?
Well, we're aware of reports that the president of Burkina Faso has been detained by members of the country's military. Our embassy team in Ouagadougou is monitoring the situation and maintains communication with international partners, as well as with officials from President Kabore's government. We call for the immediate release of President Kabore and other government officials, and for members of the security forces to respect Burkina Faso's constitution and civilian leadership. We urge all sides in this fluid situation to remain calm and to seek dialogue as a means to resolve grievances. Our embassy in Ouagadougou has advised U.S. citizens in Burkina Faso that a mandatory curfew has been implemented by local authorities, and U.S. citizens are advised to take shelter, avoid large crowds, and to monitor local media for updates.
The U.S. provides a significant amount of aid to Burkina Faso. Are you undertaking a coup assessment?
So this is an evolving situation. It's a situation that remains fluid. It has continued to develop even within recent hours, so it's too soon to characterize, at least officially for us, the nature of ongoing developments. We have called for restraint by all actors as we carefully review the events on the ground for any potential impact on our assistance.
Iran, very quick follow-up. AFP just reported that, or attributed to a high-level American officials as saying they would like to see direct talks with Iran. Can you confirm that? You want direct talks with Iran?
I thought we just discussed this for 5 minutes with you. Yep, we do.
I must have missed it. Okay.
Yes, yes.
All right. So what is going to be achieved by direct talks instead of what's going on in Vienna now?
Well, we just had a rather lengthy exchange on this, so I would refer you to that. A couple final questions. Yes, please. Yes.
Is there any update you can give on the ISIS jailbreak in northern Syria, either in terms of coalition support and the number of escapees, and then just what does the strike, or what does it say about the SDF's ability to secure the facilities, and do you see this as an intelligence failure on the part of the coalition?
Well, as you probably saw, we issued a statement on this over the weekend, and we condemned the ISIS attack last week on the Hasaka detention center in northeast Syria, which we understand to have been an attempt to free detained ISIS fighters. We commend the SDF for their swift response and continued commitment to the fight against ISIS. And this attack, in our mind, highlights the importance of and the need to fully fund the global coalition to defeat ISIS's initiatives to improve and secure humane detention of ISIS fighters, including by strengthening detention facility security. To us, it also underscores the urgent need for countries of origin to repatriate, rehabilitate, reintegrate, and prosecute, where appropriate, their nationals detained in northeast Syria. We remain committed to the enduring global defeat of ISIS, working by, with, and through the coalition and our local partners. But beyond that, for tactical developments on the ground, I need to refer you to DoD.
All right, once again, we've been listening in here to the State Department spokesperson, Ned Price. Now, he's been talking about these ongoing tensions on their Ukrainian border, saying that they have made it clear troops are ready if Russian troops do end up invading Ukraine, but they are still trying to use diplomatic efforts to try to de-escalate this situation. So we've been listening in here to this, but I do want to let all of our viewers know that we do have yet another press conference coming up here very shortly, expecting any moment now police and other officials to be giving us an update after there was that high school shooting that took place last week in Montgomery County. This is in Maryland. Now, they do have a 17-year-old who was brought into custody just a little bit of a short time after that shooting had taken place. There was a bond hearing for that 17-year-old suspect who is being charged as an adult, and the bond was held by a judge, and we do still have the victim, a 15-year-old student, remains hospitalized in critical condition as of the last time we heard from authorities. So expect this press briefing to get started here any moment. It was supposed to start about 7-8 minutes ago. So as soon as this does happen, of course, we'll be jumping out to this live here for you on Live Now from Fox. Until that time, we're going to step away for a 2-minute break. And when we come back, hopefully we do have our officials out here giving us this update out of Maryland.
They should be labeled. AC Fasciolo, can you please?
County executive. Right here. I think you're right here. You're right there? Okay. Somehow the next got removed, but you're right there. Perfect. And then the chair.
Okay, I'm assuming everybody did a mic check already and everyone can hear. All right, so hello everyone, I'm Shira Goff. I'm the Director of Public Information for the Montgomery County Police Department. And the purpose of today's press conference is to go over the events from Friday at Magruder High School following the shooting. The chief will talk about the investigation and where things are right now with that investigation. Following the chief would be the summary of charges, and the state's attorney, John McCarthy, would come up and talk about that. And then the school response would be addressed by Dr. Monifa McKnight from the Montgomery County Public Schools. So first up is Chief Jones.
So good afternoon. First and foremost, I want to thank all of the officials that are with us today to show solidarity for the horrible event that occurred on this past Friday, and to share our thoughts and our prayers along with the victim that is still recovering from his injuries at a nearby hospital. I just want to provide a brief update on the victim. The victim is still listed in critical condition and has gone through another surgery today. I don't have any further information on his condition past that. So again, we still want to offer our thoughts and our prayers in his recovery to this point. So I want to reiterate the events that occurred on this past Friday to give everyone sort of a clear timelines and where we are in our current investigation and what we were able to discover. Somewhat of when we were able to discover that information, so that it provides a clearer picture of the events that occurred on last Friday. So at 12:57 p.m., our dispatch received a call for an injured person that had occurred in the bathroom at Magruder High School. This is what we know from the call itself. The call was dispatched at 1:04 p.m. We also know that this call, because it came in as an injured person, initially this was not a call for police. This was a call for fire and rescue because it was an injured person. Later information determined that this injury would later prove to be a gunshot wound, thus requiring a police response. The first law enforcement officer that was on the scene was a sheriff's deputy who was the assigned community engagement officer for Magruder High School, who was at a nearby elementary school handling another situation. That sheriff's deputy responded once notified in approximately 7 minutes before he arrived on scene. We believe that fire rescue arrived very shortly thereafter after the deputy arrived. At the time that fire rescue responded, there was no information or we actually knew that there was no active shooter incident occurring at the school at that particular time. This is what we know. We know that the shooting did occur in the bathroom. That is confirmed. The shooting did occur in the bathroom. We have information that there was an ongoing dispute between the victim and the shooter. The matter, based upon the information that we've gathered, the matter was predetermined to be settled inside of the bathroom at that particular time. The shooting then, of course, occurs. We then discover that later we discovered this. We didn't know it at the time, but we discovered that there were some students who we believe that possibly were present in the bathroom who began to tweet out that a shooting had occurred and in fact gave the suspect and the victim's information over Twitter. What we also know is that those very same students did not notify any MCPS staff, nor did they notify 911 that one of their classmates had been shot and was suffering from his wounds in the bathroom. This student was actually located, the victim was actually located during a hall sweep by MCPS school security during, of course, the change of classes at that particular time. So again, understanding the timeline, at 12:53, school security locates the student. 12:57, another school security assistant arrives along with the school nurse. They arrive in the bathroom. The school nurse makes an assessment, determines that it appears to be a gunshot wound, and calls 911 at that time. She basically goes and finds a kit, a triage kit that is very near to the bathroom to help deal with and care for the injuries of the young man at that particular time. At 1:05 p.m., the school goes into lockdown, to a full lockdown. And I have also noted to you already about what time that the sheriff's unit responded. After the sheriff's unit gets there, assesses what has happened, working with school security, determines that he needs additional units there to assist him based upon what we know at the time. At that time, MCP units, the first MCPD unit arrives at about 1:33 p.m. that afternoon. Now, at this particular time, I want to make sure everybody understands that we don't know at that time who the suspect is, nor do we know exactly where the suspect is. So these are things happening during the timeline while we have students in lockdown. Through investigative measures and tips, we later determined that the individual who we believe to be the suspect is Stephen Alston Jr. We did additional checks with MCPS through other measures, and we discovered that Mr. Alston Jr. is not in the classroom in which he is supposed to be in. So that, again, creates more problems for us as for an extended amount of time in order to try to determine exactly where is Mr. Alston at that particular time. Through further investigative measures, we are able to determine the location of Mr. Alston Jr. Again, that took some time. We put together our tactical response team in order to locate that particular classroom in which Mr. Alston Jr. was located in, and came up with a strategy in order to best put Mr. Alston into custody without creating any panic, without creating a moment. We wanted to do this as safely as possible, knowing that there were other students and staff inside of that room. That was done without incident. What we discovered at the time that we took Mr. Alston Jr. into custody was that there was the frame of the gun that I believe you see the picture there that is on the screen that is next to the desk leg. The frame of the gun was located on the floor. The slide of the gun was actually located in the suspect's backpack. A magazine, a gun clip, in other words, with ammunition, was located in his sock. Even though those parts of the gun were found on him, understand the gun was not operational based upon it being in basically 3 different parts. So again, understanding that the gun was not operable at the time that we took Mr. Alston Jr. into custody. Now I want to talk a little bit about what happened now after we have Mr. Alston Jr. in the custody. The next step was to make sure that we're still identifying and talking to potential witnesses. We still have a crime scene inside of the school. In fact, now we have multiple locations, knowing that we have where we found Mr. Alston Jr. and also knowing that we have the bathroom. But again, we're still trying to put pieces of the puzzle together throughout this entire incident, even though we believe we do have the shooter in custody. We wanted to know who witnessed the incident in the bathroom. We also were going through and reviewing surveillance video with Montgomery County Public School security staff. There was a reason why we were not releasing students at that particular time. We needed to really slow down because we had a very massive area and we had students that were locked down, and we wanted to make sure we're working in consultation with Montgomery County Public Schools to come up with an efficient dismissal plan to release all students in a safe manner and to make sure that they were all accounted for. We needed to know which students were bus riders. We needed to know which students were actually who had driven to school that day and which students were going to be picked up by their parents. So with all of this being said, I want to make sure that everyone understands that this was a ghost gun as we released on Saturday. This ghost gun was actually purchased by the suspect. 3 different parts were literally delivered to his home residence. That this individual then put that gun together and took that gun to Magruder High School on that particular day. So I want to make sure that the understanding about the proliferation of privately manufactured firearms are being purchased by young people in our community. This is not the first time we've seen it, but again, now we've seen where this has had another unfortunate outcome in regards to that. So I wanted to bring that to your attention as well. So at this point in time, I am going to turn the podium over to Mr. John McCarthy, our state's attorney.
Good afternoon. I want to thank Chief Jones as well as the superintendent for their work and the work of their staffs on this matter. Today, there was a bond review that was held relative to the shooter in the Magruder case on January the 21st. Now, I am not permitted, and actually some of you were present at a press event after the bond review, and you're well aware of the fact that we distributed at that point in time new statutes that severely limit what we were permitted to say about young people who are juveniles but are charged as adults. That's the situation we are in here today. So I am restricted by law as to what I can talk about. Probably many of your questions I can't answer about the specific case. I do want to focus a little bit about procedure. Let me say to you that there are certain cases under Maryland law where an individual, even under the age of 18, where they typically would be deemed a child, automatically get charged by law originally as an adult. That's what happened in this case. The defendant in this case was charged as an adult consistent with Maryland law. In cases of this type, we are under a very rapid time constraint because he, or the shooter in this case, is in fact a juvenile. We are required to indict this case within 15 days as a matter of law. We anticipate meeting that legal requirement. We anticipate that this matter would be presented to the grand jury within the next 15 days. Cases like this, by the way, are also subject to a possible transfer. Some of you are familiar with this, and I know that from earlier questions we had, what does that mean? Someone who starts as a juvenile could actually be ultimately tried back in juvenile court. That is a motion that we're anticipating will be filed in this case, but the decision relative to where the matter is tried is made by a combination of factors. Number one, the Department of Juvenile Services will prepare a study for the judge, for the court. That study focuses on 5 factors: the actual age of the child, the physical and mental development of the child's amenability to treatment in either the adult or juvenile court, the role the child played in the crime, and public safety. A judge then will ultimately make a determination where this matter will be tried. The defendant in this matter, as I believe has been reported in the media, who were present in the courtroom at the time, is currently being held without bond. Publicly, I think we also know that this matter, as the chief just said, involved the ghost gun. I want the community to know that I support ghost gun legislation. There is a bill pending in the Maryland legislature. Just last Thursday, there was a press event to address this issue about ghost guns, where I joined the Attorney General, General Frosch, Senator Susan Lee and Delegate Lopez. That bill would effectively ban ghost guns in Maryland. It's consistent with the comments that have been made by the President of the United States on this issue. It's consistent with the ATF recommendations about ghost guns and how to take them out of the community. Quite candidly, if we do not address intelligently ghost guns, we render all gun safety laws that have been passed in the last 25 years basically meaningless. The irony of this happening on Friday, it was only the day before when I made this following comment at the press conference with the Attorney General. What's so dangerous about ghost guns? And what was one of the primary concerns we had here in the county? Kids can buy them, kids can build them, and kids can use them. I'm concerned in the community because this is not our first ghost gun case seized from a juvenile. The great sheriff of Montgomery County is here. I was talking to him. They were in Montgomery County executing an EAP, an emergency order for someone with a mental condition. This is another student in Montgomery County schools. During the EAP, as they were extracting him from his home, they found a ghost gun in bed with him. This is not the first ghost gun that was seized on school property. There's a case that we are distributing the charging document on that involved not a juvenile, but a 27-year-old man who was on the campus at Gaithersburg High School at 5 or 7 in the morning to sell an automatic weapon. I think some members of the press have already published pictures of that is available in the public. That was on another school property. Ghost guns are also growing in popularity, not just in Montgomery County. This is a national challenge. But we had only, in 2019, we had only 16 ghost guns seized on the streets of Montgomery County. In 2021, that number grew to 70, nearly fivefold where we were. Those kinds of trends we're seeing all across the country. Ghost guns have no place in our school. No place in our school. There must be a bright line about the fact that any child who would bring a gun into the school realize they will not be tolerated and there will be profound consequences to bringing guns into our school. No parent, no member of this community doesn't want to maintain a safe learning environment for our kids. And I know Dr. McKnight and the chief joined me with that. I will tell you, I was there the other day for 6 hours at the high school. And I think the men and women in this county should be very proud of the collaboration that happened that day and the fact that no one else got hurt. And even the shooter got out of that building safely. It's really a tribute to the collaboration between the schools and the police. And you should be proud of the work that these two agencies did yesterday, on Friday when this happened. The best of government is when we work together. Friday was a pretty good example of it. Today's another one. Today's another example of us working here together. And I do want to give an acknowledgement to one other person, a gentleman who's been involved in education many years here in Montgomery County, Dr. Evans, who's the principal of Magruder High School. I will tell you, I watched him for 6 hours on Friday. He was magnificent. And we should, the Magruder community and all of us here in Montgomery County, there's a lot of Dr. Lee Evanses in your system, but he was absolutely terrific. And it was really wonderful to see the way he calmly and maturely brought his people together, worked with the police to resolve this matter peacefully. Congratulations to both of you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us for this press conference to discuss a very important and serious incident that occurred in our school system. I first want to begin by saying, yes, we unfortunately have found ghost guns in our schools previously. What we have not had in Montgomery County Public Schools is a student shot within our school building, and that is very serious. And so as I begin, I start by saying that our thoughts and prayers remain with the student who is still in the hospital in very serious condition. I also want to extend those same thoughts and prayers to the family members who have been impacted by this incident. On Friday, Magruder High School experienced a horrific tragedy which has impacted all of our MCPS community. This gun incident involving students at Magruder High School has weighted on our sense of security, not only at Magruder High School, but in every single school within the school system. And I know that because I met with the leaders today. And when they shared, this felt like it happened to all of us, I understood why. With that said, I also want to say with the weight that we're carrying, as Mr. McCarthy just mentioned, it is about the partnership of this community that will help us address the issues that are directly in front of us. We've got to talk about security, how it can be enhanced tomorrow, the days to come, and the weeks to come with the very serious issue that we are facing. Before I go further, I do want to say that collaboration is important, and I stand here thankful to the collaboration that exists within our county and with our county partners for their tremendous support on Friday and during this challenging situation. In particular, we are deeply appreciative to our Montgomery County Police Department, the Montgomery County Sheriff's Office, Montgomery County Fire and Rescue, the State's Attorney's Office, the Department of Health and Human Services, among a host of others. When the school system called, everyone was there, and they were there promptly saying, what is my role and what can I do to help? And as you can see, our entire community is united with the students and staff and leadership of Magruder High School. I continue to say I'm deeply appreciative for the leadership of Magruder High School. Dr. Lee Evans truly is an amazing leader, and the way he led that school through a tragic situation on Friday is to be applauded. We are here today because safety and security have been and are always a part of our very first priority in Montgomery County Public Schools. Students must feel safe in order to learn. And that is a priority that we share with and across government, and including with in partnership with our police department. In line with trends that we are seeing across the country, safety concerns have increased in our school buildings and in our communities since the start of the pandemic. I want to be very clear. It is not just a school problem, but a community-wide problem. Guns and weapons have become increasingly common in our community, and it's going to take an entire community to solve this. We must work to remove the threat of weapons because they threaten all of us and not just in our schools. We must do this so that we can all return to a shared level of security in all corners of our community. As the place where our children go every single day, we have a special obligation to protect our school communities. Our parents trust us with their children when they send them to our schools every single day. They expect that they're going to be protected, and they expect that they're going to be able to learn. Tuesday is the beginning of the second semester in Montgomery County, tomorrow. And all of our students are going to be returning to school. I want to talk about how that's going to look a little differently at Magruder High School because it will not be a normal day for them, as well as many others. To support the students and staff in Magruder High School and in that community, Magruder's schedule is going to be adjusted to a half-day schedule with time that allows for all of our students to access the supports being provided on campus. On Friday evening, we provided a number of virtual support systems for our students to log into, but we also know there is nothing like that in-person interaction. And so we look forward to providing that to the students and staff at Magruder High School tomorrow. Any student who may not feel comfortable yet, who are still dealing with the anxieties of what they may have witnessed or experienced on Friday, over the next couple of days, because of our concerns around safety and support for the community, any student who feels like that impact has been great and they cannot attend school, we are going to provide them with an excused absence. Also at Magruder High School tomorrow and throughout this week, there will be enhanced police presence, including the community engagement officer, Sergeant Jason Capetta, and other officers in the building, especially during high traffic times of arrival, lunch, and dismissal. We will also have a number of key people in the building over the next few days, and this will include counselors, psychologists, staff from Every Mind, which is a resource for immediate mental health supports, and the Street Outreach Network, who have specialists in supporting high-risk youth. We're also going to focus on additional supports in all of our high schools. Again, this shock wave was felt by every single member of the Montgomery County community. As one of our first steps moving forward with all of our other high schools, we have been granted and talked with the county executive, and we're going to have a police presence in all of our high schools over the next week. We have shared this value that if there is a police incident that occurs in a school, we deem it appropriate to have the police officers in that school. And so we are going to provide that support. We will also engage with county officials and community partners to reevaluate the role of our CEOs and their support on campuses and when and during certain circumstances. We've said from the very beginning, a program is only one part of this, and that we would commit to evaluating our community engagement officer program. Now we have an incident that occurred that has never occurred in the history, and so it is incumbent upon us to make sure we evaluate that incident and take lessons learned from that incident and determine how it will apply to adjustments that need to be made in our program. But that's only one part of it. In Montgomery County, we're also going to evaluate our practices and procedures, given the circumstances of everything that we've shared this evening. Students being isolated for a long period of time, trying to determine ways of how they can come back and interact appropriately with their peers, conflict resolution, all after being separated for a long period of time. We've got to help them with that. And so we're also going to take into consideration how our practices that we have in place to make sure that just on a daily basis, what needs to look differently based on how students come into school and what interactions they have, in which that will allow us to take into consideration the many lessons that we've learned from Friday. And with that, it really will be a pretty comprehensive review of all safety and security measures in our schools. And we're going to do that. We started today, we're going to continue this week, and we're going to continue to do that comprehensive review of all of our practices over the coming weeks. And we will be back to share exactly what that looks like with our community. We know that the past few days have been very concerning for our community, and we are actively taking steps to make sure that our schools are safe spaces for our students and staff, and that they can truly come into our schools with a focus on teaching and learning. Thank you.
So at this time, we will open it up for questions. We'll give probably about, I'd say, 5 to 7 minutes for questions, please. And if you could just raise your hand and we'll call on you. Shamari.
Chief Jones? Yes. One could argue it's a bit disturbing when it says that some students did not notify 911. Number one, are you looking at those students? Is there an investigation to find out why they didn't call 911? Are you looking to see if this suspect had communication perhaps on his phone or other social media such as Instagram in talking to other students? And could that have been prevented if another student knew that this was going to happen? Because I'm a parent and I'm thinking, like, what can be done to prevent this from happening? Right. So other students were aware that this could happen and didn't alert.
All right, once again, guys, we've been listening in as Montgomery County officials have been answering questions about what's been happening after that high school shooting took place last week. Again, they do have that 17-year-old in custody being held without bond, going to be tried as an adult. And that 15-year-old male victim, they did say at the beginning of this press conference, still does remain in critical condition. So it has just been a devastating few weeks, especially when it comes to shootings across the country. And here's just some video from that shooting scene in Harlem where 2 officers were ambushed. We're going to be giving you an update from New York right here on Live Now from Fox after this 2-minute break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. So we have been following ever since the news broke out in Harlem. 2 New York Police Department officers ambushed on Friday night. We do know one of those officers still fighting for his life, but a 22-year-old's life had been lost in that killing. So what we want to do is bring in Fox 5's Linda Schmidt as we continue to learn just a little bit more about this story. And she joins us here on Live Now from Fox. Hi, Linda.
Hi there, Christy. Yeah, this story is absolutely gut-wrenching. There is so much profound sadness throughout this city. I don't care where you go. Since this thing happened on Friday evening, it was about 6 o'clock Friday evening, people just cannot stop talking about it. I think really part of the reason is that they are in shock. It involved a 22-year-old police officer who sadly lost his life. His partner, 27-year-old Wilbert Mora, he remains on life support tonight here at NYU Langone Hospital here in Kips Bay in Manhattan. This as his family and his friends and of course his fellow officers continue to pray that he is somehow going to be able to pull through. The mother of Officer Jason Rivera arriving at the funeral home yesterday, overwhelmed with grief as she prepares to bury her 22-year-old son, something a parent should never have to face. Police officers lining the street, an honor guard as Officer Rivera's body was transported to Riverdale Funeral Home. Men and women who, as police officers, dedicate their lives to protecting others, in shock. Officer Rivera and his partner, 27-year-old Wilbert Mora, were ambushed Friday night after responding to a domestic dispute between a mother and son in Harlem. The shooter using this Glock 45 high-capacity magazine gun to suddenly open fire on the officers. A gun police say was stolen in Baltimore in 2017. Officer Mora remains on life support tonight at NYU Langone Hospital. The city's largest police union asking for the public's support, saying police officers cannot solve the city's crime problem alone. Services for Officer Rivera will be at St. Patrick's Cathedral, the viewing this Thursday from 1 p.m. until 8 p.m. His funeral is Friday at 9 a.m. And by the way, the suspect in this shooting, 47-year-old LaShawn McNeil, he was living with his mother up in Harlem, and he is the one that police say shot and killed Officer Rivera and critically wounded Officer Mora. Well, he was in the hospital in Harlem because a third police officer on the scene on Friday night shot the suspect, LaShawn McNeil, in the head and the arm. He died late today from his wounds. Back inside to you, Christy.
Yeah, just a developing story that continues to just shine some light on the dangers officers are facing every time they go out in the field. Again, Fox 5's Linda Schmidt joining us here from New York. We appreciate your time. And as she had mentioned as well, there was an update from the mayor here today. He was talking about how to address all of this crime, especially surrounding gun violence, really highlighting the point that there's no facilities there in their area that are creating these guns. So how do they continue to be moved about in their counties and in their state? So we do want to go ahead and play that update that we had. Again, this happened just a little bit earlier here this morning. The New York City mayor addressing this as well as laying out his plan for how they are going to try to combat all of this gun violence they're seeing each and every single day.
To keep our people safe, we will also expand the Gun Violence Suppression Division. This highly specialized unit within the Detective Bureau is tasked with seizing illegal guns and building cases against gun sellers and weapons traffickers. And we will continue the Gun Violence Strategic Partnership, a daily meeting that brings together local, state, and federal leaders to share intelligence and information on specific cases. And finally, my administration will increase coordination and information sharing with the ATF, FBI, and all federal partners. Gun violence is not only a law enforcement issue, it is a social issue, a community issue. We will be taking a citywide approach to meeting this challenge. New Yorkers have heard me say many times that any effective plan to reduce gun violence must include intervention and prevention. We must take action to immediately stop the violence, and we must make long-term investments to keep it from returning. We must address the root causes of these challenges and help our young people on a better path long before they pick up a gun. This is why we are going to expand the successful anti-violence crisis management system and ensure they have the necessary resources to do their work. There will be a central point of contact at City Hall to help them navigate every single agency so that our aligned and coordinated in support of their life-saving efforts. We will also enlist every city agency in promoting public safety, from sanitation to housing to buildings. We will have boots on the ground on every block in this city. That is why we will name a dedicated anti-gun violence coordinator in every city agency. These leaders will be dedicated to seeing the agency work through the prisms of gun violence and offering ideas and solutions to support broader public safety efforts. But they will also act as liaison between the agencies, the NYPD, and the crisis management teams and City Hall. Just as we utilize precision policing, we must utilize precision prevention, reaching young people long before they turn to guns and violence. There are at least 250,000 young people between the ages of 16 and 24 who are out of school and out of work. My administration will launch an unprecedented summer youth employment, youth engagement program for summer 2022. As we know that gang violence and gun crimes spike in the summer months. Part of this effort will include partnerships with large businesses, corporations across the city with the goal of identifying a paid internship opportunity for every young person who wants one. It is important that I speak to you about the issue of young people in foster care. Almost 3,000 young people are entrusted to our city through the foster care system, and about 500 to 600 age out of the system each year without a consistent adult to rely on. Only 21% of these young people have a high school degree or equivalency when they age out of foster care at 21. 1 out of every 5 enter a homeless shelter within 3 years of aging out. Programs like our Fair Future Initiative provides life coaches for this vulnerable population through age 26. And we are going to expand these programs that help our youth get on the right path. My administration will also use the city's enormous purchasing power to create job opportunities for New Yorkers, because we know the best antidote to crime is a career. We will work with our partners in Albany, labor, and other trades to pass community hiring legislation that will allow the city to require those doing business with us to hire New Yorkers from targeted communities, ensuring residents have access to good jobs and apprenticeships. Social services are important in protecting our city, and nowhere is that more crucial than when it comes to the topic of mental health. Mental health and public safety go hand in hand. The mental health crisis in our city has worsened during the COVID-19 pandemic, and it contributes directly to the crisis of gun violence. Our entire healthcare system must play a role in reducing gun violence, and we are going to make sure our hospitals and mental health professionals get the resources they need. Our existing hospital-based violent intervention programs are an important frontline response to these individuals and individuals who enter our hospital system with criminal or behavioral issues. These programs bring together hospital staff and law enforcement and community partners to provide support to violently injured people. Engaging patients in the hospitals during their recovery is a real opportunity to improve lives and reduce retaliation and recidivism. The health department would expand this intervention program to 10 additional hospitals in the communities experiencing high rates of gun violence. My administration would also redirect resources from the Mayor's Office of Community Mental Health, formerly known as Thrive NYC, into areas of immediate need. This would include support for those experiencing homelessness on their streets, especially those in urgent need of mental health care. We must also strengthen our legal response to those who are in active crisis and in danger to themselves and others. To serve them and protect others, we need a new system with comprehensive mental health support, especially through an infusion of federal support and funding. We need a humane and legally informed response to people in need who refuse treatment, especially those with a documented history of violence. We can't continue to allow those who could pose a danger to themselves or others to remain untreated. We need our state and federal partners to fund these crucial resources, including hospital beds and trained support staff. And finally, we would create a quality of life task force that would include senior leaders of the New York City Police Department, Department of Sanitation, and DHS, as well as mental health experts and additional city leaders as needed. The mission of this task force would be to have law enforcement and mental health professionals work together in areas where the homeless and mentally ill congregate and make sure they are being offered the resources they need. Each of these steps will make a critical difference, but city government alone cannot solve a crisis that has reached across our nation. We will need support from New York State, federal partners, district attorneys, the U.S. Southern and Eastern District Courts, as well as all New Yorkers. I express my thanks to Governor Kathy Hochul and the entire New York State lawmakers for their support of our city in this time of crisis. Your partnership is going to make sure we move forward during this time, and I know we can work together to swiftly enact legislation and promote policies that will make it easier for our city to prosecute gun crimes. The Interstate Task Force on Illegal Guns is an important first step, but we must also address bail reform in our pretrial detention system. First, we must allow judges to take dangerousness into account. New York is the only state in the country that does not allow a judge to detain a defendant who poses an immediate threat to the community. 49 other states, as well as the federal government, allow judges to consider a defendant's dangerousness. New York must catch up. Judges must be able to evaluate a defendant's criminal history and the circumstances of the alleged crime to detain those individuals who pose an immediate threat to the safety of the community. We must also look at raise the age legislation, which is being used as a loophole for gang members to demand young people under 18 take the fall for guns that are not theirs. My administration is not seeking to punish young people. But when it comes to guns, we must make sure there are consequences. Far too many men above the age of 18 are victimizing children by forcing them to carry the weapons. This is evidenced by the statistics. In 2019, 2.5% of all youths under 18 who were arrested had a firearm. In 2021, that number was 10%. Children are being used as pawns. If a 16 or 17-year-old is arrested on a gun charge, the NYPD should ask the individual where they got the gun from. If the individual refuses to disclose that information, prosecutors should have the ability to charge the individual in criminal court rather than family court. We must also re-examine the 2019 reforms to the discovery process. We must allow district attorneys to move forward earlier with gun charges, removing disclosure requirements that jam up the process, and we urge the state to pass legislation to that effect. And we must raise the penalty for gun trafficking. Currently, a gun trafficker on our streets won't face a Class B felony until they sell 10 guns in 1 year, period. We need to lower that number to 3. And if you are in possession of 3 or more guns, this should be a presumptive evidence of gun trafficking, not just possession. And when I, as mayor, make judicial appointments, this would be a top priority in consideration. Those who demonstrate a commitment to keeping violent criminals who use guns on New York City streets, I would take that into factor. Our city is coming out of a long period of uncertainty and trauma. This pandemic has frayed the social safety net at every level and has had a long-lasting, damaging impact on our justice system. Our court system is operating at a fraction of its previous capacity, and it has put our communities at risk. In the first half of 2019, New York City courts rendered 405 criminal verdicts. In the first half of 2021, these same courts rendered only 18. This is currently a backlog. Right now, we have of 4,000 gun cases in the New York State court system. So I am saying to our lawyers, our legal aides, our defenders, I am strongly encouraging you all to get back to work. And we must immediately look at the things that are holding up our system, including changing the current social distancing requirements. Already in our public schools, we have moved from a 6-foot rule to a 3-foot rule. If it's good enough for our children, it should be good enough for all of us. The current rules are causing us to use 2 courtrooms for our trials. Changing these rules will allow jurors to sit together in 1 courtroom and expand our court capacity. We must also immediately work through the DNA testing backlog that has held up too many gun cases. This must be done by any means necessary, including use of forfeiture funds or federal stimulus money. Our city's 5 district attorneys are critical partners in public safety efforts, and we are asking them to also consider the following actions. First, we ask that they triage gun charges to expedite the process. If a district attorney's office pursues a charge related to gang or gun violence, moving it to the front of the docket, much as the same way hospitals triage patients with life-threatening conditions ahead of those with less in need. It would serve as a crucial step towards getting guns off our streets faster. We also propose a weekly meeting between all 5 district attorneys, the deputy mayor of public safety, and the police commissioner to review issues from the previous week, highlight needs, and identify the best ways to support each other moving forward. Finally, we will work with the courts and chief judge to see if we can increase the number of judges who are part of the state's gun violence initiative. We need every judge we can get hearing these cases and helping us move through this immense backlog. Everything I have spoken of so far will make a difference in how we can keep our city safe from guns. But no matter how effectively we get guns off our streets, more just keep coming in. The iron pipeline keeps them coming. The gun violence crisis has hit New York City painfully, but we are far from alone. In the wake of COVID, major cities and localities nationwide have seen alarming rises in shootings, gun incidents, and violence. Gun violence is a public health crisis, and it is one that must be addressed at every level of government. It is time for our federal leaders to rise to the occasion and pass common sense legislation that is supported by an overwhelming majority of Americans. In addition to enhancing partnerships with federal law enforcement described above, we must see immediate action from Congress on guns. We must pass legislation requiring background checks on all gun sales. We must pass legislation to make gun trafficking a federal crime. We must increase penalties for those directly involved in moving guns across state lines and the organizers of gun trafficking rings. We must increase penalties for those making straw purchases or buying firearms from someone legally prohibited from doing so. And we must also mobilize the Department of Justice against the proliferation of ghost guns, the new threat we are facing. These actions are only a start, but they will create critical momentum that will help New York City and all cities. We have a great deal of support in Washington for our cause. I am thankful for all the support we have gotten from President Joe Biden and his entire administration. He understands what is at stake, but with an opposition party who's dedicated to only that opposition, we must find other ways. As I said to my fellow mayors in D.C. last week, cities must lead, mayors must lead. We are proud to be a member of Mayors Alliance of Legal Guns, and we must all work together. But New York, as your mayor, this is my #1 priority, keeping you safe. I campaign on it. I will deliver on it. This blueprint to end gun violence will not end this crisis overnight, but it will represent the biggest action in years to protect New York City by marshaling the collective actions of many stakeholders and massive resources. My administration will push to implement this plan in the coming weeks and months with our partners in Albany and Washington, D.C. We will never stop. We will never stop fighting to protect New Yorkers. New York City has come a long way, but we did a lot of hard work to become America's safest big city, and we are not going to let that slip away. Not on my watch. You have my word as your mayor and as a fellow New Yorker. On Friday, Officer Jason Rivera will be laid to rest. I will be there. As a city, we will mourn together. We will celebrate his life and pay tribute to his heroism. And in his memory, and in the memory of all those who have been killed by gun violence, New York, we will rise again. Rise up to protect each other. Rise up to defeat gun violence. Rise up to defend the way of peace and the work of prosperity. This is our moment. This is our city. Thank you, New Yorkers.
Okay, New York City Mayor Eric Adams there in a press conference from earlier today talking about crime in the city, talking about that fallen NYPD officer who tragically lost his life on Friday night responding to a domestic disturbance call in Harlem. And we just got an update on that story from NYW's Lisa Evers live on the ground in Harlem. We'll be talking about that story a little more later tonight. I'm Andrew Kraft. Hope you had a good weekend. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be hearing from President Biden. We just saw him. He was addressing high prices for many goods Americans are facing when they go out to the shopping market and the like. And so he's addressing that with some of his advisors. We'll have that for you after the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. That is a Live Now look at the White House. It's a little after 5:30 there. Let's hear from President Biden. He was just speaking with some advisors, some members of his cabinet, about what he is doing to lower prices for goods for working American families.
Hello, everyone. Please sit down. Well, it's good to see you all. Let's have a cabinet meeting. Really, thank you for what you all are doing. We've got a lot more good things to do as well. Back in July, I signed, as you all know, an executive order to promote competition and build an economy that works for everybody, not just a few. And competition results in lower prices for families. Competition results in fair wages for workers. And as you all know, competition encourages companies to innovate. And but what we've seen over the last few decades is less competition and more concentration that literally holds the economy back. And in too many industries, a handful of giant companies dominate the entire market. And we see it in big ag. I need not tell the Secretary of Agriculture that. He's forgotten more about this than I know. And big tech, and big pharma, the list goes on. And, rather than competing for customers, they're consuming their competitors. And rather than doing what they should be doing, they're doing the opposite, having a negative impact. All told, between generating higher prices and lower wages, lack of competition costs the median American family household, according to a study done at NYU, $5,000 a year, the median income family. My executive order is changing that, as everyone at this table knows. It included 72 specific actions for federal agencies to take and help restore competition in our economy. It includes creating a competition council, you all, and comprised of cabinet members and heads of several independent agencies to coordinate and monitor our progress all across the entire federal government. In 6 months since I issued the order, we've met every deadline that my order called for so far. And here are just 3 examples. The right to repair sounds kind of silly saying it that way, but it's what we call it, the right to repair, is literal. Too many areas, if you don't own a product, if you own a product, from a smartphone to a tractor, you don't have the freedom to choose how or where to repair that item you purchased. It's broke. Well, what do I do about it? If it's broke, you had to go to the dealer and you had to pay the dealer's cost, the dealer's price. If you tried to get it fixed, if you tried to fix it yourself, some manufacturers actually would void the warranty when they sold the product to you, or disable the features on that product they sold to you. Denying the right to repair raises prices for consumers, means independent repair shops can't compete for your business. And my executive order announced that support for the right to repair. Rather, right after I issued my order, I was pleased to see the Federal Trade Commission unanimously announced that it would ramp up enforcement against illegal repair restrictions. That was allowed by major companies by voluntarily agreeing to change their restrictions on repairs. And what happened was a lot of these companies said, you're right, we're going to voluntarily do it, you don't have to order us to do it, and voluntarily said, we'll do it. For example, Apple and Microsoft are changing their policies so folks will be able to repair their phones and laptops themselves, although I'm not sure I know how to do that. When I have any problem with my phone, I call my daughter. But it's going to make it easy for millions of Americans to repair their electronics instead of paying an arm and a leg to repair or just throwing the device out. Hearing aids. Roughly 48 million people suffer from hearing loss in America, 48 million. But to get a hearing aid, folks have to go see a specialist and then get a prescription. And then they pay thousands of dollars for a pair of hearing aids. But the big part is that's a big part of why only 1 in 5 people who could benefit from a hearing aid actually use one. And so my competition executive order changes that. In October, the Food and Drug Administration released a new proposal rule that would make it possible for hearing aids to be sold over the counter without a prescription. We expect this is going to lower costs for hearing aids from thousands of dollars to literally to hundreds of dollars, saving people hundreds and hundreds of dollars. And people can pick them up at a local pharmacy, saving time and money, and helping the tens of millions of people with hearing loss who don't have hearing aids now. Third area, mergers. In too many industries, big companies can use their power to squeeze out smaller competitors, stifle new competition, raise prices, reduce the choice for customers, and exploit their workers. Well, I've said it before, capitalism without competition is not capitalism. It's exploitation. So the Department of Justice and other agencies with oversight authority have ramped up their efforts to scrutinize these mergers. It includes challenging or blocking mergers that are bad for the economy and your pocketbooks. For example, the Department of Justice just took action to block a mega merger that would have resulted in 2 brokerages dominating the insurance industry, which would result in customers having fewer choices, higher prices, and lower quality services. The bottom line, this isn't just about quick wins. It's about reversing decades of concentration that have hurt workers, consumers, and small businesses. It didn't happen at any one time. It's been over a period of time now, a long time. This is just the beginning, though. In the coming weeks and months, Americans can expect to see more protections for farmers and ranchers, selling products like beef, pork, and poultry, more options and better prices for consumers, more clarity in the actual price you'll pay for high-speed internet services and airline tickets. We're also going to keep pushing on other priorities from my executive order, like addressing the non-compete clauses that affect 1 in 5 workers. 1 in 5 workers have to sign a non-compete clause. It stunned me. That's how this, as Brian will tell you, this is how this came about, really, this whole competitive council. I knew all was going on, but when I realized how many people out there with no special insight to having access to patents or anything else had to sign a non-compete clause, people making hourly wages, all designed to keep prices down, keep wages down and prices up. But 1 in 5 workers had to gave them, the company, the power over their careers. The bottom line is our economy shouldn't be about people working for capitalism. It should be about capitalism working for people, for everyone. Now I'm going to turn this over to Brian so we can get this meeting started. But again, thank each and every one of you here on this council. I really mean it. You know, I think even when we decided to do this council, some of you all thought it was a good idea, but I'd be surprised if some of you didn't go, whoa, I didn't realize how restrictive some of this was. How restrictive some of this was. But you're going to make a difference in ordinary people's lives. Ordinary people's lives are going to make a difference. So anyway, Brian, the floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. We're going to give the president over to exit and then
Mr. President, could you give us a brief update on your call with European leaders on what's happening in Ukraine today?
The only reason I don't like doing this is you never report on why I've called a meeting. And this is really important. I had a very, very, very good meeting, total unanimity with all the European leaders. We'll talk about it later. Thank you.
Thank you.
Will you send troops to Ukraine, sir?
Why are you sending 8,500 troops to Ukraine, possibly?
Thank you, guys.
Will you take questions on inflation then?
Let's move. Thank you. Thank you
Do
all.
you think inflation is a political liability?
That's a great asset. More inflation. What a stupid son of a bitch.
Okay, so choice words there for Fox News White House correspondent Peter Doocy. He was trying to ask a question to President Biden about inflation, and the president was caught on a hot mic there, calling Doocy a stupid SOB. So in the past, he's definitely grumbled with Peter Ducey's questions, but that seems to be the most egregious we've heard from the president getting caught on a hot mic moment there. So this will definitely be hitting the rounds on social media. A lot of people are already talking about that. He was meeting with members of his cabinet to talk about inflation, but of course now that's going to be derailed because of this moment here. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be getting an update from the Pacific Northwest. They have a lot of rain. They have had a lot of rain in the past several months. This is leading to avalanche risk there in the region. So we'll get an update on that. What does that look like for residents there? More on that in a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Just wanted to put up our XRAD weather systems. You can see there the Pacific Northwest, they've gotten so much rain with the temperatures right there, average daily ones for residents out there. Well, as you know, a lot of rain and snow has been hitting the Pacific Northwest this winter, raising the risk of avalanches across the region. Joining me now to discuss all of that from the Pacific Northwest there in Washington State is Fox News reporter Jake Karalexis. Jake, what have you learned, and are residents concerned about this?
Andrew, avalanche chances for the west of winter depend on how much more severe weather we see. Washington State is going through its harshest winter in years. This has led to both bigger avalanches and avalanches in places that aren't used to seeing them.
The mountains are a place to value and value their power.
Chris Martin has lived in Roslyn, Washington for almost 15 years. Each winter, he keeps an eye on avalanches near the Cascade Mountain Range.
Snow avalanches are a possibility anytime you're in an area with snow above you.
Right now, the avalanche threat near the Cascade Mountain Range extends from the North Cascade National Park all the way down into Oregon. Northwest Avalanche Center specialist Katie Warren predicts avalanche risks 1 to 2 days ahead of time.
We saw avalanches in new paths, both on White Pass and Blewett Pass, areas that don't typically close due to avalanche hazard.
Warren says the heavy snowfall this winter has led to bigger avalanches. They've also become more unpredictable.
Like the next storm that rolls through the Pacific Northwest, we'll probably see a new and different type of avalanche cycle.
On average, 27 people die from avalanches each winter in the U.S. Martin is on his county's search and rescue team. He completed mountain avalanche and safety training and feels everyone living close to the mountains should do the same.
We like people to be prepared and thinking about what's above them all the time.
And if you're in or around areas with a high avalanche risk, you should carry protective gear. That could include a beacon to help transmit your location, a probe to find buried survivors, and a shovel to help dig them out. Andrew, back to you.
Jake, thanks so much. We'll definitely be on top of this story throughout these winter months. We'll talk to you again. Okay, and right now we do want to move on to some of these other top headlines of breaking stories on this Monday afternoon. We have a lot of Live Now looks at the moment. You can see this one in Minneapolis at the moment, or actually St. Paul. Opening arguments today began in the federal trial of former Minneapolis policemen J. Alexander Kueng, Tao Thao, and Thomas Lane, who were charged with violating George Floyd's civil rights during a deadly arrest back in May of 2020. So, of course, this is a federal trial. No cameras are allowed in court. But if any, lawyers do step to the podium for either side, we'll hope to get that if they do indeed decide to give any remarks. So it's definitely a story we've been on top of since jury selection just last week. In the meantime, we do want to hear from some Republican senators speaking out on the Uyghur genocide that is happening in the Xinjiang region of China. Right now, we're going to hear from Senator Rick Scott, Republican of Florida.
So, yeah, if you just, we all just stand up here, so, okay, is everybody ready? Yeah. Okay. Good afternoon. I want to thank everybody for being here today. I want to thank all the human rights advocates we have here today. Folks from Hong Kong Watch, the Hong Kong Social Action Movement, the Hong Kong Professional Network, DC4HK, the Campaign for Uyghurs, and the Uyghur Human Rights Project do so much to call attention to the horrific human rights abuses we'll talk about today, and thank them all for their hard work. I've been up here in the Senate now for 3 years, and I've learned that in this building, too many people have a hard time stating simple facts and forcing accountability. It is a fact that the Communist Chinese Party is committing horrific human rights abuses against Tibetans, Hong Kongers, and Uyghur Muslims. It is a fact that at the direction of General Secretary Xi, the Communist Chinese Party is committing genocide and desecrating the Uyghur homeland. It is a fact that Beijing continues to systematically destroy democracy in Hong Kong. I saw it with my own eyes when I visited there in 2019. Next week, the 2022 Olympics will begin in Beijing, and the world will watch as Communist China, it's Communist China, let's never forget that, whitewashes these crimes and churns its propaganda machine to make the world forget just how evil this empire is. I can't tell you how worried I am about the athletes competing in Beijing. Look at what Communist China did to silence and disappear Peng Shuai. It's terrifying. I've called on the IOC and the Biden administration to take every step necessary to keep America safe. But unfortunately, I haven't heard a word from them on what they're doing about it. We cannot let anyone forget about what is happening in Communist China. NBC must use the Olympics to highlight these atrocities. Sadly, I doubt they will. That's why we're here today, to make sure no one forgets. For years, I've been calling for the Olympics not for a boycott, but be moved out of Communist China. For years, I've been highlighting Communist China's brutal abuses and demanding accountability for Communist China's genocide and attacks on democracy. For years, I've been demanding businesses to stop doing business with Communist China. Look, all we know, when you do business with Communist China, it enriches the Chinese ruling class, the Communist Chinese ruling class, and funds its oppression. We must be clear in the United States and America that Communist China's abuses will not be tolerated. We must call out these crimes, and we must stand by the brave advocates. I mean, you have to be a brave advocate to stand up to Communist China. And you look at what they do to their families for freedom and democracy in China, Hong Kong, Tibet, and all around the world. We must show that the United States is an unyielding and unapologetic advocate for human rights and unafraid of speaking the truth and upsetting General Secretary Xi and his Communist Party thugs. That's why we're here today, to call out these abuses and give a voice to those who Communist China is working to oppress. The people with me here today have lived it. I want you to hear straight from each of them. With that, first I'd like to introduce Joey Su, Policy Advisor for Hong Kong Watch.
Thank you, Senator. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Joey Su from Hong Kong Watch. It's my pleasure to be here, and thank you, Senator, for organizing this very important press conference. Since Hong Kong's massive pro-democracy movement broke out in 2019, more than 10,000 protesters have been arrested at the age of youngest 13. They have been arrested, abused, charged, and convicted. And over 750 of them have been found guilty of rioting, facing up to 10 years in prison simply for taking part in the very peaceful pro-democracy movement in Hong Kong. Since the enactment of the national security legislation on June 30th, 2020, over 150 individuals have been charged under ridiculous crimes like subversion, colluding with foreign forces. And from activists and politicians to legal professionals and educators, every dissenter in the city is now at the risk of facing unreasonable and lengthy imprisonment simply for being the voice of the now silenced people of Hong Kong. Up until today, more than 70 civil society organizations, including political associations, student unions, and protest groups, have been forcibly shut down. And many of them have also seen their core members arrested and persecuted. At least 11 media outlets, including Apple Daily, Stand News, and Citizens News, have ceased operations. Hong Kong's media tycoon Jimmy Lai has been held behind bars for almost 400 days up until today. And all the other journalists and reporters were detained simply for documenting the Chinese Communist Party's atrocities and human rights abuses in Hong Kong. Hong Kongers have lost not only our freedom of speech, assembly, and free press. Those who remain in the city today also are under the fear of being persecuted every single day just for voicing opposition to the government. China has violated every promise made under the Sino-British Joint Declaration of 1984 to uphold Hong Kong's basic freedoms, rule of law, and autonomy. And unfortunately, that is not the only international commitment that the Chinese Communist Party has violated. While crackdowns in Hong Kong escalate, more than 1 million Uyghur and Turkic Muslims continue to be held in concentration camps. They are undergoing forced sterilization, systematic sexual abuse, forced labor, and political indoctrination. Countless of them, including the retired medical doctor Gulshan Abbas, have been disappeared by the Chinese Communist Party for years. And just a week ago in Tibet, Tashi Wangchuk, the prominent language rights activist who was detained for 6 years simply for courageously speaking out against Beijing's discriminatory language policies, he again chose to stand up for his people and then again facing arrest. Where are all these Uyghurs? Where is the very brave tennis player Peng Shuai, who stood up for herself? Where is Zhang Zhan, the journalist who exposed Wuhan's situation